In the 60th year of Konoha in summer, the blood and flames of the Nine-Tails Night had long since dispersed, and a new generation was sprouting and budding. In the blink of an eye, it was once again graduation season. At this time of year, Irika would usually rein in his temper a little, leaving a trace of warmth for those children about to set foot on the thorn-strewn path of becoming shinobi. Unfortunately, some people simply did not need such consideration. Pressing his throbbing temples, Irika looked at the girl standing before him. She wore a tight halter-neck, sleeveless dress of vivid green, revealing her rounded shoulders, smooth underarms, and a portion of her jade-like back. Below, she wore green lantern pants slit along the sides of her thighs. The dress parted at the hips into two long panels front and back, which hung down together with the long cords cinched at her waist. Her calves and forearms were protected by dark green greaves and bracers. A guard wrapped her neck, and her delicate, pretty face was hidden behind a green mask like Kakashi's. A green forehead protector was tied across her brow, and her waist-length black hair was gathered into a high ponytail. Altogether, the girl was clad in green from head to toe. Her battle attire balanced breathability and protection, crisp and handsome, naturally giving off an air of dashing vitality. Though the mask concealed her features, the fullness of her chest, unusual for her age, and the golden ratio lines of her slender, graceful body were already more than enough to be enticing. Regrettably, such eye-catching appearance could not conceal the problems she carried. Drawing in a deep breath to suppress the irritation in his heart, Irika asked gravely, "Akali, can you tell me why you had to harass Hinata like that?" Harass? Akali tilted her head in an adorably puzzled way and blinked her innocent apricot-colored eyes. "Irika-sensei, I didn't harass Hinata at all." "You still claim you didn't?" Irika's voice suddenly jumped an octave. The one who cornered Hinata against the wall offered her flowers and confessed to her until she was so shy she fainted. Was that Naruto, perhaps? "That's right." Akali nodded with disarming straightforwardness. "It was Naruto. Everyone saw it." "You?" Irika was so infuriated by her reply that his hand trembled as he pointed at her. "It was indeed Naruto, but that Naruto was you using the transformation jutsu. The Hyuga shinobi have already confirmed it. And you still dare to quibble. Akali, I distinctly remember not teaching you to become this kind of child." Speaking thus, Irika, heartbroken and furious, pounded the desk repeatedly. On the solid wooden office desk, the teacup-lid inkwell and pen clattered and bounced about, fully displaying the extent of his anger. The desk's endurance seemed to plummet with every blow. But Akali had known for some time that Irika was furious. On Akali's system panel, the emotional points from Irika were flooding in one after another, rapidly filling the screen. For Akali was not a native of this shinobi world, but a transmigrator endowed with a system. Her system had granted her the hero template of the rogue assassin Akali, and on top of that, it allowed her to use emotional points and money to draw in a lottery, obtaining items from both League of Legends and the ninja world. However, when she had chosen her hero 6 years ago and transmigrated, becoming the hero she selected, the lottery function of her system did not appear immediately. Akali had only Akali's basic panel to rely on. It was only now, when Akali was 12 and on the verge of graduation, that the lottery system truly activated. Before this, she had not even known of its existence. Thus, having never needed to spend money before, Akali, an orphan living off a pension, could manage her life well enough and had naturally never considered making money. With no money, the only option left was to toy with people's moods and harvest emotional points. What Irika called harassing Hinata was precisely this. Yet in truth, it was not harassment. Akali and Hinata got along quite well. Hinata was even in a sense her only friend. Akali had simply run a test and discovered that whenever something involved Naruto, Hinata's emotional points were especially easy to obtain. She deliberately persuaded, one could also say coaxed, Hinata into carrying out a desensitization experiment regarding Naruto. Put simply, Akali would transform into Naruto and interact with Hinata, allowing Hinata to grow used to Naruto's presence so that she would not faint within a second whenever she faced him. Judging from the current outcome, however, this desensitization experiment had gone a bit off the rails. Of course, Akali would never admit that any of it was her fault. Unable to hold any deep conversations with pretty girls about topics she had no experience in, she felt that all she really had left was the simple joy of physical closeness. Besides, in this ninja world, the girls around her were all quite normal. It seemed she alone stood apart. Once she had grown accustomed to her current body and confirmed that she absolutely would not fall for men, Akali had already prepared herself for a lifetime of being single. Therefore, within the limited time, she had growing stronger, seeking amusement and enjoying hugs with girls were Akali's only pleasures. Thinking of this, she let out a sorrowful sigh and became instantly melodramatic. I was so foolish, truly. If she had known she would transmigrate by choosing a hero, she would never have picked Akali just for fun back then. She could have chosen a tireless bruiser, a relentless world-ending force, or champions like Darius Jax or Lucian. Wouldn't that have been delightful? Just as this line of thought was soaring away with her, a loud bang of a palm slamming the desk shattered her reverie. Looking up, she saw Irika's face twisted with rage, the corner of his mouth twitching, his eyes blazing with fury as though a volcano were erupting behind him. Clearly, Irika was utterly incensed that Akali could still let her mind wander while being scolded. Akali grew a little flustered. "Irika-sensei, let me explain. For a teacher who earnestly imparted knowledge, any normal person would feel at least a measure of respect and awe. But at that moment, Irika had no intention of giving Akali any chance at all." Irika let out a cold laugh. "Akali, am I usually too gentle, or have you entered some rebellious phase? You will write a 10,000-word self-reflection promising that this will never happen again. Hand it in to me at next Monday's class meeting." With that, Irika turned and strode away, not allowing Akali a single word of rebuttal. She was left alone, arms still outstretched in a futile gesture, floundering helplessly in his wake. After a long moment, Akali sighed. "Fine, 10,000 words it is. The shadow clones will write it anyway." She then left the school and headed to a secluded corner not far from the ninja academy. Their Naruto had already been waiting for quite some time. As mentioned, Akali had no money and could only rely on emotional points for her lottery draws. So the question arose, was there no way to earn money and emotional points at the same time? Naturally there was. And Naruto was a crucial piece of that plan. Seeing Akali finally arrive, Naruto complained, "You're way too slow, Akali." Akali offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Irika was really hard to deal with." "Yeah, Irika really is tough to handle," Naruto agreed with a nod, but then he suddenly realized something. "Wait, that's not what I came here to talk about today. Akali, about this, you have to give me an explanation today." With a sharp smack, Naruto pulled out a magazine and slapped it down in front of Akali. The magazine itself was just an ordinary risque publication. The key, however, lay in its cover, where a twin-tailed blonde girl was prominently displayed. A closer look made it obvious who else could it be but Naruto, the form Naruto took when he performed his sexy jutsu. And this was Akali's method. Anyone who has watched Naruto knows that Naruto's sexy jutsu could instantly overwhelm Irika, Kakashi, and the Third Hokage, and could even leave Otsutsuki, Kagaya, momentarily entranced. Naruto's sexy jutsu could be called the ultimate solution of the ninja world. Such a heaven-defying technique. If only a handful of people like Irika, Kakashi, and the Third Hokage could experience it, would that not be a waste of Naruto's peerless good looks? Thus, using the lure of learning a new jutsu on a fine sunny afternoon, Akali sought out a quiet little grove and, together with Naruto, shot a series of photographs she titled "Fox Traces in the Forest." Afterward, she turned around and submitted those photos to a magazine, earning a handsome payment. She then used that money to enter a lottery, obtained a multiple shadow clone jutsu, and taught it to Naruto. It could truly be called a win-win. "Oh, you mean that incident?" Snapping back from his memories, Akali asked in puzzlement, "Is there a problem?" "A problem?" Clutching the magazine in his hand, Naruto gritted his teeth. "Of course there's a problem. Akali, what did you tell me back then?" Naruto's fists tightened. Back then, Akali had told him she had a Jonin relative, a veritable fiend for lust, whose greatest hobby was collecting photographs of pretty young ladies. By coincidence, Akali was going to visit this relative soon. If she could cater to his tastes, he might be so delighted that he would teach her a few jutsu. At the same time, Akali promised that all the jutsu she learned from that relative she would teach to Naruto unconditionally. To gain new jutsu merely by using transformation jutsu and taking a few photos. Even Naruto could tell this was a heaven-sent bargain, so he tried it once. And from that single attempt, Akali actually obtained for him a jutsu called the Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Relying on multiple shadow clones, Naruto would never forget Irika's stunned expression during the earlier clone technique graduation exam. So he planned to keep going to learn by researching at the bookstore and perfect his path of seduction. Who would have thought that his path of seduction needed no refinement? It had already reached fruition. Because the hottest-selling Borderline magazine recently featured prominently none other than him after using the sexy jutsu. If not for the bookstore owner keeping 3 copies for himself, one for preaching, one for reading, and one for collecting, and showing Naruto, the first Naruto might never have known that Akali had sold him out. Although the shoot with Akali that day was all about aesthetic beauty with no explicit exposure, there was still a great difference between promising to show it to one person and having it viewed by a crowd. The thought that images of his transformed self would be used by countless people every day filled him with a chill that could never be washed away or shaken off. At the same time, a surge of anger at being deceived rushed straight to his head. Naruto hated lies more than anything. Under Akali's astonished gaze, Naruto's breathing grew heavy and ominous threads of chakra seeped out from his lower abdomen. He's really that angry. Akali was surprised at first as she looked at Naruto, but after considering his personality, she understood. So Akali did not panic. She had anticipated this scene and made preparations. "Sorry, Naruto, I lied to you," Akali said directly. There never was a Jonin who was some sort of lustful demon. Even if such a man existed, he wouldn't be in the village now, and the one man in the village worthy of being called a madman isn't nearly that lecherous. The photos I took of you were meant for this purpose from the very beginning. What? Naruto froze. He had thought Akali would offer a long, elaborate defense, but she admitted everything so crisp and cleanly. A question surfaced in Naruto's mind. Why? Naruto asked. Since there was no such jonin, that meant the jutsu had been obtained by Akali herself. If Akali had gone to such lengths to get the jutsu, just to humiliate him, then there would surely be crowds lining up begging Akali to thoroughly humiliate them in the same way. Of course it was for the money. Akali replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She pointed at the borderline magazine in Naruto's hand. Do you know how much this single set of photos is worth? 200,000 Ryo. Before Naruto could answer, Akali supplied the figure herself. 200,000 Ryo, and Shrank mission fully rewarded, is only 150,000. 200,000 is enough to post in Shrank mission. Shrank missions are the domain of jonin. A ninja like Teacher Mizuki never carried out a single Shrank mission in his entire life. But this one set of photos brought in 200,000 Ryo. Naruto, do you understand what that means? Akali took a step forward, her gaze burning into Naruto. This. Naruto was stunned by the price Akali quoted. Naruto certainly understood what 200,000 meant. To put it in perspective, as a war orphan, his living expenses came from the village's subsidies, about 25,000 per year. 200,000 Ryo was the equivalent of 8 years of his living expenses. Is there really that much? Naruto still found it hard to believe. Perhaps without even realizing it, his focus had already shifted, from Akali tricking him into a photo shoot for sale to the money itself. And that was precisely the effect Akali wanted. Riding this momentum, Akali pressed the attack. Of course, don't underestimate my photography skills. By the way, since we're on the subject, these are for you. Akali took out a small stack of banknotes and handed them to Naruto. Naruto accepted it and casually counted. 10 notes, each with a face value of 10,000. 100,000 Ryo. Naruto's whole body trembled. He had never held such a fortune in his life, and almost let it slip from his hands. Fortunately, his other hand hurriedly steadied it, keeping the money from flying away. Even so, Naruto still did not quite understand. Why give it to me? This is your share of the profits. You participated after all, even if I tricked you into it, Akali answered matter-of-factly. As she spoke, something seemed to occur to her. She looked at Naruto, a hint of suspicion in her expression. You don't think this is too little, do you? Taking photos requires both technique and planning, and I was the one who negotiated with the magazine. Even so, I only took 50%. This is already more than fair. Naruto, as a ninja, don't be too greedy, Akali warned. No, that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect this, Naruto said, scratching his head with a foolish grin. He had traded a jutsu for doing a shoot. He received the jutsu, Akali received the money. Because Akali had not clearly explained the specific terms beforehand, it could be seen as a deceptive deal with mismatched payment and goods. It was like Tazuna paying only for a crank mission while having Team 7 fight enemies worthy of its rank mission. But Akali had not only given him a jutsu, she had also shared half the earnings with him. That was no longer deception. This was the very image of a doting guardian. Without exaggeration, someone who handed him both money and jutsu. Naruto, lonely and destitute for so many years, had never met anyone as good to him as Akali. What deception? That was merely a kind lie from a guardian who feared he would feel ashamed. Naruto's attitude toward Akali shifted ever so slightly. Although Akali had tricked him into cross-dressing for photos, and had even used transformation jutsu to turn into his likeness and tease Hinata, she was in the end truly a good person. However, at this moment, looking at the foolishly smiling Naruto, Akali was unaware that she had already been elevated to the status of a mother figure in Naruto's heart. The efficiency with which Naruto made money from filming was astonishing, and during the filming process, he also provided emotional value, so Akali would not give up on him. Looking at Naruto, Akali continued to ask, so what do you think about this approach? Let me put it this way, Naruto, are you willing to continue this? Once the question of whether to continue was posed, it indeed caught Naruto off guard. To be frank, he was unwilling. After all, what attracted Naruto the most was ninjutsu. But Akali, being from a commoner background, could not truly give him unlimited ninjutsu. Giving him an unlimited supply would mean she was not a mother figure, but rather a real mother. So if it was just pure money, Naruto did not care much about it. He had little need for money. The current sum of 100,000 taels from Akali was enough for him to exchange for good equipment preparing for his future ninja career. The most critical point was that transforming into a woman and striking various enticing poses was too embarrassing. Moreover, this was different from seduction techniques. Seduction was an active tease, a prank. In contrast, taking photos meant that the other party paid to purchase his pictures. The ninja career Naruto desired was one of heroism, like the Fourth Hokage saving the hidden leaf, not merely being a well-regarded teacher. Seeing Naruto's silence, Akali roughly understood his thoughts. Naruto had no need for what she was offering. Without need, of course, he would not be moved by her words. But it didn't matter. Without need, they could create a need. Akali tapped her toes, and like a gentle breeze, she swept past Naruto. By the time Naruto reacted, Akali had already taken his kunai from his ninja tool pouch, her slender fingers spinning it through the ring at the end of the kunai. Seeing this, Naruto felt a bit nervous. What are you going to do? Could it be that Akali was planning to force him to comply since he didn't agree? Akali did not answer, but instead brought up another matter. You want to defeat Sasuke, right? Do you think you can actually beat him? Of course. Naruto nodded, and as soon as Sasuke was mentioned, his attention was immediately diverted. However, regarding Naruto's confidence, Akali merely curved her lips into a mocking smile. The curve was so obvious that even through her mask, Naruto could see it. Akali stopped spinning the kunai and placed Naruto's kunai between them. Look at this kunai, Naruto. What? Naruto was a bit puzzled by Akali's meaning. What I mean is, from a distance this kunai seems unremarkable, but if you take a closer look. Akali held the kunai in front of Naruto's eyes. Under the sunlight that had yet to set, the fine nicks and scratches on the kunai blade were strikingly apparent. Even the sharpest tip of the kunai had dulled and chipped from excessive use. Before Naruto could take another look, Akali tossed his kunai up. Following his kunai with his gaze, Naruto looked up. At that moment, Akali swiftly drew a kunai produced by the system and made a heavy slash. Clang! A crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. In Naruto's shocked gaze, his kunai was easily sliced in half, as if butter met a hot knife. Akali's voice continued. You are like this kunai, you from a distance you seem insignificant, but upon closer inspection you are riddled with scars and no longer of any use. Just a gentle slash, and it easily breaks apart. Naruto, you say you want to defeat Sasuke? But the Uchiha clan has a specialized ninja cat clan responsible for crafting ninja tools, and the quality of their ninja tools is world-renowned. The ones available to him are top-notch. A kunai like yours wouldn't even hold up against my cheap one. How do you expect to compete with Sasuke's high-quality kunai? In fact, to be honest, the fact that Sasuke would even consider fighting you up close is already flattering you. How many kunai do you have in your pouch? 5, 6. But Sasuke can fill his pouch with ninja tools with at least 20 or more. He doesn't even need to engage in close combat. He can eliminate you from a distance using his ninja tools. Do you understand, Naruto? This is the power of money. Moreover, I won't even mention the medicinal meals and baths that Sasuke takes daily. Of course, you could say that you have a bit of money now, but do you understand the prices? A detonating tag costs 2,000 taels, a wind demon shuriken 3,000, a ninja sword 5,000 to even tens of thousands. Shuriken and kunai generally cost between 3 to 500 taels, while those of superior quality can go for 8 to 900. I won't even mention military rations, storage scrolls, and armor. 100,000 taels, how many times can that replenish your ninja tools? Akali's words were remarkably straightforward. Naruto, what will you use to fill in the power of money? This. Naruto fell silent again. Just then it was already dinner time, and a gentle breeze brought with it a whiff of earthly flavors. Naruto was sweating, feeling as if he were in a different world. Indeed, although Sasuke was an orphan, he inherited the vast wealth of the Uchiha clan at birth. Compared to this true rich kid, how could he, an orphan living off allowances, compete? Thus, under Akali's words, Naruto was significantly shaken. One thing he could not express to outsiders was that Naruto simply did not want to lose to Sasuke. So Naruto looked seriously at Akali. If I have money, can I defeat Sasuke? Akali's lips curled slightly beneath her mask, revealing a hint of playful mischief. Of course not. Huh. Hearing Akali's words, Naruto was dumbfounded. No, why wasn't she following the usual script? Ding. Naruto's emotional value, 999. Fortunately, Akali did not continue to tease Naruto. Money equals power, but it does not equate to strength. Otherwise, ninjas wouldn't train and would all just do business instead, right? Many wealthy merchants, even with fortunes rivaling nations, do not necessarily know how to convert money into power. They may not understand, but I do. I know how to convert money into strength. Only with money combined with the knowledge of converting money into power can one defeat Sasuke. Do you understand? Akali's voice was calm, yet contained boundless confidence. A gust of wind swept by, failing to bend her eternally straight back, only playfully ruffling the strands of hair at the girl's temples. The girl raised her delicate hand, gathering her hair to her ear, every movement so natural. Looking at Akali like this, Naruto suddenly understood. With such confidence, even the impossible could be achieved by Akali. Thus, looking at Akali, Naruto slowly nodded. I understand. Regarding Akali's proposal, Naruto readily agreed. The next steps naturally need not be elaborated. Together with Naruto, Akali thoroughly discussed their upcoming actions. The last photo shoot sold exceptionally well, so the next one must begin promptly, preferably tomorrow. Subsequently, to celebrate her successful signing of the future star Naruto, Akali generously treated Naruto to a meal at Ichiraku Ramen before parting ways. However, after enjoying Ikaraku's exquisite cuisine, Akali became uncharacteristically lazy, reluctant to walk. Before, her crossing over such situations could be easily resolved with a ride-hailing app. But now that she had traversed worlds, unless she called someone to carry her back, Akali had no choice but to walk. Fortunately, Akali was not an ordinary person, as she had her own advantages. Thus, she simply found a secluded alley near Ichiraku Ramen. Then she took out a true sight guardian from her personal space obtained through a lottery and placed it in the alley. Instantly, the fog of war in the mini-map in Akali's mind dispersed, replaced by the vision explored by the true sight guardian. From the mini-map, Akali could see that there was no one lurking around her. This was a feature she had unlocked a few days ago, the mini-map. However, compared to the game, the vision of the mini-map required an eye to provide it, and whether it was a true sight guardian or a scout guardian, Akali could only obtain them through monetary lottery, which was one of the reasons she was so keen on Naruto. Vision equated to intelligence, and in the world of ninjas, the importance of intelligence was self-evident. After confirming that there was no one watching her to be safe, Akali also took out a smoke bomb and threw it down. Bang! The pitch-black smoke like the night enveloped Akali, and a sense of security reminiscent of being back in the womb echoed in her heart, as if she was meant to dwell in this shadow. At this moment, what Akali needed to do became very clear. Taking advantage of the smoke bomb's cover, she found her house's location on the mini-map and selected a true eye placed in the living room. A summoner skill familiar to any top lane player was activated. In the smoke where no one could spy, a green whirlwind wrapped around Akali. Then, after a 4-second guidance, Akali's surroundings blurred. The familiar living room reappeared before her eyes. She let her weary body, exhausted from a day out, collapse onto the sofa. Feeling her light and petite body being enveloped by the soft sofa, Akali relaxed. Instantly, a drowsy sensation washed over her. But Akali knew this was not true fatigue. The body she occupied was far more robust than her previous otaku form. At this moment, it was simply because after eating, the blood was concentrated in her stomach. Akali allowed this feeling to temporarily consume her. To outsiders, Akali's appearance was cool and neat, resembling a traditional ninja, but upon closer approach, one could sense her abundant vitality and a hint of playfulness, making her a rather interesting person. But in reality, Akali knew her current situation resembled a gamer's mindset, wearing a disguise and a mask, which naturally made her feel unrestrained. However, while gamers might be carefree in the real world, she truly did not have deep connections with others. Akali currently had no real friends at most due to recent events. Her relationship with Hinata and Naruto had improved a bit, while the others could only be considered classmates. Going home alone, eating alone, she occasionally felt a twinge of loneliness. Of course, Akali did not lament her situation. She was very satisfied with her current state. Although she had changed genders and worlds, the past world did not have such magical powers as chakra nor a system. Let alone the fact that now she had a delicate and charming face, a full and tender curve in front, and a waist that was alluringly defined with long legs that were naturally slender. If she were in her previous life, finding a girl like her current self might require winning the lottery for 5 million, and that might not even be enough. Thus, Akali smiled lightly, allowing the chakra within her to circulate, banishing the post-meal drowsiness, along with a hint of weakness, and her bodily awareness returned to her mind. Akali touched the mask on her face as well as the slightly heavy arm and leg armor, then opened the system and found the skin section on her personal panel. A 3D model dressed in the hero's original skin and replicated to scale with Akali appeared before her. This was also one of the system's features. Skins could be obtained through monetary draws. With skins, Akali could change her attire, and she speculated that high-level skins might grant her special abilities such as those of a magical girl. However, currently Akali only had one original skin, so these were merely speculations. Then Akali gently tapped on the panel, canceling the original skin, causing her current outfit to vanish, revealing a refreshing and somewhat delicate beauty in the room. Looking at her bare body, feeling the cool breeze on her skin, Akali's face flushed slightly. This system's skins were indeed convenient. No cleaning was required, one-click outfit changes, automatic repair of damage, and they provided protective effects similar to in-game armor and magic resistance. Moreover, the mask on her face did not feel like a mask at all. It did not hinder her breathing and even refreshed the air. It was just that every time she canceled a skin, she returned to being completely nude, which was quite inhumane, making her feel like an exhibitionist who enjoyed being naked at home. Thus, Akali hurried into the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and quickly took a shower. After some time, Akali, resembling a water lily, walked out of the bathroom with her damp hair. After bathing, there was no time for incense. It was time for a draw. System, tally my current emotion value and money. Ding. Host command detected. Tallying started. Ding. Current emotion value 20,000 and 69 money 34,985 taels. Has my emotion value accumulated over 20,000 again? Not bad. Akali nodded. The system's lottery required 10,000 for each draw, and her current emotion value and money were sufficient for 5 draws. At the same time, since Naruto had confirmed he would join her venture, it meant that money would come in quickly for Akali, so she did not need to save too much. In that case, let's draw everything. Akali issued the command. Ding host command detected lottery starting. With the system's words, 2 virtual spinning wheels appeared before Akali's eyes, spinning simultaneously. The 2 overlapping wheels looked somewhat dizzying. The emotional value wheel flashed by with dazzling hero skills, equipment, talent runes, and summoner skills. On the money wheel there were ninjutsu and ordinary consumables like shuriken, smoke bombs, potions, and skill points. Since the lottery system was unlocked not long ago, this was the 4th time Akali had activated the emotional value lottery and the 5th time for the money lottery. For the emotional value wheel, Akali's requirements were not high. She only hoped for some equipment or summoner skills that could enhance her immediate combat power. Interestingly, Akali had higher expectations for the money wheel. Although it mostly provided ordinary items, it had 3 good items. The first was storage space. Akali had currently only drawn 2 cubic meters of storage space, but it was enough for her to carry all her belongings. The second was skins. Since she could switch to the original skin, other skins naturally existed, but Akali didn't know what effects they had because she had never drawn them. The third was some magical items. However, merely saying they were magical doesn't explain what made them so. Let's put it this way, the so-called magical items are things that come from heroes. For instance, Akali had previously drawn a pebble from the rock bird, which could automatically transform into a large stone that resembled the rock bird's Q ability when thrown. If used well, such items could be excellent trump cards. While Akali quietly waited, the emotional value will spun twice, and the money will spun 3 times. Soon the items acquired from this lottery emerged. Akali was dumbfounded. This time she drew hero skill smoke bomb, emotional consumable selectable smoke bomb, X 10 money item sheep spirit mask, X 1 money skill point, X 1 money. And the last one equipment hextech gunblade. Akali made a classic stunned expression. As for the hero level skill smoke bomb, there's nothing more to say. Akali had a special affinity for smoke bombs. In her few emotional value lotteries during this time, she had drawn the old version of Akali's ultimate shadow dance. Getting the male gunner's blind shot would also count as having a complete set of smoke bombs. As for the sheep spirit mask, it indeed made Akali's eyes light up. It was clearly something from Kiana, and in the Valoran continent, Kiana was not just an ordinary jungler, but a legitimate reaper of Valoran. Its mask was definitely a good item, though Akali was still unclear about its effects. As for the selectable smoke bomb marked as a consumable, it was something Akali needed to use Shadow Dance. Once skills like Shadow Dance and Smoke Bomb leveled up, Akali might be able to create the effect of smoke bombs using her own chakra, but with her current basic level, she undoubtedly needed item assistance to cast spells. And the skill point, that was also a good item. Akali could use the skill point to enhance her skill's power. She could also use it on Learn Ninjutsu to improve the proficiency of her ninjutsu, making it quite versatile. But what about the Hex Deck Gunblade? She knew that emotional value lotteries could produce equipment, but this was a direct draw for a full item. Akali was somewhat dazed as she took the Hex Deck Gunblade out of her storage space. Suddenly, a heavy Hex Deck gunblade about the size of a normal rifle with a revolver at the back and an elongated barrel with a blade at the front appeared in Akali's hand. At the same time, a distinctly powerful sensation accompanied by a refreshing coolness that sent shivers down her spine surged into Akali's petite body and brain. Akali could clearly feel that her strength and spirit had been enhanced. This was the attack power and ability power boost from the Hex Deck gunblade. After all, the world of ninjas is a real one. Many of Akali's skills lost their game-like appearance upon arriving here, and the numerical bonuses from the game naturally had more practical implications in reality. For example, health points represent physique, mana points represent energy, attack power represents strength, ability power represents spirit, and speed represents agility. However, some things still retain their gaming flair. For instance, the all-powerful lifesteal provided by the Hex Deck gunblade. This is the power of rune equipment, allowing Akali to replenish her health by siphoning life from others during combat or heal wounds. And the lightning bolt from the Hex Deck gunblade was also a very powerful active attack skill. Is this the golden legend? Touching the Hex Deck gunblade in her hand, her slender fingers felt its hard coldness, and Akali couldn't help but fall in love with it. This was the first complete item she had obtained since her journey began. However, it seemed there was no issue with her first Hex Deck gunblade. On the contrary, it was a big problem that this level 12 Akali currently had only one complete item. After playing with it for a while, Akali absorbed the Hex Deck gunblade into her body. To be more precise, she placed it into her equipment slot. Just like in the game, she had 6 equipment slots. At this moment, Akali's equipment bar was very meager with only 3 items, one of which was the newly drawn Hex Deck gunblade. As for the other 2, they were a pair of boots of swiftness and the tear of the goddess drawn some time ago. Akali possessed the panel of the outcast assassin, which was great in every aspect except for the chakra being too low, although it recovered quickly. Fortunately, the tear of the goddess from some time ago solved that problem. After this lottery, Akali's personal panel changed to this. Name Akali. Age 12 years. Level 12. Physique average Chunin. Agility elite Chunin. Strength average Chunin elite Chunin. Spirit average Chunin special Jonin. Chakra average Chunin. Skills Dragon Seal My Style Cold Shadow. Level 5 My Style Shadow Dance. Level 1 My Style Falcon Dance. Level 4 My Style Inner and Outer Killing Chaos. Level 2 Ultimate Shadow Dance. Level 1 Smoke Bomb. Level 1 Body Double Technique. Proficient Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu Proficient. Equipment Boots of Swiftness Tear of the Goddess Hex Deck Gunblade. Summoner Skills Flash Teleport. Runes Resolve. Spirit Beast None. Special Items Pebble from the Rock Bird Akali's Ninja Scythe Custom Smoke Bomb Sheep's Spirit Mask. Although still young, you already possess excellent personal qualities, but lack combat experience with a tendency towards physical skills. However, in situations where strengths are matched against weaknesses, you might be able to contend with, or even defeat some Jonin. Evaluation A special Jonin with exceptional skills. A special Jonin with exceptional skills, huh? That's decent. Akali nodded at the evaluation given by the system. Previously, her evaluation was that she was an elite Chunin capable of unexpectedly defeating most special Jonin, but her overall quality did not reach the level of a special Jonin. Now, after her personal attributes have improved, becoming a special Jonin seems quite reasonable. After all, based on Akali's experience from 6 years at the Ninja Academy, her technique, the Killer Instinct, would be rated at least A, if not S. The term exceptional skill is quite fitting, as Akali's Killer Instinct is a rapid thrust and assassination technique comparable to Kakashi's Chidori when activated with Lightning Chakra. As for the issue with Kakashi's Chidori, anyone who has watched Naruto knows it involves a personal speed that is too fast to control. Here, Akali's superiority is once again highlighted. Her skill points have increased, meaning she has mastered it without the drawback of needing special eyes like Kakashi. With such a piercing technique, Akali is undoubtedly a master. However, she still wants to take a moment to criticize the designers of League of Legends. If she were not the Fist of Shadow Akali, but rather the Blade Shadow Akali, her rating with a level 2 ultimate would definitely not be that of a special Jonin, but rather a proper Jonin. After all, what is the description of the Blade Shadow Akali's ultimate? Akali leaps over the target hero, dealing damage to all enemies along the way. But what about the Fist of Shadow Akali? Akali enters the shadows, rushing towards the enemy. The difference between entering the shadows and leaping over the target is a difference in dimension. But there is nothing to be done. After all, Akali has been reworked. Hopefully it can be undone later. After trying to allocate skill points to Killer Instinct and finding it impossible, Akali decided to let it go for now. Skill points can also be allocated to ninjutsu. What if she obtains some powerful ninjutsu later and needs to learn it quickly? But that's a matter for another time. Having dealt with the lottery, Akali fell into a deep sleep, planning for tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, and she agreed to meet Naruto early to spend time outdoors and take plenty of photos. The next day, bright and early, Akali stepped out of her room, heading outdoors for her shoot. However, while Akali was out taking pictures, outside of Konoha, in a once thriving, now dilapidated complex, Sasuke woke up expressionless, listening to the crisp chirping of birds in the empty house. For him, it was just another ordinary morning. Although the Uchiha clan had been limited to its own, it was as lively as the center of Konoha. At this time, it would either be his gentle mother bringing in breakfast or Itachi tapping his head and giving him some money to go hunt for food. These were the moments when Sasuke was the happiest. The pancakes from the uncle's shop at the entrance were delicious, and the buns from the corner shop were even more affordable. As a kid, Sasuke could often buy 2 pieces for just 1 coin. Sometimes he would shrewdly spend only half a coin to get 1 piece and save the rest. Although he, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, was not lacking in money, the joy of a child was that simple. Unfortunately, all of this vanished after that night. The once bustling Uchiha clan became silent, turning into a paradise for stray animals and birds. Every time Sasuke opened his eyes, he hoped to see everything from the past again, wishing for his mother to gently stroke his head and softly ask if he had nightmares the previous night. But unfortunately, every time he opened his eyes, the cold reality reminded him that everything had passed. After the night of the massacre, the third Hokage had arranged for him a house in the Konoha city area, considering his physical and mental health. However, Sasuke refused, wanting to witness it all, because only this way could he not forget the deep-seated hatred and pain. And this would be his driving force for growth. Then, wearing an expressionless face, he changed clothes, washed up, grabbed the cold rice ball left over from last night for breakfast, and stepped out the door. To be honest, the cold rice ball, after drying overnight, was not spoiled, but was dry and hard, not tasty at all, yet Sasuke chewed it expressionlessly. Because it didn't matter, a living alone was so perfunctory how any food that could sustain basic life was enough. If it weren't for the need to train, he wouldn't even want to eat breakfast. Thus, while chewing on the unappetizing rice ball, Sasuke walked towards the small lake not far from the clan grounds. Recently, his training with the Great Fireball technique had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to practice more to break through. Of course, compared to the tedious practice, Sasuke felt it would be better if he could engage in actual combat, but unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone to spar with. The Ninja Academy was too much like child's play. That classmate Akali was decent, but Sasuke always felt she hadn't fully unleashed her power. Otherwise, if he could have a serious match with Akali, Sasuke felt he should. Dogmaster Jean. A voice mixed with softness and shyness suddenly reached Sasuke's ears, instantly igniting male desire. Sasuke's mind went blank for a second or two. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel he heard a woman's voice from the corner of the nearby building? Sasuke paused, concentrating. Just then the wind changed direction, shifting from east to west, and a gentle breeze carried more sounds. Dogmaster Jean. Welcome home. Ask. Eat or eat. Dogmaster Jean. Not there. Who? The wind changed again, howling and drowning out the following sounds. Yet even hearing just the fragmented words of that enchanting voice, Sasuke could imagine what a lascivious scene awaited around the corner. Suddenly Sasuke froze in place as if struck by a chill. He had imagined the scene when his clan would flourish again, and the sight of him eliminating that man leading to the revival of the Uchiha. But he had never imagined the current situation. Someone was openly desecrating the land of his fallen Uchiha clan, treading on their blood and tears, proclaiming debauchery in broad daylight. Just the thought of foreign filthy fluids dripping onto this land soaked with Uchiha blood filled Sasuke with a fire more intense than the Great Fireball. And that intense negative emotion surged into his brain, giving birth to a cool, dark chakra. Feeling the sudden clarity of the world, Sasuke was momentarily stunned. Then a cruel smile appeared on his face. Gripping his kunai, Sasuke charged towards the direction of the voice. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's territory, Akali was still directing Naruto in the final shoot for the surprise video, based on the previous madness of selling pure photos. This time she planned to release a photo collection with a story titled roughly as preparing to commit suicide in the woods after work, only to encounter a fox that grants me favor and turns me into a succubus maid. Selling photos, those in the know understand, the standard edition features only the photo book. The deluxe edition comes with a voice collection of the fox maid, and the collector's edition includes both voice and animated videos. With a set of techniques from the 21st century, if Akali couldn't drain the wallets of these natives of the ninja world, who only knew fighting and killing without any entertainment or technological development, she'd personally debut on the streets. And this visit to the Uchiha clan territory was merely a coincidence. Akali initially intended to shoot in the forest, but while searching for a picturesque spot, she found herself here. However, she had a need for indoor town shooting, so Akali didn't leave. Yet as she was filming. Ding emotional value from Naruto, 99. Ding emotional value from Sarutobi, Hiruzen, 99. Ding emotional value from Yuzuki, Yuyin, 99. Ding emotional value from Sasuke, 99.99. Amid the collection of 99s, Sasuke's 99.99 stood out. Sasuke. Akali paused in her movements. She was somewhat puzzled. She had always known that the third Hokage was spying on her with a crystal ball, and it was normal for Yuzuki Yuyin to monitor Naruto's A and BU, so she brushed those aside. But where did Sasuke's emotional value come from? But she quickly realized. Because accompanied by a flurry of intense footsteps, Sasuke appeared from around the corner of the street, his eyes blood red, and exuding a violent killing intent, immediately locking onto Akali and Naruto. Clearly Sasuke's emotional value was due to them. It's normal for anyone to be angry if they found someone filming an inappropriate video in their home. But if that were the case, Akali couldn't help but glance at Naruto beside her. Question: what would you do if you were caught cross-dressing in your good friend's house, making extra money? Make a loud noise to cover it up. Wrong. The real shock is being unable to make a sound, just like Naruto at that moment. Seeing the sudden appearance of Sasuke, Naruto transformed into a female version wearing a white maid outfit was as if he had been petrified by a spell, freezing in place. Ding emotional value from Naruto, 99. Ding emotional value from Naruto, 999. Ding emotional value from Naruto, 99.99. Naruto's emotional value was rapidly spiking. His wildly trembling azure eyes made one suspect that he might have a cyber-psychotic break at any moment. Thus, to prevent Naruto from shouting about destroying the world and immediately breaking the seal of the Nine Tails, bringing everyone to their doom, Akali quickly stepped forward, positioning herself between Sasuke and Naruto, blocking Sasuke's scrutinizing gaze. This action directly shifted Sasuke's attention from Naruto to Akali. At that moment, having confirmed that the situation was not as extreme as he had imagined, Sasuke's killing intent diminished significantly. Instead, what replaced it was a mighty battle intent. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke was itching for a fight, craving an opponent to validate his strength. So, let me see just how much power you've been hiding in school, Akali. Sasuke growled lowly, raising his hand instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shuriken formed a perfect inverted triangle, locking onto Akali's eyes and throat. What's more remarkable is that although the shuriken were thrown sequentially, they created an effect of simultaneous advancement, making it impossible to counterattack in time. It's not an exaggeration to say that with this level of shuriken control, even ordinary Chunin wouldn't be worthy of carrying Sasuke's shoes, and a few special Jonin who were not skilled with shuriken would also have to choose to evade. However, once evaded, the initiative would be lost. Fortunately, Akali was not among that small portion. Although her shuriken technique wasn't as flashy as the Uchiha's, it was still her signature skill. Facing Sasuke's attack, Akali also threw 3 shuriken, mirroring the inverted triangle, and advancing in unison, clashing heat. At the same time, although her shuriken was launched later, it shot to the center line of the two, like a bullet exiting the chamber. In Akali's estimation, these 3 shuriken should be able to knock down Sasuke's shuriken, while maintaining their momentum and pressuring Sasuke's position. However, watching the impending collision before him, Sasuke's eyes widened, the dark single tomo rapidly spinning. I see it. Sasuke hurled out 2 kunai. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Akali's shuriken struck down Sasuke's, the 2 rapidly spinning kunai arrived ahead of time, slicing through the air. Then a shocking situation occurred. Under the influence of Sasuke's 2 kunai, after a dazzling series of collisions, the kunai struck down by Sasuke, along with Akali's launched kunai, unexpectedly turned around and flew back toward Akali. The 6 kunai, along with 2 shuriken, formed a net that surged at Akali and Naruto. Upon seeing this, Akali frowned slightly. Is this the famed Uchiha shuriken technique? Indeed impressive. It seems I really have to show some genuine skills today. Facing the net before her, Akali flipped her wrist chakra, surging in her palm, revealing a kunai that was entirely dark green, formed of condensed chakra. And this is my secret technique, Cold Shadow. A shadow flashed by, with a speed that even the Sharingan couldn't catch. Akali threw out 1. No, not 1 but 5. In Sasuke's shocked gaze, Akali's kunai multiplied from 1 to 5, as if using the shadow clone technique. 5 dark green kunai charged in like a herd of wild bulls, crashing into the meticulously constructed net of Sasuke. Then, ding, emotional value from Sasuke 999. Sasuke's shock turned to horror. Because his kunai were crafted at the Ninja Cat workshop, among the best in the entire ninja world, they shattered like a fragile membrane before Akali's hardened form. Clean, swift, and violent. Even within the Uchiha clan, known for their expertise in ninja tools, Sasuke had never witnessed such a clash of ninja tools. Sasuke even questioned whether that was truly a ninja tool. However, there was no time for him to ponder this now. Because after shattering Sasuke's tools, Akali's kunai continued their relentless advance. They arrived before Sasuke in the blink of an eye. The blood-red Sharingan reflected the dark green kunai. Sasuke had nowhere to evade. For the first time, a sense of impending death enveloped Sasuke's heart. Even during the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, when facing Itachi, he had never felt such a premonition of death. After all, deep down he could sense that Itachi would not kill him. But the current attack was different. The blades were merciless. If he couldn't withstand them, he would truly die. As he watched the dark-colored kunai approaching him, Sasuke's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and the single tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, converging towards the center. Vaguely, it seemed that a second tomo was about to appear. Fortunately, at the critical moment, with a violent surge that nearly tore his meridians apart, Sasuke suddenly unleashed his chakra, throwing his body backward into a perfect bridge pose. Akali's dark kunai grazed Sasuke's cheek, leaving a trail of crimson droplets. At this moment, the question Sasuke had was also answered. This wasn't a ninja tool, but a ninjutsu. Only the form of this ninjutsu had transformed into the shape of a kunai. Because at the instant Akali's kunai brushed against his cheek, Sasuke's Sharingan could clearly see a faint white chakra ring expanding centered around him. With Sasuke's knowledge, he knew this was some kind of chakra mark. Thus, disregarding the stinging pain in his waist from the sudden outburst of chakra, he forcefully twisted his waist and stood upright. Sure enough, at that moment, Akali had already drawn out her ninja scythe, passing through the chakra ring. Instantly, Akali's speed surged. The distance of over 10 meters between them vanished in the blink of an eye. A chain of chakra connected to the end of the ninja scythe allowed it to be swung like a helicopter. Sasuke had no time to be surprised before being caught up in a close-quarters battle that was akin to a torrential storm. In Naruto's astonished gaze, Sasuke, who had ranked first in the ninja school and was invincible, could only fight while retreating, relying on the dynamic vision of his Sharingan and his excellent physical coordination to barely hold on, almost without any power to counterattack. Meanwhile, Akali, who had barely ranked third in school due to her theoretical exam scores being lower than Sakura's, was becoming increasingly casual in her attacks. The sharp ninja scythe shattered blue bricks and pierced walls, yet it never struck Sasuke directly. However, even so, the shattered stones from the slashes and the dust swirling from the battle still dragged Sasuke inexorably towards the abyss. That posture was like an adult beating a child. Yet strangely enough, Naruto couldn't say that this child Sasuke was weak. For with such a level of offense, once he was drawn into it, Naruto couldn't even manage to take the first hit. Many of Akali's attacks were simply beyond his comprehension. The gap lay bare before him. Ding. Naruto's emotional value, 999. Watching the battle unfold, even the optimistic Naruto wore a bitter smile. Is this the power of Akali and Sasuke? Is this what it means to be a genius? I thought that as long as I worked hard I could catch up to them. It's good that I agreed to Akali. Naruto was very glad that he hadn't refused back then. Otherwise, how could he ever catch up to these geniuses? He couldn't even bear to think about it. Regarding what Akali wanted him to do, Naruto felt an unexpected surge of positivity. At this moment, as Naruto's heart began to undergo a transformation, the pressure Akali placed on Sasuke also reached its peak. In another swing of the ninja scythe, Sasuke was caught off guard and sent flying by the back of Akali's scythe. Bang! The figure dressed in a deep blue top and white shorts was thrown high into the air, spinning out of control. After 3 complete rotations, Sasuke finally landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. His once pristine deep blue top and white shorts from the ninja school were now torn and stained, covered in dirt and blood. If one didn't look at his face, it would be hard to believe that this disheveled youth was the heartthrob of the ninja school, the genius of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, it was uncertain whether Akali had been too ruthless or if Sasuke's heart had once again shattered after a moment of clarity, leaving him unable to regain his senses. After falling face down, Sasuke lay still for a long time without moving. Fortunately, just as Naruto was about to worry and step forward to check, Sasuke finally let out a pained groan and then forcefully turned himself over. Gazing at the boundless blue sky, 3 questions echoed in Sasuke's mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After frowning and pondering for a while, Sasuke, who had been completely bewildered by Akali, finally remembered. Oh, my name is Uchiha Sasuke, an orphan whose entire family has perished, and also a seeker of revenge. This morning I set out to practice ninjutsu, but halfway I found someone taking photos in the Uchiha clan's territory without my consent. One of them was my classmate who ranked 2nd in practical combat at the ninja school. Although he couldn't beat me, I always felt he was hiding his true strength. Coincidentally, I encountered a bottleneck in my ninjutsu training and awakened my Sharingan, needing an opponent to test my strength. So I challenged him. As a result, I lost. Lost terribly in a crushing defeat. Ding. Sasuke's emotional value, 9,999. Sasuke painfully shut his eyes. He couldn't understand why, as an Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan, he would be defeated so thoroughly. And Akali's strength, why could it be so formidable? It was one thing for Akali to have hidden her strength at school, but why couldn't he even defeat her after awakening his eyes? Wasn't it said that once an Uchiha awakened the Sharingan, their strength would undergo a qualitative change? Simultaneously, a soul-searching question emerged in Sasuke's heart. If he couldn't surpass a civilian genius like Akali, how could he ever find that man to take his revenge? Burdened by various doubts, Sasuke fell silent. Intense emotions swirled within him. Finally, amidst the astonished gazes of Akali and Naruto, Sasuke roared, staggering to his feet. I haven't lost and I can't lose. Ignoring the pain all over my body, with blood-red eyes wide open, Sasuke resembled a gambler blinded by rage. I still have a trump card. Akali, you merely have the upper hand for the moment. I was just careless. Do you dare to take another hit from me? Heh. Looking at the stubborn Sasuke, Akali chuckled. No problem. Whatever technique you have left, feel free to use it. All right. Sasuke nodded. Then he brought his hands together, fingers intertwined to form a shaky seal. Next, he raised the index and middle fingers of both hands while curling the other 3 fingers, placing his right hand beneath his left. This was the incomplete seal. Finally, he formed the seals for fire release, great fireball technique. The hand seal for fire release, great fireball technique was complete. 6 seals, 6 seconds. Yet even with such a slow formation, the fireball jutsu ingrained in the very bones of the Uchiha clan was still conjured by Sasuke. The blazing chakra began to accumulate in Sasuke's chest. Perhaps it was his desperate focus, perhaps the awakening of his Sharingan contributed, or perhaps it was a breakthrough he gained from the aftermath of battle. Sasuke could clearly feel that this fireball would be the most powerful one he had ever unleashed since mastering this jutsu. Sensing this, Sasuke's grim expression finally eased a little. Thus suppressing the release of the jutsu, disregarding the flames that had already reached his throat, about to scorch the corners of his mouth, Sasuke said to Akali, I can't control this next jutsu. If you can't handle it, find a way to dodge. Akali, don't die. Sasuke's expression was extremely serious. Upon seeing this, Naruto began to worry as well. He understood Sasuke. With Sasuke's pride, it was rare for him to offer such a warning, implying that he was indeed confident. Akali, maybe you should. Naruto wanted to remind her. But Akali's words interrupted him, cutting him off. Relax, it's just a fireball, right? Ridiculous. Can a fireball kill someone? I never knew that. With a casual wave of her hand, Akali said nonchalantly. The renowned charity jutsu, she was really frightened. All right. Seeing Akali's attitude, Sasuke ceased to speak. After all, a kind word can't persuade a stubborn ghost. No longer suppressing the flames within, Sasuke took a deep breath, causing his chest to swell and his cheeks to puff up like a frog. Finally, like a dam bursting, the long-suppressed flames and the chakras surrounding him were expelled as Sasuke released an extremely fine high-pressure fire line. Under pressure, the fire line surged forward, quickly expanding into a massive fireball only 3 to 4 meters from his body. Clearly a fireball jutsu, it paradoxically produced the effect of fire extinguishment. What followed was a speed far exceeding that of a fireball. Although the fireball was powerful, its slow speed earned it the name charity jutsu, as it couldn't kill. However, fire extinguishment had never been associated with such a label. At that moment, the enormous fireball, akin to a dump truck, sped toward Akali at over 20 meters per second. And at 20 meters per second, it was equivalent to a car traveling at over 70. Such speed could injure even a fragile ice cream cone, let alone a massive fireball. Even during the casting, Sasuke's expression underwent subtle changes. He held no grudge against Akali. At that moment, he merely wished to prove himself, never intending to kill. Thus, after unleashing this unprecedentedly powerful fireball, Sasuke immediately turned his attention to Akali. Then his heart sank. For even in the face of his fireball, Akali remained utterly unmoved. Just as she had said, a fireball was not worth her dodging. However, it wasn't just Akali. What left Sasuke speechless was that the woman beside Akali also stood foolishly behind her, choosing not to evade. Thus a question arose in Sasuke's mind. Are they really that confident? Do they truly trust Akali this much? If Akali could hear Sasuke's thoughts, she would surely respond, yes, I am that confident. However, whether Naruto believed her or simply failed to react, Akali had no way of knowing. She didn't even know if Naruto had moved away. At this moment, Akali resembled a sprinter, her body slightly crouched, ready to dash. Dense chakra gathered like a shadow, coalescing around her body. From a distance, the emerald Akali appeared to have donned a knight's suit. Yet Akali knew it was not a knight's suit, but the power of shadows. Ninja from the Balanced sect could traverse between the physical world and the spiritual realm thanks to this power. It was a strength similar to Nara's shadows, but even stronger. At this moment, wrapped in the power of shadows, prepared to slip into the twilight veil, it signaled that Akali was ready. Thus, gripping her ninja sickle with both hands, Akali pushed off with her toes. Whoosh! A pitch-black light erupted suddenly, instantly reaching brightness comparable to that of the fireball. Then, under the astonished gazes of Naruto and Sasuke, a light slightly dimmer than that of the fireball began to part Sasuke's fireball evenly from the center. Subsequently, that light transformed into a human form wielding the still flaming ninja sickle, elegantly appearing beside Sasuke. This scene resembled that of a deity. Ding emotional points from Sasuke, 9999. Ding emotional points from Naruto, 999. Akali glanced slightly at Sasuke, who was panting heavily on his knees due to the extensive chakra consumption and bodily injuries, then extinguished the flames with her sickle. She didn't speak, but her orange-yellow eyes seemed to convey, "See, I told you the fireball was nothing to worry about." Sasuke displayed a wry smile as physical exhaustion, chakra depletion, and the mental strain of failure surged within him, compelling him to want to collapse. Yet Sasuke still held on to his last breath. Reluctantly, he looked at Akali and asked, "What is the name of this technique?" "It's called killing chaos." Akali replied gently. "To be more specific, it should be called one segment, as there is another segment that is even fiercer. But for a mere fireball, one segment is already overkill." "Is that so?" Hearing Akali's words, Sasuke fell into complete silence. He might have wanted to say something more, but at that moment his body could no longer hold up. Bang! Sasuke's eyes rolled back as he collapsed forward. Ding emotional points from Naruto, 9999. "What is gay?" Naruto's panicked voice rang out. But this time no one would respond to him with red eyes. Gay was simply overindulgence. For a moment Naruto looked at Akali somewhat flustered. "Sasuke, he won't die, right?" "It's not that simple. He merely exhausted too much chakra and fainted. I was careful with my strength." Looking at Naruto, who was in a panic like a little widow, Akali rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Besides, that perverted voyeur over there hasn't even shown himself, yet has he? What, there's someone else here?" Hearing Akali's words, Naruto was a bit surprised. "Of course. Look, isn't that him over there?" Akali pointed to a nearby rooftop. Naruto followed her gaze. Sure enough, as soon as he heard Akali's voice, a tall figure clad in a jonin vest leaped down. Only the jet-black mask, the forehead protector pulled down to conceal his left eye, and his silvery hair betrayed his identity. None other than Kakashi Hatake, the legendary mentor of the new Sanin Obito's beloved comrade, and the sixth Hokage of Konoha. Seeing Kakashi appear out of nowhere, Naruto gasped in shock. There really is a perverted peeping Tom. What perverted peeping Tom? Kakashi frowned slightly. Such coarse language. You children these days truly lack basic courtesy. He gazed at Naruto, still transformed into Naruto, clad in white stocking-made attire, utterly unruffled, as if this were his natural state. Kakashi inwardly mused, who's the more bizarre one here remains debatable. Indeed, even thinking about it made him wince faintly. How had his own student, once a perfectly ordinary boy, become like this? Could this be what they call parenthood? A chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Kakashi's emotional resonance 999. His thoughts churned disoriented. Yet Naruto's predicament was now secondary. Kakashi turned his gaze toward Akali, eyes narrowing slightly to veil his deepening gravity. You actually defeated that famed Uchiha Sasuke. What's your name, brat? Glancing briefly at Sasuke lying unconscious nearby, Akali stepped forward. Before asking someone else's name, shouldn't you at least introduce yourself? Humph. A cheeky little one, aren't you? Kakashi chuckled lazily. Very well. If you've asked so sincerely, I'll grant you this mercy and tell you. I am Kakashi Hatake, Jonin of Konoha. With that, he strode forward until he stood before Akali and Naruto. Children, do you know what crime it is for shinobi, especially comrades, to engage in unauthorized brawls and harm fellow villagers? As Kakashi spoke, his presence surged forth, elite Jonin strength verging on cage level, unleashed without restraint, pressing down upon them, like Mount Fuji itself descending from the heavens. Above, dark clouds gathered heavy and suffocating, as if the city walls themselves trembled beneath their weight. With a sharp pop, Naruto's transformation shattered under the sheer pressure. And Naruto himself collapsed halfway to his knees, face pale, with terror sweat dripping from his brow. Trapped in a waking nightmare, he could not escape. Yet compared to Naruto, Akali remained remarkably composed. Though her pulse quickened slightly beneath Kakashi's aura, no illusion clouded her vision, and her expression remained utterly impassive. After all, Kakashi still held back for Naruto's sake. His chakra pressure radiated broadly, not targeted, not locked onto any single individual. Thus Akali merely arched a delicate brow as she studied Kakashi, pondering why he had appeared here. Had her recent battle drawn the attention of the third Hokage, prompting him to dispatch Kakashi for inspection? That seemed plausible. Naruto hadn't yet graduated, whose shadow operatives constantly monitored him, and the third often observed through crystal ball surveillance. And Akali's intuition proved spot on. Kakashi had indeed rushed here under urgent orders from the third Hokage, though the mission's purpose remained unclear even to him. All he'd been told was go see. But now, witnessing Akali remain unshaken beneath his overwhelming presence, Kakashi understood. The third's intent was clear: initiate contact and conduct an assessment. Yet Naruto was always shadowed by Yinbyu operatives. Hadn't they witnessed Akali's interaction with him? Why deploy Kakashi Hatake himself, rather than rely on those silent watchers? Kakashi knew the answer was no. For though he'd arrived hastily, he'd also seen Akali cleave through the great fireball technique with a single blade strike. If his eyes hadn't deceived him, that was at least in a rank jutsu. And that was precisely what stunned him most, because he'd never seen such a technique before, which meant it was almost certainly self-invented. To devise in a rank jutsu at age 12, what did that signify? Put simply, the last known 12-year-old to achieve this feat was Kakashi Hatake himself. Had Kakashi not withdrawn from duty after successive tragedies, he might well have become the fifth Hokage. Akali's worth, therefore, was incalculable. Moreover, she'd sensed even his faintest chakra leakage the moment he arrived. Now, facing his naturally emanating aura, she remained utterly unmoved. Combining these observations, Kakashi formed a preliminary estimate of Akali's true capabilities. For assessment purposes alone, this was already sufficient. Suddenly, Kakashi smiled, and his oppressive aura dissolved, melting away like spring rain. From a haughty elite jonin, he transformed into a warm, dependable senior. All right. No need to tense up. I was only joking. What you two did wasn't fighting, it was sparring. I simply got carried away meeting such a talented and charming junior. Akali, excellent work. Kakashi gave her the subtle, affirming nod unique to Konoha's elite. Then he approached Naruto and gently lifted him to his feet. Kid, you alright? He vigorously ruffled Naruto's golden hair, the same shade as Minato Namake's, then clapped him firmly on the shoulder. Display the courage of a true man. This pressure means nothing. Didn't you see how Akali's gaze didn't flicker even once? Ding. Naruto's emotional resonance 99. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto snapped back to reality, internally exasperated. How could he possibly compare himself to a monster like Akali? Yet once Kakashi voluntarily withdrew his intimidation, Naruto remembered his urgency. Hey old man, you're a jonin, right? Then hurry up and check on Sasuke. Still rattled, Naruto grumbled seriously, bursting in like that. Not a shred of jonin composure. Yeah. Kakashi raised both hands in mock surrender. He paid no mind to Naruto's complaints, but Sasuke's condition genuinely concerned him. Having reassured Naruto, Kakashi moved to Sasuke's side, pushed up his headband, and activated his Sharingan to examine him closely. Moments later, under Naruto's anxious gaze, Kakashi lowered his headband and looked up at him. Gulp. Naruto swallowed hard. So how is he? Don't worry. Sasuke's fine, Kakashi replied with a gentle smile. He's simply exhausted his chakra reserves and skipped breakfast. Nothing more than temporary collapse. With that, Kakashi hoisted Sasuke onto his back. I'll take him to the hospital for intravenous fluids. Oh good. That's a relief. Naruto relaxed visibly. Thanks, Jonin-senpai. Earlier, Kakashi's intimidating entrance had soured Naruto's impression, but now that Kakashi volunteered to escort Sasuke to the hospital, Naruto's attitude softened markedly. Utterly human and utterly real. Leave it to me. With a final nod to Naruto and Akali, Kakashi vanished in a blur of Shunshin, gone in the blink of an eye. Looking at the place where Kakashi had vanished, Naruto's eyes showed a hint of longing. Is this what it means to be a jonin? How carefree. Akali turned to Naruto, her expression gentle. Are you envious? Envious. Naruto nodded vigorously. Akali's expression changed. Then why aren't you packing up quickly? We need to redo the filming we just did. Off. Naruto's face instantly turned sour. We still have to film. Can't we use what we just did? I meant can't we continue from where we left off? Looking at Akali's suddenly sharp gaze, Naruto cautiously replied. In response, Akali simply smiled sweetly, her eyes curving. What do you think? Naruto glanced around. Although Akali had cut through Sasuke's great fireball, the dispersed fireballs wreaked havoc as a storm on the nearby shops. The shattered street was certainly not suitable for filming. Alright. Naruto sighed, deeply lamenting the hardships of life, his once straight back now hunched. Thus, with a downcast Naruto, or rather Naruto, Akali searched for another location in the Uchiha clan area to continue filming. However, just as they were continuing with the filming, Kakashi had already taken Sasuke to the Konoha hospital and had personally arrived at the Hokage's office. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, standing with his hands behind his back and a cigarette in his mouth, had already been waiting for a while. Hokage-sama. Kakashi greeted him. Oh Kakashi, how is Sasuke? The third Hokage turned around and asked kindly. He's fine, Hokage-sama. Akali is very considerate. Sasuke just has a soft tissue bruise and is out of chakra. He just needs to rest. Listening to Kakashi's report, the third Hokage nodded, then asked, Kakashi, what do you think of Akali? How is she? Akali, huh? Remembering their brief interaction, Kakashi organized his thoughts. She is a genius. In terms of personality, she has a bit of the arrogance that comes with being a genius, but it seems much better than I was back then. Kakashi was quite puzzled. Hokage-sama, how come I've never heard of such a genius before? Well, on one hand, Akali is very low-key both in class and in life. It's only recently that she's become more active. On the other hand, of course, I covered up the information. The third Hokage said as he took out a file bag. From the lacquered flame pattern, Kakashi could tell that this was a document from the Umbu. Kakashi inquired with his eyes, Hokage-sama, this is an Umbu document. I know it's an Umbu document, but it doesn't matter, just take a look. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi took the file bag with both hands, then untied the string at the opening and pulled out a small stack of reports. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes moved. For this was a batch of investigation assistance reports transmitted from the sealing team to the Umbu. As everyone knows, the entire Konoha is shrouded in a large sensing barrier where all chakra fluctuations within cannot escape the perception of the barrier. The third Hokage's crystal ball is also a product of the Great Barrier. Therefore, once there is an unusual chakra fluctuation, the barrier team will immediately sense it and coordinate the Umbu to investigate for any abnormalities. The results of the Umbu's investigation will then be written on the back of the investigation assistance report. Seeing this, Kakashi began to speculate about the content of the report. Upon closer inspection, indeed, this was an investigation report on Akali by the Umbu. Through reviewing the traces at the training grounds, they discovered that Akali had a technique with a power level of at least B rank, although it seemed to still be in development and not yet mature. Subsequently, the Umbu submitted it step by step as per regulations, and in the end the report reached the third Hokage. Finally, there was the third Hokage's approval to keep observing without interference. Kakashi flipped through the reports and found that the earliest report dated back to 6 years ago. Kakashi was quite surprised. 6 years ago, Hokage-sama, you already discovered Akali? Yes. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke, revealing a nostalgic smile. It's just that Akali's sensing ability is too keen. Most of the time, the Umbu could only judge the level of her technique development through traces at the scene. If it weren't for her using it herself this time, I wouldn't have known she had perfected it to this extent. 6 years, how fast time flies. The third Hokage sighed. However, listening to the third Hokage's narration, Kakashi was still puzzled. You had been paying attention to Akali 6 years ago, so why did you still send someone to evaluate her? Isn't that redundant? Kakashi's puzzled gaze turned back to the third Hokage. Seeing Kakashi's expression, the third Hokage knew what he was thinking. Calling you to take a look, of course, has its purpose. The third Hokage explained, did I not tell you that I had suppressed the information about Akali? Can you guess why I suppressed her information? Why? Kakashi suddenly raised his head, his expression enlightened. Seeing this, the third Hokage shook the ash from his cigarette. It seems you have guessed it. That's right. Kakashi revealed a hint of nostalgia. So that's what you were thinking, Hokage-sama. In his era, there were some individuals who showed a bit of excellence during their time in the Ninja Academy, but weren't exactly prominent figures, thus not very noticeable. So after graduation, it was normal not to receive any news from them for a long time, and one might think they had faded into obscurity. But it wasn't until Kakashi joined the Umbu that he was astonished to discover so many familiar faces within the Umbu. Upon inquiring further, Kakashi found out that they had been recommended to the Umbu by their team leaders shortly after graduating. And the benefits of such arrangements need not be mentioned. Clearly, Akali was also arranged this way in the third Hokage's plans. Yet despite having made arrangements, the third Hokage still sent him to check on Akali. So, Hokage-sama, you changed your mind, didn't you? That's right. The third Hokage nodded. I initially thought Akali's personality was more suited for the Umbu, but it seems lately that she was just not focused on socializing. After completing her secret technique training, she immediately became active. With that, arranging her into the Umbu would be somewhat inappropriate. Of course, one point the third Hokage had not yet mentioned was that Akali was now mingling with Naruto, forming bonds, and he would be even less likely to sever such bonds. For someone like Naruto, who is a Jinchuriki, the more bonds the better. Kakashi certainly understood this as well. At this point, Kakashi finally began to grasp the third Hokage's intentions. Hokage-sama, so you plan to arrange for Akali to join my team? I do have a bit of that thought, so I want to ask for your opinion. Listening to the third Hokage's words, Kakashi fell into deep contemplation. He was aware of the upcoming class arrangement. Originally in Kakashi's class, there would be Naruto, Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. It appeared to be a balanced mix of 2 boys and 1 girl from Konoha, a decent combination with an excellent student and 1 lagging behind. In reality, 2 of them were well connected. If the third Hokage intended to add Akali to his team, then Sakura would have to be replaced. In that case, Naruto, Sasuke, and Akali would form an extraordinarily luxurious Team 7. In the foreseeable future, Team 7 could even become a force as formidable as the legendary Sannin. If Team 7 became like the Sannin, Kakashi's status would naturally be unquestionable. After all, the one who trained the Sannin was sitting right before Kakashi. Wearing the yellow robe is not an impossible feat. After all, the choice of wearing the yellow robe is never based on the robe's opinion. However, after a moment of careful consideration, Kakashi slowly shook his head, rejecting the third Hokage's proposal. Forget it, Lord Hokage. Oh, hearing Kakashi's response, a glimmer of light flashed in the third Hokage's eyes, and his hunched body seemed to straighten a little. The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, gazing at Kakashi with curiosity. Why Kakashi? Kakashi, however, did not notice the scrutinizing gaze of the third Hokage. He simply smiled wryly and said, because I lack the confidence to lead them well. In my estimation, among the 3 in Team 7, the only one I could truly teach seriously is probably Sasuke. That child is quite compatible with me. He can learn whatever I know. And as for Naruto, Lord Jiraiya should be returning soon, right? With Jiraiya back, Kakashi naturally did not need to worry about Naruto's guidance. So all Kakashi had to do was to hold the fort until Jiraiya returned. Moreover, Jiraiya is the one who truly inherited the third Hokage's teaching prowess. He is an absolute master. Teaching Naruto personally is the best arrangement for Naruto. As for Sakura, no problem, Naruto and Sasuke are all arranged for. How delightful, how delightful. At this moment, listening to Kakashi's narration, the third Hokage understood his intentions. The third Hokage nodded. That guy Jiraiya is indeed coming back. So Kakashi could indeed remain unconcerned about Naruto. But what about Akali, Kakashi? Are you really not considering it? Such a prodigy, she is simply a second version of you, and she is following the same path you did back, then you certainly have something to teach her. The third Hokage fixed his gaze on Kakashi's right eye, his tone filled with temptation. Kakashi, if you could train Akali well, you might leave your name in history. Forget it, Lord Hokage. You know I don't care about these things. Kakashi chuckled, bitterly rejecting him for the second time. Though Akali is wonderful, Kakashi truly lacked the ambition. No, it is absolutely not, because he is a bit afraid that Akali might lead Naruto astray. Seeing Kakashi's second refusal, the third Hokage slowly nodded, falling into contemplation. At this point, his previously relaxed demeanor turned entirely loose. Then the third Hokage smiled and stopped persuading Kakashi. In that case, let's drop it. Kakashi, what do you think if I arranged Akali into Hong's team? Horn's team, huh? Kakashi started to think, but who would be replaced? Inuzuka. The third Hokage answered without hesitation, without any thought process. Inuzuka, huh? Kakashi thought for a moment. That seems to be feasible. Team 8 is designed as a pure reconnaissance specialized team, but with Byakugan and insects, their reconnaissance methods are sufficient. Placing Inuzuka in would primarily be to supplement frontline combat power. His role overlaps somewhat with Shino Aburame. Thus, replacing Inuzuka with Akali can also be seen as a high-level substitution. After realizing this, Kakashi displayed an admiring expression and casually flattered, Lord Hokage, your wisdom is truly awe-inspiring. Huh. The third Hokage let out a hearty laugh. From the broad smile on his face, it was evident that Kakashi's flattery had indeed struck the right chord with the third Hokage. The third Hokage said modestly, I merely thought a bit more than usual. It's nothing special. Then let's settle this matter. Kakashi, thank you for your cooperation. The third Hokage tapped his pipe and emptied the burnt tobacco. Seeing his attitude, Kakashi understood perfectly. Kakashi respectfully replied, serving Lord Third Hokage is my duty. Now I shall take my leave. Go on. The third Hokage nodded. However, just as Kakashi was about to leave, the third Hokage suddenly remembered. By the way, Kakashi, I have one more small favor to ask of you. Please call Hong over, as I have some matters I wish to discuss with her. Understood, Lord Hokage. Having shed one troublesome task, Kakashi felt quite good and readily agreed. Subsequently, Kakashi left the Hokage Tower and headed to Hong's residence to find her. However, at the base of Hinata Yuha's residence, the first person Kakashi saw was not Hong, but Asuma Sarutobi, who had just returned to Konoha village. At this moment, Asuma was waiting downstairs for Hinata, holding something in his hands. Upon seeing this, Kakashi did not think much of it. After all, it was common knowledge that Asuma had liked Hinata since his student days. If it weren't for the falling out between Asuma and the third Hokage later leading him to become one of the 12 guardian ninja, they might have been married for many years by now. Wait, married? Kakashi suddenly realized that Hinata and Asuma would likely become a family in the future. So recalling the third Hokage's attitude today, Kakashi instantly understood. From the beginning, the third Hokage never intended for him to train Akali, because what the third Hokage was likely considering was to have Asuma Sarutobi take over his role. Otherwise, just look at the class Asuma and Hinata are leading. Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame. Almost all the prominent clans in Konoha, plus the already formidable Sarutobi and the quiet, yet capable Shimizu, the two elder statesmen. It is not an exaggeration to say that this network of connections covers nearly 60 of Konoha's active power. In a place like Konoha, mastering the power of the ninja clans makes it easy to become Hokage. As for why he kept asking if he would take Akali on, it's simple, it was merely the third Hokage's test. Because Konoha is such an environment, the presence of an outstanding disciple can greatly assist the teacher. And if Akali were added, Kakashi's influence would be too overwhelming. After realizing this, a wave of disgust began to resonate in Kakashi's heart. Kakashi never imagined that someone could scheme to this extent for the position of Hokage. However, no matter how disgusted he felt, one undeniable point is that unless he stops slacking off right now, utilizing all his connections and resources, he won't return to the motivated state he was in after being thoroughly defeated by Orochimaru. Otherwise, he has no means to retaliate against the third Hokage. As for whether he can successfully counterattack, that wasn't in Kakashi's considerations, as his identity and status are clearly established. As a disciple of Minato Namikaze, Kakashi naturally inherited the foundation of the fourth Hokage's legacy, and he also comes from the Umbu with a decent relationship between the ninja clan and Minato. Moreover, let's put it this way, if Kakashi told Guy that he wanted to compete for the position of Hokage, how many doors of support do you think Guy would open today? Who in Konoha can match Guy, who has opened the 8 gates? It's evident that Kakashi is not yet able to make such a determination. Or rather, he needs to think more seriously about whether he has the resolve to shoulder everything. Thus, after conveying the third Hokage's orders to Hong, Kakashi left in silence. Of course, the situation on Kakashi's side was unknown to Akali. For her future class placements and who the Hokage is are all abstract, only strength is real. Coincidentally, after experiencing these conflicts, although she didn't get paid since the photos hadn't been sold, yet Akali's emotional value had accumulated by more than 500. This means she could conduct 6 draws for emotional value again. Filled with excitement, Akali, just out of the shower, wore only an oversized t-shirt and little underwear, her long fair legs bare, as she sat cross-legged on her bed, eagerly opening the drawer in her face. System conducts 6 draws for emotional value. Akali said. Ding host command detected the draw begins. With the appearance of the system, the familiar super big turntable reappeared before Akali's eyes. And at the moment it appeared, it began to spin. However, looking at the big turntable, Akali felt as if it had more options compared to before, though she wasn't sure if it was just her illusion. Akali looked closely. Unfortunately, the big turntable had already reached maximum speed, nearly turning into an afterimage. And Akali's eyes weren't impaired, yet she couldn't see clearly. Still, she made a judgment. Indeed, the options on the big turntable had increased. Because the results of the draw had come out. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining through emotional value draw summoner skill haste, talent rune swiftness, talent rune cloak of agility, hero skill telekinesis, hextech enhancement might, hextech rune smoke bomb. Looking at the newly drawn items, Akali fell silent. The effects of haste, swiftness, and cloak of agility need not be elaborated. Haste can provide a short-term acceleration effect, while swiftness is a percentage increase to her overall movement speed. The effect of Cloak of Agility is paired with the Summoner skill. After Akali uses the Summoner skill, it can provide a burst of agility. The 3 items obtained today can be said to fully enhance her agility. As for Syndra's W skill Telekinesis, Akali felt that the initial level of telekinesis isn't particularly strong because its strength depends not on her skill level, but on her mental strength. Given Akali's current mental strength, the telekinesis she could use would only be something like moving a cup, which felt somewhat lackluster. However, that's okay. Akali can wait for the later stages, and given that the skill can be drawn for all heroes, it's very normal for her to occasionally draw a couple of underwhelming skills. But starting from telekinesis, the subsequent items became a bit strange. If the previous ones conformed to the emotional value draw obtaining hero skills, runes, and equipment. Because this Hextech Enhancement Might and Hextech Rune Smoke Bomb. If Akali remembers correctly, the former Hextech Enhancement Might is a mode that was newly introduced in League of Legends before her transmigration, the Champion Enhancement, in the Arena of Courage. Hextech Enhancement Might's effect is similar to Swiftness, providing a percentage increase to attack power. At this point, it can still be understood, after all, this is an enhancement for champions. What Akali couldn't understand the most was this final item. That is the Hextech Rune Smoke Bomb. Its effect is very simple. When Akali is about to take critical damage, it forcibly casts a smoke bomb to allow her to evade damage and remove all negative effects. What does this concept mean? To put it simply, among the wizards in Western fantasy, there is a concept known as constant spell. Wizards can maintain certain escape abilities on themselves, such as automatically entering a random teleportation state after being attacked. And this Hextech Rune Smoke Bomb is such a constant spell. It's not an exaggeration to say that with this item, even if Akali is caught by a ceiling zombie, she would still have a way to escape. But the problem is this item is a Hextech rune from a game mode known as Teamfight Tactics, which is often referred to as chess for entertainment, designed for enhancing units. Could she really draw something like this? Akali couldn't comprehend, but she was greatly shocked. The issue is if she can draw things from the Arena of Courage and Teamfight Tactics. Another question arose before Akali. What exactly will she become in the future? An Akali who can deal critical hits with every basic attack, adding a secondary attack that targets all enemies. Akali fell silent. But to be honest, she was quite looking forward to what that would be like. What does Who is the god of Otsutsuki? I shall end his life with a single strike. The one strike flow Akali rune is ready. Mean. Tactical lean back. JPG. However, while the prospect of one-shotting little kids in the future is very enticing, Akali knows this is a fantasy. Ahem. Akali wiped the non-existent drool from the corner of her mouth and patted her youthful collagen-rich face to snap herself back to reality. Then she elegantly flopped onto the bed, covering herself with the blanket, leaving only her mouth and nose exposed, and Akali fell into a sweet slumber. Sleep now. Everything will be fine when you wake up. Tomorrow she has to take the film and video from today to negotiate terms with the magazine. Whether it's good food or spicy drinks, it's all in that wave. However, focused on her own matters, Akali was unaware. After the third Hokage had a deep discussion with Asuma. Within just one day, the news that the last Uchiha heir, Konoha's super genius Uchiha Sasuke, was defeated by a peer and carried into Konoha Hospital by Kakashi spread from top to bottom and bottom to top. Thus, after Akali spent the entire day dealing with Naruto's photo publication and then had a good night's sleep, she arrived at the ninja school the next day. As soon as she walked in, Akali saw an unfamiliar classmate approaching Sakura with a mysterious demeanor. Sakura, have you heard? Huh. Upon overhearing the girl's conversation, Akari turned her head before Sakura could even respond. It wasn't that she particularly cared about these young girls. Rather, any statement beginning with "have you heard?" invariably heralded a widely circulated rumor, urban legend, or outright fiction. Yet Akari had spent the past few days moving about the village and heard no major news. Sakura clearly shared the same bewilderment. Heard what? Oh my, Sakura, you don't know. The passing classmate clapped a hand over her mouth in feigned astonishment. Glancing left and right to ensure no one was watching, she leaned inconspiratorially towards Sakura and whispered, Itachi supposedly got Sasuke hospitalized. What a... Sakura froze mid-breath. Then her emerald eyes widened visibly as she gasped sharply and grounded her chi. Akari silently covered her ears. As expected, the next instant erupted with a shriek, so piercing it could be heard clear across the neighboring classroom. Sasuke was hospitalized. But Sakura whirled towards Sasuke, desperate for confirmation. Akari bore Sasuke no grudge. Her strikes had never targeted his face. And youth blessed with swift chakra recovery bore none of Kakashi's post-exertion exhaustion, the kind that left him looking utterly drained. Thus, outwardly Sasuke appeared perfectly unscathed. No trace remained of the weekend beating had endured. At least, not originally. Thanks to Sakura's outburst, however, everyone now knew Sasuke had been hospitalized over the weekend. Ding! A surge of emotional resonance from Shikamaru 99. Ding! From Choji 99. Ding! From Shino 99. Ding! From an anonymous bystander. Akari's system interface flooded once more with cascading emotional resonance, courtesy of Sakura's single seismic scream. Watching the entire class's emotional resonance harvested almost instantly, Akari lowered her hands from her ears and gazed at Sakura in awe. Should she call her Sakurasama? Truly, only a woman bold enough to wrest Sasuke from Naruto's grasp could pull off such audacity. Ding! A massive wave of emotional resonance from Sakura herself, 999. Abandoning the girl who'd started it all, Sakura dashed to Sasuke's side, stammering frantic apologies. 3M, so sorry Sasuke, I didn't mean it. Besides, how could Sasuke possibly end up in the hospital? He's that strong. Even our instructors can't gain the upper hand against him. So this must be a rumor. No, definitely a rumor. Her voice grew firmer with each word, until she'd fully convinced herself. To Sakura, still unacquainted with true power, the very notion of an invincible Sasuke collapsing was unimaginable. Yet Akari sighed, inwardly pressing a palm to her forehead. Indeed, early-stage Sakura possessed zero skill in reading subtle cues. Had she not noticed Sasuke's complexion shifting from pitch black to ashen gray? Like Sakura, Sasuke, when provoked, spared no one's dignity. In the next instant, Sakura froze mid-sentence. Her pupils dilated, her face paled, her slender shoulders trembling, as if confronted by unspeakable horror. Akari followed Sakura's line of sight. Sure enough, Sasuke's Sharingan had activated. His eerie crimson eyes glowed with cold, predatory intensity, locked unblinkingly onto Sakura. Having never seen the Sharingan, and never witnessed Sasuke's wrath, Sakura stood petrified. Oh. Akari exhaled soundlessly and stepped forward to intervene. Though Sakura had flaws aplenty, those emotional surges had been exquisitely profitable. Before Akari could reach her, however, a blur shot past. Whoosh! A flash of orange materialized, suddenly perched atop the desk between Sakura and Sasuke. Not Fei Yangyang. No, it was Naruto himself. Crouching boldly on Sasuke's desk, he met Sasuke's gaze without flinching. Hey Sasuke, you scared Sakura. Seriously, awakening the Sharingan, is that impressive? You still got beaten by Akari. Naruto meant to reveal Sasuke's defeat at Akari's hands. Sasuke caught the implication immediately. His expression shifted, from impatience towards Sakura to surprise at Naruto's intrusion, then deepening into profound confusion. That rumors of his hospitalization had spread was unsurprising. But how did Naruto know, with pinpoint accuracy, that Akari had bested him? He recalled their battle vividly. Naruto had been nowhere in sight. Sasuke was utterly baffled. Yet neither noticed the subtle shift in Sakura's expression, now that Naruto had interposed himself, breaking Sasuke's stare. Staring at Naruto's backside, Sakura blinked, then fury surged. She loathed him perched insolently atop Sasuke's desk. Akari halted mid-step, struck by overwhelming déjà vu. Wait, surely not. Sasuke. Naruto crouched on the desk. The answer: the legendary kiss scene. Instantly, Akari rummaged through her spatial storage. Fortunately, all her belongings were stored there, and within moments, she withdrew a camera. By then, Sakura had already drawn breath, gathering force. Swinging her palm toward Naruto's back, Sakura struck with full force. Naruto, get off Sasuke's desk right now. Smack! Her palm connected squarely with Naruto's back, propelling him forward with irresistible momentum. Through Sasuke's Sharingan-enhanced perception, Naruto's broad, grinning face loomed ever closer, closer still. In the original timeline, Sasuke truly could not evade, but now awakened, he certainly could. Yet Akari would never allow this iconic moment to vanish. She instantly invested her remaining skill point into her newly acquired ability, psychic manipulation. Psychic Manipulation, Level 1, Psychic Manipulation, Level 2. At the precise instant Sasuke began to twist aside, an invisible force seized him. And so, plopped. Click. As your eyes met crimson ones, gaze locked, breath suspended. Naruto and Sasuke engaged in their epical, unforgettable convergence. Looking at this monumental scene of Ming's, everyone in the class, whether fond of Sasuke or not, fell silent. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding, 999 emotional points from Shikomo. Ding, 999 emotional points from Choji. Ding, 999 emotional points from Ino. The emotional points on Akali's system panel flooded the screen once more. Moreover, these were all substantial emotional points. In an instant, Akali's emotional points soared to 30,000. Looking at her overflowing emotional points, the corners of Akali's mouth curled into a broad grin beneath her mask, truly laughing with abandon. Here she had to thank the advantages of the mask. She could laugh freely without anyone seeing, thus not losing any merit. Then, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Akali tucked away her camera, pondering how many emotional points this photo could yield her. But just then another announcement sounded. Ding, 999 emotional points from Hinata. Hey Hinata, has Hinata finally recovered? Akali felt a surge of joy followed by astonishment. After all, given the current situation, Hinata appeared to have fainted again. Akali hurriedly turned to the classroom door where Hinata indeed had witnessed this classic moment between Mingzwa. However, to Akali's surprise, as she looked at Mingzwa, Hinata's pure white eyes trembled, her glistening teeth gently biting her lip, revealing a subtle expression of disdain, as if she had seen something filthy. But that didn't make sense. Seeing Mingzwa kiss, it was normal for Hinata to faint and to be shocked, but this disdain. Akali furrowed her brow, a troubling thought creeping into her mind. Could it be that her desensitization therapy had taken effect, and now Hinata didn't like Naruto anymore? Ding, 999 emotional points from Akali. Akali felt a bit disordered. She was preparing to ask Hinata about it to show some concern. However, before Akali could move, Irika had already arrived. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke had already recovered from their kissing state, each squatting aside, feeling nauseated and shouting that they wanted to kill each other. Led by Sakura, the fan club for Sasuke had launched an attack on Naruto, making the classroom noisy and lively. Seeing this, recalling what they had just been told in the meeting, Irika's expression visibly twisted, his anger meter skyrocketing. Irika strode to the podium in 3 steps, slamming the table hard. Everyone return to your seats. Such noise is utterly unacceptable. Always getting worked up over trivial matters. How will you deal with the graduation exam a month from now? Under the threat of graduation, everyone quieted down. After all, even the proudest Sasuke cared about whether he could become a ninja. Only Shikamaru murmured dismissively. Isn't it just an exam on basic skills like shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique? What's there to be concerned about? If that's how you think, you're mistaken, Shikamaru. Irika heard Shikamaru's words. Oh, Shikamaru showed some interest. Could it be that this graduation exam will have some new twists? It's not just new twists. Irika's face bore a somewhat sinister smile. This graduation exam won't be handled by the school. You will be divided into groups of 3, and each group will have a high-ranking ninja, perhaps a chunin or jonin, who will directly pose the questions to you. And those ninjas who have truly seen blood won't test you on basic skills like the 3 body techniques. So get ready to accompany me for another year, kids. Listening to Irika's words, everyone wailed. A small number like Sasuke revealed an interested smile. He enjoyed challenges, and after his defeat against Akali, Sasuke was extremely eager for a challenge. However, Akali's expression turned peculiar. What Irika described as an assessment, putting it one way or another, was just the Jonin test after class division, wasn't it? Why did she feel that Naruto could already use the shadow clone technique, and that Mizuki's roundabout method wasn't very effective, so they simply stopped pretending, and the formalities of the exam were abandoned? Speaking of this, there was something Akali found very strange. The battle between her and Sasuke was known only to the third Hokage, the Umbu, Kakashi, and Naruto. The Umbu definitely wouldn't speak out without orders, and Naruto and Kakashi were not the type to gossip. And Sasuke being hospitalized was a matter of Saturday, and it was Kakashi who took him there. Even if someone suspected that Sasuke was hospitalized because of a fight. But within a day, how could the news spread so wildly that even the students of the Ninja Academy knew? Generally, the students of the Ninja Academy were the last to receive information. Thus, it must have been someone at a higher level who spread this news. Moreover, this person's methods were quite clever. If Akali wasn't mistaken, this person would also find a way to reveal that she was the one who put Sasuke in the hospital. This way, after the news of Sasuke being hospitalized circulated for a few days, when the identity of the perpetrator was made public, it would instantly spread the news, making Akali famous overnight. But with Sasuke's reputation to make her famous, so the third Hokage intended to recruit her. Akali had some suspicions. However, upon serious reflection, her attitude didn't really matter. After all, it wasn't the first time the third Hokage had discovered her. During her years of traversing, she originally had no lottery system, only an Akali template. Coincidentally, her level was 1 per year, so Akali thought of surviving until level 18 before emerging. By that time, the Fourth Great Ninja War would be over and the ninja world would be relatively safe, with no enemies. So during that period, Akali paid quite a bit of attention to her own information, and when she sensed that someone was spying, she rarely used her ultimate moves during her training. But now it was different. The current Akali could become stronger through emotional points and money lotteries, meaning the bigger things she did the better, as that would provoke emotional changes in others. In this case, Akali certainly didn't need to hide. Just as she knew the third Hokage and the Umbu were watching Naruto, she still insisted on pulling Naruto for filming. Akali was confident that no one could control her and she would grow faster than everyone else. Thus, having figured it out, she cast aside her thoughts about the situation with the third Hokage. At that moment, Iruka also announced the news about the exam, just when Akali thought Iruka was about to start the brainwashing lesson on the Will of Fire. To those who were already prepared to fall asleep, Iruka smiled slightly. Class dismissed. Akali furrowed her brows slightly, expressing her confusion with 3 question marks. In her original world, the core subjects of language, mathematics, and foreign languages would take precedence over physical education and arts. In the ninja school, however, the course on the Will of Fire held equal importance to the core subjects. How could such a crucial class end before it even began? It just started, but we're already finishing class. Iruka explained, indeed, while we just began, we are also concluding. The assessment in a month is quite difficult, so the school has decided to take a month off, allowing everyone to improve themselves during this time. Of course, considering that some students may not have the means to improve themselves at home during this month, I, along with teacher Mizuki, will conduct a special crash training course for those interested to attend classes normally throughout the month. Oh, Iruka's words caused a stir among the crowd. They had assumed that even if a high-ranking ninja came to assess them, it wouldn't be too difficult, surely they wouldn't be denied graduation. However, the ninja school unexpectedly announced a month-long break explicitly for self-improvement, which significantly heightened the importance of the assessment to come. Instantly, no one felt relaxed anymore, each displaying a heavy expression. Faced with the cunning adult scheme, even someone as clever as Shikamaru began to feel anxious. Only Akali felt a sense of strangeness, as this was something that had never occurred in the original narrative. So is this the butterfly effect? Akali pondered to herself. Because Mizuki's role was pushed aside by me, Naruto is still lacking in assessment, so this attitude is a cover-up indicating that we are targeting everyone. But in reality, this is specifically targeting Naruto, while everyone else is merely accompanying the prince and studying. It isn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. After all, does Akali not understand what kind of institution the ninja school is? Aside from a few, most ninjas graduating from the ninja school are merely basic materials only capable of performing fundamental ninjutsu and taijutsu, serving as laborers for low-level tasks such as weeding and transportation. Such expendables hardly warrant a special assessment. After speculating a bit, Akali relaxed, choosing to disregard it. Then, observing the stunned expressions of the others due to his announcement, Iruka declared the end of school. However, just as Akali was about to leave, Iruka called out to her. Following Iruka, Akali returned to the familiar teacher's office. She initially thought Iruka summoned her regarding the matter of the report. But before Akali could pull out the lengthy report painstakingly written by her shadow clone, Iruka apologized first. Sorry, Akali, I misunderstood you regarding Hinata. Oh. Akali tilted her head, slightly feeling bewildered. Iruka-sensei, what do you mean? Previously, Iruka had been quite agitated. Why was he suddenly apologizing now? I just learned some things. Iruka didn't elaborate much, but called out towards the office door, Hinata, come in. From outside the teacher's office, a girl with pure white eyes stepped in. Akali, long time no see. Looking at Akali, Hinata's eyes curved into a gentle smile, her delicate hand waving slightly, revealing a shy yet adorable expression. Seeing Hinata, Akali understood why Iruka's attitude changed so drastically. This must be because Hinata had come forward to explain the situation. So, Iruka-sensei, you already know everything? Akali asked in confusion. Yes, Hinata told me everything. Iruka nodded with a hint of emotion. Who would have thought that Akali's seemingly absurd actions actually contained the essence of friendship and bonds? Iruka couldn't help but feel a bit reflective, realizing that he had been overly one-sided at times, lacking a sense of composure. He shouldn't have panicked due to Hyuga's pressure, failing to seek the truth of the matter. Iruka silently admonished himself. He intended to earnestly explain the situation to Akali. However, upon hearing that Hinata had told Iruka everything, Akali lost interest in listening to Iruka's lecture. Before Iruka could say anything, Akali hurriedly grabbed Hinata's soft hand and pulled her out. The two girls vanished in the blink of an eye. Ding, emotion value from Iruka, 999. In a remote corner of the ninja school's playground, Akali withdrew her gaze from the emotion value she had received from Irika. She then looked at Hinata, who wore a serene smile. Akali furrowed her brows slightly, uncertainly asking, "Hinata, you seem a bit different from before." "Different? Really?" Hinata blinked in confusion. Looking into Hinata's pure, flawless eyes, Akali also found it hard to determine. But seeing Hinata again, Akali did indeed feel she had changed significantly, whether it was her previous disdain when witnessing Naruto and Sasuke kiss, or her calm demeanor just now. Unlike the previous Hinata, who was shy and introverted, resembling a little rabbit that would retreat into its hole at the slightest touch, remaining hidden for a long time. Could it be that her desensitization therapy had truly taken effect? Hinata was no longer as introverted. Akali felt a bit happy about this, because this also meant that Hinata was more open to connecting, crossed out interacting. However, this was not the time for such interactions. Recalling what had just transpired, Akali seriously asked, "Irika said you told him everything. What did you say?" Akali was eager to pull Hinata out to ask just this. That silly girl Hinata wouldn't have revealed her feelings for Naruto, would she? "I didn't say much," Hinata replied, somewhat bewildered. "I just said that I was too shy, so I wanted to be less shy. And Naruto, that guy, is usually so carefree, so he puts the least pressure on me. So I asked Akali to mimic Naruto, to give me a nudge, helping me break free from my shyness." "So Iruka-sensei, I misunderstood." "I see." Listening to Hinata's description, Akali felt relieved. Yet at the same time, another question arose. What does it mean that Naruto, who is carefree, puts the least pressure on Hinata? He clearly gives her the most pressure. On seeing Chu Tian's ever-pure innocent expression and those snow-white immaculate eyes, Akali snapped back to reality. "You, bold Chu Tian, daring to toy with even me, and yet you claim you haven't changed. Or are you someone else in disguise? Monster speak. Where did you hide my adorable, enchanting little Chu Tian?" Akali leapt onto Chu Tian. The two equally soft bodies collided, producing a sensation as if floating on clouds. At the same time, Akali's hands did not rest. Her nimble, serpent-like fingers darted again and again, mercilessly assaulting Chu Tian's ticklish spots, the underarms, the nape, the waist. Unable to withstand Akali's underhanded assault, Chu Tian soon could no longer resist and began to plead in a quiet voice, "Ha ha ha, I'm wrong, Akali. Ha ha, it tickles, I'm really wrong, please stop. Don't tickle, don't tickle." She managed to seize Akali's mischievous hands. Chu Tian panted, her pink lips parted as faint warm breath escaped, and two suspicious rosies bloomed on her adorable face. Seeing Chu Tian's chest rise and fall with each breath, delicate elongated neck beaded with glistening sweat that trickled into the alluring paleness within her collar, Akali finally relented. After all, affection has its limits. Retracting the hands that had briefly measured Chu Tian's recent development, Akali straightened her expression and said, "Tell me, Chu Tian, how do you feel now?" "How do I feel now?" Chu Tian's gaze dimmed as she entered a thoughtful state. After a moment, she answered, "My chief feeling now is that it's unnecessary, I suppose." "Unnecessary?" Akali didn't understand. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, I feel I don't need to care so much about every move others make." Chu Tian explained with a smile, "My former self lived too tautly, too sensitively. I was like a 3-year-old. My father's words sounded like thunder. Ming Ren's presence was like the sun, and my classmates felt like wolves and tigers I had to treat with caution. But now I understand my father is not thunder, Ming Ren is not the sun, my classmates are not beasts. I don't need to live in constant fear of them. Thus, after changing the way I look at the world, it suddenly feels different. I used to envy Ming Ren's carefree life, but now I realize no one is binding me." As she spoke, Chu Tian's face lit with a radiant smile. Her eyes, pure white in both pupil and iris, seemed to shimmer with starlight. Seeing Chu Tian like this, Akali couldn't help but be happy for her. "That's wonderful, Chu Tian. You've finally realized this." Indeed, many things are resolved simply by changing perspective. For example, if a traveler had transmigrated into Chu Tian, she would know that Rishiang Rizuo's stern words belied a deep love for his daughter, and there was no need to be overly formal with him. Chu Tian was not the family's disgraceful eldest miss, nor a powerless fringe figure. This is the cognitive difference a change of viewpoint brings. Yet the original Chu Tian could not see any of this. To her, she was a daughter despised by her father, a shame to the family, a useless girl who couldn't even stand up to her own sister. Akali was curious now. "Can you tell me why you changed so completely, Chu Tian?" At the mention of the change, Chu Tian looked at Akali with a distant gaze. "If because of shyness you kept waking and fainting, only conscious for the few hours you ate each day for half a month, experiencing the passage of time as something that mattered not to you, then you'd stop being shy too. Human beings are remarkably adaptable. For survival, there is nothing one cannot endure." Perhaps that's true." Facing Chu Tian's accusing look, Akali hunched her shoulders and offered an embarrassed smile. After all, wasn't she the cause of all this? If Chu Tian's abnormal condition hadn't lasted for over half a month, and even alarmed Rishiang Iluka would not have been so furious. Fortunately, Chu Tian did not blame Akali. She was even deeply grateful. Were it not for Akali, she might still be in that dazed state, and could not now view the world with such equanimity. Akali, thank you. As thanks, let me treat you to a meal. Chu Tian took Akali's hand, their fingers intertwined like close friends. Our Rishiang clan owns many businesses. We even run hot springs and massage parlors. It's still early, or we can go to the hot springs, then get a massage, and finally eat. By the way, didn't teacher Iluka say there will be an assessment in a month? Our Rishiang family's massage techniques derive from acupoint methods and are very effective at soothing the body. If you plan to train Akali, you should come for a session beforehand. Excited Chu Tian rattled off her words like a string of beads. Lost in imagining cheerful play with friends, Chu Tian did not notice that unconsciously she had clasped Akali's small hand and held it to her chest. For a young girl, this was as natural a gesture as any. But for Akali, feeling her fingers sink as if into marshmallow, the echo of "FBI open the door" kept ringing in her ears. The refrain echoed constantly. Akali was also a little shocked. For someone so young, Chu Tian's hands were already nearly palm-sized, almost matching her own. The issue was that Akali's own growth was fixed and finite, but Chu Tian's. Akali looked at Chu Tian and seemed to glimpse what she might become as an adult. Just then Chu Tian looked back at Akali. Seeing Akali's gaze distant as if seeing someone else, Chu Tian softly called Akali. Akali. Off. Akali snapped back to attention. Chu Tian's eyes filled with concern. Why are you daydreaming? Didn't you sleep well last night? It seems I'll have to add an aromatherapy service later to help revive you. Akali, what do you think of lavender? Lavender. Repeating Chu Tian's words, Akali replayed what Chu Tian had just said. Hot springs, massages, aromatherapy. Those keywords flickered in her mind. And if you add Chu Tian's name to those words. All right, I'll write him up for anything. Let's go now. Akali's expression lit up, her eyes shining, her heart pounding with impatience. Seeing Akali so excited, Chu Tian smiled gently, completely unaware anything was amiss. She simply thought Akali was excited about the hot springs and massage. Then let's go, Chu Tian said, taking Akali's hand and stepping forward. Unfortunately, as if fate could not bear Akali's expression, they had barely gone a few steps when an unexpected visitor blocked their way. Look at those familiar hands casually tucked in pockets, pretending to be cool. And that familiar Uchiha clan fan emblem. The one blocking Akali and Hinata is none other than Sasuke. Hinata felt quite puzzled. After all, she usually had no interactions with Sasuke. She politely asked Sasuke, do you need something? Listening to Hinata's inquiry, Sasuke remained silent, gazing instead at Akali standing beside her. The meaning behind this was crystal clear. Sasuke had come to block them today, not for Hinata, but for Akali. Seeing this, Akali, who was beaming just a moment ago, now had a cloud of gloom over her face. Damn it, she was about to get cozy with Hinata, so why did this annoying man have to show up? Since Sasuke was so oblivious to interrupt her good time, Akali naturally had no intention of being polite. Releasing Hinata's hand, she took a step forward. Hinata is asking you a question, didn't you hear? If you don't need your ears, you can donate them to someone who does. Facing the aggressively confrontational Akali, Sasuke's cold expression faltered a bit. After all these years with nothing but his handsome face, Sasuke had never encountered a girl as rude as Akali. In his mind, he thought that by showing his sole interest in Akali, Hinata would sensibly leave and let them have the space. But evidently neither Hinata nor Akali was going to play along with his game. Thus, Sasuke found himself in an awkward position. In the past, he would have simply turned and walked away, but unfortunately this time Sasuke had a request. So after a moment of standoff, he was the first to lower his proud head. Sorry, Hinata, I came to talk to Akali about something. Could you please step aside for a moment? Ding. Emotional value from Hinata 99. Hinata was somewhat surprised. The proud Sasuke, who looked down on everyone, was being this polite to her. Of course, Hinata couldn't forget why Sasuke was being so courteous. She couldn't help but glance at Akali in astonishment, wondering what kind of magic her friend held. At the same time, since Sasuke had said that, Hinata felt she had to give him face. Akali, can I step away for a bit? No need, I have nothing to hide. Akali quickly shook her head. If Hinata left now, what would happen when she returned? And the plans for the hot springs had changed. Akali looked at Sasuke. If there's something to discuss, let's do it here. What, are you still sore about losing the other day and want a rematch? Of course not. Sasuke shook his head. I lost fair and square in the battle the other day. Recalling his devastating defeat, Sasuke's face paled slightly. Seeing Sasuke like this, Akali became puzzled. If it wasn't about the battle from the other day, then why was Sasuke looking for her? It couldn't possibly be about compensating for the damages to the Uchiha clan, could it? She had something to say about that. The great fireball was cast by Sasuke, not her. As for the Uchiha clan appearing in her photo, that's laughable. The Uchiha clan wasn't visual China, they wouldn't chase after you for copyright fees. The more Akali thought about it, the more confused she became, so she simply said, Sasuke, you are a man, just say what you have to say directly. Okay, then it'll be straightforward. At Akali's request, Sasuke decided to be forthright. He fixed his intense gaze on Akali and asked earnestly, Akali, I've done my research on you. You're not someone who just became a ninja in this generation. Your parents were ninjas, as were your grandparents. However, your father was a top-tier jonin, while your mother was merely a chunin and a medical ninja at that. In terms of family background, you are stronger than Naruto, whose family has no ninja lineage, but not by much. Therefore, I want to know, why are you so strong? How Akali became so powerful, and where her last move came from had been on Sasuke's mind for the past few days. He was proud, but not foolish. In the original story, Sasuke felt threatened by Naruto's growth, because he had always marked Naruto as weak. But Akali had never given Sasuke the impression of being weak, so his breaking point only occurred when he awakened his Sharingan, yet still couldn't defeat Akali. After suffering a complete defeat, Sasuke calmed down. His purpose in questioning Akali was quite simple. He wanted to become stronger, he wanted to learn. However, before Akali could respond to Sasuke's words, Hinata furrowed her brows, her usually gentle face now showing a hint of displeasure. Uchiha Sasuke, Hinata said coldly, though the Uchiha clan is currently diminished, it was once a powerful clan that stood equal to the Hyuga, even surpassing them. As the future head of the Uchiha clan, don't you think it's very disrespectful of you? The secrets of a ninja becoming stronger are a taboo that should never be discussed openly. In earlier times, asking this would have already warranted a life-or-death duel. After all, many ninjas are selfish and only care about themselves. Often their interactions resemble a dark forest. You never know what the other party intends. Whether for good or ill, it's a 50 chance of benefiting or suffering. If that's the case, why gamble on a 50 probability instead of taking the initiative? Sasuke certainly understood this logic, and he knew that his question was quite unreasonable. Watching Hinata, who spoke clearly and without any sign of her previous timidness, now exuding confidence, Sasuke was even more shocked and found it hard to believe. On Akali's system panel, Sasuke's emotional value had already spiked several times. But even after being reprimanded by Hinata, Sasuke did not back down, and instead, he gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze on Akali. He was an avenger. As long as there was an opportunity to grow stronger, he should seize it regardless of everything else. You. Seeing Sasuke's unwavering demeanor, Hinata frowned slightly, quite displeased. But Akali quickly intervened. Let me handle this. It was as if her anger had shifted. Akali's annoyance at being interrupted had dissipated significantly. Looking at Sasuke, Akali's gaze was peculiar as she asked in a melodious tone, by asking me this question, do you mean you want to know my secret in order to become stronger? Yes. As he answered, Sasuke glanced at Akali with surprise. Ordinarily, when a shinobi is asked about a personal secret, the response ranges from drawing a blade to erupting in furious rage. Yet Akali's demeanor was that of a merchant appraising a buyer, calculating, detached, weighing how best to set her price. Her composure ignited a flame within Sasuke. Meanwhile, Hinata watched her friend in astonishment. Akali. She had already been stunned to learn, through their conversation, that it was Akali who had landed Sasuke in the hospital, a rumor that had spread like wildfire. But now, as Sasuke probed Akali's secrets, her nonchalant transactional attitude left Hinata deeply unsettled. Had her best friend secretly joined Sasuke's fan club? Was she too harboring quiet affection for him, merely concealing it well? If so, had Hinata unwittingly sabotaged something? After all, though the Uchiha clan had declined, its legacy still carried immense weight. Among their generation, even Hinata had to concede, Sasuke remained the most exceptional prospect. So, Hinata began mentally rehearsing an elegant, graceful exit. Fortunately for her, Akali's system tracked emotional resonance, not telepathic intrusion. Otherwise, upon hearing Hinata's thoughts, Akali would have dragged her into a secluded room without hesitation, and given her fingers a rigorous demonstration of just how dexterous years of seal-forming practice could make them. Alas, Akali possessed no mind-reading capability. With a gentle pat on Hinata's hand to soothe her nerves, Akali redirected her full attention to Sasuke. Then, under Sasuke's tense, uncertain gaze, Akali spoke. Truthfully, there's no grand secret. The technique I used to defeat you that day was one I devised myself, tailored to my unique traits. The only element approaching secrecy is a rare bloodline trait I possess. Its distinctive energy enabled me to create that technique. Of course, you also bear a bloodline. I know this well. So why did I surpass you so decisively? The answer is simple. Akali smiled faintly, because I am not only more gifted than you, I am also more resolute, more singular in purpose. A prodigious intellect, innate physical aptitude, relentless diligence, and unwavering conviction. These are the foundations of my victory over you. Naturally, she omitted any mention of her cheat-enabled advantage. After all, as the saying goes, my strength today is entirely self-made. with assistance. Hearing Akari's explanation, Sasuke shattered once more. You're lying. I possess all those things too. The Uchiha bloodline is peerless, yet I still fell before you. Sasuke snarled. Heh. A sardonic smile flickered across Akari's face as she shrugged with deliberate provocation. Then if the Uchiha bloodline is flawless, shouldn't you perhaps reconsider whether the flaw lies elsewhere? In you. Mie. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. Akari had cited 3 pillars: talent, effort, and will. His Uchiha pride forbade him from questioning his bloodline's supremacy. Thus the issue must lie in effort, or in will. Effort. He considered himself indefatigable. And will. He was a vengeful avenger, nothing less. How could one burdened by oceans of bloodshed lack resolve? Having ruled out every possibility, Sasuke arrived at a single conclusion. It wasn't him. Akari was fabricating everything. Fury blazing, he glared at her. Akari, stop toying with me. If you refuse to speak, then remain silent. There's no need for such pretense. My sweat has flowed more freely than yours, and my will burns brighter than yours ever could. For Sasuke, the self-proclaimed avenger, these were not mere words, they were sacred, untouchable absolutes. Akari's masked face betrayed no emotion as she observed Sasuke's fury. Yet beneath her calm exterior, her emotional resonance counter had been surging relentlessly since the exchange began, her delight uncontainable. His reaction confirmed it. He was fully hooked. Let's set aside sweat for now. But tell me, is your will truly stronger than mine? Akari deliberately posed the question guaranteed to ignite him. Of course. Jaw-clenched, features twisted in anguish, Sasuke summoned the spectral aura of 10,000 years. My mother, my father, Uncle Fuyumi, Uncle Hakadai, all slaughtered by that man. I am the avenger. I am the vengeful specter risen from the blood moon. I will kill him. You have no right to doubt the purity of my vengeance. To achieve vengeance, I would cast away everything. Oh, absolutely. Yes, yes, and yes again, Akari nodded earnestly. No doubt permitted. Then she offered triple affirmation, a masterstroke of negation. How indeed would he respond? You? Proof lay in the silence. Sasuke had no reply. Akari's psychological tactics operated 2 versions ahead. Sasuke sensed something off, some veiled mockery, but could not pinpoint its source. Before he could gather his thoughts, Akari launched her next assault. You claim you'd sacrifice everything for vengeance, correct? She challenged him with a smirk. Very well. I hold in strength jutsu capable of shattering heaven and earth. If you kneel, crawl here, and lick the sole of my shoe, it's yours. Shall we begin, pup? She extended her foot clad in a simple cloth slipper. Privately, she breathed a sigh of relief. She'd nearly rewarded him by accident. To Akari, offering one's foot for licking was a reward. To Sasuke, it was pure unforgivable humiliation. He seethed. I said, stop mocking me. Where would you even obtain in strength jutsu? What if I did? Akari met his gaze with solemn intensity. Predictably, Sasuke froze. His avenger's instinct whispered, if I truly am the man who sacrifices all for vengeance, then licking a foot, nay, even filth, would be but a trivial cost. Yet reality struck hard. He hesitated. That single trembling pause shattered his self-mythologized identity as the ultimate avenger. How absurd. His so-called absolute devotion was nothing but self-delusion. His resolve lacked true purity. And in that instant of realization, his emotional collapse deepened beyond anything he'd known before. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Overwhelmed by visceral self-loathing, Sasuke recoiled inward. Ding. Emotional resonance from Sasuke, 9999. Ding. Emotional resonance from Sasuke, 9999. Ding. Emotional resonance from Sasuke, 9999. Level 9999. The highest possible emotional resonance. Sasuke granted Akari this peak response 3 times before ceasing. Immediately afterward, a relentless cascade of lower-tier resonances, 99, 99, 99, continued unceasingly. His expression of anguish was so intense it even startled Hinata, standing beside Akari. And, Akari, could he be losing his mind? And Hinata leaned cautiously toward Akari's ear and whispered softly, not at all, not at all. And Akari shook her head. Her warm breath sent a delicate tremor through Hinata's sensitive ear, a sensation so feline and tender that Hinata nearly reached out to gently knead it. Yet Akari's full attention remained fixed on Sasuke, utterly oblivious to Hinata's quiet fascination. And for at that moment Sasuke had been thoroughly conditioned, no, not conditioned, rather expertly guided, through what might charitably be called karaoke therapy. Enough, Sasuke, drop the affected theatrics, and Akari spoke with serene composure, that's more than sufficient. Prolonging this serves no purpose. And, in any case, you sought me out today to strengthen your abilities. Am I correct? And, what do you mean? Sasuke forcibly suppressed the turbulent emotions surging within him. I mean, I can help you. Akari finally revealed her intent. And this had been her quiet calculation ever since Sasuke first approached her and voiced his resolve. Her earlier psychological pressure upon Sasuke was but a deliberate prelude to secure ultimate alignment. And do not fault Akali for cunning. She simply sought an emotional and material catalyst akin to Naruto. What harm could lie in that? Observing Akali's poised profile, calm assured masterfully in control, Hinata fell into quiet contemplation. Having already undergone one cycle of lucid awareness and possessing innate intelligence, Hinata, as an impartial witness, now discerned fragments of Akali's intricate design. Sasuke, however, remained unmoored, and in staring at Akali, he felt only disorientation, the dizzying aftermath of sudden, overwhelming revelation, truly. And of course it is. Akali replied with a sly, knowing smile. However what? Sasuke demanded, urgency sharpening his voice. Moments earlier, Akali had exposed a flaw in his self-perception. His devotion to vengeance lacked absolute purity. He could not surrender everything for it. And now, driven by quiet desperation, Sasuke burned to prove himself anew. However, you must follow my guidance and carry out certain tasks. In exchange, I will lead you to true strength. Akali declared, radiating unwavering confidence. She possessed both the capability and the authority to make such a claim. And in gazing at her, Sasuke nearly accepted without hesitation. Yet at the crucial moment, instinct flared, a final faint warning, and he paused, adding one more question. Precisely, what would those tasks entail? And rest assured, they serve only your growth. Every task I assign is woven into your path to power, though naturally, they also benefit me. And Akali offered no further elaboration, evading with the practiced ease of a seasoned employer, deflecting an eager recruit's questions about compensation. One might ask, if Akali is the employer, then who is the employee? And the answer is simple. Whoever is being deftly misled is the employee. Fine then. And Sasuke pursed his lips, sensing something amiss, but refrained from pressing for exhaustive detail, demanding neither enumeration nor justification. After all, even a university graduate in his 20s, having studied countless interview strategies, may still yield to social decorum when confronted with vague promises of remuneration. And Sasuke, at 12 years old, by Akali's prior world standards still a primary school child, how much more vulnerable was he? And yet there remained one matter he could not set aside. How precisely will you make me stronger? Sasuke asked again. And as the words left his lips, visions flashed through his mind, grueling combat drills, refined ninjutsu, instruction, revolutionary training regiments. But Akali, seemingly addicted to the art of redirection, evaded the question, replacing it with another. Sasuke, do you know why I surpass you? And deprived of initiative since their encounter began, Sasuke instantly shifted focus. Why? Recalling their earlier exchange, he answered without pause, because my heart lacks absolute purity in its pursuit of vengeance. I call myself an avenger, yet possess no true avenger's resolve. And cursed. Mother, father, uncle, fire, so many dead. Only I remain alive, yet I cannot sacrifice all to avenge them. I truly deserve death. And he murmured the words like sacred scripture, voice thick with torment. Watching Sasuke descend into near obsession over the purity of his vengeful identity, Akali's lips twitched. At last she understood why the Uchiha were dubbed the clan of the unhinged. Still, this was undeniably unfair. Sasuke's resolve as an avenger was in truth more than sufficient. Yet he was also human, capable of doubt, hesitation, even reluctance, even when faced with a proposition as extreme as prostration. Even those with the most eccentric proclivities would first assess the aesthetic merit of the feet they're invited to kiss. So hesitation, in fact, was perfectly rational. Only Akali now could restore equilibrium. And stop. I refuse to continue this line of discussion. And a flicker of exasperation shimmered in Akali's eyes. Let us return to my original question, Sasuke. And Akali pierced him with a pointed gaze. Is the top student in your class truly incapable of composure? And very well, Sasuke replied, regaining his calm. So, what is it you wish to convey? And my point is this: though you deem your heart impure, its very drive, your burning desire for vengeance, grants you greater momentum than I possess. And in talent and diligence, we are evenly matched. But have you forgotten my opening statement? And Akali continued, from the outset, I spoke not of raw talent, but of intellect, the genius of the mind. And why do you fall short of me? Because your intellect lacks the agility mine possesses, and because you've lived immersed in ceaseless adulation, blinding you to reality. And if you cannot even perceive the gap, how shall you ever close it? And moreover, strength demands method. With your current perspective and experience, you cannot devise such methods yourself. And you cannot find them, but I can. And therein lies the divergence. And thus, you must shift your thinking. You must refine your methodology. And Akari offered a radically new paradigm, one far from inaccurate. And after all, Sasuke was legendary for his lack of strategic acumen. And regarding cognition and methodology, that was sheer surgical precision. And humans rarely acknowledge their own errors. And why have you failed? Because your thinking is flawed. Because your methods are unsound. How then could success ever arise? Indeed. And it is never the self that bears fundamental fault. Even if flaws exist, they are minor incidental. And in exploiting this precise vulnerability, Akari effortlessly ensnared Sasuke's conviction. I see. It all makes perfect sense. And Sasuke nodded slowly, his expression one of complete earnest understanding. Huh. Startled by Hinata's sudden words, Akari froze. Still nestled in Hinata's arms, her nose delicately inhaling the faint sweet fragrance of chrysanthemums clinging to Hinata's skin. Akari lifted her head again, meeting Hinata's earnest, unwavering gaze. Oh, what exactly? Watching Akari's dazed expression, Hinata suddenly realized her own impulsiveness, and her cheeks flushed crimson as that familiar wave of shyness rose once more within her. Yet the old adage held true: if one refuses to feel awkward, it is others who bear the discomfort. Though the former Hinata had never grasped this principle, the present one seemed to have mastered it instinctively. So, steeling herself against the mounting embarrassment that threatened to make her bury her face and flee, Hinata whispered softly, You said you wanted me to support you. It's hard to begin, but once started the words flowed more easily. Name your price. My allowance isn't enough, I'll borrow from Hanabi. And if even Hanabi's share falls short, I'll beg father himself. And if father still refuses, I'll make a scene. After all, I am the heiress of the Hyuga main house. And Akari is extraordinary. You defeated Sasuke, the most gifted of our generation. Surely father will consent. As she spoke, Hinata was startled to realize, perhaps supporting Akari wasn't so far-fetched after all. In truth, it wasn't support at all, it was mentorship. After all, Akari was a young woman, no marriage alliance could be arranged, and thus even her father's natural suspicion would soften considerably. Moreover, the Hyuga clan had only recently joined Konoha. In the warring states era, noble clans like the Hyuga routinely retained skilled retainers. Sponsoring a prodigy like Akari was simply an early investment, an entirely ordinary strategic move for a shinobi clan. And while bypassing the Hokage to recruit talent might raise eyebrows, Hinata and Akari were close friends. Forget investment. What harm lies in a young lady helping her dearest friend? Enthusiastic Hinata turned the tables, grasping Akari's hand firmly. Let's postpone the spa and hot springs for now. First come home with me to meet father. Akari offered no reply, only tried gently to withdraw her hand from Hinata's grip. Then she understood. Hinata truly meant it. Her grip was unyielding, like iron clamps, her palm strength honed by years of gentle fist training. Recognizing Hinata's sincerity, Akari could only smile wryly. Wait, sister, I was joking. How did you take that seriously? But therein lay the crux. Akari couldn't now laugh it off with a breezy brother, just kidding. Not without jeopardizing the fragile bond they'd painstakingly built. Nor could she accept. She was a free bird, never one to willingly enter a cage. So Akari studied Hinata carefully, twice. Though Hinata held her hand tightly and met her gaze without flinching, deep within those pure white Byakugan eyes, Akari glimpsed a subtle, deeply buried trace of shyness. Akari understood Hinata had acted on impulse, and now found herself unable to retreat gracefully. She stroked her chin, feigning solemn contemplation. Meeting the parents, isn't that a bit premature? Hinata froze. Then her cheeks blazed scarlet, her ears burning crimson in an instant. Akari, realizing her own mortification, Hinata, flustered and indignant, slapped Akari's shoulder. The blow landed lightly, almost tenderly, and paired with the softness of Hinata's palm felt less like a strike and more like the gentle brush of downy feathers. Ha ha ha! Akari burst into a bright, mischievous laugh, the unmistakable sound of a prank well executed. Seeing Akari like this, Hinata could only huff indignantly and shoot her a playful glare. You refuse money I offer freely. Fine, then starve on your 2,000 ryo. Of course, neither truly believed she'd let Akari go hungry. Once both had calmed, Hinata took the initiative. Let's go. We've lingered at school long enough. They stepped out of the school gates bound for the Hyuga family shop. Yet today it seemed Akari's wishes would remain unfulfilled. Naruto Sasuke, Naruto Sasuke. Once Sasuke departed, Naruto reappeared. Or rather, he'd never left at all. Ever since Iruka dismissed class, Naruto had been waiting patiently at the school gate. Akari, you're finally out. What did Iruka-sensei say? Why did it take so long? Spotting Akari, Naruto's face lit up, and he hurried over. He also noticed Hinata beside Akari, but to him she was merely a quiet, shy classmate, nothing more. So he gave Hinata only a brief perfunctory nod before turning eagerly back to Akari. The graduation exam starts in a month. Akari, how shall we train this month? Ever since agreeing to Akira's film project, Naruto had eagerly awaited her guidance toward greater strength. Now that Irika had announced the exam date and declared this month open for independent training, wasn't this the perfect chance to surge ahead? Naruto was bursting with anticipation, yet he failed to notice the pained flicker across Akira's face. She really was foolish. How could she have forgotten about Naruto? With no choice, Akari repeated verbatim what Shed told Sasuke. Our plan is simple: rest today and assemble tomorrow morning at Training Ground 23, precisely at 9 o'clock. Details can wait until tomorrow. Agreed. Understood. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Having trained under Akari for some time, he was far more obedient than Sasuke ever had. He asked no further questions, glanced briefly at Hinata, then deduced Akari likely had other matters to attend to, and departed without delay. Heh. Akira's mood lightened, temporarily. Yes, only temporarily. For fate at times delights in irony. After dismissing Naruto, Akari turned to Hinata, only to find Hinata wasn't watching Naruto at all. Instead, her expression had darkened, her gaze fixed sharply upon something, or someone else. Following Hinata's line of sight, Akari glanced curiously toward a utility pole, where an unremarkable middle-aged Hyuga shinobi stood silently observing them. The man bowed respectfully at Hinata's gaze, a clear sign he belonged to the branch house. Yet his spine remained rigidly upright, betraying that his deference was purely ceremonial. The arrival of such an unexpected guest required no explanation. What the? The moment Akari laid eyes on the unfamiliar Hyuga branch family shinobi, a knot tightened in her chest. She immediately turned to Hinata. She had already seen Sasuke off. She had seen Naruto off. Was she now about to lose Hinata too? No, absolutely not. Yet Murphy's Law always strikes at the most critical moment, and it struck now. As Akari glanced toward Hinata, Hinata looked back. Her earlier buoyancy had faded, her expression now fell into quiet dejection. Akari, I'm sorry, I won't have time to go to the hot springs with you today. Father has sent someone to fetch me, Uncle Wada. He usually serves as father's personal guard and rarely appears unless it's urgent. So, Hinata left the rest unsaid, but Akari understood perfectly. Hinata had to leave. All right, no need to explain further, Hinata. I understand, Akari sighed. Though she'd anticipated it, hearing Hinata say it aloud still left her with nothing but a wry, rueful smile. Truly, today had been nothing short of calamitous. Had that extraordinary windfall upon arriving at school drained all her fortune for the day? Akari couldn't help but wonder if such a thing were even possible. After all, no one wins every single time from beginning to end. Yet one truth remained clear: all lack of freedom stemmed from insufficient strength. If Hinata were a prodigy like Hanabi, renowned across the village since childhood, this branch family shinobi directly answerable to Hyuga Hayashi would never dare approach her with such peremptory indifference. And if Akari possessed even a fraction of Naruto's or Sasuke's renown and power, even Hyuga Hayashi's absence wouldn't deter the Hyuga clan from interfering in her time with Hinata. But alas, Hinata was no celebrated genius, and Akari was still far from strong enough. And so even something as simple as a shared trip to the hot springs slipped beyond their grasp. An unprecedented burning yearning for strength ignited within Akari. She resolved her next moves would be bolder. Her former caution had been misplaced. Of course that could wait. For right now, the one truly heartbroken wasn't Akari, the one denied closeness, but Hinata being summoned home against her will. So Akari gently took Hinata's hand. It's all right, Hinata. Missing the hot springs is no tragedy. We're young and countless opportunities lie ahead. There's no reason to feel disheartened. Graduation exams are just a month away. Let's push ourselves these next few weeks. Once we both become official shinobi, everything changes. Then we'll invite Sakura, Ino, and the others. Host an all-girls hot spring gathering. How does that sound? Excited? Akari asked, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Whether Hinata truly felt excitement, she couldn't tell, but Sakura and the others would likely suffer two profound crises of faith before the day was done. Why two? Akari withdrew her gaze from Hinata's chest, letting her eyes drift downward, just barely catching the delicate tip of a small dainty foot peeking from beneath her sandal. Yet only the very tip, nothing more. That precisely was the reason. With her system-assured physical development, unlike Sakura and the others whose growth relied solely on genetics and nutrition and who risked weight gain, Akari held an overwhelming advantage. Still, one had to marvel at Hinata. Despite eating so little, her body channeled scarce nutrients straight to her chest, a condition that inevitably weakened anyone subjected to it. Akari silently vowed to urge Hinata to eat more each day, never let herself starve. After all, what would Akari have left to enjoy? Half the fun would vanish. While waiting for Hinata's response, Akari's thoughts spiraled wildly. Thankfully, Hinata, who lacked any mind-reading ability, quickly regained composure, comforted by Akari's words. Imagining that all-girls hot spring gathering, Hinata's eyes shimmered with quiet longing. Then it's a promise. Next time we get the chance, we'll gather everyone. Host our own hot spring gathering. Her voice carried a newfound, gentle fervor. At the same time, a quiet resolve began to take root within Hinata. She would strive. She would never again be summoned and dismissed at her family's whim. The Hinata who attended that hot spring gathering would be reborn, utterly transformed. And of course, she would never forget Akali. Gazing at her, Hinata made a quiet, solemn decision. Transformation had begun. Ding. Emotional resonance from Hinata 9999. Seeing that massive influx of emotional resonance, Akali instantly grasped what had stirred within Hinata, and her own spirits lifted accordingly. Yes, 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 yes. Akali nodded vigorously, expressing her genuine heartfelt enthusiasm for the hot spring gathering. Indeed, if necessary, she'd gladly finance the entire event herself. At Akali's unmistakably eager, almost boyish impatience, Hinata burst into soft laughter. Then with tender care she smoothed Akali's tousled hair, disheveled from their playful tussle, before waving goodbye. See you next time, Akali. See you next time, Hinata. Oh, one more thing. Akali hurried after Hinata and whispered something softly into her ear. It was nothing extraordinary, merely urging Hinata to eat well and never starve herself, or her future child. Hinata's cheeks flushed faintly as she listened, yet she said nothing, only casting Akali a playful, reproachful glance before giving her a light, affectionate tap. That gentle tap marked their farewell. After seeing Hinata off, Akali checked the time. It was barely noon. A day once brimming with promise had ended before lunch, a poignant irony. Yet upon reflection, Akali realized she still had plans. She stopped by Ichiraku Ramen, spent 60 ryo on a takeout bowl, then hurried home. As she slurped her noodles, Akali summoned her system, display my current emotional resonance balance. Ding. Command acknowledged. Current emotional resonance balance 129384. Phew. Staring at the staggering sum, over 120,000, Akali gasped sharply. Then, ak. Flustered, Akali fumbled for a tissue, dabbing the ramen broth that had sprayed from her mouth. Damn, it slipped her mind she'd been mid-slurp. Yet the minor discomfort of spilled broth meant nothing now. For at last Akali fully understood why the hot springs had eluded them today. Put plainly, before today her emotional resonance had come solely from her battle with Sasuke, roughly 10 to 20,000 points. But now, 120,000, nearly 130,000. In half a day she'd gained 100,000 points. So, no more hesitation. Alan is wisdom. Right now Akali's mind held only two words. Pull the lever. System initiate 12 emotion value lotteries. Akali commanded. Before Akali's eyes, surreal images began to manifest. Yet perhaps due to the sheer number of lotteries drawn, no grand spinning wheel appeared this time. Instead, a strikingly familiar black handbag tumbled toward her. Its silvery white zipper gleamed with dazzling brilliance, inviting, almost urging her to pull it open. Akali was utterly stunned. Could this really be a Arknights crossover, she murmured. Well, any mobile game is fine, just not Naruto mobile, please. At the memory of those fragmented, chaotic days, Akali shivered, suddenly sensing the crisp Antarctic breeze and impossibly the faint penguin-scented chill. Fortunately, it was all illusion. Akali refocused her attention on the present moment. Her gaze settled upon the black handbag zipper. Visualizing its opening, she effortlessly guided it apart with her level 2 telekinetic power, a maneuver she performed with practiced ease. And so the black handbag truly opened. Whoosh! Dozens of radiant orbs burst forth. The first to catch Akali's eye was an icon resembling a lightning-wrapped mouse. Akali recognized it instantly, the E-ability of Xian Zhao's fellow member of the Balanced Tri-Ninja, the Fervent Heart, Mystic Art Thunderclap. The moment she saw Thunderclap, her heart lurched violently. Could it be, after missing that hot spring bath with Hinata, fortune has finally turned in my favor? Thunderclap's effect was near-perfect, summoning a bolt of lightning to envelop the caster, boosting speed and dual resistances, then granting attack speed upon release. Such a technique, capable of dashing into battle, withdrawing from it, and shielding its user, was precisely what Akali needed now as she desperately sought to expand her repertoire. Why, despite her formidable combat prowess, was Akali still rated only as a special jonin within the system? Precisely because compared to standard jonin, her arsenal remained narrow, lacking versatility. Yet gazing at Thunderclap, Akali suddenly recalled something. What exactly is my chakra affinity? She paused, sifting through past test results, and remembered fire and earth. Indeed, unlike many protagonists, Akali's chakra affinities were far from ideal. Neither wind nor lightning graced her constitution. Then came the critical question: could she wield Thunderclap without lightning affinity chakra? Closing her eyes, she probed inward, and found the answer: yes. Though matching affinity would amplify the technique's potency, its base efficacy, 100, remained fully accessible even without it. A touch disappointing, but hardly dire. Chakra affinities are cultivated, not innate. And with my system, countless opportunities lie ahead to rectify this. Murmuring softly, Akali turned her attention to the remaining luminous orbs. Unexpectedly, while Thunderclap posed this initial query, none of the subsequent techniques presented such constraints. They were Lasso Strike, Summon Tibbers, Disintegrate, Incinerate, Flame Pillar, Stone Call, Rock, Rise, Shadow Art, Shuriken, Storm, Shadow Art, Phantom Slash, Innate Illusion, Iron Body, and Frost Barrier. The E of Lee Sin, the Q, W, and R of Annie, the W of Brand, the Q and W of Talia, the Q and E of Zed, her senior brother, the passive of Nico, the W of Jin E, and the W of Anivia. Undoubtedly, if Akali's immediate need was tactical expansion, this lottery had delivered a profound and sweeping reinforcement. Lasso Strike, as its name implied, launched a binding lasso to ensnare enemies. Annie's Q, Disintegrate, summoned a homing fireball. Her W, Incinerate, released a wide conical wave of flame from her palms, both instantaneous in execution. Brand's W, Flame Pillar, resembled a mage's chanted spell, requiring sustained channeling to summon a colossal column of fire. Talia's Q, Stone Call, allowed Akali to excavate boulders from the ground and launch them like cannonballs. Her W, Rock Rise, caused a jagged stone spire to erupt violently, disrupting foes. Zed's Q and E required no elaboration. Shadow Art, Shuriken Storm, condensed shadow essence into a massive windmill shuriken hurled with lethal precision. Shadow Art, Phantom Slash, truly embodied a ghostly cleave, an ideal ambush technique. Its effect generating a shadow clone centered on Akali, delivering a single devastating slash. Imagine, Akali strikes, her foe parries with flawless timing. Just as triumph flickers across the enemy's face, beneath Akali's skin a shadow clone surges forth and delivers the fatal blow. Their smile freezes, unfading, unbroken, before it ever fades. The image alone was exquisite. Yet surveying this bounty of techniques, a faint crease of confusion crossed Akali's brow. Despite drawing so many abilities, why did she feel her overall strength had scarcely increased? It was akin to the distinction between tactics and strategy. Among all these draws, only Annie's Summon Tibbers qualified as true strategy. Thunderclap and Innate Illusion each counted as half strategic. For Innate Illusion, Nico's flawless mimicry and transformation art held incalculable value for any shinobi. Zed's Q and E were excellent additions. Jin's Iron Body offered vital protection for Akali's currently fragile physique. Yet some techniques seemed unlikely to see frequent use. Flame Pillar, Rock Rise, and the final one, Frost Barrier. Flame Pillar was too slow, Rock Rise unnecessary, and Frost Barrier, beyond its chakra affinity restrictions, suffered environmental dampening, rendering it nearly useless unless upgraded with skill points. But upgrading was out of the question. Fortunately, Akali's system scaled across the entire League of Legends universe. Drawing redundant or situational skills had always been within her calculated expectations. Thus, she quickly steadied her thoughts. All in all, the 12 acquired techniques constituted an outstanding haul. Still, one question lingered. Akali eyed the virtual handbag before her, puzzled. Didn't the lottery conclude? Why hadn't the bag vanished? Hey. She nudged it gently with her mind. Instantly provoked, a 13th luminous orb shot forth from within. Wait, 13th. Staring at the newly emerged orb, Akali was thoroughly bewildered. I only drew 12 times. Where then had this 13th prize originated? Yet before her doubt could crystallize, the system's announcement illuminated the final acquired ability before her eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the champion passive skill Frost Rebirth via Emotion Value Lottery. This. Akali was dumbfounded as she looked at the passive skill, named Cold Frost Nirvana. Goodness, she exclaimed. Just moments ago, she had been complaining that the Icebird's W ability, Ice Barrier, was impractical, and now it was this good thing that slapped her in the face. Akali reflected on her previous words. What was Tibbers even worth? The best thing she had drawn this time was indeed this. Cold Frost Nirvana, a passive skill from the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Its effect was simple. As the name implies, it provided Akali with a chance to be reborn as an egg upon death. After all, this was rebirth, a term so noble. In the entire ninja world, only Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara could truly achieve rebirth. One was an ultimate scientist, and the other an invincible ninja hellion who had created an era. Therefore, Akali was immensely surprised. She jumped up from her chair, completely disregarding the chopsticks that fell to the ground as she excitedly paced around the living room. Of course, amidst her excitement, Akali couldn't forget one question. How was it that after drawing 12 times, she ended up with 13 prizes? There were 5 members of the 4 Heavenly Kings, so drawing 12 times for 13 prizes seemed reasonable. Akali retorted that people had 5 names, yet the cost was only 3. However, Akali had played various games before her reincarnation and had participated in countless draws. So looking at the system's lottery, she quickly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the system's 10 draws actually includes a bonus draw? Akali asked the system in her mind. Moments later, she received a positive response. Indeed, the system's 10 draws could indeed grant an extra draw. I'm done. Akali felt a bit speechless. Only now did she realize that the 10 draws came with an extra one, meaning many of her previous draws were wasted. However, thinking it over, she concluded that she had been too weak before. For the sake of strength, it seemed reasonable to draw as many times as possible. One couldn't always pursue maximum gains. Before seeking maximum benefits, one should first consider whether they could achieve them. If Akali hadn't drawn, she wouldn't have even been able to defeat Sasuke. Forget it. Akali forgave herself. However, now that she knew, she should aim for 10 draws whenever possible in the future. After this round of drawing Akali's panel, well, it actually hadn't changed much. After all this time, her draw hadn't granted her any substantial attribute enhancements. Only Akali's personal evaluation had changed. Although still young, you already possess superior personal qualities. However, you lack combat experience and your methods are not diverse enough. Yet the wooden board effect does exist in the ninja world, and your strengths nearly overshadow your weaknesses. Therefore, your evaluation is extremely aggressive, capable of defeating most special jonin. So I'm still a special jonin. Annoyed, Akali felt a bit strained. But she wasn't too surprised. Having drawn so many times, she had come to understand. If she wanted to enhance her combat power, which meant rapidly increasing her personal attributes, she would have to draw equipment through monetary rewards. Occasionally, emotional value draws could yield items that boost attributes such as runes or hex deck enhancements. But most of the time, they would be hero skills, considering the sheer number of hero skills available. But hadn't Akali already done a photo shoot with Naruto? Where was the money? Akali could only admit that she had been greedy, signing a revenue-sharing agreement with the magazine rather than a buyout. Consequently, the revenue-sharing money would take some time to reach her hands. Currently, Akali was just a penniless girl with a little over 2,000 Ryo left. So what could 2,000 Ryo do in Konoha? Let's put it this way, 2,000 Ryo was merely enough for a single explosive tag, or the price of 30 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Hinata had previously mentioned wanting to support Akali, and she wasn't joking, because Akali was truly out of money. At this moment, she couldn't help but clasp her hands together in prayer. I wish for a kind soul to give me 1 million. Please, kind soul. Akali prayed earnestly. Of course, after a moment of praying, she set her hands down. Just kidding, did anyone really think a prayer could yield 1 million? No way. Rather than believing that, it would be better to turn left and buy a lottery ticket. Or perhaps directly transfer money the next time Qin Shi Huang wanted V50. Yet sometimes reality is just that strange. In the afternoon, while Akali was at home familiarizing herself with some new skills, she was also contemplating how to arrange tomorrow's meeting with Naruto and Sasuke. Knock, knock, knock. A series of intense knocks echoed. However, upon realizing someone was knocking, Akali didn't rush to open the door. Instead, she chose to check the mini-map in her mind. Her house was surrounded by true eyes, just like having surveillance installed. This was also to prevent any unexpected visits. But when Akali saw who it was, she felt puzzled. Niji. Although I did have plans to interact, why would Niji come to see me? Akali walked over and opened the door. A boy with pure white eyes, wearing a Konoha headband with long black hair cascading down to his waist and arms wrapped in bandages, giving off a sharp aura, stood before her. However, contrary to her usual impression, this time Hyuga Niji was carrying a black backpack. Akali wondered if his visit had anything to do with this backpack. At that moment, upon seeing Akali, Niji's cold white eyes swept over her, confirming her identity. Without further ado, he directly threw the black backpack he was holding towards Akali. Akali tilted her head to dodge. Bang! The somewhat heavy backpack flew past Akali and landed heavily on the coffee table in the living room, knocking over the cups. Water began to spread across the floor. Seeing this, Akali's gaze turned hostile. What's this? Are we going to fight, gloomy guy? Niji did not respond, only letting out a cold grunt. Then, with a condescending attitude, Niji coldly spoke. I don't know how you deceived Lady Hinata, but as a senior I advise you. Some things, if they're not yours, even if you obtain them, don't use them. Otherwise, what the Hyuga can make you eat, they can make you spit out tenfold. Remember my words, Akali. I will. Niji pointed to his own eyes, and then to Akali, saying, keep an eye on you. After saying this nonsensical line, Niji left on his own. Watching Niji's retreating figure, Akali's expression changed just a little. Ah, what does this person mean by this? Akali was enraged, resembling a pufferfish after being inexplicably confronted and embarrassed. Especially that Niji, who came over this time as a riddle. How did she deceive Hinata? What did she take from the Hyuga clan? Timo, clarify. You better not let me get my hands on Timo's blinding flute, or else I'll turn you blind by the afternoon. For a moment, Akali grew angrier. She simply pulled out a peculiar sheep's spirit mask from her storage space and put it on her face. This was a special item obtained through a monetary draw coming from the eternal hunter Qianju. Its effect is quite simple. It marks a person and displays their location on the mini-map. As the saying goes, Confucius said to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. If she learns the person's location in the morning, she can kill them by night. Akali was not just thinking about killing, she was keen on finding an opportunity to teach Niji a lesson, and this mark was just right for that. After marking Niji and confirming his position displayed in real time on the mini-map, Akali finally calmed down. Now calm, Akali redirected her attention to the recent words Niji had spoken when he arrived, as she was still somewhat concerned about them. So Akali decided to sort things out and analyze the situation. First, there's the backpack that Niji suddenly brought. Akali looked at the coffee table where the overturned cup had already dampened part of the backpack and murmured, "It's just like a time bomb, though that's a bit of an exaggeration. So let me see what this is." Akali unzipped the backpack. Then, oh, Akali exclaimed, losing her composure. Generally speaking, she wouldn't act like this unless she couldn't help it. Because the backpack Niji sent did not contain any time bombs. Instead, it was filled entirely with money. A lot of money. From small coins to bills in the dozens and hundreds, and even thousands and tens of thousands, everything was there, both new and old. It looked as if the owner of these bills had simply saved up what they hadn't spent. Moreover, Akali roughly counted and realized that the backpack was filled with at least several 100,000 taels, as she had already seen over 10 bills of 10,000. Looking at this money, Akali suddenly realized, wait a minute, Niji's unexpected visit earlier must have been about this. I deceived Hinata, I took something from the Hyuga clan. So all of this is Hinata's money. Akali was stunned. And if she wanted to verify it, Akali stored the money in her storage space and let the system calculate. In an instant, the system's calculation result appeared in Akali's mind. The total amount in this backpack was 1,313,012 taels. Slap. Akali's legs went weak and she sat down on the damp floor. The highly breathable pants quickly absorbed water, making Akali feel an unusual coldness in her thighs, but she didn't mind it at all now. Because Akali was deeply shocked. Hadn't she just wished for 1,000,000 this morning? And now in the afternoon, that 1,000,000 had truly landed in her lap. Thank the heavens. No, it should be said to thank Hinata after all the money wasn't given by the heavens. It turns out Akali was a poor child without parents, an orphan, but now she was no longer one. From now on, anyone who said Akali was an orphan would surely provoke her. Because now Akali had a mother in Hinata, she was no longer an orphan. After all, being thrown 1,000,000 taels in her face, adoptive mother isn't enough to describe it, she could only call her mother. Who else could throw such a sum of money at her? Whoa, Hinata mother, I admire you so much. Mother's money is just like her, fragrant, soft, beautiful, making one's heart feel sweet. Sigh, Hinata mother. Akali was losing her mind, internally expressing her excitement. She decided that the next time she saw Hinata, she would express her gratitude. However, getting carried away should be done only occasionally. So after the initial excitement, Akali calmed down, biting her finger, and began to think about how to use this 1,000,000. As for listening to Niji and saving it, because this was from the Hyuga clan. Nonsense, Akali didn't want to hear a word of Niji's nonsense, and besides, this was not something from the Hyuga clan, it was given by her Hinata mother. Moreover, Hinata surely wanted to help Akali with this money, as she couldn't possibly not use it. Of course, it was true that this created a huge debt of gratitude, but Akali could only repay it in the future. As for this money, frankly speaking, Akali felt an impulse to gamble the entire 1,000,000 again. However, after thinking seriously, Akali only recharged 200,000 into the system, choosing to keep 800,000. Previously, her strength was still somewhat lacking, so with money and emotional value, she had to draw to quickly enhance her strength, but now Akali temporarily didn't need that. Akali needed to consider something long-term. So after making up her mind, Akali opened the system again. Spend 200,000 for 2 sets of 10 draws. Ding, detecting host command, money draw begins. Bang bang. The sound of heavy objects falling echoed like auditory hallucinations. In front of Akali, 2 illusory black handbags appeared. Having done this before, Akali concentrated, as if extending 2 tentacles, steadily grasping the silver-white zippers. Then she pulled with force. Swish. The 2 black bags opened simultaneously. The next second, the system's announcement echoed again. Ding, congratulations, host, on winning skill points 11. Ding, congratulations. 1 equipment, encouraging armor, burning, gem, mercury bracelet. Ninjutsu, wind release, gale palm, wind release, beast wave palm, wind release, beast wave, gale palm, wind release, shuriken. And several true eyes, several explosive talismans, special 1 cubic meter space, special item, Annie's bear doll. A dazzling array of draw rewards appeared before Akali. Looking at this draw's rewards, Akali was taken aback. Skill points, equipment, ninjutsu consumables, and even an Annie-style bear doll, plus a cubic meter of space. Pretty good, I got another cubic meter of space. Now my personal storage space has reached 3 cubic meters. But this Annie-style bear doll, Why is there such a thing? Haven't I already acquired Tibur's skills? Akali curiously took out the bear doll. A scruffy little bear appeared in Akali's hand. However, the moment the bear appeared, Akali noticeably felt the temperature in her room rise significantly. What's happening? It's getting warmer. Akali felt a bit puzzled, but she quickly reacted. No, it's not just warming up. Oh, I see now, it's you. Akali looked at the bear doll in her hand. A sense of bloodline connection emerged. The doll in Akali's hand was not just a doll, it was alive. Its purpose was very simple: to serve as a vessel for Tibur's, effectively enhancing Tibur's power. Not bad. Looking at the Tibur's doll in her hand, Akali nodded. She began to think of even more possibilities. All along, Akali placed great importance on her home, as it was her only personal space in this world. For the safety of her home, Akali had placed true sight sentinels all around, inside and out. But the issue was that while true sight sentinels could provide vision, they were not actual guards. If Akali was not at home, there was really no one to stop someone from stealing her things, and she had no way to deal with that. Of course, she could teleport back, but it wasn't possible to have the time and opportunity to teleport every time, right? Although Akali had stored her important items in her spatial pouch, what if she encountered a pervert who stole her underwear? That would be disgusting. But now, with the appearance of this little bear doll, Akali had a new option. That is to have the bear keep watch over her home. A smart little bear as a guard is far superior to a dog. The only problem is, what about when she is fighting? This was simple too. Akali took out a summoning scroll and signed an additional layer of summoning contract beyond the original master-servant relationship. In this way, even if the bear was at home, Akali could summon it whenever she needed. Not bad, I'm really a genius. Looking at the newly signed contract, Akali was quite satisfied. Then, ignoring the bear, she looked at the ninjutsu she had just acquired, feeling a bit troubled. Although I already knew I might draw many things, I couldn't use this as too much. I can't use techniques like Fierce Wind Palm, Beast Wave Palm, or Beast Wave Fierce Palm. But this Wind Release Shuriken is somewhat interesting. Akali closed her eyes, experiencing the information transmitted by the system. Wind Release Shuriken is a wind release ninjutsu from Danzo capable of enhancing ordinary shurikens, making them faster, while also increasing the blade's edge, thus enhancing lethality. Just right, Akali's current fighting style also heavily relies on ninjutsu, which fits her habits quite well. But the problem is, this technique is most likely Danzo's unique ninjutsu, and if she wants to use it, she would have to explain where it came from. So for now, Akali had no choice but to give it up. The only good news was that Akali had drawn equipment again, and it was 3 pieces. The Invigorating Armor, Burning Gem, and Mercury Pendant. Among them, the Invigorating Armor could increase Akali's health and magic resistance, and also provide her with a percentage-based recovery effect. In other words, if Akali was originally injured or exhausted, needing a whole day to recover, now she would only need most of the day. This is considered a long-term enhancement for her endurance. But she is Akali, right? Isn't a technological gun plus invigorating armor a bit abstract? Forget it from now on, I'll just treat myself as a solo fighter. Akali sighed, and then looked at the other equipment. After the invigorating armor, the burning gem had no special effects, just a pure increase in health. Only the final Mercury Pendant made Akali's eyes light up. Because the effect of the Mercury Pendant was very special, it could remove all control effects on the wearer, such as confinement, dizziness, and so on. As for the ninja's illusions, they certainly count as control effects. This means what is self-evident. From now on, even Tsukuyami won't scare Akali. This is simply the most unexpected gain from this draw. After the lottery was completed, Akali's personal panel changed to this. Name: Akali. Physical condition average Chunin, special Jonin agility average Jonin strength, special Jonin spirit, special Jonin chakra average Chunin skills, summon Tibur's, level 1 ultimate rakeage, level 1 crumbling fire, level 1 burning, level 1 pillar of flames, level 1 stone penetration, level 1 rock spike, level 1 shadow ultimate all blades, level 1 shadow ultimate demon slash, level 1 innate illusion charm lasso strike, level 1 golden bell shield iron cloth shirt, level 1 ice barrier, level 1 frost rebirth ninjutsu body flicker technique, proficient shadow clone technique, proficient wind release fierce wind palm novice wind release, beast wave palm novice wind release, beast wave fierce palm novice wind release, shuriken novice equipment, nimble boots goddess tier, hex deck gunblade, invigorating armor, burning gem mercury, pendant summoner spells, flash teleport, ghost runes, resolve swiftness, nimbus cloak special, hex deck N. However, the flaws do not overshadow the virtues. Evaluation: a capable average Jonin. All this overall evaluation came to an average Jonin, but she was still the capable sister, making Akali feel a bit awkward. However, Akali also noticed the chakra issue mentioned in the evaluation. Originally, her chakra was sufficient, as Akali's chakra recovery speed was very fast, and it was hard to exhaust her entire set of skills in one go. But now it's different. Akali had drawn so many abilities like Summoning Tiburus and Pillar of Flames, which were all major chakra consumers. The chakra issue really should be taken seriously. Of course, after 2 rounds of draws, she definitely couldn't draw again, but she had to think of other methods. Perhaps I could try a traditional method to enhance my chakra. As for what the traditional chakra enhancement method is, that would naturally be training. So the next day, with the leftover money from yesterday, Akali set out to the training ground No. 23, where she had an appointment with Naruto and Sasuke. Meanwhile, at training ground No. 23, Naruto and Sasuke, who arrived early, were already in a standoff. Hey Deadlast, what are you doing here? As Naruto came into view, memories of yesterday surged back and Sasuke's expression darkened. Normally faced with Sasuke's overwhelming presence, Naruto would have stood aside like a lackey, but not today. Naruto, ever defiant in the face of condescension, fired back instantly. What? Is this training ground your family's private estate? No, I'm merely surprised, Sasuke sneered. The legendary Deadlast has actually shown up at the training ground, on his own volition. Pity. Even last-minute cramming won't change the fact that you'll always be the Deadlast. Is that so? Naruto returned Sasuke's mockery with a cold smirk. Fine, I'll admit it, I'm the Deadlast. I'm trash. But tell me, who was it that Akali sent to the hospital just 2 days ago? Surely not you, Sasuke. Surely not. Aren't you supposed to be the genius? Truth be told, Naruto had picked up a few tricks of sarcastic wit from Akali. You bastard. The mention of the hospital reignited Sasuke's fury, though beneath the anger another question burned brighter. How did you know? Know what? Naruto blinked, momentarily bewildered. That it was Akali who fought me. Sasuke stepped forward, his sharp gaze locking onto Naruto. My battle with Akali was witnessed by only 3 people: Akali herself, myself, one Kunoichi, and the Jonin who escorted me to the hospital. So how did you learn it was Akali who fought me? This. Under Sasuke's piercing scrutiny, Naruto instinctively retreated half a step, 2 beads of cold sweat tracing paths down his temples, his expression flickering with alarm. After all, revealing the truth, that he'd filmed himself in disguise, was utterly unthinkable. Naruto still intended to live out his days in Konoha. Sasuke hadn't suspected anything, until Naruto flinched. That single involuntary tremor sparked revelation. Locking eyes with Naruto, Sasuke deduced aloud, "You're panicked, meaning your source is illegitimate." If Akali herself had told you, a simple sentence would suffice. Yet there remains a puzzle: what illicit channel could you possibly possess? For you, intelligence can only come from first-hand observation, or second-hand hearsay. And hearsay carries no shame, so it must be first-hand observation. Sasuke drew the words out slowly, his gaze probing, searching. Then he saw it, the unmistakable visible shift across Naruto's face. Clearly Naruto still had much to learn about the art of deception, so it was first-hand observation. Sasuke's voice held genuine shock. But I distinctly recall no 4th person present that day. His words trailed off as realization struck. Why assume a 4th person? Naruto's transformation technique had been demonstrated before the entire class, more than once. Recalling the woman's features, blonde hair, cerulean eyes, a figure both delicate and striking, it matched Naruto's transformation perfectly. He'd simply never made the connection before, but now the pieces clicked. TCH. Sasuke abruptly stepped back half a pace, widening the distance between them. His expression twisted into profound revulsion, as if he'd just glimpsed something deeply repugnant. Hey, what's that look for it? Naruto erupted on the spot. Had he heard Shue Jiqian's song, Gentleman, he surely would have demanded, was that half-step retreat serious? In truth, Sasuke was deadly serious. He was genuinely nauseated. Until now, he'd assumed Naruto was merely reckless, arrogantly self-fashioned, and perpetually loud, yet blind to his own limitations. But this was something else entirely. He could understand using the transformation technique to prank Iruka or Mizuki, but this went far beyond mere mischief. To transform into a woman, and then pose flirtatiously before the camera, preening and posturing. Sasuke said nothing, only took another deliberate step backward. Arg, the final thread of Naruto's rationality snapped. Being exposed for cross-dressing was humiliation enough, but Sasuke's disgust, unforgivable. Then, eliminate him. If Sasuke vanished, so too would the secret of Naruto's disguised photos. A deranged grin warped Naruto's face. His trembling hands began to form the cross seal, battle imminent. Fortunately, Akali arrived just then. What exactly is going on here? Akali frowned, observing Sasuke's rigid defensive posture and Naruto's rapidly fraying composure. Planning to fight? Go ahead, if you must, but wait a moment. We're leaving shortly on official business. To Akali, their confrontation seemed perfectly ordinary. When Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, chaos was inevitable. Wasn't that the essence of Naruto Sasuke? Her words, however, broke the mounting tension, jolting both back from the brink. They rushed to either side of Akali, pointing accusing fingers at each other and shouting in unison, "Akali, why is he here?" Then they turned glaring. "Idiot, don't mimic me." "Who's mimicking you? You're the one copying me. You're the one imitating me. Want to fight? Bring it on." Their heads drew closer, like two enraged bulls locked in primal challenge. Akali had no doubt if Sakura were to appear behind either of them right now, or even give a gentle shove, the legendary century encounter of yesterday would replay instantly. Or she could intervene with telekinetic force, but she chose not to. She wasn't some fangirl. Watching Naruto and Sasuke kiss held zero appeal. Watching Naruto kiss Sasuke, however, that might be worth considering. So she simply remarked coolly, not satisfied with yesterday's kiss. "Want another round today?" "Fine, I'll come back later. Plenty of time left." Silence fell again, yesterday's memory flooding back into both minds. Only then did they register the intimacy of their proximity, close enough that each breath brushed the other's cheek. Jet black eyes met sapphire blue. The next instant, ding. Naruto's emotional resonance 999. Ding. Sasuke's emotional resonance 999. They leapt apart, 10 meters separating them in an instant. Staring at one another, Naruto and Sasuke wore identical expressions, pure synchronized disdain. Beside them, Akali suddenly felt like an outsider. She didn't belong here. She belonged under a car. A flicker of impatience crossed Akari's brow. She slammed her palms onto the earth. Refined chakra surged from her dantian, coursed through her meridians, and erupted from her hands, converting into searing flame beneath the ground. Boom! A fire column 5 meters wide detonated between them, towering incandescent, cleaving their line of sight in two. Ding! Naruto's emotional resonance 999. Ding! Sasuke's emotional resonance 999. Feeling the scorching flames that could burn his eyes and the surging heat waves carried by the wind, Naruto and Sasuke's expressions changed dramatically. Only then did Akali clap her hands and rise to her feet. "So have you calmed down?" Gulp. Naruto swallowed, nervously forcing a sheepish smile as he replied, "I'm calm, very calm." If he didn't calm down soon, he feared that Akali would help him cool off. Sasuke felt the same way. However, as an expert in fire technique, Sasuke had seen more than Naruto. There were no hand seals involved. She simply clapped her hands against the ground and unleashed such a fire technique almost instantaneously. How was that possible? Sasuke was eager to know, but he restrained his curiosity. He knew that if Akali intended to train them, she would explain it later. "Since you've calmed down, come over." Akali continued, "I will answer each of your questions one by one." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and walked over, approaching Akali. However, even so, there was still more than a meter of distance between the two of them. But Akali didn't mind the distance between them. "First, let's address the question you're most concerned about. Why are Naruto and Sasuke here?" "It's simple, because you're both called here by me." "Huh." Hearing Akali's words, Naruto and Sasuke were surprised again. They had thought this was merely a coincidence, but they never expected it was Akali who summoned them. "But Akali, why did you call him?" Naruto instinctively questioned. Wasn't it agreed that he would be taught to become stronger? Why were there others involved? Sasuke was equally displeased. What level was he at, and what level was Naruto at? How could they share a private tutor? But with the intimidation of the fiery pillar before them, Akali's response was much simpler this time. "What's wrong? Do you have objections?" Akali glared at the two with a youthful yet formidable aura. Naruto shivered. "No." Sasuke gloomily replied, "No." "Good, that's more like it." Akali's attitude shifted from cloudy to sunny. "You both approached me because you want to improve your strength, so you naturally have to follow my orders. Who comes and who doesn't is not something you should be concerned about. But rest assured, since I promised you, I will devote my all to teach and help you, showing you how to enhance your strength. Now let's start with you, Sasuke." Akali looked at Sasuke. "Did you bring what I asked you to?" "The item?" Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, then recalled, "Yes, I brought it." He took out a bankbook and handed it to Akali. Akali received the bankbook, opened it, and directly looked at the balance. 10,000,000. 1,120,000 Ryo. "Is this all your wealth?" "So little." Akali was somewhat puzzled. How could Sasuke, who inherited the entire Uchiha legacy, only have this little money? Keep in mind, Hinata had 100,000 as pocket money, yet Sasuke's entire wealth amounted to only 120,000. Sasuke explained awkwardly, "The inheritance from my clan wasn't much, most of it is tied up in properties. But over the years, the Uchiha businesses have closed down, and the funerals from back then incurred significant expenses. I chose the best for everyone. Additionally, I also invested some money in the Ninja Cat workshop, plus my personal expenses. In summary, this is all the money I have left. The rest are items, land deeds, and so on." "Oh." Akali nodded in understanding. From what Sasuke said, she already knew how many secrets lay behind it, especially regarding the business closures. Whether the businesses truly went bankrupt or if healthy shops were subtly drained leading to their demise was uncertain. And the funeral expenses. One must admit the way the third Hokage and his associates operated was quite disgraceful. In fact, given the circumstances in such a village, the fact that Sasuke could still retain over $1 million was already a testament to the Uchiha's former lavishness. After all, for instance, regarding certain secret vaults, Sasuke surely had no knowledge of them. Without knowledge there would be none, he only had access to the visible assets. However, these matters were irrelevant to Akali. Sasuke's financial situation would be his own concern when he grew up and decided to investigate. Alright, 120,000 is fine, that's enough. Akali closed the bank book. By the way, there should still be some cash on hand, right? Yes. Sasuke replied, somewhat puzzled. I still have about 100,000 Ryo in cash. Why? It's nothing. I just mean that from now on the money in this bank book belongs to me. Akali said casually. Ding, emotional value from Sasuke, 999. Sasuke was stunned. He had originally been curious about why Akali wanted him to bring the bank book to begin with. But who knew that when Akali mentioned the bank book, she meant for him to hand it over to her. This was a bit hard for Sasuke to accept. His money wasn't just windfall, it was left to him by his parents and clan. How could it be taken away by Akali just like that? Sasuke grew anxious. When it came to money, he completely lost his cool demeanor. Akali, what do you need this money for? Akali smiled slightly. Alright, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I misspoke earlier. When I said the money belongs to me, I didn't mean that I would swallow it whole, but rather that it's for me to manage. And how I use this money is the method I will teach you to become stronger. Of course, I know that saying this now may not make sense to you. Come with me. Taking Naruto and Sasuke along, Akali went to the Konoha bank, allowing Sasuke to withdraw all the money. Soon, carrying a suitcase filled with small bills, the three headed towards the very center of Konoha. Before long, a building with a huge fire symbol sign appeared in front of them. This was the Hokage building, a place familiar to every Konoha citizen. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke were even more puzzled. Hokage building, what are we doing here? You'll find out soon. Akali didn't explain further, leaving an air of mystery. Then she oriented herself and led the two into a spacious hall. The hall was divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. While the C and D areas were bustling with activity, the B area was noticeably less crowded, and the A area had only a few people, just 2 or 3 cats. However, Akali's destination this time was precisely the A area. Let's go. Akali entered the A area. The next moment, numerous sharp gazes swept over them. In Area A, or rather the hall for issuing a level mission, Sasuke and Naruto instantly broke into a cold sweat. Naruto couldn't understand why the third Hokage, who had seemed so kind and approachable in the past, was now exerting such immense pressure on him. Suddenly, at the long white table in front of everyone, the third Hokage smiled warmly, revealing a gentle smile from Naruto's memories. In an instant, the pressure they had just felt melted away like snow, as if everything they had experienced was merely an illusion. Isn't that Naruto and Sasuke? What brings you here? The third Hokage said with a smile masking the confusion in his eyes as he looked at Akali and the others. He found it somewhat strange that this peculiar combination of Naruto, Sasuke, and Akali appeared in the hall meant for accepting and issuing missions. Hadn't he just neglected Naruto's movements for a short while? How did it lead to this situation? Naruto and Sasuke couldn't answer the third Hokage's question and could only turn to Akali, who stood between them. In fact, they had only just realized where they were. Akali was supposed to be taking them to become stronger, so why had she brought them to the mission hall? Noticing the gaze of Naruto and Sasuke, the third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, the wispy smoke naturally masking the brilliance in his eyes. I see, so it was Akali who brought them here, and it seems they didn't even know why they were brought along. And among the three, it's actually Akali who holds the reins. The third Hokage was astonished. After all, it was simple to subdue either Naruto or Sasuke individually, but having both in line without conflict was a bit challenging. Puff. The third Hokage took another puff from his pipe, once again raising his evaluation of Akali. At that moment, he finally seemed to realize and turned to Akali, who stood between the two. And your name is Akali, right? Look at my memory, I'm getting old. Oh, I need a moment to react when I see young kids. Akali, since you've brought Naruto and Sasuke here, do you have something to discuss with this old man? Yes. Akali replied, unassuming, as she stepped forward to address the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, coming to the mission hall is naturally to issue a mission. That is precisely why we are here. Oh. Hearing Akali's words, the third Hokage paused for a moment. This time he truly felt puzzled. Issuing missions was indeed a function of the Hokage building, but it didn't directly relate to him as Hokage. After all, such tedious seed-level missions would not require approval from the Hokage, right? As Hokage, the third was responsible for reviewing a level and even S-level missions, and that was the purpose of this hall. And Akali, who brought the two, couldn't possibly be unaware of that. Yet knowing this, she still came to this hall to issue a mission. Are you planning to issue an 11 mission, Akali? The third Hokage asked in surprise. With his words, a small commotion arose in the 11 mission hall. It was no wonder everyone was shocked. It sounded utterly absurd. What is an 11 mission? By definition, it relates to significant movements concerning the village or country, such as participating in wars upon invitations from other nations, protecting important figures, or subduing ninja troops. Only then can it be classified as an 11 mission. But Akali, Naruto, and Sasuke had never left the village. Where could they find important figures to protect? Subduing ninja troops. And there was one last question. This place only accepts 11 missions. How could 3 students who haven't graduated from the Ninja Academy afford such a thing? Kids, do you really know what kind of place this is? One of the young jonin beside the third Hokage couldn't help but interject. This isn't a child's play. As he spoke, a sense of blood and fire emanated from the jonin, intensifying the authority of his words. Although this jonin had gone a bit overboard with his display of pressure towards a few academy students, no one else moved. Clearly they agreed with his words. However, faced with Kakashi's pressure, Akali remained unfazed. What did a mere background jonin mean to her? Thus Akali not only felt no fear but frowned and shot a glance at the jonin. Then Akali turned to the third Hokage. I've never issued a mission in the village, but is this how the village treats mission issuers? Judging by appearance, arrogance. Lord Hokage, if he can act this way even when you are present, what could he do when you're not here? I can hardly imagine. As for the future of the village, I must express my concern. Akali feigned a worried expression. With a mask covering most of her face, revealing only her eyes, Akali's performance was flawless, if not impeccable. Relying on her advantage in equipment, the third Hokage failed to notice any traces of Akali's performance. However, once Akali spoke such words under pressure, whether she was performing or not became irrelevant. Knock knock. The third Hokage tapped the ashes from his pipe and lightly reprimanded, Chiba, you've been disrespectful. Akali has a point. If you can exhibit this kind of attitude towards the children of the village, how would you treat important guests in the future? Chiba, it seems you're not suited for this job. Return to the Umbu for further training. Yes, I am very sorry, Lord Hokage. The jonin named Chiba lowered his head, looking pale, as the third Hokage's words effectively sealed his fate. At this point, no one cared about someone like Chiba, a failure. Looking at Akali, the third Hokage revealed a warm smile. All right, now let's talk about you. Akali, what kind of a level mission do you wish to issue? Akali finally stated her purpose. I want to issue a mission directed at Jonin Might Guy and his second team. The duration of the mission is 1 month, and the content is training and practice. And the subjects are the 3 of us. The mission reward is 900,000 Ryo. Akali gestured at herself and Naruto and Sasuke. Oh, I see. At that moment, the third Hokage finally understood Akali's aim. She was preparing for the assessment a month later. As for the money, it should be provided by Sasuke. 900,000 is certainly a significant sum, and with an additional 100,000, they could even issue an level mission. Since Akali was willing to invest such a large amount of money, the third Hokage certainly had no reason to refuse. The task assigned for release procedurally requires the consent of the esteemed Might Guy himself, but I am aware of his stance. Therefore, I have directly agreed to this task on his behalf. However, I still need to send someone to fetch Might Guy and present him with the task scroll, so please wait a moment. But Akali shook her head. It's too slow. Just give us the task scroll, and I will deliver it to Might Guy. Is that so? Hearing Akali's words, the third Hokage was somewhat astonished. Do you know where Aki is? No, but I know where Niji is. Yesterday's marking from the sheep spirit mask is just in time for today. Oh, Akali couldn't help but feel it was quite a coincidence. Haha, I see. The third Hokage chuckled, knowing that the whereabouts of the jonin were confidential in Konoha. If Akali truly claimed she could track Might Guy, he would have to inquire further. But if it's Niji, there should be no issue. Then I leave this matter to you. The third Hokage nodded. The subsequent process was straightforward payment exchange for the goods. 900,000 Ryo vanished in the blink of an eye, exchanged for a small task scroll. Then with Naruto and Sasuke, who were still somewhat bewildered, Akali exited the Hokage building. Is that it? Naruto scratched the back of his head in confusion. What else could it be? Akali glanced at Naruto before ignoring him. She turned to Sasuke. You must have many questions, right? Indeed. Sasuke nodded with a complex expression. Following Akali today, he had grasped her line of thought. That is exchanging money for strength. Since he lacked strength himself, why not find someone to teach him? This approach, while seemingly simple, was something Sasuke had never considered before. This made him acknowledge the objective existence of differences between people. Ignorance truly is a hindrance. Thus, although 120,000 Ryo of savings had vanished in an instant, causing him considerable pain, he found it acceptable. He had only one question: is it worth it? Absolutely worth it. Akali organized her thoughts. Let me put it this way, among the recent lower ninja classes, the second class overall strength is at least among the top 2. To lead such a class, their Jonin, Might Guy certainly cannot be underestimated. In the current Konoha, Might Guy's overall strength ranks at least in the top 3, and if we only consider taijutsu. Akali retrieved a long-handled scythe from her storage space and quickly twirled it. Recalling the appearance of Uchiha Madara, Akali closed her left eye, widened her right eye, and said with a hint of madness, "I dare call it the strongest." Ding emotional value from Naruto, 999. Ding emotional value from Sasuke, 999. Watching Akali, Naruto, and Sasuke's emotional value surged once more. However, it wasn't because of the strongest claim, but rather Akali's sudden display. After all, some things can feel awkward without the right atmosphere. Ahem. Akali also realized this. She calmly put away the scythe and, thanks to her mask, her fair and delicate face showed no hint of embarrassment. In any case, you can understand what I'm saying, right? We understand. Naruto and Sasuke wiped away imaginary cold sweat from their foreheads. Of course, whether they truly understood remains uncertain, but after Akali's display, their impression of her was significantly deepened. I see at least the second class among the lower ninjas, plus the strongest taijutsu ninja. Sasuke pondered for a moment, then his eyes revealed a fiery passion, and Naruto felt similarly. After all, that is the strongest. The name of the strongest is not something just any mediocre can dare to touch. An image of an invincible figure, one who bears the weight of the heavens and holds up the original imperial city with a single hand, emerged in their minds. Under this heavy filter, even the 3 lower ninjas from the second class transformed into various elite images. Just thinking about being trained by Konoha's strongest taijutsu ninja made Naruto and Sasuke unable to contain their excitement. Thus, pulling Akali along hastily, they covered the distance from the center of Konoha to the outskirts in less than an hour. A cute girl with buns was currently practicing the most basic shuriken shooting training, but all her shurikens landed beside the target on the trees. A boy with green spandex was doing basic physical training while repeatedly shouting about youth, occasionally letting out a yell, his watermelon head bobbing. And a long-haired Hinata, eternally frowning and looking sorrowful, came into view. After taking a look around with mixed emotions, Naruto and Sasuke turned to Akali. "Are you sure this is the second class?" Naruto and Sasuke questioned with expressions of disbelief. After all, compared to the skilled images they had previously envisioned, it seemed that except for Niji, the current second class did not match at all. Especially that watermelon-headed boy with big eyebrows, he looked anything but clever. Could it be that Akali's so-called top 2 strength was actually solely upheld by that Hyuga? Sasuke harbored some doubts. He knew Niji Hyuga was the last class top student. However, before Naruto and Sasuke could further express their doubts to Akali, a calm voice sounded behind them. "This is indeed the second class. What's the matter, my dear students? Do you have any objections to my adorable disciples?" As the voice echoed, it was as if a starting gun had been fired. Swish, swish, swish. The members of the second class who had just been training instantly appeared before the 3. Such synchronized movement clearly indicated that the 3's presence had long been detected. Suddenly being forced into such proximity, Naruto and Sasuke instinctively adopted a defensive posture, with Sasuke even wanting to reach for his ninja tools. But a slender fair hand stopped him. "Don't be nervous, Sasuke," Akali said calmly. "Even if you were to draw a kunai, you wouldn't last a second against Might Guy. Right, Might Guy?" Akali tilted her head back at a precise 45 degrees. Having never encountered such a playstyle, Might Guy was momentarily startled. However, in the world of ninjas, Akali's ability to do this likely only indicated that her spine was exceptionally flexible. But after that moment from Akali, the atmosphere created by Might Guy and the second class was interrupted. "Indeed, but I wouldn't do that." Coming back to his senses, Might Guy nodded helplessly, then looked at Akali and the others. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be students from the ninja school, right? What brings you 3 to seek out our second class?" "Well, it's like this." Akali produced the task scroll given by the third Hokage and began to explain. "So that's how it is. What an extravagant move." After a while, having finished the mission scroll, Might Guy understood everything. To be honest, he was rather surprised by what Akali had arranged this time. He had never imagined it could be played like this. As for training others, Might Guy had little interest. For now, ensuring Shaoli improved was enough for him. But Akali had given far too much. As the saying goes, literature is for the poor and martial matters for the rich. Taijutsu ninjas require supplements, medicinal baths, and post-training elixirs, and each of those things costs money. Especially since at present Might Guy was not only shouldering his own expenses, but Shaoli's as well. One could say the third generation truly understood him. Might Guy rolled up the scroll and bestowed his trademark grin upon the 3. "All right, young ones, I have completely grasped the purpose of your visit. You intend to shine spectacularly at the assessment in a month. Excellent. Yearning to perform in youth is the essence of adolescence. I stake the honor of Mu Yes Azure Beast if for the coming month I shall guide you properly. He paused then added Ming Ren grew a little excited. Was the legendary path of this Ming Ren finally about to begin? Beside him Zhu's breathing betrayed a slight agitation. Both waited for Mai Kai to utter some earth-shattering proclamation. Instead he glanced toward Ning Ci and the others. Prepare yourselves. Ning Ci spar with Akali, Xiaoli face, Zhu, Tian contend with Ming Ren. Each of you fight them, so I may gauge their strength. Yes, teacher Akai. Xiao Li and his companions answered in loud, resonant voices. They had no objections to Mai Kai's arrangement. This was an assignment. Some harbored personal grudges. Xiao Li and Ning Ci in particular smiled with barely contained excitement at the thought of facing Zhu and Akali. Compared to the second team's enthusiasm, Ming Ren and Zhu were more resistant. A fight with her. Ming Ren eyed Tian skeptically. Why not with teacher Akai? He did not think the match itself problematic. Rather, he believed that Tian would not serve as a proper stage or opponent to showcase true power. If the rival was inadequate, even great strength would remain unseen. Same here. Zhu nodded in agreement. Though unspoken, his thoughts matched Ming Ren's exactly. Xiao Li held no value as a worthy adversary. Seeing the pair's attitudes, Tian and Xiao Li both smiled subtly. They offered no rebuttal. They were executing a task, and being pressed by an employer was nothing strange. That did not mean they were without feeling. Akali could read the small emotional fluctuations from Xiao Li and Tian on the mood panel all too clearly. Akali sighed. You two really did not take my words to heart at all. Do you truly believe you can defeat Tian and Xiao Li? Ming Ren and Zhu chastised stared back bewildered. Clearly they genuinely thought they could win. Akali said no more, only gesturing for the two to step forward. Ming Ren and Zhu exchanged a glance. Ming Ren leapt forward first. I'll go, he declared to Tian. I won't hold back. Tian lifted his chin and smiled with pride. Little brother, that line belongs to me to say. Don't worry, with Teacher Kai here you won't die, though you may need to change your clothes when you return. Tian meant to skewer Ming Ren into a porcupine. Ming Ren did not yet understand that meaningfully. He only sensed an odd chill from Tian's words, a murderous intent. A bad premonition crept over Ming Ren about the coming fight, but it was too late to back out. After the two exchanged harsh words, Akali and the others retreated, leaving room between them. Soon the arena held only Ming Ren, Tian, and Mai Kai. Watching the two lock eyes, Mai Kai asked, "Do you need me to call start?" No need. After a few seconds of staring, Ming Ren surged forward with brash confidence. And then, there was no glorious then. 3 minutes later, Ming Ren knelt exhausted, dusting himself off. Around him the ground was carpeted with closely packed ninja tools, and he sank into the 3 existential questions: who am I, where am I, what am I doing? How could a world contain a wealthy woman who used ninja tools like stones to pelt opponents? Only then did Ming Ren recall why during Tian's tool training so few targets were struck. The projectiles ended up in the trees around the target. Tian did not need pinpoint accuracy, as she only needed to control the tools within a general range and leave the rest to overwhelming fire coverage. Watching Ming Ren's stunned expression, Akali smiled softly. At this stage, if they fought to the death, Ming Ren would lose 1,000 times over to Tian. He would not even need to unleash the Nine Tails. A war of attrition alone would suffice. But alas, this was a friendly spar. No matter how many shadow clones Ming Ren produced to Tian, they amounted to little more than fleeting nuisances. Akali turned to Zhu. So can they be your match? Zhu merely snorted. His eyes had already at some point awakened to Sharingan, making his stance abundantly clear. Battered and covered in dust and blood, Ming Ren trudged back. Zhu stepped forward to take the stage. I am not Ming Ren, he said coldly. At this level you cannot defeat me. Xiao Li leapt into the arena, one hand forward, the other behind, assuming the Mu Yi-style hand seals. Then let me witness it, famed member of the Uchiha clan. Xiao Li smiled expectantly. Do not disappoint me. No, it is you who must not disappoint me. Zhu drew a kunai, and the two stood in quiet opposition. A new battle was about to erupt. This time I should be allowed to call start, right? Mai Kai shrugged and moved to the center between them. Ready, begin. In that instant, Mai Kai vanished, as if by blink. At the same time, Xiao Li planted his feet and exploded into a sprint. Zhu executed another showcase of Uchiha shuriken technique, unleashing a dense storm of ninja tools toward Xiao Li. But too slow. Mu Yi whirlwind. With a sudden burst, Xiao Li appeared behind Zhu and launched a heavy spinning sweep at the back of his head. If that strike landed cleanly, Zhu might not die outright, but the rest of his life could easily be reduced to voiceless vegetative existence. Tian's eyes showed concern. Yet as if the back of his skull had grown eyes, Zhu sneered, spun, and reversed his kunai to parry Xiao Li's leg sweep. Do you think your movements escape these eyes, eh? Zhuju's intent was simple: Xiao Li must withdraw or lose that leg. What he did not expect was this: the clash of kunai and legs sent forth a metallic ring as if a blade had struck steel. Xiao Li's weighted leg guards had stopped the kunai's edge. Sensing the hard resistance against his blades, Zhu was shocked. At that very moment, Xiao Li poured the remaining 3/10 of his strength into the strike. With a heavy boom, Zhu and his kunai were blasted backward, sent flying by the force of the blow. Bang! With a mighty force from Xiao Li, Sasuke's body flew out of the training ground like a brush stroke in the air, finally crashing against a large tree, which brought him to a stop. Ignoring the pain in his body and the sprained wrist, Sasuke quickly drew a kunai, maintaining his guard. But when he looked up, at that moment Xiao Li stood still, as always, one hand in front and the other behind his back, showing no intent to pursue. For him, the act of knocking Sasuke away was nothing unusual. It couldn't even be considered a rare opportunity, so there was naturally no need to seize it. After all, the growth of physical martial arts is a process accumulated over the years. Yet the strength of protagonists like Naruto and Sasuke always grows explosively. Before the explosive growth could even occur, encountering a strong opponent like Xiao Li, who had exceptionally high base stats, naturally resulted in being overwhelmed. However, for Sasuke, accepting this truth was quite difficult. Ding! From Sasuke, emotion value 999. Sasuke clenched his teeth, a strong sense of unwillingness swirling in his heart. Could it be that after losing to Akali, he would also lose to this nameless nobody? Where would that leave the dignity of the Uchiha clan? No matter what, he could not accept defeat. With this determination, ignoring the pain in his body, Sasuke's fingers danced like a butterfly passing flowers, rapidly forming a series of dazzling hand seals. Seeing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Xiao Li's eyes. Even after witnessing the gap between us, you refuse to give up and instead want to struggle with ninjutsu. Very well, I will prove to you that even if I only know physical techniques, I can still defeat you. Xiao Li crouched down, preparing to sprint like a short-distance runner. At that moment, Sasuke's ninjutsu was also ready. Fire-style Phoenix Fire technique. From Sasuke's mouth, dozens of fireballs resembling dancing phoenix flower seeds flew out. The small fireballs, radiating intense heat, surrounded Xiao Li as if they were being controlled by someone. This was also why Sasuke chose the Phoenix Fire technique. Its attacks could be controlled to a certain extent with chakra, whereas the Great Fireball technique was just a one-time deal. Faced with such ninjutsu, Xiao Li was momentarily startled, but remained calm. Since Sasuke's Phoenix Fire could be flexibly controlled, they would just have to see who was more agile. Xiao Li dashed forward, sometimes stopping suddenly, sometimes retreating, occasionally weaving in shape, then zigzagging. Even though Sasuke was doing his best to control it, his Sharingan could clearly see Xiao Li's trajectory. But seeing and being able to act on it were two different things. Thus, Xiao Li successfully broke through Sasuke's wall of Phoenix Fire and stood right in front of him, entering the stage of exchanging punches and kicks. It's over. Next to Akali, Niji withdrew his gaze. Xiao Li still left a bit of face for the Uchiha. But Tian is Tian. Xiao Li is Xiao Li, and I am me. Staring at Akali, Niji's cold white eyes gathered a substantial malice. I told you some things are not yours, and even if you obtain them, you shouldn't use them. As for the expenses of your mission this time, Akali, do you have any explanation? With the last word falling, Niji's Byakugan activated simultaneously. Veins bulged around his eyes due to the surge of chakra, even part of his cheeks becoming visible. Combined with those pure white eyes that resembled a ghost, an invisible pressure surged forth. However, while Niji's intimidation could frighten others, it had no effect on Akali. Explain. What is there to explain? Akali retorted to Niji, that was the money Hinata gave me, and I can distribute it however I want. Besides, how can a mere branch family member meddle in the affairs of the main family's young lady? You should clearly recognize your identity. Ding. From Niji, emotion value 999. Akali's words were truly lethal. Niji's face turned the color of liver. If looks could kill, Akali would have been riddled with wounds at that moment. However, when it came to matters concerning the branch family, Niji really couldn't say much. Thus, gazing at Akali's masked face, Niji could only stammer out a few words, I won't hold back. Huh. As if you could beat me. Akali scoffed dismissively. She knew that issuing such a task could lead to misunderstanding from Niji, yet she still chose to come to train Naruto and Sasuke in the second class, all because of her confidence in her strength. Looking at Niji, who was dark-faced and silent, Akali even continued to provoke him. Speaking of which, haven't you always disliked Hinata? What? Now you've suddenly found her adorable. Too bad, even if you like Hinata, you can't get close to her, but I'm different. Akali boasted proudly, not only have I hugged Hinata, but I've also touched her. You wouldn't know Hinata's skin is fair and smooth, warm to the touch, just like mutton fat white jade. With just a little pressure, it gives a cotton candy-like sensation. And that little waist, the dimples, those long legs honed through training that bear. TSK, TSK. Akali exaggeratedly smacked her lips, making very clear sounds just like a lewd girl. Hearing all this, it felt as if he had turned into Hinata being insulted by Akali, and Niji was enraged. Of course this referred to his fists. Ding. From Niji, emotion value, 999. Enough, Akali. Niji growled, a murderous intent on his face like a victim. If you want to die, I'll be happy to oblige. Let's go. Niji prepared to step in and confront Akali. But at that moment Akali looked towards the arena. It's not over yet. Huh. Niji turned in surprise. It was indeed not over. Facing Xiao Li's torrential onslaught, Sasuke was in a very precarious position, but managed to hold on. Why is this happening? Niji couldn't understand. From his perspective, Sasuke was inferior to Xiao Li in speed, strength, and skill. That leaf whirlwind was a clear proof. Therefore, Sasuke should have lost by now. What exactly happened while he was talking with Akali? Oh, I see. I understand now. Akali had grasped Sasuke's situation. If Xiao Li continued to charge at Sasuke with the combination of speed and power like at the beginning, then Sasuke would surely lose. But now, in order to dodge the Phoenix Fire, Xiao Li had been constantly weaving and darting, and when he approached Sasuke, he hadn't accelerated. They were just facing off in a test of punches and kicks. In this case, although Xiao Li's attacks were indeed like a violent storm, it was still a bit lacking to immediately overwhelm Sasuke. After all, Sasuke had faced even more powerful assaults before. Once bitten, twice shy. Not only that, but pressure can also provide motivation. I can see it. I can see it. I see it. In the midst of Xiao Li's punches and kicks, Sasuke's eyes widened more and more, the black single tomo spinning in his iris, almost becoming an afterimage. Finally, the single tomo in Sasuke's right eye suddenly contracted, merging into a pupil that had shrunk to a small black dot. And then, as if going through a process of mitosis, a second tomo appeared. Not good. With the Byakugan activated, Niji clearly saw the change in the shape of Sasuke's right eye. His brow furrowed. In the past, there was a consensus in Konoha that the bearer of the three-tomo Sharingan must be a Jonin. At this moment, Sasuke's single eye with double tomo grew even stronger. If Lee had noticed it, that would be fine, but if he wasn't careful and acted rashly. Lee! A shrill cry echoed. In the arena, Lee accidentally had his leg caught by Sasuke and was thrown out using his own momentum. Sigh. Niji let out a breath. Indeed, the ability of the Sharingan to exploit weaknesses was not at all inferior to the Byakugan. The good news was that Lee was stronger than Sasuke. Even if he was thrown away, he could quickly adjust his posture in midair without losing control. But the bad news was that Sasuke was not like Lee. If Lee wanted to chase, he had to rely on himself, but Sasuke could use ninjutsu and shuriken to pursue. However, just as a response to Lee's initial restraint, Sasuke did not pursue. He simply stood quietly in place, feeling the sensation brought by the double tomo Sharingan. So this is what the double tomo Sharingan feels like. So powerful. Indeed, Akali was right. Just with this upgrade to the double tomo Sharingan, Sasuke felt his investment of 900,000 was worth it. Moreover, this was just the beginning. In the recent counterattack, Sasuke had already experienced a hint of the double tomo's copying ability. Then, calming his excited heart, Sasuke looked at Lee and revealed a proud, boastful smile. I told you I'm not Naruto. Lee's expression darkened, and under Sasuke's provocation, he crouched down to prepare to release his weights. Luckily, at that moment, my guy spoke up. That's enough, Lee. This is sufficient. I have a rough understanding of Sasuke's strength. Remember, Lee, our restraints can only be released when facing an enemy. Endure self-restraint, enjoy self-restraint, and finally, when facing an enemy, unleash the power of that self-restraint. This is youth, Lee. Gai Sensei. Lee. Kaisensai. At the sight of Sasuke's twitching lips, it was as if there was a volcanic eruption in the background, and Lee and Might Guy embraced passionately, crying uncontrollably. Ding. Emotion value from Sasuke, 999. Sasuke. He retracted his previous statement. Could such a hot-blooded and eccentric Jonin really be reliable? Sasuke deeply doubted it, but now that the money had been given out, there was nothing he could do about his doubts. Shaking his head, he turned to leave, leaving the arena to the incoming Akali and Niji. However, just as Sasuke took a step, he felt a cool breeze brush by, and a white figure flashed past. Looking back, he saw Niji already impatiently standing in the center of the arena, his fierce white eyes fixed on a certain spot at the edge of the field. Following Niji's line of sight, Akali slowly made her way into view, as if strolling leisurely. Seeing Niji's urgency and ferocity contrasting with Akali's calmness, two words surfaced in Sasuke's mind. Trouble. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke quickened his pace and rushed to Akali. In the moment he brushed past Akali, Sasuke quietly asked, "What's the situation with Hyuga Niji?" "It's nothing, just a small problem." Akali smiled nonchalantly, even praising Sasuke in return. "Congratulations, you did well." "Did you really need to say that?" In a great mood, Sasuke let out a proud snort and turned to leave. Although they had only spent a few days together, he already had a rough idea of Akali's personality. If Akali said it was nothing, then it really was nothing, and Sasuke did not believe that Neji could cause any trouble for Akali. Moreover, he had quite a bit of trust in Akali's strength. Sasuke then arrived at the sidelines and stood next to Naruto. At this moment, Lee had also finished sharing youthful stories with Might Guy and walked over with Tenten. Very familiar with Neji, they noticed that something was off with him. "Hey Sasuke, handsome guy, does that Akali have some grudge with Neji?" Tenten asked with some concern. "I don't know." Sasuke shook his head. "Huh, a grudge." Naruto, who had been watching the battle between Sasuke and Lee, scratched his head. "Neji and Akali have a grudge." Naruto, you really are." Even Lee could only shake his head and sigh at Naruto's lack of awareness. But Naruto was not the focus right now, Lee continued. "Although I don't know what kind of grudge they have, I know that Akali is in trouble. Why don't you persuade her to give up? If Neji really intends to use underhanded methods, even Gai Sensei might not be able to stop him." Lee's expression turned serious. After all, gentle fist and strong fist are different. Pressing a few acupoints or lightly tapping your internal organs could still be considered minor injuries, just a matter of resting for a while. But Akali only had a month to complete her paid mission. If she used this month to recuperate from injuries, wouldn't her money be wasted? So amazing. Listening to Lee's boasting, although Naruto did not understand what gentle fist and strong fist meant, he was still astonished. Of course, Lee nodded seriously. "That Neji guy is the most talented person I've ever seen. Let's put it this way, in front of that guy, I have no chance to fight back." Naruto was a bit shaken. He had just seen Lee's strength, which far exceeded Sasuke's. Atai was just Might Guy giving face. Lee's strength had not been fully unleashed. Yet even someone like Lee had no power to fight back against Neji. He could hardly believe how strong Neji was. Naruto looked at Sasuke, tentatively asking, "Even though I don't understand the situation, should we persuade Akali?" Sasuke frowned in displeasure. "Naruto, can you have a bit of your own opinion?" He had a clear idea of Akali's strength. And as for the so-called most talented person he had seen, Sasuke glanced at Lee, feeling a little insulted. So he retorted, "Akali is also the most talented and strongest person I've ever seen." "Ha ha ha, is that so?" Lee didn't think much of it. Since Sasuke said so, he believed it. That means the upcoming battle will be the strongest against the strongest, the most talented against the most talented. We'll soon find out who is the one of our two generations. Yash, I'm already fired up. Lee clenched his fists, his eyes shining with excitement as he looked ahead. "Neji, did you hear that? Don't lose." Naruto was not to be outdone. "Akali, you better not lose to that blind guy." The two sides' lively representatives began an intense cheer. The strongest against the strongest, the most talented against the most talented. Interesting. Watching the arena, a slight smile appeared on Sasuke's lips. A strong sense of anticipation ignited in everyone's hearts. In the arena, as he listened to Xiao Li and Naruto stirring up excitement, Neji frowned slightly, his expression somewhat troubled. The Xiao Li. He harbored a personal grievance, and suddenly revealing a showdown of the strongest only disturbed his emotions. However, on second thought, why couldn't the contest for one be resolved alongside personal grudges? Neji looked directly at Akali. "I heard you were the strongest of your generation. No wonder you could captivate Hinata like that. But you must know, even among the strongest there are differences. Is that so?" Akali remained as calm as ever. Of course, with the mask on, it was hard to discern her emotions from her face. Neji, feeling somewhat insulted, felt a surge of anger within. He took a deep breath to suppress his emotions, then extended his left hand forward, placing his right hand against his side, adopting the standard starting stance of gentle fist. Neji nodded at Might Guy beside him. "Master Akai, I'm counting on you. Alright, are you both ready?" Might Guy looked at the two of them, revealing his usual passionate smile. "Is this a contest for the name of the strongest among youth?" "Excellent, this is also youth. I declare the great youthful showdown begins." Might Guy waved his arm, and his figure clad in a jonin vest simultaneously vanished. In that instant, Neji's chakra erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward like a cannonball. His Byakugan firmly locked on while his right hand drew back like a fully drawn bow. Just by looking at the evenly distributed and densely packed chakra on his right palm, one could tell how astonishingly powerful this strike would be. At least someone like Akali, who strikes and retreats quickly, definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Since that's the case, why not just avoid it? Akali flipped her wrist, and a smoke bomb appeared. With his keen eyes, Neji immediately noticed Akali's small movement, but once he saw what was in her hand, the seriousness on his face quickly turned into a mocking smile. "A smoke bomb? Don't joke around, how could such a thing possibly block?" Neji wanted to say that a smoke bomb couldn't possibly obstruct his Byakugan's sight. But in the next moment, the exploding smoke bomb blocked Neji's mouth. For at that moment in Neji's Byakugan vision, the smoke created by Akali appeared pitch black, while everything else was clearly visible. It was as if there was a subspace black hole here. Niji had never seen such a situation where his Byakugan's perspective could be obscured by a smoke bomb. Ding emotional value from Niji 999. Niji halted his sprinting steps, his heart shaken, even feeling a sense of panic. After all, what the ocular technique ninjas take the most pride in is their eyes, just like the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan is certainly the same. Fortunately, Niji was the first among the new generation of Konoha to become a jonin, so he still had some composure. He bit down hard on his tongue, using the pain and blood to quickly pull himself away from negative emotions. Gazing intently at the smoke before him, Niji was shocked to discover that the smoke was actually expanding in all directions. In just a few seconds, the center of the exploding smoke had cleared a space, while the rapidly spreading smoke in front of him seemed to be about to engulf him. Niji furrowed his brow slightly, bending his legs in preparation to jump back. No ninja was willing to fight in an unfamiliar environment. However, as if sensing Niji's intention to retreat, a large shuriken, even bigger than the one used by Mizuki, shot out from the smoke before him. Prior to this, the large shuriken seemed to have merged with the smoke, as Niji heard no wind sound nor saw any disturbance in the air caused by the shuriken. Suddenly, as the large shuriken struck, Niji found himself somewhat caught off guard. There was no choice. He had to redirect the palm he intended for Akali towards this large shuriken. His palm, heavy with chakra, struck hard against the side of the large shuriken, and as his bandaged hand made contact with it, Niji's expression shifted again. For although this was clearly a large shuriken, Niji did not feel the hard, cold steel beneath his palm. Instead, he felt a sense of obstruction and a jarring sensation, like cutting through leather. This large shuriken before him was not a shuriken at all. It was simply a product of pure chakra transformation. Oh no! Realizing this, Niji disregarded the possibility of muscle strain and forcefully withdrew his hand. But it was too late. The large shuriken constructed by Akali's swift dance dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, and the hidden dragon seal successfully attached. A layer of pure white circular rings exploded around Niji. At the same time, Akali burst out of the smoke and touched the circular ring. The chakra ring, which had just spread through the air, gathered towards Akali's left hand, like a fledgling returning to its nest. With a ninja scythe the size of a normal farming sickle in Akali's hand, a massive greenish blade coalesced, linked by a deep green chakra chain continuously spinning in Akali's hand. Seeing Akali's deft chakra weapon, Might Guy frowned slightly. Generally speaking, to manifest chakra into a stable blade requires either profound ninjutsu skills. For instance, the wind blade of Sand Ninja Kankuro is a simple manifestation of a wind sword in hand, yet it is in a rank ninjutsu, because it contains principles of both form transformation and nature transformation. Alternatively, it requires special materials like Asuma's flying swallow, where the expensive chakra-conducting metal was used. Even though Asuma was the son of the third Hokage and had served as a protector for many years, he could only produce 2 chakra blades. And someone like Akali, a commoner, certainly wouldn't have the funds to procure the renowned chakra-conducting metal. So could this really be a product purely constructed from chakra? To master such profound nature and form transformation, could this really be a 12-year-old girl who hasn't even graduated from a ninja academy? Might Guy's eyes widened in shock. Could she truly be a genius? Ding emotional value from Might Guy 6666. 6666, although not reaching the ultimate 9999, it did surpass the typical upper limit of emotional values offered by Jonin, which is 999, indicating the extent of Might Guy's shock this time. Of course, if Akali were to speak, it would actually be alright. She did not possess the level of form transformation and nature transformation that Might Guy imagined. After all, Akali's special item description indicated her ninja sickle. This meant that the ninja sickle in Akali's hand was not an ordinary item. Her ability to create such a chakra blade was partly due to her own mastery of form transformation and nature transformation, and partly due to the special nature of the ninja sickle. However, the final result was no different. Facing Niji, who was exhausted and had yet to regain his strength, Akali swung the large ninja sickle in her hand. Watching the enormous scythe magnify before his eyes, the greenish blade glimmered with a strange, eerie glow. In a daze, Niji seemed to see the soul-reaping scythe of death. And seeing this scene, the hearts of Xiao Li and the others watching nearby tightened painfully. What on earth is wrong with Niji? Li couldn't help but exclaim. He simply couldn't comprehend why Niji, who had relentlessly assaulted him day after day, had suddenly crumbled so utterly before Akali. From Li's perspective, the moment Niji stepped forward, coiling his body for a decisive charge, victory seemed assured. After all, Li knew Niji's techniques intimately. Against such a master of the gentle fist, Akali would face an unrelenting, suffocating assault, fluid as the Yellow River's torrent, if she failed to withstand even the first strike. Yet unexpectedly, Akali merely deployed a simple smoke bomb, halting Niji mid-stride, and struck back from within the haze, seizing the initiative. But the Byakugan could pierce smoke. How could this be? Frankly speaking, Lee now suspected Niji might be throwing the match. Still, hearing Lee's question, Sasuke felt a flicker of empathy toward Niji. For he too was a wielder of a dojutsu. Thus, the instant Akali's smoke bomb detonated, Sasuke sensed its eerie anomaly. That was no ordinary smoke, or rather not only smoke. It carried an alien pitch-black chakra that clung like venom. And it was precisely this foreign chakra that blinded Niji's vision. In the past, the Byakugan's penetrative sight had been infallible. To be so abruptly thwarted by Akali's ingenuity left Niji momentarily stunned, a reaction entirely natural. Indeed, even Sasuke himself might have faltered in Niji's place. Yet fate had chosen Niji to confront this trial. Sasuke watched intensely curious. How would Niji counter such a blistering slash? With reaction time measured in heartbeats, most defenses would already be too late. Niji too understood this perfectly. If sacrifice was inevitable, then he would choose its form. Niji forcibly erupted his chakra, an invisible field expanding outward. Dense chakra swirled around his palm, condensing at its center into razor-thin chakra needles. Then he thrust forth his left hand. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Boom. The 8 trigrams palm collided with Akali's chakra blade. The next instant, shink. Blood sprayed across the sky. Against Akali's blade, Niji's chakra needles shattered instantly, crushed like fragile foals beneath a thundering chariot. Yet in that fleeting hard-won moment, Niji adjusted the arc of his palm. Though a deep, bone-exposing gash now split his left palm along its creases, he had, against all odds, deflected the blow. Impressive. Retracting her sickle blade, Akali couldn't resist praising him. Though she had dominated Niji so decisively just moments ago, her tactics remained shrouded in mystery, just as Sasuke's had been. In the shinobi world, intelligence was everything. To respond so adeptly under such a surprise assault, Akali's first encounter kill proved Niji truly worthy of his title as the strongest among the 12 genin. Yet upon hearing Akali's praise, Niji's expression darkened. "You held back," he stated flatly. "Had you not, my hand would be severed beyond repair." "Hep." Akali shrugged nonchalantly. "I couldn't very well lop off half your hand. Hinata would murder me on the spot." "Oomph." Niji grunted, dissatisfied. He leapt backwards several paces, wordlessly withdrew ointment and bandages from his pouch, and began tending to his wounded left hand. Watching his resolve, Akali blinked in surprise. "You still wish to fight?" "Of course." Niji spoke with quiet intensity. "You merely exploited a tactical advantage. Your technique happened to counter mine. Now that I am prepared, your eccentric jutsu will prove useless." "Is that so?" A subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of Akali's lips beneath her mask. "How certain are you that I've shown you all I can do?" After all, she'd only deployed 2 techniques thus far, the smoke bomb and falcon dance, of which the latter's second dash remained unused. Moreover, her current version of the My-style art smoke bomb stood at level 3, its skill points allocated solely to maxing her ultimate, granting her the 16-level power boost she'd earned. The rest remained carefully saved. At level 3, the smoke's radius and dispersal speed were modest, but its chakra density was exceptional, sufficient to obscure even the Byakugan's gaze. It paled beside the level 4 variant, whose smoke obeyed conscious direction, or the level 5 mastery, whose dense sentient plumes could shift shape and mimic human forms to deceive foes. And yet Niji had barely endured even this. What chance then did others stand? Nearby, Naruto called out, "Hey, you're not refusing to accept defeat, are you?" "Refusing defeat? Shame. Shame. Refusing defeat. Shame. Shame." Naruto contorted his face into grotesque grimaces, mercilessly mocking Niji. Hearing Naruto's taunts, Niji's forehead pulsed with an angry angular vein. "Enough." After enduring in silence, he roared, "I am not refusing defeat. I fully acknowledge I lost. I simply—" Niji turned his gaze to Akali, eyes burning with unwavering sincerity. "Wish to witness your full strength." TCH. Sasuke sharply inhaled, suddenly assaulted by memories long buried. For if his memory served, he'd once voiced exactly those words, only to be thoroughly thrashed moments later. Don't look. Akali's true power is not meant to be seen. This woman wore a mask, not for concealment alone, but as testament to her mystique. Sasuke glanced at Niji, silently urging caution. But Niji had already dismissed all distractions, external or otherwise, leaving only the pure, unadulterated spirit of a shinobi confronting a worthy adversary. Put plainly, Niji saw only Akali. Noting this, Akali nodded. "Oh, I see. Very well. Master Might Guy, is this acceptable, eh?" Akali asked the nearby jonin. "Go forth, passionate youths. I shall observe you both, rest assured." Might Guy gave them both a resounding thumbs up, and Akali at last beheld the legendary gleaming bucktooth radiance. TCH. Akali turned away, blinking rapidly. her vision momentarily dazzled. She really shouldn't have asked. Just then Niji finished binding his wound and reassumed his battle stance. Akali drew both sickle blades, adopting a poised predatory stance. Thick chakra coalesced into shifting shadows, layering over her like overlapping scales, cloaking her in a seamless mantle of night. This was a sight Sasuke would never forget. That technique. His Sharingan flared wide open. He stepped forward, straining to observe every detail. What technique? Lee, startled by Sasuke's sudden fervor, leaned in curiously. Then, noticing the deepening hue of Akali's chakra shroud, his eyes widened in realization. Is this a secret art? Exactly. Naruto burst in, brimming with excitement. Sasuke fell to this very move. Oh, really? Lee and Tenten whirled toward Sasuke, astonished. Under their collective gaze, Sasuke's face darkened. Naruto, you damned. He was utterly spent trying to reason with Naruto, obsessively fixating on one humiliation again and again. Though he'd already conceded his inferiority to Akali, hearing such reminders still rankled. Fortunately, Akali shifted once more, her transformation unfolding anew. The previously form-fitting night black chakra that clung to her like a stealthy shroud now swelled outward, transforming into a roiling shadow mist that fully enveloped Akali. From a distance, her figure vanished entirely, only a dense, inky cloud of darkness remained. And unlike her earlier sleek, razor-edged silhouette, this new form bore none of that commanding elegance. Yet Sasuke's eyes widened further, not merely at Akali's transformation, a testament to her growth, but because this all-consuming shadow was far more perilous than her earlier visible night attire. When clad in her stealth garb, one could at least track the arc of her blade. Now, however, she was wholly shrouded in swirling obscurity. How then could one anticipate her strike? Beside him, Might Guy shared the same grim realization. Such a jutsu. His expression hardened with gravity. Though Kakashi, Guy's longtime comrade, had spoken of Akali before, he'd only described her as an intriguing child, never hinting at power of this magnitude. As a seasoned jonin, Guy's perception far surpassed Sasuke's. He sensed clearly the shadow surrounding Akali acted like a seamless membrane, muffling every internal movement, silencing even the faintest tremor of life. He could detect no chakra signature, hear no breath or heartbeat. Only his own eyes confirmed her presence. If such mastery held true even beneath daylight, its lethality under pitch-black night, deployed for assassination, was unimaginably devastating. A misstep might cost even him dearly. After all, Kakashi had warned him Akali's technique was a piercing thrust, akin to Kakashi's legendary Chidori assault. Turning to Niji, Guy called out urgently, "Niji, be wary." "I know," Niji replied, voice low and taut. Indeed, none among them watched Akali with greater vigilance than Niji, for through his Byakugan, she appeared not as a person, but as absolute impenetrable darkness. Since time immemorial, the unknown has been humanity's deepest terror. A single drop of sweat traced Niji's temple, its salt stinging his eyes, but he dared not blink. Even though the Byakugan saw through eyelids, blinking would still break his focus. At last, shrouded in shadow, Akali coiled herself for the sprint. The moment had arrived. The pressure she'd built upon them was sufficient. Her Omote Urasoren required no prolonged build-up. Each incremental shift served only to harvest emotional resonance. From the very beginning, surges of emotion, Niji's tension, Sasuke's intensity, Guy's awe, had flooded her awareness. Yet emotion could not sustain peak intensity indefinitely. Once saturation neared, Akali launched her next thrust. A black aurora comet, swift and lethal, blazed toward Niji. Simultaneously, the instant Akali surged forward, Niji twisted his waist and hips, chakra erupting from every tenketsu across his body. This was the Hyuga clan's legendary defensive taijutsu, the rotation. A sapphire-hued barrier of absolute defense enveloped Niji, while Akali's shadow-piercing thrust met it with violent, grinding resistance. Scree! A shrill, high-frequency shriek, like nails dragged across slate, pierced the air where shadow and shield collided. Too loud. Spectators flinched, hands flying to their ears. Under the relentless friction, the vanguard of Akali's shadow began to erode against the rotation's unyielding surface. Akali's upper body emerged, hands gripping her Kusarigama muscles, straining forward. For the first time since the clash began, Niji beheld her face. That sight surged through him like adrenaline. Good, I've blocked it. Ignoring the fresh gash splitting open on his left hand, he forced his exhausted limbs to spin faster. 1 second. 2, 3, 4, 5. The rotation and Omote Urasoren locked in motionless combat for 5 full seconds, until at last the shadow veiling Akali began to dissipate. Her lithe, captivating form reappeared before all. Then calmly she lowered her Kusarigama. Her technique, spent, the clash concluded. So the outcome stood. The Hyuga's peerless defense remained unbroken, its legend intact. Neither side claimed victory, only equilibrium as the techniques canceled each other outright. Huh. Niji exhaled deeply, shoulders slumping in relief. His legs buckled, lowering him to one knee. The thrilling, nerve-wracking contest seemingly over. Relief rippled through the onlookers, the final trace of anxiety dissolving into quiet calm. Emotional resonance flooded Akari's awareness. Naruto, Lee, Tenten, and Guy each radiating overwhelming surges of astonishment. While others relaxed, Sasuke narrowed his gaze at Akari. Something felt profoundly off, yet he couldn't articulate why. It was as if fog clogged his thoughts. A maddening paradox. He knew the answer hovered just beyond reach, yet could not grasp it. Fortunately, Akari spared them no prolonged suspense. Just as Guy stepped forward to check on Niji. Niji's head snapped upward, terror lightning swift, and absolute returning in an instant. Before he could react, a sliver of blackness flickered past his vision. Simultaneously, a chill grazed his throat, something cold and fleeting brushing his skin. Only then did Niji turn, discovering with dawning horror that Akari, who had stood before him moments ago, now stood beside Guy. Guy instinctively assumed a defensive stance. "Akari, Guy-sensei, what just happened?" Niji asked, bewildered. Yet even as the words left his lips, delayed cognition finally delivered the missing data. His face paled. He remembered. Just as Akari seemed spent, a faint gossamer layer of shadow had bloomed across her skin. Then in the blink of an eye, her speed exploded. She became pure afterimage, streaking past him, fingertips gliding over his larynx before hurtling toward Guy. Only then did Guy's primal reflexes trigger, his muscles moving before his mind caught up. Yet even the legendary Guy was half a beat too slow. Niji understood the implication instantly. Had Akari chosen to strike Guy instead, she would have seized the decisive first move. But how? Though eccentric Guy ranked among the village's strongest, his instincts honed to near-beastly precision. To ambush him, could Akari truly achieve such a feat? Niji surged upright, his pupils trembling with raw disbelief. Sasuke and Lee, those whose skill matched the moment, also grasped what had transpired. Emotional resonance surged anew. Niji's awe, Lee's fervor, Sasuke's stunned reverence, Guy's profound shock. Overwhelming waves of emotional resonance crashed through Akari's senses once more. Guy turned to Akari, voice grave. "What was that just now?" "Omote Urasoren, second phase," Akari declared, echoing Minato Namake's tone when naming the Flying Thunder God's second phase. Minato's second phase had been mere whimsy, no true extension, but Akari's was genuine. She addressed the group. "Omote Urasoren is a piercing jutsu. In its first phase, I condense chakra into a shadow shroud that envelopes me entirely. Within it, my physical prowess surges dramatically, and the veil muffles chakra light and sound, rendering me utterly invisible. This shadow layer is remarkably comprehensive, nearly flawless. Yet consider it carefully, it is ultimately superfluous. If your speed alone renders reaction impossible, what purpose does hiding scent or sound serve? Thus, this veil was never part of my original design. It emerged accidentally, excess shadow energy my body couldn't fully absorb. And from that overflow, the second phase was born. The principle is simple. My body initially cannot channel all available shadow energy. But after the first phase's thrust, it becomes fully primed, warmed, awakened, ready. Then I reabsorb the residual shadow, while my opponent assumes the technique is exhausted and lowers their guard. Only then do I strike again, doubling the impact, having their readiness." Akari concluded her explanation. Of course, the design logic she described was pure invention, crafted on the spot. Yet the story resonated flawlessly. Emotional resonance surged once more. Niji's admiration, Lee's fervent inspiration, and countless others echoing in silent awe. "So, that's how it works." Guy's expression softened into genuine wonder. "Truly brilliant, integrating tactics so seamlessly into jutsu. Even I nearly fell for it." "Akari, you're a genius," Guy declared, heartfelt and unreserved. "Haha, too kind, Guy-sensei," she replied, beaming. Others gathered around her. "Akari." Naruto stared wide-eyed, as if gazing upon a deity. He could scarcely believe it. The same Akari who filmed absurd skits with him, who teased relentlessly, possessed such staggering power. The others' expressions mirrored his disbelief. Tenten's cheerful "so amazing" required no elaboration. Having already accepted Lee and Niji as paragons, Akari's superiority registered less viscerally. Lee, however, burned brighter than ever, his eyes blazing with the fierce light of a new life's compass fixed irrevocably on Akari. Akari remained unfazed, so long as no one mistook her for an object of romantic devotion. Sasuke too shared Lee's intensity. Already driven to surpass Akari, he now regarded her with deeper respect, sharper admiration. Niji's reaction ran deeper, more conflicted. He'd presumed Akari a clown mocking Hinata's innocence, only to realize he was the fool, his perception dwarfed by Hinata's own. How else could Hinata-sama have justified such a staggering sum, 10 million ryo, if not to secure Akari's allegiance? Hinata-sama must have planned this from the start, to recruit Akari. And by challenging her myself had I sabotaged Hinata-sama's grand design. Cursed, how wretched I am. Niji sank into bitter self-loathing. If he truly disrupted Hinata-sama's will, he vowed to rise at midnight and strike himself again and again. Yet this was sheer overthinking. There was no recruitment, only friendship pure and simple. Well, perhaps friendship with a gentle affectionate nudge. That nuance, however, needed no telling. Now that the bout had ended, Akali voiced a question long withheld. Niji, if my memory serves, you've always held strong disdain for Hinata-sama. Given that, why such hostility toward me? In canon, Niji did harbor affection for Hinata, her gentle grace undeniable. Yet love and loathing can coexist. Human hearts are rarely singular in their truths. It was only during the Chunin exams, after Hayashi revealed Hisashi's final letter, that Niji's heart truly shifted. Hearing Akari's query, Niji offered a rueful smile. Because Hinata-sama changed, suddenly completely. Changed. The others exchanged puzzled glances. What relevance did Hinata's transformation hold for Niji? Especially Tenten and Lee, intimately familiar with Niji's prior contempt, found the connection baffling. Yet Akari's gaze sharpened, thoughtful and knowing. She understood both Hinata and Niji intimately. If her intuition held true, Hinata's radical metamorphosis had ignited something profound within Niji, sparking his own evolution. Akari studied him intently. Niji nodded slowly. Yes, changed. Utterly. As if reborn. In her I glimpsed fate itself. Unbreakable, immutable, shattered at last. And so I fear. Fear she'll be harmed and regress to who she was before. That is why I bore such animosity toward you. Niji's smile tightened, sorrowful and sincere. Forgive me, Akari. It's fine. Akari shook her head, exasperated. She hadn't expected it would ultimately come down to her. Still, some things were best settled through honest conversation. Glancing at the time, she realized noon was fast approaching. After that intense bout, Akari surmised the others likely had little appetite left for further training. She turned to the group and declared, let's call it a case of no battle, no bond. Everyone, shall we go enjoy some grilled meat? And yes, my treat. Oh, a barbecue. Both Lee and Naruto's eyes lit up simultaneously. Yes. As shinobi whose physical exertion was immense, none could remain indifferent to grilled meat. Seeing Lee's eager expression, Might Guy found himself unable to refuse, even if he'd wanted to. Very well, let's go. But surely it's unseemly for juniors to pay when an elder like me is present. I'll cover it. Leading the group, Might Guy brought them to the legendary yakiniku queue. After a hearty, satisfying meal, Akari, Naruto, and Sasuke gradually found their place within Guy's team. For a reward of 900,000 ryo, Might Guy, the strongest taijutsu jonin in Konoha, perhaps even across the entire shinobi world, subjected the three to a grueling, hellish regimen of foundational physical conditioning. Naruto, long accustomed to idleness, and Sasuke, who trained relentlessly yet perpetually missed the mark, experienced for the first time what true intensity truly meant. Even Akari, under Guy's rigorous tutelage, underwent a complete physiological recalibration. Her chakra reserves significantly expanded. Naturally, the tedium of relentless taijutsu drills requires no elaboration. 1 month. More precisely, 29 days. Later, the trio deliberately concluded their training with Team Guy one day early, gathering by the small lake in the Uchiha compound. Having grown noticeably taller after a month of extreme conditioning, Sasuke turned to Akari. Akari, today you must finally explain why we ended training a day early. Yeah, Akari. I'd even made plans with Lee for a stamina race today. Naruto chimed in. A month of relentless exertion had softened the boyish naivety on his face. Though admittedly his words remained just as endearingly foolish. Akari rolled her eyes inwardly. What kind of recovery capacity did Lee possess? And what kind did he possess? Was he seriously comparing his endurance, nine-tailed Jinchuriki, and all, with Lee's? That wasn't competition, it was a death sentence for Lee. As for why she'd cut short their final day with Team Guy despite each day having been a profound metamorphosis, the answer was simple. Akari produced 2 stapled stacks of paper and handed one to each of them. Here, take a look. I made 2 copies specially. Huh, what's this? Taking the pages, Naruto scratched the back of his head and began reading aloud select entries. Day 2, since Guy Sensei I paid yesterday, we returned the favor. Yakiniku, Q cost 22321 ryo. Day 3, Naruto and Sasuke suffered severe muscle soreness. We visited the Hyuga, a traditional meridian therapy clinic for acupressure and meridian alignment, costing 300 ryo. With Niji's discount, final payment 2700 ryo. Day 4, Sasuke reported meridian distension, diagnosed as acute chakra overexertion. We went to the Nara pharmacy for 6 doses of 10-ingredient Supreme Tonic 3, gifted to Team Guy, total 3600 ryo. With Shikamaru's discount, actual cost 21600 ryo. Day 5, both Naruto and Sasuke felt physically rested but mentally drained. We purchased 3 bottles of jasmine essential oil from the Yamanaka flower shop, specifically for mental restoration. No gifts to team guy this time. Total 15000 Rio. Note no discount from Ino this time. Next visit scheduled for when she's on duty. Day 6 minor injury. Treatment at the Aburame Insect Therapy Clinic. Naruto skimmed further and realized these were Akari's personal expenditure logs, meticulous records of their daily spending. After all, extraordinary training results demanded extraordinary material support. To prevent their bodies from collapsing under such relentless strain, Akari had over these weeks guided them through nearly every prominent clan-owned shop in Konoha. From Yakiniku Q, backed by the Akimichi, and the Hyuga's Meridian Clinic to the Yamanaka Flower Shop, the Nara Pharmacy, and the Aburame Insect Therapy Center, their presence had graced each specialist establishment. For ordinary shinobi, visiting even one such shop once a month would be considered a luxury. Yet Akari and her companions not only visited them all, they did so with astonishing frequency, nearly once a week, revealing the staggering scale of their investment. Of course, explaining financial gravity to Naruto was futile. He finished reading, blinked blankly, and turned to Akari. So, this is how much we've spent lately. So what? So what? Akari nearly laughed. You fool of a fox. How can you ask such a question? Ignoring Naruto, Akari turned to Sasuke, whose brow had deepened into a furrow of growing concern. Surely you won't react the same way he did. Certainly not. Sasuke set the ledger aside, his expression grave. Until now I'd immersed myself entirely in the sensation of growth, overlooking even subtle dissonances I should have sensed. Did we really spend this much in just 1 month? 1,010,436 Rio. That was their total expenditure. Since Naruto had read selectively, many entries remained unmentioned, such as their daily morning bowls of Ichiraku ramen, or how later on ordinary wild pork from Yakiniku Q ceased to satisfy them, prompting them to upgrade to chakra-infused pork crossbred with specially bred shinobi swine, or how finding standard massage insufficient, they added daily herbal baths and aromatic fumigation at the Hyuga Clinic. Put plainly, anywhere in Konoha where money could buy tangible strength, Akari had taken them there. They even each adopted a combat hound from the Inuzuka kennels and had begun discussing acquiring ninja eagles. By the end, after a full day of brutal taijutsu training, both Sasuke and Naruto still retained enough chakra to practice ninjutsu techniques. That was the power of wealth. Naturally, Sasuke had no qualms about spending it. To him, any sum was justified if it forged real strength. The sole remaining question was, where did all this money come from? Sasuke looked to Akari, puzzled. My savings stood at just over 1.2 million Rio. After posting the mission, only 300 remained. Yet your ledger shows over 1 million spent. What accounts for that shortfall of 7,000? I covered it, Akari replied. Hinata invested 1 million Rio in me earlier. This month's deficit came from that fund. But Hinata's allowance is limited. Even if we asked again, she couldn't spare more. And remember, she invested expecting returns, not charity from a gullible benefactor. So now you understand why I halted training 1 day early. Yes, Sasuke nodded solemnly. After nearly a month of unrestrained expenditure, they were broke. Money was a distant term for Sasuke. As the second son of the Uchiha clan, he may not have had the luxury of a lavish lifestyle, but he certainly enjoyed gourmet meals whenever he desired. Even after the Uchiha clan's downfall, the majority of their wealth had been seized by the third Hokage and his associates. However, the remaining assets, which the leaders dismissed as insignificant, were still a considerable fortune that could ensure Sasuke's comfort. Thus, even if Sasuke had noticed this before, he had never deeply contemplated the issue of spending money. It was only today, when Akali brought this matter to light, that Sasuke realized the gravity of the situation. His progress over the past month had been unprecedented. If his previous life in the Ninja Academy felt like wasting time, this month's intense training left him exhausted yet alive. In this newfound life, he would not forget what allowed him to live, the money that flowed out like water. This vivid sense of existence enhanced his daily fulfillment, and the hope he could see was utterly addictive, like a poppy. There was no turning back. He had completely become the person Akali wanted him to be. So if he were to break free from this feeling, he would rather die than do so. Clatter. Sasuke suddenly clenched his fist. The signed bill crumpled under the pressure, producing a sound of protest. Then he abruptly turned and headed towards the Uchiha clan's grounds. The sudden departure of Sasuke left both Naruto and Akali bewildered. Who would follow up on my plans now that you are gone? Akali hurriedly stopped Sasuke. What's going on? Why did you suddenly turn and leave? Sasuke's reply was quite unexpected. I'm going back to thoroughly count the Uchiha's assets. Huh. Akali looked at Sasuke in surprise, taking a while to understand his thought process. You don't mean you want to sell the Uchiha's assets for money, do you? Exactly. Is there a problem with that? Sasuke nodded, not sensing anything wrong. Of course there is. Akali said helplessly, first of all, how much assets does the Uchiha clan still have left? I won't even mention how much those land deeds can fetch. Secondly, are you overlooking something? Akali blinked and subtly hinted at Sasuke. What? Sasuke still didn't understand. Jeet. Akali had no choice but to explain, Naruto and I, this money is for the three of us to use together, and of course it should be shared among the three of us. How can it be just on you? That does make sense. Sasuke began to grasp Akali's point. So Akali and Naruto also had to contribute to this expense. It can be done, but where would you get the money? Sasuke looked at Akali and Naruto with suspicion. Having spent a month together, did he not know Akali and Naruto's situation? We really don't have any money, but we can earn some together. Saying this, Akali smiled, her expression filled with the satisfaction of finally luring Sasuke in. Sasuke was even more puzzled. What kind of job can earn 100,000 in a short time? If there were such a job, it would have been monopolized by the village and the ninja clan long ago. No need to earn 100,000 in such a short time. We spent 1 million in 1 month, because we also invested in Kaiban and bought summoning war dogs. Normally stabilizing around 300,000 to 400,000 a month is sufficient. Indeed. Sasuke thought for a moment and then nodded. If it was just the three of them, then 300,000 to 400,000 a month would indeed suffice. However, the same problem arose. There were many businesses that could earn that much in a month, but they were merely students of the Ninja Academy and still needed time to train. Where could they find an easy, time-efficient business that made money? Sasuke thought that way and also asked that. But he never expected that after posing such a question, Akali would reveal a mysterious smile, as if she had seen a fish taking the bait. Of course there is. But you have to wear this. Akali pulled out 2 small dresses she had prepared from her personal space. After revealing the map of Yen Kingdom across more than 30 chapters, they finally reached the end where the dagger of the Chin appeared. Looking at the dress that a normal girl would wear, which would likely only reach to mid-thigh, Sasuke fell into deep thought. A month ago, he remembered the image of Naruto in a tattered white maid outfit appearing before him. What kind of job could be done without spending time and easily earn 300,000 to 400,000 in a month? Through his astonishing wisdom, Sasuke reached a conclusion. Cross-dressing for aid. I would rather die than do it. After saying this, the completely misunderstood Sasuke turned to leave, and Akali could not stop him. Where are you going? Wait. Naruto, hurry and stop him. Yoshi Kageki no Shin Naka. In order to block Sasuke, the three engaged in a chaotic struggle. After a while, Akali finally explained to Sasuke that it wasn't aid through cross-dressing, but rather earning money by doing normal photo shoots for magazines. At most, they would just be a little flirtatious and play to the audience. Therefore, with Naruto's practical example, Sasuke finally paused in his steps to leave. Yet he still felt conflicted. Isn't there any other way? Well, no. Akali intentionally took a deep breath, stirring Sasuke's mentality. Of course, with a stick comes a sweet date. This is something Akali understood as well. Placing her hand on Sasuke's shoulder, Akali patiently said, "This time we spent nearly 2 million altogether, and your money and my money have been used up. But do you know how much money Naruto and I have left? For 100,000. That is the profit from our last photo sale. This is just the leftover change after distributing the earnings across so many channels. What other job could be easier for us to make money than this? Only expenses like ours can fulfill our previous action strategies. Or do you mean you are not satisfied with the earnings this time?" Sasuke. Hearing Akali's words, Sasuke obviously hesitated. He was more than satisfied with their earnings this month. Because compared to the physical growth gained from normal training and the experience acquired from renowned teachers, they had also obtained something of immense significance: the opening of the 8 gates. This was a reward for Akali's generous spending as well as her understanding of relationships. What Naruto and Sasuke enjoyed would also be shared with Kaiban, totally selfless, thus receiving the greatest surprise from Might Guy. With such an opening in hand, he gained an extra trump card in crucial moments. Even someone as critical as Sasuke could not say that Akali's guidance was inadequate this time. Thus Sasuke wavered. Having grown accustomed to extravagant spending and to purchasing power with sheer wealth, Sasuke found it nearly impossible to revert to his former life of low input and meager returns. It was akin to certain modern women who, having long indulged in lavish consumption, eventually lose control over their spending impulses and are driven to morally dubious paths merely to sustain their lifestyle. Of course, Sasuke's predicament had not yet descended to such a depraved level. So, what should I do? Sasuke cast an inquiring glance. Simple. Akari snapped her fingers. Naruto-kun. Yes. What do you need me to do? Naruto responded with unbridled enthusiasm. The thought alone, that the haughty Sasuke would soon be compelled under Akari's iron will to strike one absurd pose after another and utter one mortifying line after another, sent his spirits soaring. He was absolutely euphoric. Ding. Naruto's emotional resonance, 9,999. Seeing Naruto's beaming grin and palpable delight, Akali exasperatedly rapped him on the forehead. Ow! Clutching his brow, Naruto blinked back involuntary tears, his cerulean eyes wide with bewildered confusion. Akali sighed in resignation. Must you rush so? Sasuke is a complete novice. Don't frighten him off. Oh, understood. Instantly Naruto's grin vanished. Gone was that smug, self-satisfied smirk, replaced by solemn focus at a speed utterly uncharacteristic of him. Clearly he took Sasuke's cross-dressing endeavor with utmost seriousness. Witnessing this, Sasuke's face darkened, his fists clenching in suppressed fury. Yet the die was cast, retreating now was futile. He could only steel himself anew, framing the ordeal as a necessary sacrifice. Turning to Akali and Naruto, Sasuke asked once more, you truly earned 400,000. After all, he had only learned they were filming and selling videos, not actually seen the money itself. Absolutely, 400,000, and that's merely our monthly share. Sensing Sasuke's lingering doubt, Akali continued, surely you recall, Naruto purchased jutsu from me before. That transaction was funded by royalties from Shonen Jump. Ah, yes, that does ring a bell. Sasuke murmured, memory returning. Owing to their extraordinary material abundance, even after daily training, their chakra reserves remained brimming, allowing them to practice additional jutsu late into the night. Sasuke managed fine, but what jutsu could Naruto possibly train? Just as he pondered how to expend his surplus chakra, Akali intervened. She sold Naruto 3 wind-style jutsu she herself had no use for, Futon Shipusho, Futon Juaposho, and Futon Jahapo Retsusho, at a remarkably nominal price. Thus Naruto's freshly acquired 400,000 yen share had barely warmed his hands before Akali reclaimed 300,000. Sasuke had witnessed that transaction firsthand. Fine. Sasuke exhaled deeply, falling silent. So be it. Some things must simply be endured, like being bitten by a stray dog. Sensing Sasuke's dejection, Akali gently patted his shoulder. Look, on the bright side, this month, including mission fees, we spent over 1.9 million. That sum cannot possibly fall solely upon you. Divided equally, each of us owes approximately 630,000. So though you're now penniless, you've become Naruto's creditor. You're owed 630,000. With that, Akali nudged Naruto, don't imagine you'll pay nothing. What's due will be claimed. So during filming, show some enthusiasm and good attitude, understood? What? How can this be? Naruto stared dumbfounded. His role as amused spectator abruptly upended. Wait, wasn't I just watching Sasuke's humiliation? How had the flames suddenly leapt onto him? Ding. Naruto's emotional resonance 999. And thus an immutable truth revealed itself. Laughter never vanishes. It merely shifts hands. Watching Naruto's distress, Sasuke finally broke into a smile. Then, Naruto, pay up. Huh. Flustered by Sasuke's stern demand, Naruto pitifully fumbled open his frog-shaped wallet. All I have left is. Hand it over. Before Naruto could finish, Sasuke snatched the wallet and swiftly counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 21. You still have over 200,000. Impressive, Naruto. Sasuke remarked, genuinely surprised. Though such a sum seemed modest to him before, it now qualified as a small fortune. So beneath Naruto's despairing gaze, Sasuke unhesitatingly withdrew 18 Tintasandian notes, the once plump frog wallet visibly deflating before their eyes. Then he tossed the wallet back. No. Cradling his ruthlessly drained wallet, Naruto collapsed to his knees, wailing. His anguish and bewilderment mirrored that of a traumatized high school girl, though given Naruto's gender, perhaps Jiega was the more apt analogy. Akali shook her head, banishing the absurd notion from her mind. Then she hauled Naruto upright enough, sniveling. Tears won't conjure coin. Get up and work, everyone. Come now, let's do something joyful. She shoved Naruto toward Sasuke. For instance, demonstrate the sexy technique for Sasuke. And Sasuke, you activate your Sharingan. Huh. Sasuke frowned. It's just a transformation into a woman. Why activate the Sharingan? Why indeed? This is no mere superficial metamorphosis. Naruto has devoted immense study to the sexy technique. Mastering chest expansion, limb elongation, facial contouring. All require meticulous artistry. So don't underestimate Naruto. Akali stressed. At that, revived by her mention, Naruto perked up anew. Right? Arrogant Sasuke. If you fail, it'll be hilarious. Sasuke bristled. You insolent dead last. Just who do you think can't learn this? Whoever fails, well, that's who. Unforgivable. Watch me master it right now. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke launched into a heated argument with Naruto. Akali watched, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Using Naruto to temper Sasuke and Sasuke to rein in Naruto. This was the equilibrium she had mastered this month. Truly, it proved remarkably effective. Once their quarrel had simmered sufficiently, Akali stepped forward with serene composure, now assuming the role of peacemaker. All right, that's enough. Let's begin photographing. Under Akari's guidance, Naruto once again employed his sexy technique. A golden-haired girl with twin braids appeared, her ivory skin flawless, her expression delicately shy, and her sky-blue eyes brimming with quiet, heart-rending purity. Per Akari's specific instruction, the transformation techniques, clothing lacked the tactile realism of actual garments, thus Naruto's transformed form, Miko, stood before them utterly unadorned, natural, and unself-conscious. Under Akari's, and especially Sasuke's, unwavering gaze, Miko seemed flustered, her slender arms gently shielding her chest, her knees drawn together in modest reserve, her slender frame turned slightly sideways, yet revealing in that very posture the smooth, luminous curve of her bare back. Yet it was precisely this authentic maidenly timidity, this tender hesitation, that magnified her allure beyond measure. Akari nodded in quiet satisfaction. Indeed, this refined poise had been meticulously adjusted countless times, truly peerless in its execution. Even Akari had to admit with wry amusement, if only she possessed the means, she'd have paid homage without hesitation. But for now, she would simply savor the spectacle. With a mischievous glint, she turned her gaze toward Sasuke, and sure enough, he stood utterly transfixed. This was hardly surprising. Sasuke's Sharingan had heightened his perception to extraordinary clarity, and under Akari's careful refinement, every subtle detail of Miko's form was rendered with impeccable fidelity. No doubt such precision delivered a potent visual shock to a novice like Sasuke, a perfectly natural reaction. After all, if Naruto couldn't captivate even Sasuke, what reason would magazine readers have to reach for their wallets? At that moment, hey, Akari playfully slapped Sasuke's back. Startled as though jolted from a horror film, Sasuke leapt 3 meters backward in sheer reflex. Regaining his composure, he shot Akari an indignant glare. What was that for? Nothing at all, she replied, refraining, for once, from teasing him. Mockery was harmless, but provoking Sasuke into outright refusal would be disastrous. Among all those Akari had encountered, only Naruto and Sasuke could yield 4-digit emotional resonance in a single instance. Losing either would be an unacceptable loss. Instead, she asked calmly, tell me, what insights have you gathered? Could you replicate Naruto's transformation with equal finesse? Of course, I am an Uchiha. This is trivial. Muttering to mask his earlier fluster, Sasuke swiftly performed the transformation technique, eyes tightly shut. And indeed genius, he was in moments. A black-haired girl with twin braids materialized before Akari and Naruto, pale-skinned, long-limbed, radiating a cool, crystalline serenity that contrasted sharply with Miko's vibrant charm. Yet whether by coincidence or design, while Miko's figure was generously endowed, this Seiko bore no such abundance. Her silhouette remained elegantly restrained, almost boyishly lean. Scarcity, this was Seiko's defining trait. And as Akari's curious gaze lingered, Seiko herself became acutely aware of the disparity between them. Her earlier boast surged back into memory, sparking a strange blend of shame and fierce determination. Wait, I'll transform again. Before she could begin, Akari interjected, hold on, don't overdo it. Just a gentle contour will suffice. Huh? Seiko blinked, bewildered. Isn't bigger always more appealing? Ah, you misunderstand entirely, Akari replied, speaking with the knowing air of one well-versed in such matters. Size alone means nothing if it remains forever out of reach. But subtlety, that carries weight. Think of it, the golden-haired fox-like enchantress teasing the proud, reserved young lady with her audacious charms. Some souls are irresistibly drawn to precisely such contrasts. Just follow my direction. Her tone brooked no dissent. Fine. Seiko sighed and transformed once more. Not flat like a man's chest, but softly rounded beneath, clothing subtly present when unclothed, yet yielding only the faintest elegant curve when dressed. A testament to genius, Sasuke executed Akari's vision flawlessly. Delighted, Akari clapped her hands. Excellent. Truly worthy of a prodigy. Seiko's fair cheeks flushed rose pink as she turned away, murmuring, please, don't apply that title to this. Yet hearing her words, Akari's excitement deepened. Perfect, just that tone. You've grasped the essence completely. You. Seiko opened her mouth, then fell silent. With a resigned sigh, she conceded, fine, say whatever you like. Where's the outfit you prepared? Seiko glanced down at herself. Though clothed in truth, her appearance was undeniably bare and deeply mortifying. Here you go, and yours too. At last, Akari's pre-prepared skirts found their purpose. By this point, neither Naruto nor Sasuke harbored any resistance to wearing feminine attire, so the transition proceeded without protest. Miko and Seiko, mission accomplished. Naruto, Sasuke in maidenly attire. Lifting her camera, Akari announced today's theme, an ordinary day disrupted when a fox is found, and childhood friends vying for me compete in delivering irresistible charm. Let's get close, everyone. Her enthusiasm was palpable. At her words, Miko and Seiko exchanged a glance, suddenly gripped by a profound, chilling premonition. They did not yet know the meaning of getting close, but they would soon learn. A chime rang out, ding. Emotional resonance from Naruto 999. Another followed, ding. Emotional resonance from Sasuke 999. The notifications cascaded through Akari's system. Thus concluded the day of trial for Naruto and Sasuke, marked by Akari filling 3 full rolls of film. It was certain once carefully selected, captioned, and submitted to the magazine this photo shoot would yield a substantial income. Alas, Akari had no time for such pursuits now. The scheduled graduation assessment was imminent. 6 years after arriving in this world of shinobi, Akari would finally become a certified ninja and step into the crucible of blood and fire that fate had ordained. Preparations, therefore, were essential. After bidding farewell to Naruto and Sasuke, Akari returned home alone and reopened her system. System, tally my emotional resonance and monetary assets. Ding. Command acknowledged. Tallying initiated. Current emotional resonance, 302134. Current funds, 702879 Rio. Staring at the figures, Akari pondered quietly. Over 300,000 in emotional resonance and 700,000 in coin. That means I could afford roughly 100 draws, if I chose to. 100 pulls, neither extravagant nor meager. In some gacha games, a stroke of luck might yield 2 5-star drops. On other platforms, you might come away empty-handed. Fortunately, Akali's system was not so capricious. Each draw brought some reward, however modest. The question before her now was how many draws to make. She could not spend them all. Class assignments were imminent, and it was likely she would no longer be placed with Mingzhua. That meant the current stash of over 300,000 emotion points might well be all she had to carry her through the coming stretch up until the Chunin exam. Whether fortune placed her in Xiaochang's class or left her among strangers, she would not be able to replicate the recent pace at which emotion points and money had been flowing in. Naturally, she had to be frugal with draws. Akali needed to reserve some attempts. Yet she was about to become a ninja, and she felt uneasy about not improving her strength. All right, then do it. Akali ordered the system to perform 10 emotion point draws and 40 money draws. She decided to reserve 20 emotion draws, 20 money draws, and 100,000 taels for contingencies. After all, one must never be short of money. If 10 emotion draws and 10 money draws counted as 1 card, then 20 emotion draws and 20 money draws amounted to 2 cards. To Akali, that seemed more than sufficient. With her command given, the drawing procedure began. With a thud, 2 jet black backpacks were tossed before her. Akali practiced and unhurried opened the first one. A cascade of dazzling motes of light burst forth and danced in the air. Ding! Congratulations, host. Through the emotion point draw, you have obtained Summoner Skill Purify, Shadow Art Shadow Clone, Passive Scorching Flame, Lava Shield, Passive Tailwind, Rune Water Walking, Contempt, Ultimate Scatter Blossom, Summon Stone Beetle Swarm, Summon Shadow Wolf Pack, Summon Beaked Bird Flock. As the system announced the rewards, a surge of searing heat and a whispering breeze joined Akali within. At the same time, 3 summoning contracts were silently sealed with her. She stared in astonishment. Could it really work this way? Before she had begun the draw, she never imagined she could actually pull jungle creatures like stone beetles, shadow wolves, and beaked birds. If such wild creatures from the canyon could be summoned, then perhaps in the future, even Xia Gu Xianfeng Yuan Suju Long or Nashur Nenju might appear. Akali shook her head at a loss for words. If she could summon little dragons or great WYRMS, she would be genuinely excited. In short, the system always managed to surprise her a little. Apart from the 3 summoned beasts, this draw was of remarkably high quality. Summoner Skill Purify alone was invaluable, capable of removing any negative effect. Coupled with the Mercury Bracelet she already possessed, Akali effectively had 2 means to ignore control effects. A foe like you planning to use Udo to trap Akali might find themselves slamming against a bronze wall. As for other items, the rune Water Walking conferred a water attribute, and she could now tread on water without expending chakra. Shadow Art Shadow Clone, as the name implies, produced a shadow duplicate to aid her. Contempt Man Wang's W is the notorious taunt, perhaps useful for a bit of showmanship. Lava Shield Annie's E is simple in effect, it wraps the bearer in a fiery shield. The ultimate Scatter Blossom was the second skill Akali acquired from the Shadow Fist lineage. It let her perform a chosen slashing attack, centered on herself, a solid supplement to her close quarters repertoire. As for Huanan's passive Scorching Flame and Feng Nu's passive Tailwind, Akali realized after sorting through them that these were particularly weighty gains. Huanan's passive in the game applied a searing blaze to enemies upon skill hits. When that effect stacked to 3 layers, it detonated. In the real world, this manifested as a viscous, highly unstable special flame that Akali now possessed, the Scorching Flame. When the Scorching Flame accumulated to a certain threshold, it would erupt. From then on, any of Akali's fire-related skills could be cast using that flame like a kind of bloodstain, somewhat akin to Zuozhua employing Jia Ju Tu Ming to control Tian Zhao, or to Xiaohuahua acquiring a strange fire. Feng Nu's passive Tailwind worked similarly. Apart from granting an agility bonus, the wind offered no further obvious effects, perhaps because Akali had not yet obtained Foam News active skills. Still, Tailwind was not without benefit. With it, Akali, who previously possessed fire and earth, and at most a trace of Yin chakra, now gained wind as well. She was pleased with this draw, but she did not forget that she had run the emotion and money draws together. After finishing the emotion bag, Akali opened the other backpack. Again, a sheer swath of motes flared into being, 44 in total. Compared with the rarity of the emotion rewards, the 44 orbs nearly filled her entire vision. But the contents were not as spectacular. After all, money draws were less generous than emotion point draws. 16 of the 44 were miscellaneous junk, shuriken, explosive tags, smoke bombs, various potions, poro biscuits, and the like. Akali's luck was not great this time. She obtained no extraordinary artifacts. The remainder consisted of 15 skill points and 7 ninjutsu techniques. The ninjutsu were Fire Release Fire Run, Lightning Release Dizo, Earth Release Earth Array Wall, Wind Release Gust, Water Release Water Dragon Bullet, Wind Release Typhoon Passage, Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation. Skill points were certainly useful, and the ninjutsu were a mixed bag. Nonetheless worth the price, especially Wind Release Typhoon Passage, a technique seemingly developed specifically to counter mist hidden arts, because it can effectively disperse fog. Of course, the preceding items had their uses, but the true treasures remained to be revealed. There it was: equipment burning gem and equipment useless rod, 2 1-incubator storage spaces, and skins. Goei Wuji and Sure Shihu Sure. Skins indeed. After keeping her original skin for so many years, Akali finally obtained new outfits, and 2 at once. Goei Wuji Sure Shihu Sure. Amazing. Akali burst into exhilaration upon acquiring the new skin. In that instant, even her curiosity about the skin's abilities vanished. Her gaze drawn as if by a black hole locked unblinkingly onto the Kajibu no Miko skin. After all, this was Kajibu no Miko, the Phantom Dancer. New players might scarcely grasp its significance. For them, Akali's image likely resides solely in the dazzling glamour and charisma of KDA. But Akali, a veteran who had wielded the Shadow Strike since the earliest days, knew full well before KDA emerged, Kajibu no Miko stood alone, its legendary concept art the sole pillar upholding Akali's aesthetic supremacy. Without hesitation, Akali opened her personal interface, navigated to the Skins tab, and selected the new skin. A soft shimmer rippled across the screen. The label shifted seamlessly from default to Kajibu no Miko. The next moment, radiant light coalesced around her like the transformation of a magical girl, brilliant, ethereal, and spellbinding. Then she appeared, a striking young woman clad in a short-sleeved kimono, her crimson thigh-high stockings and abbreviated skirt framing an arresting juxtaposition of elegance and allure. Her ensemble, a bold harmony of red and white, her raven hair, cascading like ink, her presence, both fiercely heroic and irresistibly beguiling. With the mask on, her delicate features bloomed fully into view, brows like painted ink, lips as luscious and refined as ripe cherries, a slender sculpted nose, and skin luminous with porcelain softness. Adorned in this exquisite, effortlessly graceful kimono, Akali's magnetism soared to new heights. Excellent, truly excellent. She stood before the full-length mirror in the living room, gazing at her reflection with genuine awe. I am utterly adorable. Yet as she quietly admired herself, a subtle disquiet stirred, an intangible sense that something remained incomplete. What was it missing? A faint furrow creased Akali's willow-soft brows. Her gaze traced slowly over her own refined face, down the graceful curve of her swan-like neck, across the elegant hollows of her collarbones, then lingered on the gentle swell of her chest, barely contained by the kimono, and finally settled upon her slender waist, whose delicate dimples would gleam all the more if her garment were loosened. Her eyes drifted lower still, pausing at last upon the pristine, dazzling expanse of bare thigh. There at last she understood it was her thighs that lacked something. What that something was required no explanation, yet the very realization flushed her cheeks with sudden vivid embarrassment. Ding! Emotional resonance from Akali 999. What had reshaped her aesthetic sensibility? Mihoyo. Yet with matters already thus, what else could she do but accept it? She would search. For beauty she was unwaveringly earnest. And so Akali began sifting meticulously through her inventory space. As she combed through her possessions, her attention settled upon the equipment tab. It settled. Mercury's scimitar shall be it. Ordinarily equipped items merged seamlessly into her body to grant passive enhancements. Yet what could merge could also be externalized. With focused intent, Akali materialized Mercury's scimitar, now reconfigured as an ornamental band, around her left thigh. Gazing at the silvery band gently cinching her thigh, causing the smooth alabaster flesh to softly bloom outward on either side, Akali at last felt profound satisfaction. Perfect. Tomorrow I'll wear this to the Ninja Academy. They say a woman's armor is the makeup gracing her face and the elegance adorning her form, her battle steeped in the rosy fragrance of cosmetics. Akali possessed innate effortless beauty, radiant at every hour without artifice, while this kimono's splendor needed no embellishment. And now with her face unveiled, no longer veiled by the mask that once muted her brilliance, her allure shone unfiltered. Imagining Sakura and Ino's stunned expressions tomorrow, a mischievous smile curled Akali's lips, though as a woman for the first time, she had unwittingly overlooked certain realities. And so, the next day, at the Ninja Academy, "Wow, Akali, you've changed your outfit. Honestly, I've always thought you should remove that mask. Your face is too exquisite to hide. It's about time you did. Come sit here." Without waiting for consent, Hinata gently pressed Akali's shoulders, guiding her firmly beside herself. Hinata's physical strength was modest. Even at peak exertion, her power posed no challenge to Akali. But this was Hinata Hyuga, the girl whose gentlest gesture could feel like $1,000,000 slap to the face. Naturally, Akali offered no resistance. Then came the nightmare, or rather a dreamlike, blissful kind of torment. Once seated, Hinata wasted no time on preliminaries. She simply reached out and touched. "Oh, Akali, how did you style your hair? It looks absolutely lovely, and so silky smooth. This fabric is exquisite. Where did you have it made? I'd love one myself. The stitching, so fine, so precise. I knew it was slender, but seeing you in a kimono makes your waist look impossibly delicate. Is this called a thigh band? I've never seen such an arrangement, but it's strangely captivating. Wow, wow." From hair to face, waist to thigh band, Hinata explored each detail with the meticulous care of a connoisseur measuring a masterpiece. Akali felt less like a person and more like a porcelain doll laid bare before Hinata's reverent gaze. And soon Hinata confirmed precisely that impression. "Let me take a closer look." Hinata moved behind Akali, her slender fingers delicately tracing the inner lining of Akali's collar, probing the texture of the undergarment. Akali bit her lower lip, soft, hesitant, then after a long pause blurted out, voice tinged with flustered indignation, "Hinata." "Ah, apologies." Hinata jolted back to awareness, suddenly realizing her own overeagerness. With a sheepish smile, she stepped back, relieving Akali's tension with visible relief. Yet, "Wow, Akali, you've changed your look." A familiar voice cut through the air. Instantly, Sakura and Ino, who moments before had been playfully vying for priority, set aside their rivalry and converged upon Akali, one flanking her left, the other her right. And then, just as before, they repeated Hinata's ritual. "Wow, Akali, your hair. Wow, Akali, your outfit. Wow, Akali, what's that on your leg?" Akali had completely forgotten one immutable truth: women, when gathered in numbers, grow only bolder, wilder, more unrestrained. What did it matter if she stood alone in radiant splendor? Numbers dictated dominance, and in this arena the girls held absolute sway. In the end, Akali became little more than their shared, cherished plaything. Thus Akali was submerged beneath a tide of small, eager hands, helpless, entranced, unable to break free, until Sasuke's arrival finally eased her ordeal. Watching the others rush towards Sasuke, Akali exhaled deeply in relief, only to turn and find Hinata gazing at her, eyes crinkled with quiet, radiant delight. "Adorable, so utterly adorable. Laughing at me, are you?" Akali lunged forward, pinching Hinata's cheeks, tousling her hair, lost in unrestrained affectionate play, as if no one else existed in the world. Come to think of it, the Ninja Academy's seating arrangement placed 3 students per row, who occupied the 3rd seat beside her. Beside Akali, Shino Aburame sighed softly, pulling his high collar higher to conceal his expression. He found nothing alluring in the scene, only noise, overwhelming and intrusive. Why had not a single person noticed him amid that throng? Shino sank deeper into contemplation. However, Zeno's contemplation is destined to yield no results. Due to his low presence, readers occasionally overlook his paragraphs, an extraordinary degree of higher dimensional interference. After Akali and Sasuke stirred up a commotion in succession, the leisure time was declared over. Irika entered holding a small stack of papers. "Hey there, everyone. Long time no see. I wonder if you've made any progress this month. But it doesn't really matter, because whether or not you have progressed, you will soon face a challenging graduation exam initiated by advanced ninjas." As he spoke, Irika glanced at Naruto, who was beside Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto was already in a state of excitement, finally having the chance to showcase a month's worth of improvement, and there was no way he could sit still. To Irika, however, this seemed like a lack of awareness. "Oh well," he sighed quietly. The ninja school had specifically organized an enhancement class to improve the abilities of students like Naruto, but he did not expect Naruto to have skipped it entirely. The teacher's care for students is limited. Since Naruto clearly does not need it, there was no need for him to extend goodwill. In that case, let go of the desire to help and respect the fate of others. Irika's concern for Naruto was thus severed. After all, if it weren't for the scene where a small chunin blocked a shuriken for the Ninetales, Jinchuriki Iruka's relationship with Naruto would merely be that of a responsible teacher to a failing student. Ding. Iruka's emotional value 9,999. Huh. Akali, who had her head resting on Hinata's shoulder, suddenly lifted her head looking at Iruka with confusion. Akali couldn't understand why Iruka suddenly provided her with 9,999 emotional value. He didn't seem to be experiencing any significant emotional fluctuation. Akali was puzzled. Yet at that moment Iruka on the podium showed no signs of anything unusual. Iruka continued, but before that you will be divided into teams of 3. I hope each of you can remain united in your new teams and overcome the challenges together. Alright, let's start the team assignments. Akali's attention was piqued as she wondered which team she would be assigned to. But soon she found out. Iruka called out, First Team Murata Hanako Takino Kyoto Inazuka Kiba. Huh. Akali was taken aback. Inazuka Kiba, she couldn't have misheard right. Since Kiba was assigned elsewhere, it meant that she would most likely be placed in the 8th team. Well, that's fine. Looking at Hinata beside her, who was nervously listening to Iruka's team assignments, Akali smiled slightly. 2nd team. 3rd team. 7th team Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, I'm in the same team as Naruto, but Akali isn't with us. That's okay. Sasuke shook his head. Over the past month, he had come to acknowledge Naruto. Although Naruto's grades were poor, he was skilled in practical combat. Naruto felt the same way. In the same team as Sasuke, but no Akali. That's great. Without that troublesome girl Akali around, his freedom would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, watching the two of them, the one left questioning was Sakura. After all, given the constant friction between Naruto and Sasuke, it was surprising that they had not caused any conflict and calmly accepted their fate of being in the same team. It was as if their relationship had undergone some kind of leap during the month they hadn't seen each other. The problem was that during that month Sakura had been in Iruka's enhancement class, completely unaware of what had occurred between Naruto and Sasuke. In Sakura's mind, she clenched her fist and shouted inwardly, damn it. I hate this feeling of not knowing what happened. But what she didn't know was that in the future there would be even more days where she wouldn't know what had transpired. An extremely unsettling feeling spread within Sakura, causing her to abandon any thoughts of turning to Ino to brag. Following Team 7, Iruka also announced the 8th team's assignments. 8th team Hyuga Hinata Akali Yunuzino. As expected, Akali nodded quietly. This result was as she had anticipated, so she appeared very calm. But Hinata was different as she joyfully hugged Akali. Yay, Akali, we're in the same team. The two soft and tender cheeks pressed against each other. Hinata kept rubbing against Akali, making her feel as though she was being pampered. But for a tough girl like her, being pampered twice in one day was more than enough. How could she have a third time? Yay, Hinata, we're in the same team. In a tit-for-tat manner, Akali returned the gesture. In an instant, the two beautiful girls huddling together attracted the attention of everyone present. In contrast to the two dazzling girls, Yunuzino, who sat beside them and occupied a third of the desk, seemed almost non-existent. After all, compared to the two fragrant and soft beauties who would want to look at a gloomy boy wearing sunglasses and a high-collared trench coat that obscured his face all year round. Ding. Zeno's emotional value 999. Fortunately, Iruka, unable to watch the two of them fooling around, timely intervened and issued a warning, allowing the team assignments to continue. Akali and Hinata obediently settled down. However, at that moment, the people at the ninja school were unaware that their actions were being observed by a group of onlookers. Hokage office. Through the crystal ball, Asuma, who was smoking, teased, Hong, it seems your class will be quite lively in the future. Haha, the pure and flawless friendship among girls makes me nostalgic for my youth. Asuma shook his head, looking quite sentimental. In response, Yuhi Kurenai rolled her eyes. With your juvenile demeanor, how can you even talk about youth, old man? Asuma's expression stiffened, awkwardly mumbling, isn't that an issue with the old man's genes? Asuma. The third Hokage puffed out his cheeks and glared, ready to scold him. But Kakashi for once enjoyed watching this family interaction. Alright, Kurenai, are you prepared for the graduation exam? That kid guy should have warned you, he's not an easy opponent to deal with. After all, the graduation exam was a test, as well as a way for teachers to establish authority. If they failed to establish authority and ended up being overturned by students, it would be quite embarrassing. Yes, I'm ready. Speaking of work, Kurenai became serious. That kid's combat power has been described by Guy, and combined with Hinata's Byakugan, I might really struggle to keep up. So, I hired external assistance, so don't worry. Kurenai was confident in the external assistance she had secured. Is that so? Seeing her like this, Kakashi no longer pressed the matter. After a while, once the team assignments were complete, the Jonin gathered at the Hokage Tower and each departed. Not long after, in the waiting area of the ninja school, a mature beauty with ruby-like eyes walked in. Class 8, follow me. With a casual remark, Shiri Hong turned and left. Akali was the first to rise, and under Hong's lead the three of them quickly arrived at a secluded grove. However, upon seeing the grove, the three members of Class 8 frowned simultaneously, feeling something strange. Because it was too cold. At this moment, it was 3 in the afternoon, which should be the hottest time of the day. Even though Konoha was surrounded by dense forests, it should still be pleasant in summer. But the wind blowing from this grove was excessively chilly. Moreover, it was not just cold. There was also a sense of darkness about this grove reminiscent of the eerie woods in horror films. Yet the darkness in horror movies is created intentionally by the director. In reality, the darkness in this grove must have a reason. As she gazed at the grove, Akali narrowed her eyes slightly with the power of shadows quietly enveloping her, giving her apricot-colored eyes a tinge of eerie green. Thus, the invisible barrier covering the grove was exposed to Akali's sight. It was this barrier that blocked part of the sunlight, which made the grove so ominous. A barrier, I see. Akali suddenly understood. Meanwhile, Hinata, through her Byakugan, and Shino, through his insects, also discovered that the grove was shrouded in a barrier. The three looked curiously at Shiri Hong ahead, unsure of what she was planning. Shiri Hong smiled approvingly, saying, "Have you all noticed? Indeed, you are excellent children." She continued, "The grove before you is under a Jinjutsu barrier, and this is your examination site. Irika should have mentioned it right. Your graduation exam will be set by us, so." Shiri Hong pointed to the grove. "This grove, enveloped by the Jinjutsu barrier, is the examination ground I designed for you. In the center of the grove, there is a wooden hut. Enter the grove, find the hut, and retrieve the scroll placed inside to complete the assessment. After that, I will grant you the Genin headbands, and you will become my subordinates." Shiri Hong smiled, her alluring red lips forming a perfect arc, fully displaying her charming demeanor. It was clear that Shiri Hong was very satisfied with the arrangement of the grove. After all, a Jinjutsu barrier that could envelop the entire grove typically requires a whole class to set up, but this time, she managed to do it alone. The grove itself was a maze filled with traps and mechanisms, and she herself would enter to act as an NPC, applying different levels of Jinjutsu pressure against different opponents. It could be said that this grove could perfectly assess a ninja's overall qualities and conduct a specialized evaluation in Jinjutsu. And this was also Shiri Hong's arrangement for her class. After all, ninjas like Hinata and Shino from the Yamanaka clan did not require her guidance. Akali wanted to teach, but the reality was that she couldn't, as Akali was not on the same path as her. Therefore, what Hong wanted to teach was only how to deal with Jinjutsu, as well as her experience and knowledge as a jonin. If she could impart these lessons to Akali and the others, it would mean that Hong had fulfilled her duties as a leading teacher, living up to the third Hokage's expectations. But Shiri Hong was thinking too highly of herself. Listening to Hong's introduction, Akali didn't hold back at all. "It's indeed simple." Shiri Hong's demeanor and expression shifted slightly. Then she heard Akali continue, "I won't even mention it. Hinata is from the Hyuga clan, and her Byakugan can see through chakra, ignoring Jinjutsu. Shino is from the Yamanaka clan, and the secret insect techniques are already suited for the forest environment, and if I use my Kikeichu." Akali glanced at Yamanaka Shino, asking Shino, "If I remember correctly, Kikeichu can devour chakra, right?" "That's right. My Kikeichu indeed has such an ability." Shino became excited, not expecting Akali to remember his ability. And the clever Shino also understood what Akali was implying. "So for a regular barrier, I can directly destroy it by having the insects devour it." "Teacher, although the examination site you specifically set up is like a den of dragons and tigers, what would you do if I were to destroy it directly?" "What would I do?" Listening to Shino's words, Shiri Hong smiled, temporarily easing her tense heart. She had already considered these factors, and for her the only variable was Akali. Hong gestured for him to proceed. "If you can do it, then go ahead. If you succeed, I will immediately pass all of you for the assessment." Hong's confident demeanor made Shino hesitate. But since he had reached this point, he had to give it a try. Thus, one by one, tiny insects the size of sesame seeds crawled out from Shino's sleeves and collar, quickly covering his outer skin. Seeing this somewhat unsettling scene, Hinata quietly grasped the edge of Akali's clothing. Clearly, even if personalities changed, some things still instilled fear. However, Akali was quite intrigued, as Shino rarely released his Kikeichu during ninja school, making it a novelty for her. In the upcoming period, Shino would be her teammate, so she had to adapt to the Kikeichu. After observing, Akali found that her acceptance of the Kikeichu was fairly good. This had nothing to do with gender. Some people simply weren't afraid of insects. Under the gaze of Akali, Hinata, Hong, and the others, the Kikeichu on Shino's body began to flutter their wings. The sound of tiny wings fluttering filled the air as a cloud of black the size of an air conditioning unit flew forward and quickly reached the barrier. These specially trained insects capable of devouring chakra densely covered the barrier, and with only the Byakugan able to perceive the minute details, the Kikeichu opened their tiny mandibles, constantly gnawing at the invisible barrier wall. I must say, the Kikeichu, bred and nurtured by the Yamanaka clan for years, are indeed formidable. In just a few seconds, a basketball-sized hole was gnawed out. It worked. Seeing the small hole made by the Kakechu Yamanaka, Shino's face lit up with joy. However, at that moment, in the depths of the forest within the small wooden hut, a cool feminine voice echoed. Insects, disgusting, detestable. Following this, a pale hand gripped a brush, drawing a curve representing flames on the paper before her. In the next moment, at the edge of the grove's barrier, Shino's insects seemed to be scorched by flames, and in an instant, a large number of them died off. The fluttering black cloud dispersed. How could this be? Yugao Shino stared in bewilderment at the lifeless swarm of parasitic destruction bugs clinging to his body. The assault had been utterly unforeseen. Mere instants elapsed between one moment when his bugs thrived in perfect health and the next when they lay strewn across the ground as corpses. From the final pheromonal signal they transmitted, he deduced they had encountered fire, intense heat, and thus perished by burning. Or rather, they believed they had been burned to death. Yet he himself had seen nothing at all. What just happened? Akari turned toward Hinata. If anyone could have perceived the event clearly, it would have been Hinata, whose Byakugan had remained active throughout. And indeed, Hinata had seen it. That was a counterattack emanating from the barrier itself. A surge of chakra welled forth from the barrier's surface. The moment it touched the bugs, they died. Though I cannot identify the nature of that chakra-based attack, I can only infer its mechanism from the outcome. I see. Akari murmured thoughtfully, then turned to Shino. And you? I observed little more. According to the sensory data relayed by the bugs, they believed themselves engulfed in flame, and thus perished under that conviction. Yet I saw absolutely nothing. Shino said, perplexed. I see. Having synthesized both accounts, Akari fell into quiet contemplation. Hinata's testimony is infallible, and I too witnessed chakra rising from the barrier. Yet we saw nothing, while the bugs claimed to have encountered fire. So they were struck by some form of jinjutsu. That makes sense. After all, this is a jinjutsu barrier. Akari reached this conclusion, indeed the only plausible one given her limited expertise in barrier arts. Previously, Akari had regarded Kurenai solely as an average jonin in raw combat prowess, distinguished only by her exceptional aptitude for jinjutsu, enabling her to excel in select high-stakes scenarios. Now, however, it was clear Kurenai possessed far greater depth. Akari's impression of Kurenai shifted dramatically, and so too did Hinata's and Shino's. Sensing the subtle shift in their gazes, Kurenai felt a quiet surge of satisfaction. Her meticulous preparations had not been in vain. She had succeeded in reshaping their perception of her. Understood. Hinata, Shino, I've reviewed your dossiers. Your clan legacies have long granted you unparalleled advantages. But what if those advantages vanished, or were deliberately suppressed? How then would you respond? That is precisely what I seek to test. And you as well, Akari, the prodigy who defeated Sasuke. Your fighting style centers upon taijutsu, does it not? Every taijutsu specialist must master one essential lesson: how to counter a jinjutsu user. Coincidentally, within Konoha today, I, Kurenai Yuhi, rank among the foremost practitioners of jinjutsu. She offered a faint, understated smile, a serene expression veiling unshakable confidence. Her striking presence combined with that poised demeanor swiftly captivated Hinata and Shino. Awe and admiration bloomed across their faces, transforming them in that moment into devoted admirers. Noting their reactions, Kurenai knew the timing was right. Very well, proceed inside. Pass this trial and become my subordinates. Step aside, she said, gracefully shifting her stance to reveal the forest's entrance. Before them loomed a shadow-draped woodland threshold. A chill wind swept through, carrying a bracing, spine-tingling coolness. Tension coiled thick in the air. Akari exhaled slowly, intrigue kindling in her chest. She glanced left and right, at Hinata and Shino, and raised her brows in silent question. Shall we go? Let's go. Shino nodded decisively. In an instant, the three leapt forward, vanishing into the forest's depths. Watching them disappear, Kurenai gave a slight nod. Time to inform my main body. Release. With a swift hand seal, her alluring figure dissolved into a wisp of smoke. Simultaneously, deep within the forest's heart, in a secluded cottage, Kurenai's primary body opened her eyes, having roused from feigned slumber. Her gaze settled upon the pale-skinned girl seated beside her, whose years of seclusion had rendered her complexion almost translucent. Yagura, they've entered. I'll join you shortly. This trial rests in your hands now. Sensei, why speak so formally? There's no burden in this. Merely stepping outside the estate for fresh air has already filled me with profound gratitude. Yagura smiled warmly, a gentle, knowing expression on her pallid face that pierced Kurenai's heart with tender sorrow. After all, for Yagura, whose fragile constitution barred her from becoming a shinobi, the sight of vibrant, energetic peers could scarcely fail to stir quiet anguish. Yet despite her own limitations, Yagura had resolutely emerged from the Yamaka Manor at Kurenai's request to lend her aid without hesitation. Measured against Yagura's quiet fortitude, Kurenai, self-proclaimed Konoha's foremost Jinjutsu master, felt a pang of shame for her inability to resolve her student's plight. Yet as she reflected upon her carefully laid plan, a quiet smile returned to her lips. Rest assured, Yagura, this trial commands the Third Hokage's personal attention. Should you assist me successfully in completing it, it will prove, even with your delicate constitution, you possess the capacity to wield your extraordinary talent. In that case, the Third Hokage may well reconsider your official designation, for your talent is truly exceptional. Yes, thank you, Sensei. I'll give it my absolute best. Hearing Kurenai's words, Yagura nodded eagerly, utterly enthralled. Watching Yagura's earnest expression, Kurenai's mind drifted to memories of the obedient, dutiful girl she once knew, and her lingering anxiety finally eased. Indeed, Yagura's mastery, her ability to manipulate the five senses and weave illusions so real it became truth, held immense value anywhere. Even deployed solely as a stationary artillery mage, defending a strategic outpost, her worth would be incalculable. What truly impeded her potential was not her body, but the inner monster Idu, symbolizing the ever-present risk of loss of control. Kurenai understood while Idu had first stirred within Yagura from the crushing dissonance between overwhelming expectations and the bitter reality of her inability to become a shinobi. Until now, Kurenai had relied upon reason and empathy, approaches rooted in persuasion yet inherently adversarial. But children cannot be subdued, resistance only breeds deeper rebellion. This time tasked with mentoring Akali, Kurenai knew she might struggle to assert authority, thus requiring assistance. So she invited Yagura, not merely for support, but offering her the tangible hope of becoming a shinobi, intending to gently guide her healing. If Yagura could indeed assist calmly and competently, it would serve as irrefutable proof of her capability. Liberated from the psychological barrier of shinobi aspiration, Yagura would regain stability. Kurenai would successfully command Akali and fulfill the Third Hokage's mandate. A single act yielding 3 profound victories. Carrying this radiant hope, Kurenai stepped out of the small wooden cottage. Unseen behind her as Kurenai's graceful silhouette receded into the light, Yagura's pale, composed face twisted, just once, into an expression of unprecedented ferocity and hatred. Teacher Hong, do you really wish to control me like this? Muttering to herself, Amma Bayun's thoughts drifted back to that day when she hid behind the wall, clearly hearing the Third Hokage assigning the task to kill her to Hong Yui. Thus, any notion of the Third Hokage considering her reinstatement as a ninja was nothing but a lie. In Amma Bayun's view, this was merely an excuse from her teacher, who was envious of her abilities and wanted to claim them for herself. After all, Amma Bayun could not see the Third Hokage, as everything was conveyed through the words of Hong Yui. Perhaps after completing today's mission, she would return to hear the Third Hokage say, "I think you did quite well, keep it up," and then continue to use the guise of evaluation to manipulate her. Amma Bayun, hailing from a clan of ninjas, thought it was far too naive for her teacher Hong to think she could fool her like this. With this thought, Amma Bayun's pale and slender hand tightly gripped the brush, and on her fair forehead her illusory horns flickered and vanished. Amma Bayun revealed a strange smile. "Teacher Hong, you will witness my true abilities." Once again pulling out a sheet of drawing paper against the backdrop of the forest, Amma Bayun began to paint, preparing a gift for her beloved teacher Hong. However, this was unknown to Hong Yui. Her attention was entirely captured by Akali and her companions amidst the trees. By the time Hong Yui said goodbye to Amma Bayun and found Akali and her companions, they had already reached the middle of the forest. Such speed compared to Hong Yui's meticulous arrangements was like a force breaking through the bamboo. Hong Yui was quite surprised. "My barrier segments are small, like the walls of a maze, obstructing the Byakugan's vision, combined with the terrain and the camouflage on the traps, which are everywhere. With a complex terrain paired with traps, even Shino's bugs wouldn't be able to assess the situation clearly at first glance. Thus, they must advance while probing, sometimes even needing to cooperate to actively counter the traps. How could they be so quick?" With a thick sense of doubt, standing on a large tree, Hong Yui peered through the barrier at Akali and her companions. She then saw Akali, who was conversing with Hinata, suddenly look up and directly gaze in her direction. Hong Yui's pupils constricted. Ding emotion value from Hong Yui 999. "What's wrong, Akali?" Following Akali's line of sight, Hinata activated her Byakugan, but only saw the familiar barrier obstructing her vision, so she closed her Byakugan again and rubbed her temples, asking wearily, "It's nothing. I felt a very faint sense of being watched. Maybe it was just an illusion," Akali casually remarked as she withdrew her gaze from the system panel. "What about you? How are you?" Akali asked with concern, looking at Hinata. "I'm fine, just a bit of eye fatigue." Speaking of, I strained, Hinata felt quite regretful. Needless to say, Hong Yuhi had really put in a lot of effort this time to limit her Byakugan. The Byakugan's observational power is extremely strong, allowing her to easily survey a kilometer. In the forest they were currently in, if there were no barriers, Hinata could have scanned everything in an instant. But now Hong Yuhi had set up barriers, enclosing her Byakugan's vision and putting effort into the traps. For instance, if a Byakugan scan revealed a bamboo spike trap, Hinata would feel relieved and lead her teammates past the bamboo spike trap. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that beside the bamboo spike trap was a snare trap, which was somewhat concealed by the bamboo spike trap and not easily noticeable. If this time Hinata had noticed the snare trap and led her companions to eliminate it deeper underground, there would be another pressure trap. Of course, the Byakugan still has its advantages. Common traps, even in a chain, cannot reach such a level, but who could blame the presence of Onma Bayan's real illusion techniques in the forest? With the assistance of Onma Bayan's camouflage, when they first entered, Hinata had to scan every inch of terrain she could see. Yet the world seen through the Byakugan was still in black and white, with only chakra being colored, so one can imagine the workload. Thus later on, Akali no longer allowed Hinata to check for traps alone. For just checking for traps, she had a better method. Akali activated a scan, a red light visible only to her swept in all directions. Items like these she could produce as many as she needed from her storage space. Then Akali reminded Shino, "Don't move." Just as Shino raised one foot, she froze in place like a golden rooster standing alone. "Is there a trap in front of me, Akali?" Shino asked calmly. "Not in front, you're stepping on it right now. Just use the substitution technique to get out." "Okay." Shino nodded, forming hand seals, secret technique, insect substitution. Clad in a loose overcoat, Shino transformed into a cloud of insects and dissipated. At the moment Shino left her original position, the pressure trap was triggered and a large net rose from beneath her feet. But at this time Shino had already transformed into numerous small insects, slipping through the net, reforming silently, and Shino reappeared. Then Akali instructed, "Continue using the insects to scout ahead, Shino." "Sure." Shino nodded and released a swarm of insects. Simultaneously Akali's voice rang out again, "Don't just go left, there's a path in front too. It's just concealed by an illusion, reveal it. Dodge." Facing the sudden attack, the three did not hesitate and jumped back. The whistling treetops drew a white line through the air, passing in front of the three. With their keen dynamic vision, individuals like Akali and Hinata could even discern the bark's texture. "Is this really happening?" Akali exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Compared to the others, she bore steadfast runes, providing her with resilience. This resilience manifested in her ability to see through illusions quickly. They could not deceive her for long, much like a poor network signal that becomes increasingly unclear the longer you look. However, the treeman before her seemed so real, which was rather impressive. But it didn't matter, since she couldn't rely on her own resistance to negate it, she would simply dispel it. Akali clasped her hands, touching her index and middle fingers together, while intertwining her ring and pinky fingers, forming a seal, and prepared to disrupt the chakra within her body. Hinata and Shino were also preparing, though Hinata was getting ready to activate her Byakugan. What Akali and the others did not know was that the treeman before them was not an illusion cast by Ujito, but a genuine illusion created by Kuruma Bayun. Before the three could dispel the illusion, the towering treeman wrapped the branches that made up its arms together, forming an incredibly thick whip. Then it swung down heavily. Despite being an illusion, a thick sense of crisis washed over the three. Ninja are highly intuitive beings, so they quickly scattered and jumped away. Boom! The treeman's heavy branches struck down. The thunderous crash erupted across the ground, sending the rich, decayed soil of the forest splattering like raindrops in all directions. Afterward, the treeman withdrew its branches, leaving a trench nearly 10 meters long and as deep as a person's thigh, where the three had just stood. This is not an illusion. Watching the swirling soil and the various small bugs fleeing in panic from the trench, Akali twisted the mud that had just splattered on her, realizing that both the bugs and the texture of the soil felt incredibly real. Thus, the three members of Team 8 were stunned. After all, it is well known that illusions do not possess direct offensive power. Dispel. Shino, not one to believe in superstitions, immediately formed the dispelling seal. However, after disrupting his chakra, he was shocked to find that the treeman was still right in front of him. It can't be dispelled. Facing such a situation for the first time, the usually calm Shino looked at Akali in a bit of a panic. Akali understood very well. If a fire giant, earth giant, or wine giant appeared before them, it wouldn't be a problem. It would merely be a certain secret technique. But the treeman in front of them was a different story, which struck a nerve with the Konoha ninjas. After all, this isn't an illusion, or it can't possibly be a would-release technique, right? That would be akin to believing that Danzo is the fifth Hokage, or that Akali is Qin Shi Huang. However, unlike Shino, Akali remained calm, a confidence born from her strength. Don't worry about that, you retreat for now. Glaring at the treeman before them, Akali issued her command steadily. Hinata, see what this thing really is. Understood. Hinata gritted her teeth. Since she couldn't activate her Byakugan, without seals they faced an information deficit. Fortunately, she had an opportunity to compensate. With unprecedented speed, Hinata formed the hand seals and chakra surged into her eyes like a rushing river. Under the overwhelming surge of chakra, even the resilient Byakugan felt as if it were about to burst, akin to an overinflated balloon. However, Hinata's Byakugan was not a balloon that only took in air, it was a high-pressure water gun driven by pressure. At that moment, under the high-pressure chakra, her vision spread forward like a mountain flood erupting. I can see it. Hinata's eyes widened. But the next second, as her Byakugan swept across the treeman, just before the Byakugan's vision arrived, Kuruma Bayun canceled the jutsu. This was not only because she couldn't expose herself, but also because the treeman had already completed its task. Thus Hinata did not see the treeman, she only saw three figures rushing in at high speed. Those were Yujito, who had not shown herself since they entered. Forcing herself out of the surprise of not seeing the treeman, Hinata shouted loudly, "Watch out." Watch out for what? Shino asked, somewhat confused. But he quickly understood. Just as he detected his exposure, Yujito launched 3 kunai at him. An unsettling smell of gunpowder and a sense of impending death arrived together. Amidst the piercing wails of the kunai, Shino saw the talisman paper attached to their ends. That was a detonating tag with explosive power comparable to a brank fire technique. Detonating tag. The 3 leaped back again to evade. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another. The previously tranquil forest now bore several ugly scars from the explosions, with numerous trees falling down, creating a grand spectacle. Of course, the explosions, controlled excellently by Yujito, did not injure anyone. However, her objectives were achieved. The continuous high-speed figures passed through the smoke, with 2 shadow clones created beforehand flanking Hinata and Shino, while the strongest Yujito herself stood directly in front of Akali. At that moment, Akali also understood the purpose of the commotion. Akali was somewhat curious. Yujito, you've gone to such lengths to draw Hinata and Shino away to focus solely on me. Am I really that worthy of your attention? You should know I'm just a student who hasn't graduated from the Ninja Academy yet. Yujito replied calmly. Akali, you don't need to belittle yourself. Graduating from the Ninja Academy does not determine one's strength. Besides, I train with Guy, or would I not know your capabilities? So that's how it is. Oh dear, I can't believe I've been sold out by Guy. That's truly heartbreaking. I thought men like Guy wouldn't do such things. Akali pretended to hold her face, appearing genuinely heartbroken. Her mask concealed her true emotions. The image of a cold ninja girl did not suit such actions, but at that moment the character of the demon dancer fit perfectly. Ding. 999 emotion points from Yujito. Yujito felt somewhat helpless. The Akali in her intelligence reports was so straightforward, yet now she had unexpectedly transformed into a delicate lady. However, concerning her friend's reputation, she didn't want Akali to misunderstand. Akali, you don't need to blame Guy, who I specifically inquired about your information. I don't mind telling you that you are actually assigned to my team as Jinin. I am both your instructor, and the exam is a customary practice. Teachers need to understand their students. And my goal is very simple. Yujito said earnestly, I want to prove that I can be your instructor. I see. Akali nodded. Though she personally thought Yujito was overly competitive, feeling the need to be superior, which was more of a male trait, couldn't they just enjoy their leisure time together like good friends at the hot springs? To Akali, Yujito, as a big sister figure, was naturally a good sister. If this good sister could wear black stockings, that would be even better. But it didn't matter. Akali was rated by the system as a jounin with special skills. While the system's evaluation was indeed intuitive, it was not practical. Since that is the case, let her use Yujito to verify her current strength. Yujito, be careful. Akali stepped forward. In the next second, with the wind at her back, she reached the agility of a seasoned jounin, her red and white figure appearing before Yujito like a ghost with the scythe of the demon dancer, striking down. So fast. Yujito's pupils contracted. She had greatly overestimated Akali, but she did not expect Akali's speed to be this incredible. Fortunately, as an illusionist, facing the high-speed approach of a taijutsu ninja was a necessary lesson. Yujito's chakra burst forth, and with a grace like that of a calm maiden, she leaped back, immediately evading Akali's blade trajectory. Akali's strike was a sudden attack intended to be swift and fierce without holding back her strength. Thus at that moment her attack missed, leaving Yujito with an opportunity. As expected, still a child, even with excellent strength, experience is still a bit lacking. In midair, Yujito quickly pulled out several kunai from her ninja tool pouch, ready to throw at Akali. But at that moment Akali also looked up, a hint of mockery in her pure yellow eyes. You don't think this is an opportunity, do you, Yujito? What? Yujito was taken aback. In the next second, from the blind spot covered by the long sleeves of Akali's kimono, a crescent-shaped blade connected by chains shot towards Yujito. This was the special weapon Akali had learned through the skin of the demon dancer, the cross scythe. Named for its resemblance to the Chinese character for cross, formed by two blades connected together. In appearance, it was somewhat akin to the three-pronged spear of Erling Shun, but without the central prong, and the handle was only as long as a normal person's arm. However, because of its short handle and long blades combined with its double-edged design, it appeared heavy, thus the short handle's end was equipped with weighted subblades. With methods such as diagonal slashing and counterblocking combined with the tail's subblades, the cross scythe was incredibly flexible and better suited for direct combat. At that moment, Yujito was caught off guard. Ding! 999 emotion points from Yujito. As she saw the approaching subblade growing larger, Yujito had no choice but to temporarily change her target, throwing the kunai intended for Akali at the crescent blade. Clang! 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 The sounds of intense metal collisions rang out. However, despite being the size of a palm, Akali's subblade was surprisingly heavy. Yujito's kunai struck one after another, but only managed to deflect it slightly. She was actually hit by the subblade on the spot. The heavy subblade pierced Yujito's fragile abdomen, spilling out a large amount of blood and internal fragments. Looking at the wounded Yujito, Akali was equally taken aback. No matter how weak Yujito seemed, she had managed to hold her own against Itachi after being hit by an illusion, as she shouldn't be this vulnerable, right? And indeed it was true. Under Akali's scrutinizing gaze, Yujito's body suddenly transformed into a flurry of pink cherry blossom petals scattering everywhere. At the same time, upon seeing those cherry blossom petals, an unprecedented feeling of fatigue akin to having labored tirelessly for 10 days surged into Akali's heart. In an instant, Akali felt an overwhelming urge to sleep. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the resilience of her steadfast runes combined with her current mental strength as a jounin began to take effect. Even though the technique of falling cherry blossoms combined with the petal illusion was stronger than the Nirvana technique for dealing with ordinary foes, after a moment of daze, Akali regained her senses. Illusion, when did that happen? Akali was just slightly puzzled. More accurately, when had Yujito cast it? Akali had been watching Yujito all along. At this moment, Yujito's voice laced with amusement rang out behind Akali. If an illusion ninja's setup could be detected by outsiders, then what sort of illusion ninja would I be? Akali turned to look. Yujito was not standing behind her. Instead, she seemed to float out from behind a large tree, holding a kunai poised against Akali's neck. Wait, what's going on? Akali realized. She looked down and found that her feet and even her body were entwined with thick, heavy roots without her knowing. In the grip of these potent roots, Akali felt as helpless as a bug trapped in amber. Magical tree binding kill. Akali called out the name of the technique. Oh, you actually know? But since you do, I won't elaborate further. Surrender. Yujito said confidently. In an unknown situation, you won't be able to dispel my illusion. After all, in this world, illusions are divided into I techniques and non-I techniques. I techniques naturally rank a level higher than non-I techniques. Ordinary illusions can be resolved by disrupting chakra, while only I techniques require the assistance of others to disrupt chakra. Yujito's illusion mastery had long reached the level of ordinary I techniques, rivaling the Uchiha's reputation, is not without reason. Of course, whether Akali could truly dispel it was another matter. Illusions are a technique related to the spirit, and Yujito had to say this. However, she did not know that Akali was unaffected by such psychological tactics. After all, I admit your illusion is very impressive, but what if I use a mercury accessory? Before Yujito could finish speaking, Akali activated the mercury accessory, acting as a leg ring on her thigh. In the next second, an unprecedented cool sensation surged through her mind akin to the ice heart technique amidst turbulent winds, instantly dispelling the illusion Yujito had cast on Akali. The hidden presence of Yujito's illusion appeared behind Akali. At this moment, Yujito, in order not to stimulate Akali, was slowly thrusting the kunai toward her. Suddenly, a tiger-like hand seized Yujito's wrist. Ding! 999 emotion points from Yujito. Yujito looked at Akali in shock. Hadn't she just used the tree-binding kill on her? But had it held for a second, 2 seconds, or 3 seconds? No, was Akali immune to illusions? While Shiri Hong was left reeling in existential doubt, Akali felt no such hesitation. In her view, merely being restrained by this tree-binding technique for even a fleeting instant, rather than dispelling it instantly, was already an extraordinary concession to her opponent. Clasping Shiri Hong's delicate porcelain-white wrist, Akali marveled inwardly at the softness and smoothness of her skin. Yet her grip tightened without mercy, a squeeze, a twist, a sharp yank. Shiri Hong let out a pained, breathy cry as the kunai slipped limply from her right hand. Propelled by an overwhelming force, she was pulled backward, her back pressed flush against Akali's embrace. her supple womanly frame melding seamlessly with the elder Kunoichi's alabaster-smooth spine. In that moment, Shiri Hong, a statuesque Kunoichi, standing nearly 170 centimeters tall, was held fast in the unyielding grip of Akali, a girl barely 150 centimeters tall, whose youthful appearance bordered on shoujo. Her long, flawless legs tilted gently, lending the illusion that she sat suspended, weightless, within Akari's arms. Drawing slowly towards Shiri Hong's ear, Akali murmured softly, "Senior Ninja Shiri Hong, captured so effortlessly. Is this truly how you intend to prove yourself worthy of mentoring me? I suppose it does qualify you as a teacher after all. One who frequently serves as an undercover investigator, for instance." Truth be told, clad in form-fitting leather, Shiri Hong, the fiery beauty, might well embody that very essence. Of course, Shiri Hong had never heard of an undercover investigator. Indeed, the shinobi world hadn't yet conceived of counter-magic ninja, let alone developed such a classification. Yet she could unmistakably detect the teasing lilt and playful laughter woven into Akari's tone. "Damn it, let me go." But the moment Shiri Hong truly began to struggle, she realized something was terribly amiss. Akari's right hand locked tightly around Shiri Hong's right radial pulse point, while her left pinned Shiri Hong's left hand firmly against the soft curve of her lower abdomen. Both arms immobilized, her center of gravity shifted precariously backward. Under such conditions, Shiri Hong simply could not generate leverage. Just how formidable was Akari's strength at this moment? The answer: special Jonin level, or by the standards of the Shinobi Codex, no less than rank 6 or 7. "So, I have truly fallen," Shiri Hong murmured, a wry, bittersweet smile flickering across her lips. Even though she'd anticipated defeat, its arrival still tasted like ash. She had expected at the very least to hold out in combat with Akali for some time longer. Alas, Akari's intelligence remained maddeningly opaque. Shiri Hong had never imagined she possessed specialized countermeasures against Jinjutsu. No, she needed a plan. A bold one. To ignite Shiri Hong's resolve fiercely and irrevocably. As she pondered, Akari's gaze drifted to the strands of hair spilling across Shiri Hong's nape, and to the pale swan-like column of skin just barely revealed beneath them. A memory from her past life surfaced unbidden. A mischievous smile played upon Akari's lips. Then in the blink of an eye, before Shiri Hong could react, Akali dipped forward, burying her petite, heart-shaped face deep into the hollow of Shiri Hong's neck. Her delicate nose brushed warm silken skin. A forbidden sanctuary, reserved solely for Asuma and not yet claimed even by him, had just been boldly trespassed. And then Akali drew in a slow, deep breath. A faint scent of shampoo mingled with the refined, ethereal fragrance of night blooming cereus, soothing yet electrifying like a potent stimulant, awakening the senses. Satisfied, Akali lifted her head and let out a gleeful cackle. "Gwa. Senior Ninja Shiri Hong, your scent is powerful, unbelievably powerful." Akali, startled and flustered, Shiri Hong cried out in mortified indignation. Her composure shattered like glass, and she writhed anew in furious protest. Fortunately, Akali was an adorable, breathtakingly beautiful girl. Such charm rendered many transgressions forgivable, especially a mere playful tease between a young kunoichi and her senior. Had Akali been male today, the confrontation would have ended only in bloodshed. Yet as a radiant kunoichi, she knew full well how much leeway her beauty granted her. She continued her mocking laugh. "Keek, Senior Ninja Shiri Hong. The weak must be humiliated, brutally and thoroughly, by the strong." Frustrated. Enraged. Excellent. Rage and resentment are precisely what I wish to see. I relish watching you burn with the desire to destroy me, yet utterly powerless to do so. The taunting reached its zenith. Akali, perfectly poised at the age of a mischievous little devil, understood precisely how to induce hypertension and wield it with surgical precision. And indeed, under Akali's relentless provocation, Shiri Hong's blood pressure surged violently. Is that so?" A cold, glacial smile curved Shiri Hong's lips. This older sister is angry. For an unruly younger sister, she would deliver a lesson, swift, severe, and unforgettable. Before Yamanaka Yakumo's aid could arrive, Shiri Hong seized her chance. Through repeated vigorous struggles, she loosened Akali's grip on her radial pulse point, and biting down on the searing pain in her right hand, she snapped her fingers with desperate force. Snap! The sound was feeble, nearly inaudible. Yet saturated with chakra, it amplified 100-fold, exploding like a sonic grenade. A deafening, brain-rattling blast tore through their skulls. Brrrr. Instantly, violent vertigo and piercing tinnitus overtook them both. A trickle of warmth seeped from Akali's right ear. Even her iron-clad physique could not withstand pure physical concussive force. Her grip on Shiri Hong faltered, then released entirely. Shiri Hong had waited for exactly this moment. "Little Akali, your big sister, is a cunning adult, you know. Yuhi Kurenai suppressed her dizziness and turned around. This finger-generated sonic boom, one of her own breakthroughs in sound-based genjutsu, was something Kurenai had rigorously trained to counter. Though she lagged behind Akari in many respects, Kurenai remained an adult, her vestibular system and other sensory organs fully matured. Thus, Kurenai retained considerable combat capability. Clenching her fists, she prepared to deliver an unforgettable lesson in love to her mischievous junior. Yet at that very moment, Yamanaka Yakumo sighed deeply inside the forest cottage. How utterly shameful, teacher Kurenai. In my memories, you were always wise and gentle. Never would I have imagined you descend into such a grotesque spectacle. This enrages me. Yakumo swept her brush across the paper, drawing a long, luminous white line. Her authentic genjutsu activated. And just as Kurenai stepped forward to reprimand Akari, she froze. She blinked, bewildered. Where had Akari vanished? Her entire field of vision was now swallowed by a dense fog, thick as the famed hidden mist technique. When did Akari cast a ninjutsu? That was Kurenai's first thought. Fortunately, her mind swiftly regained clarity. Kurenai shouted skyward. Yakumo, why are you obstructing my sight? I was about to succeed. Are you truly on the verge of success? Yakumo's voice drifted from nowhere, soft and haunting. What do you mean? Kurenai frowned. Look for yourself. Inside the cottage, Yakumo rapidly sketched a detailed image, and instantly the scene replayed before Kurenai's eyes with vivid fidelity. She watched Akari release her after the sonic blast, but crucially Akari recovered instantly, whereas Kurenai herself had lingered in dazed disorientation before shaking her head to regain composure. Before Kurenai even stirred, Akari was already alert, pressing fingers to her bleeding ear as if assessing the injury, then flipping her wrist to produce a bottle of a toned elixir, which she downed in one swift gulp. Her slender, pale throat rippled as the amber liquid slid into her abdomen. Under the effects of the iron compound, her mental acuity surged back, visible to the naked eye. Only once Akari had nearly fully recovered did Kurenai finally awaken, then began retracing the very recovery sequence she remembered. During this interval, Akari glanced at Kurenai's retreating back, and a sly, knowing smile flickered across her lips before she feigned continued disorientation. Clearly, had Kurenai charged ahead blindly, she would have been thoroughly humiliated by Akari. Then all talk of big sisters and little sisters would vanish, replaced only by the brutal law of the strong trampling the weak. A sharp pang of dread pierced Kurenai, not merely at Akari's wicked charm, but at her formidable power. Thank you, Yakumo, Kurenai said, relieved. It's nothing, teacher Kurenai. Assisting my mentor is only natural. Exactly, Kurenai nodded firmly. Yakumo's unwavering reliability bolstered her confidence for the battles ahead. She paused to assess her body. During her brief exchange with Yakumo, the lingering effects of the sonic blast had largely subsided. Kurenai declared, Yakumo, dispel the genjutsu. I must return to the field. Her confrontation with Akari remained unfinished. Yet this time Yakumo, the ever-obedient disciple, offered no reply. Yakumo, puzzled, Kurenai called out again, wondering whether Yakumo had simply failed to hear. At last Yakumo's voice emerged. No need, teacher Kurenai. No need. No need for what? Kurenai faltered, momentarily stunned. Yakumo gave a faint, chilling laugh. Still haven't grasped it, teacher? From the moment this began, I've already engaged that woman Akari in battle. You're too weak. This fight no longer requires you. What a... Kurenai instinctively dismissed Yakumo's barb about her weakness. Her shock ran far deeper. The worst had come to pass. Awed by Akari's brilliance, Yakumo had succumbed to envy, and resolved to defeat her to prove her own worth. Yakumo, you... Kurenai began intending to reason with her. But Yakumo interrupted before the words left her lips. Teacher Kurenai, judging by that foolish expression, you surely believe I seek to defeat Akari to assert myself. Ah, don't you? Kurenai asked reflexively, recalling Yakumo's youthful impulsiveness. You? Even a corrupted Yakumo was flustered by such obtuseness. She nearly abandoned Kurenai altogether, but for the sake of her most exquisite vengeance, Yakumo forced herself to continue, voice tight with contempt. Of course not, teacher. I don't intend to defeat her. I intend to kill her. How would it sound, teacher Kurenai, if Konoha's most renowned Genjutsu Jonin Yuhi Kurenai accidentally slew her student during an evaluation, then hanged herself in unbearable guilt? That, teacher, is the ending I've scripted for you. Yakumo's tone carried a sinister, lilting cadence. What do you mean? Kurenai still didn't comprehend, or perhaps refused to. Watching her clench her fists and grit her teeth, Yakumo smiled with quiet delight from within the cottage. Still blind, teacher. I'm avenging myself upon you. Did you think I didn't know about your secret pact with the Third Hokage? You murdered my parents, and now you've come for me too. At those words, Kurenai finally understood the depth of Yakumo's hatred. Frantically she pleaded, No, Yakumo, you're mistaken. The third entrusted me not with killing you, but with slaying the beast within your heart. Yakumo, listen to me. Don't let that monster control you. Yakumo, Yakumo. Kurenai cried out desperately, but this time Yakumo truly would not answer. This was Yakumo's vengeance, to suffocate Kurenai in helpless despair, just as she herself had been abandoned for years in that isolated mountain villa, forgotten and unvisited. Damn it! Enraged, Kurenai slammed her fist into a nearby tree. A wave of desolation washed over her soul. She had ruined everything striving to prove herself worthy of mentoring Akali, only to be defeated by her. Attempting to resolve Yakumo's inner crisis, only to unleash a ravenous beast. Now this was no longer merely about 8th Squad's evaluation. The barrier she'd set here muffled most external disturbances, and simultaneously amplified Yakumo's abilities, allowing her genjutsu to flourish unhindered. Moreover, since she'd filed official notice, no one would intrude unless a major disturbance occurred. Thus, within this sealed barrier, every soul now faced a relentless hunt by the monstrous entity stirring within Yakumo's heart. At that realization, Kurenai's face paled. This was no ordinary squad. Among its members stood Akali, the prodigy hailed even by the third Hokage as Konoha's second Kakashi, and Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Her own death would be tragic, but should either girl perish under Kurenai's supervision, the consequences would be catastrophic. No, I must stop Yakumo immediately. Kurenai whirled and sprinted toward the forest cottage. Fortunately, Yakumo's 5-sense manipulating genjutsu fell short of Aizen's mastery. It aimed not to deceive reality wholesale, but to deepen immersion in illusion. For instance, if a wolf appeared before you, you'd smell its musk and hear its growl, but Yakumo couldn't alter vast contextual backdrops like desert or plain. Thus, she couldn't construct a brain-in-a-vat scenario where every perception was fabricated. Kurenai could still discern the path ahead. Yet even without reaching Aizen's level, her authentic genjutsu remained profoundly treacherous. As now, when a dozen Yamanaka shinobi suddenly materialized before her, Kurenai bit her lip and silently advanced to meet them. Just as she braced for a grueling battle, Shishishishi, the newly summoned shinobi, abruptly pivoted and fled en masse as though obeying some unseen command. Kurenai hesitated. Perhaps something urgent had arisen elsewhere, prompting Yakumo to redirect her constructs. Now she faced a dilemma: pursue the fleeing figures, or press onward directly toward Yakumo's lair. After brief reflection, she chose the latter. After all, if nothing critical had occurred elsewhere, Yakumo wouldn't have diverted her attention, and if something dire had unfolded, Kurenai's presence there would likely change little. At this juncture, the sole solution lay in locating Yakumo's true form. Kurenai resumed her urgent march. Her choice proved sound, for elsewhere Akali had gone utterly feral. Within a dim-shadowed forest, a pair of delicate pale hands slowly rose. Boom! Fierce, searing flames erupted from those small hands like high-pressure jets, spreading in a perfectly symmetrical fan to engulf the horde of yokai before them. These grotesque creatures, reminiscent of illustrations from classical bestiaries, were hideous enough to serve as convincing fright props in any haunted house. Yet against purifying fire, their terror was merely theatrical. The yokai were incinerated by Akali's Annie-style W ability. Truth be told, though, Akali's current summoning mechanics had grown increasingly intricate, certain skills, like this one, excelled at clearing waves of enemies. True, Akali dispatched them swiftly, but these yokai were only a fraction of Yamato Yakumo's preparations. Behind them, a dozen black wolves, distinctive to the ninja world, charged forth from the trees. Ordinarily, wolves stood no taller than a human thigh, yet these beasts loomed as large as heavy motorcycles. Their limbs were thick and powerful, their fur coarse and cold. Their emerald eyes glowed faintly, jaws agape, dripping foul viscous saliva. Closer inspection revealed jagged fangs still flecked with crimson meat fragments. As illusory constructs, these wolves bore remarkable detail, a testament to Yakumo's artistry. Impressive, Akali murmured, genuinely impressed, at least compared to the earlier abominations, whose very design seemed to betray the creator's unstable mental state. These wolves aligned far more closely with her aesthetic sensibilities than respect it deserved. A subtle shift stirred within Akali's mind. A portion of her consciousness flowed, along some esoteric principle, into the shadow beneath her feet. In the next instant, a black silhouette darted low across the ground from her feet, surging forward to pierce the heart of the wolf pack. There the shadow swelled abruptly. A figure emerged, an exact replica of Akali, clad as a standard shinobi composed entirely of living darkness. Shadow clone. The moment it materialized, it began to whirl. Shadow art Phantom Slash. Shadow art Thousand Blades. My style Frost Shadow. My style Falcon Dance. Akali's signature techniques manifested through the clone. Massive shuriken arced back and forth, razor-sharp crescent blades traced precise lethal trajectories. In mere flickers of motion, leaping, twisting, striking, the once mighty wolf pack lay utterly eradicated. Yet that frontal assault had been mere misdirection. Behind Akali, a tiger, larger than a compact car, crouched low, advancing with silent feline grace. Blessed with innate feline stealth and padded paws thick enough to muffle every step, its approach was utterly soundless. Alas, even such perfect concealment failed. To Akali's perception, the beast's chakra blazed like a torch, and her scanning ability remained active. Unlike the game's scan item, limited to mere seconds, this chakra-fueled version could operate indefinitely. Thus, when the tiger lunged, claws extended and struck downward with crushing force, Akali's form shimmered, and the shadow clone took the blow instead. Meanwhile, Akali herself exchanged places with the clone, materializing precisely where it had stood moments before. Snap! The tiger's strike shattered the clone, its fragmented essence dissolving back into shadow at Akali's feet, just as a burning explosive tag fluttered silently to the ground. Boom! A violent detonation consumed the tiger, swallowing it in thick, acrid smoke. Without hesitation, Akali formed a simple hand seal: wind release, typhoon sweep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gale roared across the clearing, scattering the smoke, and revealing the tiger once more battered, scorched, but still standing. Oh, I see. You've infused it with more chakra this time. It survived a full explosive tag without dissipating. Then how about this? She raised her hand and hurled a sphere of flame. The tiger strained to evade, but Akali's projectile was no ordinary fire. It was the fracture flame, unerring, self-guiding. Snap! The tiger shattered. Thus, one by one, Yakumo's illusions fell. First, the Treant Legion that drove her from Yuhi Kurenai's presence, then the yokai, now these wolves, tigers, and jackals, each dismantled by Akali's hand. Gazing upon the silent, lifeless forest, Akali sighed faintly. Have you exhausted your repertoire, unseen adversary? I'll grant you, your technique possesses singular merit. Yet tragically, your understanding remains shallow. You've barely scratched the surface of your own potential. Indeed, after prolonged engagement, Akali had unraveled Yakumo's ability. It was a form of real illusion akin to Aizen Sosuke's five-sense manipulation, but far less absolute. Yakumo's power stemmed from an exceptionally rare in-release bloodline. She could manipulate perception, but not with Aizen's totality. Their natures and mechanisms differed fundamentally. Aizen's control was absolute. What you saw, heard, or felt was dictated solely by his will. Yakumo's, however, operated more like in-based creation ex nihilo, like adding new layers onto an existing canvas. She could introduce new elements, but never erase the old. At best, she could overlay them, yet even that she struggled to execute cleanly. And why did her illusions inflict real damage? Put simply, under Akali's scanner, every wolf, tiger, Trent, and yokai possessed tangible substance. They shared the same ontological nature as her shadow clones. Illusions granted physical reality. That was precisely why Akali deemed Yakumo's comprehension flawed. After all, the combat efficacy of such constructs depended entirely on the creator's imagination and breadth of experience. The Treants and later beasts were coherent, but those yokai, what were they? Ferocious, yes. Every edge and contour rendered with astonishing precision, likely an instinctual flourish of Yakumo's painterly talent. Her skill was undeniable. Akali half-seriously considered inviting her to illustrate manga. As for their strength, a single sweep of Akali's incinerating flame had annihilated the entire yokai host. Their sole purpose was chakra attrition, yet after rigorous training with Team Kage, Akali's reserves were inexhaustible. Naturally, Yakumo paid no heed to such analysis. Chime emotional resonance from Yamato, Yakumo 999. You? Said. What? Say it again. For the first time since combat began, Yakumo's voice echoed directly beside Akali. Unlike her monstrous creations, Yakumo's voice was unexpectedly soft, clear, and sweetly melodic. Though Akali had long known, via the emotional resonance system, that Yakumo aided Yuhi Kurenai, hearing her voice firsthand still struck her as oddly dissonant. She hadn't expected a reply. If she were Kurenai, outsourcing a genin exam would be deeply humiliating, something she'd certainly conceal from the examinee. Indeed, since Akali's initial expulsion, Kurenai had vanished entirely. Akali had assumed she was merely biding her time, waiting for the right opening. But now, where was she? This exam should have centered on her. Something was amiss. Akali sensed it, though certainty eluded her. A sardonic smile curled her lips. How pitiful, to lurk only in shadows. And now are your ears failing too? Let's be honest, you're weak. Abandon this solo charade. Summon Jonin Yuhi Kurenai immediately. Isn't this supposed to be my evaluation? Arms crossed confidently, Akali accentuated her formidable physique. My true strength hasn't even been unveiled yet. Damn you. Yakumo hissed, a cold, cutting exhale, her gaze sharpening into blades of ice. She despised Akali, not merely for this provocation, but from the very first glance. The moment she laid eyes on her, visceral revulsion took root. Yuhi Kurenai's fears were justified. Akali did wound her, deeply instinctively. For Akali, radiant in crimson and white kimono, elegant as a noblewoman strolling through spring meadows, embodied the ideal Yakumo had always imagined for herself. At first sight, Yakumo unconsciously measured herself against her. And the verdict? Her face. Akali's delicate oval face and refined features were flawless. Yakumo's gentle oval visage and modest features were merely pleasant, unremarkable. Her complexion. Both were pale, but Akali's was luminous, natural, radiant. Yakumo's was one corpse-like, unmistakably unwell. Her figure, confined indoors, barely trained as a shinobi, frail and sheltered. How could she compare to Akali's lithe, commanding presence? Her bust. Glancing at Akali's arms-crossed stance, Yakumo looked down, then fixed her gaze on her own exquisitely crafted white cloth shoes embroidered with a delicate jasmine bloom. Crash. Her face darkened as she overturned her easel, snapped her brush, frustration surging anew. How dare this world birth someone younger, more beautiful, stronger, and even better endowed than me? Indeed, despite appearances, Yamato Yakumo was nearly 15 years old. Chime emotional resonance from Yamato Yakumo 9999. Huh. Akali blinked. Why had Yakumo-san suddenly fractured so completely? That resonance spike suggested utter psychological collapse. What had triggered it? Akali tilted her head, slightly thoughtful, while Yakumo already had regained composure. By this point, she had to concede her assessment of Akali's strength had been grievously mistaken. That earlier fire technique, which obliterated her trance, and the shadow clone just deployed, both testified to formidable power. Even more telling, Akali had demonstrated the rare ability to dispel illusions outright. No wonder Kurenai had faltered so severely. Still, she retained advantages. This girl stood so calmly because she still believed this was merely an exam. What if she learned the truth? That this was no test, but a life-or-death duel. That her comrades were already captive. That Kurenai was moments from falling into an inescapable trap. Wouldn't that shatter her composure utterly? Yakumo smiled, a cruel, knowing curve, as her voice, amplified by illusion, carried across the clearing. Regrettably, teacher Kurenai won't be joining us. Only you and I remain. Akali's expression shifted instantly. What do you mean? It means. Yakumo drew out the pause, deliberately teasing. In truth, her brush flew across fresh paper atop the toppled easel, sketching furiously. It means this. After a breathless delay, a new scene manifested before Akali. Moi. Akali's expression shifted, from confusion to sharp focus. For Yakumo had shown her Hinata Hyuga-bound eyes sealed shut. Then Shino Aburame likewise restrained, unconscious, bearing fresh wounds. Their images flickered, then dissolved, replaced by Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai sprinted forward, yet ahead of her stretched only an abyssal, impenetrable void. The implication was unmistakable. Akali's translucent lips pressed into a fine line, a universal signal she was now utterly serious. Lifting her gaze toward the empty sky, as if locking eyes with Yakumo beyond the veil, she asked, voice glacial, "You've captured Hinata and the others?" Precisely. Yakumo's voice brimmed with delight. And soon teacher Kurenai will join them. She believes I'm still the girl she remembers, thinking to confront me directly. She never considered I might be luring her into a trap. Yakumo tapped her easel, and instantly the Yamato Shinobi Battalion, previously withdrawn from Kurenai, materialized around Akali. She'd recalled them upon recognizing Akali's overwhelming strength, intending to concentrate force against her. Now they served perfectly as a barrier. Yakumo planned to subdue Kurenai first, then turn her full attention to this insufferable girl. But she overlooked one critical fact, that when Akali became serious, she became terrifying. Swiftly she pierced her palm, smeared blood across her fingers, and executed the seals boar dog rooster monkey sheep in one seamless second. Summoning. Her palms slammed onto the earth. Boom, 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 boom. Concentric rings of summoning smoke burst forth. A stone-armored beetle the size of a handcart. A shadow wolf cloaked in obsidian gloom. A crimson-beaked raptor wreathed in flame. And a grubby threadbare teddy bear. Snatching up the bear, she hurled it forward. Calmly she declared, "Yamato Yakumo, you favor legions. Then taste mine. Come forth, Tibbers." A colossal bear wreathed in roaring inferno plummeted from the heavens like a meteor. Crash. Having invested heavily in this technique, Akali had long since elevated Tibbers to level 3. Now towering nearly 10 meters tall, and capable of further growth fueled by chakra, Tibbers' impact sent shockwaves rippling across a kilometer radius. The blazing aura radiating from his body ignited the surrounding forest in an instant, flames leaping skyward. Tibbers threw back his head and roared. "Hey!" The sonic blast vibrated the air violently. Crack, snap. Kurenai's pre-established barrier shattered instantly. Yakumo's vision went black. Without the barrier as a focal conduit, she lost Akali's image entirely. Yet at this moment, the barrier's collapse was the least of her concerns. Recalling what she'd just witnessed, Yakumo's already deathly pale face twisted into pure, unadulterated horror. What was that thing? Huh? Yakumo reeled, utterly derailed. But she wasn't alone in her disorientation. Near a wooden hut, Yuhi Kurenai stared blankly at the colossal plush bear now looming behind her. Wait, no, this was just a genin exam. How did something resembling a miniature-tailed beast appear? Is this really a genin exam? Or is it a genin evaluating jonin? Kurenai was quite simply utterly overwhelmed. In the center of the forest, the wooden house stood silent, both the setting sun and her beloved disciple unable to speak for a long time. The emotional values from them echoed continuously in Akali's heart. However, they did not know that after an initial seriousness, Akali had relaxed once again. Because, ding, emotional value from Hinata 999. Ding, emotional value from Shino 999. Akali, who was about to command Tiburus to charge forward, was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, she had seen through the illusion of Yagumo that both Hinata and Shino had been captured and had passed out. But now they were able to provide her with emotional values, meaning they had also witnessed this change. So that's how it is. Akali reacted, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Looks like someone has been lying. How dishonest, Yagumo. Shaking her head, Akali commanded Tiburus to move forward toward the center of the forest. Not long after, the trees beside Akali rustled. Hinata and Shino emerged from either side. Seeing the enormous teddy bear ahead, Hinata was astonished. Akali, what is that? That is my summoned beast. Well, it's not bad. Indeed, it's not bad, but isn't your definition of not bad? Shino interjected, his tone filled with astonishment. Such a gigantic bear could already be a trump card for an ordinary ninja, yet for Akali, it was merely at an acceptable level. That's right, it's indeed just acceptable. Akali waved her hand dismissively. Don't be fooled by Tiburus' intimidating size. Its combat power isn't strong. There are many methods to restrict it against a powerful opponent. Like what? Shino asked tentatively. For example, techniques like Earth-style Underworld Swamp can restrict it, Wind-style Vacuum Sphere can slice through it, and Water-style Dam of Who Fixes it completely counters Tiburus, as it can not only extinguish Tiburus' flames, but also weigh down its body as a teddy bear. After all, Akali is the blade of the outcast, not the daughter of darkness. Tiburus is merely a replacement bear she drew. Of course, Tiburus can't just be used recklessly. The Underworld Swamp Akali mentioned belongs to Jiraiya. The Vacuum Sphere is a technique from Danzo, and the Dream Eater and the Dam of Who Fixes it needs no further explanation, being the only honest one who seals the hand signs. However, facing these shadow-level opponents, Akali could also control Tiburus to shrink to a normal size, concentrating its essence. At this moment, there was no need for Akali to do much maneuvering. Speaking of maneuvering, she suddenly realized that Shino and Hinata seemed not to have encountered Yagumo. By the way, what was your situation? Us. Hinata and Shino exchanged puzzled glances. It was just a normal assessment, really. Sunset Red, no, we should say Teacher Hong battled with us briefly, then announced that we passed the assessment. Upon hearing this, Hinata also realized, what? Weren't you? And why did you summon such a giant bear? Well, Akali did not respond to Hinata's question. She thought for a moment about Yagumo and Sunset Red, and decided it was better not to say it so directly. Miss Hong also had her pride. Akali said to the two, let's discuss this later. Shino, Hinata, could you please wait here for a moment? I still have some matters to attend to, as does Sunset Red. Also, Hinata, could you help me take a look at Sunset Red's position? Okay. Without asking further, Hinata activated her Byakugan, her vision extending, revealing Sunset Red in the wooden house and the girl in front of her. It appeared they were arguing. Watching this scene, Hinata seemed to ponder. Akali's summoning of the giant bear named Tiburus must have been for an enemy, but Sunset Red did not seem like this enemy. So the enemy must be someone else, likely the one in the wooden house. However, even if she guessed some things, Hinata did not raise any alarm. Because the Hyuga clan is more tight-lipped than anyone else, otherwise with the Byakugan's ability, a slight mistake would lead to seeing others' privacy. Being talkative isn't being bold, it's a path to death. Hinata pointed ahead. Teacher Hong is in the wooden house in the forest. Good. Akali nodded, confirming the location, then activated her sprint. A powerful energy enveloped her rapidly, enhancing her agility, much like when Lee burst through a door. Today this assessment should come to an end. Akali's graceful figure transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Surprisingly, the wooden house was silent with no signs of life, as if it were empty. But that couldn't be. Hinata just checked the position and she had come directly here. Sunset Red and Yagumo, the frail young lady, how far could they run, even at full speed? Akali instinctively activated her scan. In her scanning vision, two red humanoid figures stood within the wooden house. There are still people here. Akali was somewhat surprised as she pushed the door open, revealing an exotic scene before her. At that moment, the walls of the wooden house were no longer visible wood, but filled with the chaotic spiritual power unleashed by Yagumo, transforming into a pitch-black mist. This mist created a barrier effect, isolating the interior from the outside, which is why Akali had not sensed any presence before. Now, however, the situation inside the wooden house was quite dire. Standing not far from Akali, Sunset Red had sustained multiple injuries, her breath disordered, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. A creature dressed in the same attire as Yagumo, but with a grotesque mask resembling an ugly demon and two horns atop its head, stood before her. This was the monster in Yagumo's heart, Ito. Clearly, Sunset Red's injuries were caused by Ito. At this moment, sensing Akali's presence, Sunset Red turned her head in surprise. Akali, how did you get in? Get out quickly. It's too late. Yagumo snorted coldly, and the door Akali had just pushed open slammed shut with a bang. You're Akali, right? I was planning to deal with Teacher Hong before looking for you, but I didn't expect you to dare walk in like this. You're doomed, Akali, I swear. Oh really? Is it that powerful? Akali's lips curled into a mocking arc. I don't know who saw my bear and ran away in fright, without saying a word. You? Ding. Emotional value from Yagumo 999. Remembering the giant bear she had seen earlier, Yagumo was left speechless. But she quickly regained her composure and said confidently, your bear is indeed impressive, but so what? It's not here. If you're capable, summon it here. And the situation here is quite strange, Akali. Yagumo's spirit is too overwhelming, turning this place into her spiritual domain. I can't use ninjutsu here. But that monster Ito has turned its vast spiritual power into physical strength akin to a ninja specializing in physical techniques. So if you have any tricks, hurry and use them, or well, both die here. Oh really? Akali sensed the space they were in. She found that, as Sunset Red said, it was impossible to use ninjutsu. For within this small wooden house, there was an overwhelming and uncontrolled spiritual power unleashed by Yagumo. Too much spiritual power squeezed the space for other energies, temporarily transforming this wooden house into a spiritual domain where ordinary chakra would be devoured by this uncontrollable spiritual realm. In such circumstances, the boundaries between material dimensions and spiritual domains had distorted, allowing the creature named Ito to cause such great trouble for Sunset Red. However, after sensing the current space, Akali's expression turned somewhat strange. Should she say, as expected of Sunset Red's true disciple? These two, master and disciple, were equally restrained by her to such a severe extent. With a hint of amusement, Akali suddenly spoke. Do you know? On a land known as the Land of Birth, the boundaries between the material and spiritual realms are quite blurred, leading people to pursue harmony and balance with all things. Thus, there exists a ninja sect whose mission is to traverse between the spiritual realm and the material dimension, maintaining the balance between the two. They have a leader known as the Eye of Twilight who always carries two blades, the soul blade and the steel blade. If the spiritual realm exceeds the material dimension, then use the soul blade to sever the spirit. If the material dimension exceeds the spiritual, then use the steel blade to cut away the matter. Of course, the Eye of Twilight's assessment of spirit and matter is too cold and aloof. Ooh, I don't like it, and that's not what I want to say. Looking at the monstrous Ito, Akali's gaze was filled with compassion, her golden eyes shining brightly in the dim spiritual space. In a daze, Yagumo seemed to see a goddess looking at her misguided disciple. Quickly shaking her head to dispel the illusion in her mind, Yagumo gritted her teeth, suppressing the panic that arose from an unknown source. What spiritual realm and material dimension? Akali, if you're going to weave a story, at least have some factual basis. Do you think saying nonsensical things will stop me from killing you? Quick, kill them. Under Yagumo's command, Ito extended its claws and took a step forward. Seeing this, Akali shook her head. The spiritual realm isn't a peaceful little lake, but a surging ocean filled with malevolence. Guess how the ninjas of the Balance sect traverse between the spiritual and material realms. As she spoke, Akali stepped forward, the power of shadows swirling beneath her feet. Clearly not using shadow clone, she seemed to teleport like she had executed the shadow secret art, instantly appearing behind Ito. Facing away from Ito and looking at Yagumo, Akali continued, Steel blade and skill are both indispensable. The next moment, sensing Akali behind it, Ito furiously turned around, slashing at Akali's back with its claws. However, an invisible shadow acted before Ito could move. Secret art, ghost slash. Rip. The shadow lurking within Akali's body circled and slashed, severing both of Ito's clawed black arms. In front of Sunset Red, Ito's skin, harder than steel, was as fragile as thin paper against Akali's ghost slash. Seeing its severed arms, Ito let out a cry of pain. What hurt it more was that as a spiritual entity, everything about it was composed of spiritual power. Even if its limbs were severed, it was inconsequential. As long as its spiritual power remained intact, it could self-recover. However, after Akali's shadow struck the link between it, and its severed arm was cut, and the spiritual portion of that arm no longer belonged to it. This meant that Akali's attack had the ability to sever or even kill spirits. Ding. Emotional value from Ito 3333. Impossible. What on earth are you? Ito retreated 2 steps in fear. Me. Akali turned around smiling sweetly. I am a ninja from the balance, and I am the one responsible for executing you. Honestly, I didn't expect that I, Akali, the master of the ninja scythe, would get to do my job today. Akali shook her head, feeling the world was quite marvelous, considering even the Akali from Valoran wouldn't partake in such matters, otherwise how could she be called the blade of the outcast? Alright, let's get going. Akali raised her scythe, and several shadows quickly separated from beneath her feet, forming 5 shadow clones armed with various weapons surrounding Ito. Originally, even a maximum level shadow clone couldn't break the limitation of only being able to split once, but who would have thought this was a spiritual domain? The spiritual domain defies reason. The restrictions that prevented Sunset Red from using ninjutsu had no effect on Akali, and even provided her with a boost. This was the reason why Akali had felt so emotional earlier. Then with a swing of her scythe, like the starting gun firing, the 5 shadow clones charged towards the center where Ito stood. After a brief yet intense exchange, swish, one of the slightly disheveled shadow clones knelt before Akali, presenting the head of the monster Ito. Glancing at Ito's ugly countenance with protruding fangs and dark twisted skin, Akali waved her hand. Throw it away. Oh, it's so hideous, not at all pleasing to the eye, like Sunset Red. Ding. Emotional value from Sunset Red 666. Clearly, Sunset Red had many thoughts about Akali's words. However, at the moment Akali was dominating the scene, Sunset Red had little voice in the matter. Thus, Akali stepped closer to Yagumo, who retreated in terror until her back hit the wall of the wooden house. Don't come any closer, Yagumo shouted in panic. At this moment, facing Akali, she could no longer see the pride she once held during their telepathic exchanges. After all, Ito was the greatest assurance behind Yagumo's boldness to raise the banner of rebellion, and Akali had just ruthlessly dismembered and beheaded Ito. As Yagumo's spiritual creation, although she couldn't control it, the sensation of Ito being dismembered was undoubtedly felt by her. That kind of terror made Yagumo feel as if Akali would sever her own head. The pitiful Yagumo facing the wicked Akali could only tremble in fear, her delicate legs softening beneath her long skirt, standing unsteadily on the hard ground, as if it were cotton. Moreover, a certain wetness began to spread between her legs. As Yamato Yagura trembled on the verge of involuntary humiliation, her social existence teetering on the brink of annihilation, Akari's looming presence was enough to shatter her composure entirely. Yet seeing the glistening tears welling at Yagura's lashes, Yuhi Kurenai could not bear it any longer. Akari, please stop frightening Yagura. Her condition stems solely from that monstrous entity, and now that you have slain it, Yagura herself is utterly blameless. Is that so? Akari halted mid-step. Seizing the fleeting softening in Akari's demeanor, Yagura, desperate for survival, nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. I'm innocent. Wah, Teacher Kurenai and Akari, I was bewitched by that monster. I never meant any harm to either of you. Oh. Facing Yagura's tear-streaked, trembling face, Akari feigned utter indifference. Everyone with something to hide claims innocence, and who truly knows what that monster was? Perhaps it's safest to eliminate her entirely. She raised her scythe, a gesture chillingly reminiscent of how she had stood over Ito moments before, poised to deliver judgment. At the sight of Akari lifting her weapon, Yagura's mind reeled, plunging her back into memory's dark embrace. In a daze, she saw her own head severed by a shadow clone, tossed carelessly aside by Akari, tumbling to the ground as if caught in a flickering lantern light reel. Before their very eyes, Yagura's pupils rolled upward, revealing wide swaths of pale sclera, her body surrendering to unconsciousness. Hey, Yagura. Yagura. Kurenai stepped past Akari and caught Yagura's collapsing form just as it began sliding down the wall. Through Kurenai's urgent calls, Yagura's wandering soul was drawn back from the threshold of departure. Yagura blinked open her eyes, gaze unfocused, sweeping the room, only to meet Akari's gentle, knowing smile. A chime echoed faintly in her mind. Deep. Yagura tensed all over, burying her face deep into Kurenai's chest as tears spilled forth. Teacher Kurenai, I don't want to die. Shushu, it's all right. You won't die. Akari was only teasing you. Kurenai stroked Yagura's silken hair with tender reassurance. Under Kurenai's soothing touch, Yagura, like a startled fawn, finally stilled. Yet even then she refused to lift her head from Kurenai's embrace, shuddering intermittently, as though each breath carried residual dread. Kurenai understood precisely why. With half seriousness and half resignation, she turned to Akari. Akari, please stop frightening Yagura. Can you do that? Surely even without explanation, you must grasp the root of today's chaos. To Kurenai, Akari's persistent intimidation, despite full awareness of the cause, felt deliberately mischievous, bordering on willful cruelty. She needed guidance, perhaps even correction. But what choice did Kurenai have? She now saw clearly Akari was no subordinate to be commanded or subdued. Her earlier assumption had been profoundly mistaken. So be it. She would lower her stance, offer deference, patience, even flattery, to cultivate an outward harmony while quietly rethinking how best to coexist. Kurenai braced herself for Akari's resistance. After all, this entire evaluation bore her heaviest responsibility. If Miss Kurenai insists, then yes, I shall comply. Edge. Kurenai froze, bewildered. How swiftly, how unexpectedly, had Akari yielded? Given Akari's earlier sharp-edged demeanor, Kurenai had expected protracted negotiation, perhaps even defiance. Confused, Kurenai hesitated, until Akari gave her a playful, knowing wink. What is it, Kurenai? No, nothing. Kurenai shook her head, steadying her pulse. Her initial assessment had been catastrophically flawed, and remained so right up until this very moment. She had instinctively cast Akari as an adversary, someone to be opposed, dominated, or else subordinated. When dominance proved impossible, she had reflexively assumed the role of the weaker party. Yet she had never once considered the possibility, however simple, that Akari might regard her with genuine warmth. A wry inward chuckle rose in Kurenai's chest. Has being appointed Jonin so early made me overly anxious? To grasp such an obvious truth only now. That's truly embarrassing, Kurenai. She gently rebuked herself in silence, then lifted her gaze again, her posture now calm, composed, and authentically grounded. Kurenai sighed, half teasing. Kurina, what kind of address is that? Akari, I am your assigned Jonin instructor. If teacher feels too formal, call me Miss Kurenai. But Kurenai alone. That's hardly appropriate. Understood, Kurenai? No problem, Kurenai. Hey. Kurenai arched a stern brow, feigning irritation. Finally, Akari relented. Understood, teacher Kurenai. The pretense of anger dissolved from Kurenai's face, replaced by quiet, profound relief. Though riddled with complications, the evaluation had ultimately succeeded, for both Akari and Yagura. Wait, Yagura. Kurenai glanced down urgently at the girl cradled in her arms, only to find Yagura completely unconscious, utterly still. She turned, surveying the small chamber. Its oppressive darkness had vanished, Yagura's mental domain had dissipated entirely, and Idu's corpse had long since faded away. The cause of Yagura's collapse was now unmistakable. Her frail physical vessel had finally buckled beneath the crushing weight of her own overwhelming psyche. This imbalance had always plagued her. The greater her mental fortitude, the more fragile her body became. Previously, her uncontrolled psychic surges had manifested as Idu, an externalized pressure valve that had paradoxically eased her burden. Now that Idu had been eradicated by Akari, the suppressed psychic energy and its attendant strain flooded back, overwhelming Yagura in an instant. Akari, I must take Yagura to the hospital immediately. Today's evaluation is concluded. You may return to the academy to collect your forehead protectors. I'll depart now. As Kurenai rose, cradling Yagura, Akari stepped forward, blocking her path. Hold on, teacher Kurenai. I have a solution. You have a solution? Kurenai paused, muscles coiled. Indeed, I do, Akari affirmed, nodding firmly. Kurenai's diagnosis was plain, so too was Akari's. It was purely physiological, a mismatch between spirit and flesh. She had countless remedies at hand, yet she paused, glancing meaningfully at Kurenai. At first, Kurenai did not comprehend, then understanding dawned. She gently lowered Yagura. I'll step outside and check on Hinata's progress. No need to leave, just turn around. Akari gently restrained Kurenai. What she intended was neither arcane nor secretive. Once Kurenai faced away, Akari retrieved a vial of steel elixir from her storage space, lifted Yagura's head, and administered the potent draft directly into her mouth. Then, after a moment's thought, she drew forth another item from her equipment, a crimson gemstone, its surface etched with swirling, ever-burning flame patterns. The Ember Gem. Steel elixir enhanced physical resilience, but within strict limits. The Ember Gem, however, required no activation. Merely proximity conferred benefit. Given Akari's current physiology, already rivaling that of an average Jonin, the marginal boost from such a modest artifact held little significance for her. And yet, this was also an experiment. Akari placed the Ember Gem into Yagura's palm. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, moments later, once the gem's resonance with Akari herself had fully ceased, both the gem's aura and Yagura's spiritual signature shimmered simultaneously within Akari's perception. It felt as though a single conscious intention could forge a link between them. and Akari acted upon that intuition, weaving their essences together with focused will. Before her eyes, the ember gem sank seamlessly into Yagura's flesh, as if vanishing beneath still water. It traveled along her meridians, ascending steadily, until it settled within the dantian at her lower abdomen. The gem pulsed softly, releasing a wave of radiant life-warming energy that radiated from her dantian outward, infusing every limb, every fiber, every cell. A sigh of pure languid contentment escaped Yagura's lips, her face flushed with newfound vitality, as if years of accumulated exhaustion had simply dissolved. Akari now confirmed beyond doubt her artifacts could be bestowed upon others, but only under her direct conscious facilitation. And the sensation was extraordinary. The ember gem now embedded within Yagura's dantian remained wholly hers. She could reclaim it at will with but a single thought. What she had just enacted was merely a delegation of temporary usage rights. This revelation brought immense reassurance. Though she currently possessed no surplus gear to freely gift, League of Legends artifacts were abundant, and surely some would prove expendable ripe for strategic deployment. And the ability to instantly revoke access served as the ultimate safeguard, ensuring no betrayal could ever stem from misplaced generosity. As Akari reflected, Yagura, who had collapsed 3 times in a single day, stirred at last, letting out a soft, drowsy murmur before opening her eyes. She sensed the gentle warmth blooming in her dantian, the enveloping spa-like comfort suffusing her limbs, and the lingering sweetness of medicinal nectar on her tongue. To her astonishment, the chronic weakness that had haunted her for years, though not erased, had receded dramatically. Where before she wielded the genjutsu prowess of a jonin, yet possessed the physique of an ordinary civilian, her body now resonated at the level of a chunin. "What did you do to me?" Yagura stared at Akari, stunned. "Nothing extraordinary, just administered a rare body-strengthening elixir. Of course, don't celebrate yet. Its peak effect lasts only 3 hours. Afterward, potency declines, but longevity increases exponentially." Akari concealed the truth about the artifact. Truth would come soon enough, but not while Kurenai stood witness. Even attributing the transformation solely to the elixir left Yagura speechless. Such medicine exists in this world. A pang struck Yagura, bitter and tender. Had she met Akari years ago, had she drunk this elixir then, perhaps her parents would still be alive. Yes, upon awakening from unconsciousness, Yagura had fully absorbed Idu's fragmented consciousness, uncovering every buried memory, including the pivotal truth about her parents. She had gravely misjudged Kurenai and unfairly ensnared Akari in collateral calamity. Thankfully, miraculously, Akari's presence had prevented catastrophe, and the elixir, the gift, had transformed Yagura's gaze toward Akari entirely. Akari felt it first, intuitively, unmistakably, before Yagura's eyes had darted away, timid and fearful, never meeting hers directly. Now her gaze was clear, unwavering, blazing with raw, unreserved gratitude. Should Yagura kneel and declare, "This humble woman has no way to repay you," Akari would not have blinked. But that wouldn't suffice. Akari had invested real resources and expected returns. She admired Yagura's artistic talent deeply and already envisioned future collaborative ventures. "One condition, though: I accept only marriage proposals. Gratitude alone, or vague promises, won't do." "Absolutely not." Yagura blinked, utterly baffled. Akari's thoughts leapt like fire. So Yagura heard only the phrase marriage proposal and nothing else. She was profoundly grateful, yet if marriage were demanded. Yagura studied Akari's flawless features, her sculpted silhouette, delicate, elegant, radiant. Well, perhaps it wasn't so unthinkable. In fact, wasn't she the one gaining? A faint blush rose across her cheeks as she ducked her head shyly. Indeed, Yagura's openness to certain matters far exceeded that of more traditionally minded kunoichi, like Kurenai. After all, who was she? An artist. She'd never admit, especially not aloud, that Yamato Yagura was in fact a celebrated doujinshi creator operating incognito within the industry. Yagura squeezed her thighs together. That single motion shattered her reverie, locking her entire body rigid as though animated by ancient, unholy necromancy. A chime echoed faintly in her mind. The damp, cool sensation against her inner thighs, and the unsettling slipperiness, spoke volumes. Whether from emotional whiplash, repeated tension cycles, or sheer cumulative fatigue, after Akari's relentless psychological onslaught, poor Yagura had finally succumbed. She sprang upright, bowing, deeply sorry. "I just remembered, an urgent matter. I must leave immediately. Teacher Kurenai Akari, I sincerely apologize for my conduct today, and I'll arrange proper restitution at the earliest opportunity." She darted past Akari, her footsteps echoing rapidly as she fled. Kurenai and Akari exchanged a long, silent, wide-eyed stare. Kurenai exhaled slowly. "Akari, I told you not to toy with Yagura. She simply can't endure it." Watching Yagura's retreating figure, Akari conceded. Perhaps, just this once, she had gone too far. Fine, my fault. She accepted the rebuke graciously, though with zero intention of changing. And who was Kurenai really to lecture her? Akari delivered her counter-strike. By the way, Kurenai, have you drafted your mission report yet? Ah, well. Through the doorway, Kurenai glimpsed the forest, nearly one-fifth of it reduced to ash by Tibur's passage. Her entire body stiffened. Those weren't just trees burned by Tibur's. They were her budget. A chime rang sharply in her mind. Though utterly devastated by the training ground's destruction and the exorbitant cost required to restore it, Yuhi Kurenai, upon calming herself and reflecting carefully, realized she had no choice but to accept the situation. After all, hadn't Yamanaka Haku's chaos ultimately fulfilled her original objective? Moreover, Akari had outright delegated the task report to her, granting Kurenai full authority to frame and interpret the mission's outcome. Naturally, since Akari, the sole eyewitness, remained silent and Hyuga, Hinata, and Aburame, Shino knew nothing of the incident, drafting the report fell entirely to Kurenai. She could easily omit any mention of Haku's loss of control. Originally, Kurenai's assessment had constituted a major incident, yet thanks to Akari's decisive intervention, catastrophe had been narrowly averted. Now, however, it was reframed as a mission executed flawlessly despite minor imperfections, a triply advantageous outcome that showcased Kurenai's exceptional qualities as a jonin. Kurenai was stunned to realize she not only couldn't complain, she owed Akari her gratitude. Awe stirred deep within Kurenai as she gazed at Akari, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with astonishment. Akari, are you truly only 12 years old? No, Kurenai Zensei. Akari shook her head. Huh. Kurenai blinked in surprise. In that instant, a cascade of conjectures surged through her mind. Every neuron in her brain seemed to ignite in unison. Then Akari continued cheerfully, I'll be 13 in just over a month. You. Kurenai pressed her temples, suppressing both her rising blood pressure and the sudden, irresistible urge to clench her fists. After a long pause, Kurenai finally managed to utter, Akari, with such mischief, aren't you afraid of being punished? Of course. I am. But then, seeing Kurenai's expression darkening, Akari swiftly leaned and slipping her arm affectionately around Kurenai's. She tilted her face upward, flashing a winsome smile, her large lustrous eyes blinking rapidly as she swayed Kurenai's arm and playfully cooed. Come on. I know Kurenai Zensei would never hit me. Right? Right? Kurenai let out a soft, exasperated sigh, her expression unreadable, caught between disbelief and reluctant amusement. Akari had mastered this pattern perfectly, first provoking, then disarming with charm. Yet Kurenai mournfully acknowledged that faced with such dazzling, endearing innocence, anger simply dissolved. After all, what ill intent could Akari possibly harbor? She was merely a bright-spirited girl, young and full of playful energy. With a resigned sigh, Kurenai reflected on Akari's formidable abilities and their evolving bond. Enough, she murmured, shaking her head with genuine admiration. Akari, I already find myself worrying about your future boyfriend. Who precisely could possibly withstand the whims of such a little enchantress? Compared to herself, Kurenai knew she'd always been difficult to pursue. In her youth, when Yuhi Maiko still lived, her standards had soared impossibly high. Even Asuma had failed to impress her. Indeed, most women of her generation had dreamed of a partner like Kakashi, calm, enigmatic, effortlessly capable. Only now, having ascended to jonin rank and reached what felt like the apex of her career, had she begun contemplating family and cautiously considering Asuma as a possibility. Yet Kurenai found herself utterly unable to imagine her ideal match. She mentally reviewed every man she'd ever known. Perhaps the fourth Hokage, if he were resurrected, might barely qualify. But that was pure fantasy. Kurenai dismissed the notion with another quiet shake of her head. What Kurenai didn't know was that she and Akari inhabited entirely different worlds. Men. No need for them. Akari smiled faintly. I'm drawn to soft, fragrant girls, whose very breath carries the sweetness of blossoms and honey. So Kurenai Zensei, why not consider me? I'd love to be cherished by an elegant, mature older sister. Don't even joke. This time Kurenai responded instantly. At first she'd been genuinely startled, but by the end she knew Akari was teasing once more. Faced with such a bewitching imp, the composed Kunoichi sighed inwardly. Akari, show me some respect, please. Ah, forget it. Talking to you is pointless. You two go register at the academy yourselves. I'm off to brief the third Hokage. Without another glance at Akari, Kurenai vanished in a blur of Shunshin. Soon after, having likely received Kurenai's passing message, Hinata and Shino arrived in quick succession. They entered the wooden hut and retrieved a scroll. Unsealed, it revealed Kurenai's handwritten certification of passage, sealed with her chakra for authenticity. Oh, so we really were supposed to locate this intelligence. Akari chuckled lightly. Yes, we certainly didn't anticipate that. Hinata and Shino nodded in unison. Shino speculated this scroll implies Kurenai Zensei originally intended our success to hinge on finding it, yet her shadow clone declared us passed before we ever laid eyes on it. So something did shift during the exam. Shino glanced briefly at Akali and Hinata, then shook his head. No matter. It's irrelevant to me, as long as nothing went awry. Rest assured, I won't breathe a word. As members of the secretive Aburame clan, silence was their creed. Akali deeply admired that stance. Hinata saw, but said nothing. Shino deduced, but remained silent. Such unspoken understanding was the very essence of true teamwork. Thinking it over, Akali realized how fortunate she was. Team 8 might not be legendary, but they were unfailingly reliable. Let's go. Time to claim our forehead protectors. Together they headed to the academy, found Irika, and presented Kurenai's official endorsement. Irika showed no surprise at their success. Without hesitation, he granted their graduation and handed each a Konoha forehead protector. True to canon, Hinata wore hers around her neck, while Shino fastened his neatly across his brow. When it came to Akali, however, she paused, gazing thoughtfully at the metal plate in her palm. She hadn't given its placement a moment's thought beforehand. Should she wear it as a wristband like Shikamaru? As a belt like Rock Lee? Suspended from her gorge strap like Gaara? Around her neck like Hinata? Or woven into her hair like Sakura? She glanced down at herself. Nothing quite suited. Nothing looked elegant. And elegance did matter. Unless her right thigh remained bare. Could she perhaps wear it there as a stylish thigh band? In the end, Akali still failed to tie the forehead protector around her leg. But she tied it as a leg ring. Binding anything can only harm you. As for where to place the forehead protector, she could just imitate Kakashi and wear it on the back of her hand. It could block a blade in a critical moment. After receiving the forehead protector and completing the ninja registration, the 3 members of Team 8 each returned home to report to their families. Of course, Hinata and Shino had to report back, while Akali had no such obligation. According to Irika, their class was progressing quite quickly. Many other classes, including Team 7 and Team 10, had not yet returned. Therefore, Akali had no way to inquire about Naruto and Sasuke's situation. Although there was still the matter of the filming involving Sasuke, after experiencing this battle today, Akali couldn't be bothered with so much. As usual, Akali prepared to teleport back to the village. However, just as she habitually opened the mini-map to check her home situation, she was shocked to find an unexpected guest standing outside her door. It was the charming sun brother, the underworld figure of this world, Danzo. Akali's expression quickly became serious as her previously relaxed mind started racing. Akali had 3 questions. Why would Danzo come to find her? What business could Danzo have with her? And why was he looking for her now? The first 2 questions were easy to explain. What business could Danzo have in seeking someone? But the last one was quite puzzling. Because she had previously defeated Sasuke, the third Hokage had manipulated public opinion, and Akali's name had already spread far and wide this month. Coincidentally, her original appearance was quite unique in Konoha with a very high recognition factor. The people of Konoha had a deep impression of her. Previously, Akali was often recognized while walking, which was quite troublesome, so changing her clothes and appearance became a necessity for her. Although the Demon Dance Princess remained dazzling and even more eye-catching, at least no one surrounded her to ask questions anymore. Of course, this was not important. What mattered was that she was no longer an obscure character without a reputation, someone who could be easily manipulated. If Danzo wanted to recruit her, he should have acted while her fame had not yet fermented right. I don't understand. Akali shook her head. Danzo's thought process was indeed beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. Just like now, she thought the third Hokage's strategy of promoting her name to prevent Danzo from recruiting her was quite successful, yet here came Danzo. But since Danzo had already come to her doorstep, she had no choice but to confront him. Facing Danzo was a required lesson for any ninja from the Hokage era. It was unavoidable. Thus, Akali went to a secluded place, opened her storage space, and dug out her potion stash. Endless will sandwich cookies, sorceress elixirs, fury elixirs, and so on. She poured them all into her mouth, and the steel elixir she had consumed earlier still had its effects. Fortunately, reality isn't a game. There are no effects that negate each other among potions. Since they serve different purposes, there was no rejection. After quickly consuming the potions to restore herself to peak condition, Akali opened her skill panel again. Since she started drawing rewards, Akali had accumulated a total of 27 skill points. Previously, the kiss from Naruto and Sasuke had granted her 1 point in telekinesis, and then she drew 11 more points. Akali maxed out her own skills in Tiburus using 8 points, leaving her with 3. Later, she drew 15 more skill points, maxing out the skills from the rogue ninjas of the Balanced Sect, which were Shadow Ultimate Technique Blade, Shadow Ultimate Technique Shadow Clone, and Shadow Ultimate Technique Demon Slash. She leveled Fire Release Great Fire Destruction to level 1, going from novice to proficient using 13 points, leaving her with 2. This meant that Akali now had 4 skill points available enough to max out one skill. However, after looking at her current skill set, Akali had not maxed out her skills in Ultimate Lightning Strike Lava Shield, Contempt Stone Penetration Rock Spike, Cracking Flame Pillar of Flame, Iron Body Tin Cloth Lasso Strike, and Ice Barrier. She was somewhat troubled to find that if she were to fight Danzo aside from Lightning Strike Lava Shield and Iron Body, the others would be of little use. Because Danzo's characteristics were a short, fast, yet extremely sharp wind release along with the Sharingan Jinjutsu Shizui's right eye. But the Jinjutsu was manageable. Akali had the Mercury Headband for purification. However, as for the short and fast wind release, it either had to be dodged or withstood. And what about the fire that counters wind? That's a joke. Fire release countering wind release is only true for the average person. For masters, it's a matter of who is stronger and who counters whom. So do I have to draw again? Akali was somewhat annoyed as she had never been forced to draw rewards by anyone before. The only problem now was that she didn't know what Danzo was lurking for at her door, as Danzo could pull off anything. Facing the unpredictable Danzo, she had to prepare her own means of self-defense. Damn it, stars. Akali cursed angrily as she opened the lottery interface. Fortunately, she had prepared 2 cards for 2 draws from the beginning. Otherwise, being forced to use all her trump cards by Danzo would have almost made her want to kill him on the spot. System conduct 10 draws for emotional value and 10 draws for money. Ding command detected. Lottery begins. It seemed the system was aware of the urgency of the situation as the lottery was completed quickly without Akali needing to open the bag. The items obtained from the draw were directly presented. Congratulations to the host for winning from the money draw equipment synthesis, voucher 1 skill points. 10 congratulations to the host for winning from the emotional value draw, hero skill frostbite passive thunderstorm, rising wind barrier summoner skill judgment summoner skill barrier rune shield slam rune bone, coding rune resurgence passive deaths, glory passive surprise from Icarcia. Looking at the items obtained from this draw, Akali's expression became strange and a strong desire to complain built up in her heart. Shield Slam allows a portion of the shield to convert into an attack boost. Bone Coating provides resistance to damage and resurgence, increases shield and healing effects. Adding the previous determination with so many green runes along with the tech gun and amplified armor from her equipment was Akali actually becoming a top lane champion. Not to mention the passive Death's Glory from Shaun and the passive Surprise from Icarcia. What was this configuration aiming for? If she were to be killed today, could she still rise up to fight after her body fell? After the fight, would she explode, clearing everyone out before being reborn through Frost Resurrection? Akali suddenly gasped. This sequence of events seemed quite reasonable. After all, Frost Resurrection meant being reborn from an egg, and Akali certainly didn't want to be hit while in egg form. Could it be that this system was truly a genius? Regarding the genius system, Akali shook her head and chose not to speak. She was in a hurry. After seeing what she had won from this lottery, she had a clear plan on how to prepare. She first used the equipment synthesis scroll to combine the useless large stick with the goddess tier and the remaining burning gem into the archangel's staff. Since Akali's goddess tier was already fully stacked, the archangel's staff automatically upgraded to the embrace of Seraph. Terrifying chakra and mental enhancement arrived. After a brief adjustment, Akali opened her skill panel and began to allocate points. With the 4 remaining skills, she had a total of 14 skill points. Akali spent 12 skill points to max out the skills Thunder Strike Lava Shield and Golden Bell Steel Cloth, leaving 2 points as reserve. Coincidentally, this time, she drew a passive ability from the Eternal Thunder Bear, and like before, she unlocked the Thunder attribute in her chakra, allowing Thunder Strike to take effect perfectly. With the embrace of Seraph providing a significant boost to both mental and chakra attributes, Akali's stats transformed in this way. Name Akali. Physique Special Jonin. Agility Elite Jonin. Strength Special Jonin. Spirit Average Jonin Elite Jonin. Chakra Special Jonin Elite Jonin. Given the nature of Akali's energy bar, which regenerates quickly, and with most skills consuming little chakra, although her chakra is only at the Elite Jonin level, she remains unafraid of consumption. Of course, after this lottery, Akali's style had completely changed. What kind of assassin goes into battle with a full health shield? Annoyed. Fake Assassins Dexys Shadow Blade Black Cake Cutter Cerilda's Wrath Greedy Hydra Claw of the Shadow Walker Fragile as paper, but just 2 touches from an AD can make the AD disappear. True Assassin's Hex Deck Gun Revitalizing Armor Shield Slam Barrier Revival Determination Bone Plating Embrace of Seraph Shield Thunder Strike Lava Shield Golden Bell Steel Cloth. Slow Lifesteal Healing Acceleration. Even after the shield is gone, there will be another shield, and even if the AD dies, the shield remains unbroken. And even if they break die, they can still rise again in Death's Glory, and after defeating the surprise explosion from Icarcia, they can even resurrect themselves with Frost's Nirvana. This is absurd. Akali felt she should no longer be called the outlier assassin, she should be the absurd assassin instead. However, to be fair, such an absurd skill set would undoubtedly be a nightmare for any enemy of Akali. After all, what is a chakra ninja? A chakra ninja is notoriously fragile, and once they make a breakthrough in physical defense, they immediately become a powerhouse. So Akali contemplated and accepted this new style. It's time to go back. After finishing her points allocation, Akali checked the mini-map. To be fair, while Danzo may have his flaws as a ninja, his ability to cultivate chakra is quite impressive. While Akali was drawing her lottery, she sensed someone watching her nearby, likely a ninja from the route, but knowing she hadn't moved, they seemed uncertain about what she was doing. Danzo remained motionless, showcasing his patience. Of course, this also reflects how determined Danzo was for today's outcome. Taking a deep breath and adjusting her mood, Akali set foot on her way home. Before long, Akali returned to her somewhat secluded, detached house. Standing in front of her door, she saw Danzo resting against his cane, quietly meditating. At the same time, Akali's keen senses perceived the deep darkness and shadows emanating from Danzo. As a ninja who could control shadows, Akali often cloaked herself in darkness using smoke bombs, as she knew that darkness itself carries no additional properties. However, what emanated from Danzo was not that kind of pure darkness, but rather the human schemes, bloodshed, the wails before death, and the darkness within the soul. Especially from Danzo's right hand, which was shrouded in a cloak. Akali summoned her shadow power to her eyes, and through the filtering of this power, she could clearly see the intense black resentment, forming horrifying faces telling their stories of unwillingness to the surroundings. TSK. Akali clicked her tongue, should she say this world is indeed a cauldron of chaos. If this were in the world of cultivation, Danzo would undoubtedly be a notorious villain on the wanted list of the righteous, a mid-boss that the protagonist must face, emerging with a black wind 10 miles upon stepping out. If it were in the Type Moon universe, there would be no need for Ungra Manu to pollute the Holy Grail, just putting Danzo in would suffice. Absurd. Akali frowned slightly and murmured softly. Just moments ago she thought her skill set was absurd, yet now she witnessed a Danzo that truly matched the description of absurdity. But now she had no choice but to confront him. Akali composed her expression, ensuring she didn't show any flaws. She stepped forward and, looking at Danzo standing at her door, displayed a puzzled expression. Excuse me, sir, is there something you need at my door? Akali. Danzo opened his eyes, and the lingering aura in his remaining eye shot forth like a blade. It's me, what do you want? Akali pretended to be startled, glancing warily at Danzo. Danzo remained silent, simply gazing into Akali's eyes. The deep dark eye reflected in her golden eyes, until the owner of those golden eyes began to feel somewhat displeased and irritated. Just as Akali was about to explode, Danzo spoke. What do you think of your guiding Jonin Hinata? Hinata sensei. Akali furrowed her brow, slightly revealing genuine confusion. Why did Danzo suddenly mention Hinata? Uncertain of Danzo's intentions, Akali cautiously replied, Hinata sensei. She's very beautiful, gentle, and her illusion techniques are quite impressive. She's a very reliable big sister. Is that so? Is that your evaluation of her? Listening to Akali's answer, Danzo pondered for a few seconds, and then continued to ask, then who do you think is stronger, you or her? Who is stronger? Hearing Danzo's question, Akali quickly thought to herself. In terms of real strength, of course, she was stronger. But the question she needed to consider was not what Danzo asked, but why he was asking it. It was like reading comprehension, she needed to understand the questioner's intent. So why did Danzo ask this question? What answer did he want to obtain? Did he have the real answer? In other words, did Danzo know the results of the recent assessment before asking this question? Akali thought for a moment and felt that Danzo at least had a general idea. He certainly wouldn't say anything about Shino, but there were still people from the Oil Girl clan in the route who could tell he was hiding something. At that time, the assessment was under a barrier, and the situation inside was invisible to the ninjas from the route. However, the one who broke the barrier Tibers was conspicuous, and Kurama Yakumo, who rushed home, was also very noticeable. This means that Danzo knew something went wrong with the assessment. Moreover, if he had intervened in the umbu of Hokage, he could also know what Hinata reported. Danzo knows the real answer. The next question is what answer Danzo wants to obtain, and that is quite simple. Akali hesitantly said, is it Hinata sensei? No. Danzo shook his head. The massive commotion in your forest has long been observed by my route. Akali, you are a rare genius of Konoha. Geniuses need not be modest. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. Indeed, you are stronger. This time it was Akali who fell silent. Because no matter how you put it, even if Hinata was indeed not as good as her, it was not something a mere genin like her should comment on. Sure enough, seeing Akali silent, Danzo was not surprised at all. He continued, in fact, for you, Hinata is utterly unmatched, right? She has no abilities to teach you, at most passing along some experience. But for a genius like you, you only need a little time to master it yourself. Hinata is simply too weak enough that even a genin assessment requires assistance from an outsider. Why is Hinata your teacher? Why her, and not another more outstanding jonin? Akali, haven't you ever wondered about these questions? Danzo's tone became extremely persuasive as he subtly led Akali to contemplate certain issues. Hearing this, Akali finally began to understand Danzo's intentions. Danzo wanted to provoke her dissatisfaction. What he said was indeed very reasonable. If Akali were merely a native of the ninja world, she would likely have been stirred by Danzo's words. Because this is a hard truth. No matter how you put it, a character like Akali focused on combat and physical techniques, why was she assigned to Hinata? In the original story, the 8th Squad could have Hinata because the 3 members of the 8th Squad did not need her to guide them. But now if Akali had no system, wouldn't she have wasted several years in the 8th Squad? At this point, Akali had also begun to realize something. Previously, she had been so happy to be in the same class as Hinata that she hadn't paid attention. But why was she assigned to Hinata? Akali fell into contemplation. Seeing this, Danzo revealed a faint smile. He knew the fish had taken the bait. Some matters are best not to overthink. Human beings, despite being labeled intelligent, often exhibit a lack of common sense. Conversely, when calm, many things seem to fall into place. At this moment, Akali was reflecting on her class assignment. Why was she placed with Yuhi Kurenai? The answer was something Akali actually knew. It was simple. Asuma liked Yuhi Kurenai and was pursuing her, while Kurenai also had some willingness, making it highly probable that they would become a couple. During this period, the 3rd Hokage was somewhat inclined to arrange for Asuma to succeed him as Hokage. Even if Asuma could not take over, he needed to be given sufficient support. This is why Yuhi Kurenai could serve as a teacher to Hinata Shino and Inuzuka Kiba. Let's not forget Yuhi Kurenai. She had once stopped young ninjas of the village on the night of the Nine Tails attack, preventing them from participating and facing death. The ninjas of Kurenai's generation, including those from the mountain village, owe much to Yuhi Kurenai, yet this has nothing to do with the higher-ups of Konoha. Even though Yuhi Kurenai was indeed powerful during her time, she had been dead for 12 years. When she died, Kurenai was merely a chunin. So was she also considered a resource left for Asuma by the 3rd Hokage? Akali pondered. What if she had no system and was simply a civilian genius? What would the normal course of events be? The normal course would be that Yuhi Kurenai could teach a bit, but not much more. However, due to her duties as a teacher, she would have to arrange for Akali. Thus, she could only seek help. But who should she turn to? Wasn't it convenient? Her recent boyfriend Sarutobi Asuma came from a prestigious family, was knowledgeable and skilled in combat. Moreover, even if Asuma couldn't teach her, wasn't there someone above him who was known as the strongest Hokage and a ninjutsu instructor? Naturally, this led Akali to interact with the 3rd Hokage. Hiss. After understanding these convoluted thoughts, Akali took a deep breath, feeling as if her mind had cleared. Akali was curious about how this person's mind worked, how they could scheme so deeply. It was like a sow wearing a bra, layer upon layer. Outrageous. No wonder he is called the strongest Hokage. Akali was quite emotional. In the end, where was the coincidence? It was all a scheme. Only schemes can win hearts. Of course, compared to the 3rd Hokage, the person before her, Danzo, was no less impressive. From Danzo's perspective, he knew Akali would not be overlooked, yet Akali was unaware. Thus, he created a sense of information disparity, selling anxiety to Akali, making her feel urgency, which would lead to mistakes and insufficient contemplation. For instance, agreeing to Danzo's invitation to join Root, seeking better training. At this moment, Akali fully understood Danzo's intentions. Joining Root was certainly out of the question, as she could never join Root in this lifetime. She simply didn't have the courage to join. However, she had the audacity to seek benefits without actually joining Root, and that audacity was substantial. Simultaneously, she was curious about what Danzo would say. Thus, Akali adopted a seemingly thoughtful, yet hesitant expression as she looked at Danzo and asked, "Why was I assigned to be with Yuhi Kurenai?" Danzo revealed a warm, fake smile, seemingly pleased that Akali could ask such a question. Yet in the next moment, his fake smile vanished, instantly replaced by a sigh of concern, as if there were certain things he shouldn't say, but his conscience compelled him to. Danzo sighed, because some people are too old, and human beings have limits. In their youth, even the most brilliant and valiant individuals will become dull in their twilight years due to physical changes, making decisions completely different from their younger selves. Akali, do you know? Sometimes the elderly fear the youth. To them, the gradual growth of the young signifies their own step-by-step replacement. They are inching closer to death. Thus they fear you fear someone as talented as you, the youth. Danzo played the riddle master. However, Akali understood what he meant, yet she still pretended to be somewhat confused, asking, "Who is he?" Danzo shook his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. But in the end he spoke, "Whoever can arrange class assignments for graduates is that person. And those with such authority besides our 3rd Hokage, who else could there be?" Akali, you should know that with your talents developing normally, you might become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage feared this very point. The 3rd Hokage, no, it can't be. Hearing Danzo's words, Akali's pupils trembled and her Dao heart crumbled. After all, as the principal of the ninja school, the 3rd Hokage held an excellent reputation in the minds of the students. What's impossible? Danzo sighed, nodding his cane. Otherwise, think carefully, what other explanation could there be? Ordinary people would have been brainwashed by your logic here. Following your reasoning, what other explanation could there be? Nonetheless, Akali maintained her shocked demeanor on the surface, saying, "Even so, I still can't believe it," before finally reacting and looking at Danzo. "Who are you, and why are you telling me this?" "Me." Danzo shook his head, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "I am no one. I simply cannot bear to see young sprouts of the village go unwatered due to some people's selfishness. I'm just a meddlesome bystander." Akali took a step forward at the right moment, saying, "I don't believe it. A bystander can't explain all this to me." "All right," Danzo sighed, "since you sincerely asked." "I didn't ask," Akali muttered inwardly. "Then let me tell you, I am the head of Konoha's Root. Of course, you might not know much about Root. Most Konoha ninjas are unaware, because Root is an underground organization silently protecting Konoha through dark training." "Umbu," Akali exclaimed again. In most people's perception, Umbu was a mysterious, powerful organization. Seeing Akali's enthusiastic reaction, a long-lost joy spread in Danzo's heart. "Yes, that's right, Umbu." Danzo seized the opportunity. "Since we've reached this point, let me be direct. I cannot bear to see a gem like you go to waste. Akali, would you like to join Root and become a part of the Umbu that silently guards Konoha? Rest assured, talents like you are precisely whom Root cultivates with utmost dedication. You may not know this, but many legendary shinobi trace their origins to Root. For instance," Akari played along. "For instance," Danzo's single eye flickered thoughtfully. "Let me name someone you know well, Kakashi Hatake. He too was forged in Root." "Indeed, he was too." Akari feigned astonishment. After all, she had personally encountered Kakashi. In truth, however, her urge to mock was already surging beyond restraint. "Danzo, you old fraud. You truly have the gall. Kakashi carried out only a handful of missions for you, yet now you claim him as Rootborn. Do you presume I lack intelligence channels?" Though I knew Danzo lacked scruples, I never imagined he'd stoop so low as to brazenly lie. Unaware that Akari had already seen through him completely, Danzo declared with reverent solemnity, "Precisely, Kakashi too belongs to Root. How does Root strike you now?" Yes, absolutely." Akari nodded earnestly, then fell silent. Danzo blinked, puzzled. Shouldn't she be begging on the spot to join Root? Thanks to the 3rd Hokage's enduring propaganda of the will of fire, Root's clandestine ethos, serving as the unseen Root safeguarding Konoha, held considerable appeal among the younger generation. Danzo had long relied on this narrative to sway recruits. Moreover, he had skillfully stoked her anxieties, targeting her deepest concern, growth. So why no reaction at all? A strange, simmering irritation rose within Danzo. Yet recalling the authoritative image he'd just crafted, he suppressed his agitation and resumed his benign demeanor. "Akari," he asked gently, "do you harbor further doubts?" Yes, one small thing." Akari offered an apologetic smile. "Uncle, may I ask, what are Root's salary and benefits like?" "Benefits?" Danzo recoiled, stunned. "Benefits? I speak of guarding Konoha, and you speak of wages." Danzo drew a slow, deep breath, inhaling, exhaling, to steady his turbulent composure. After all these years, Akari was the first person ever to ask him about compensation. The cursed seal of silence bound every Root operative. Brainwashing seminars convened thrice weekly. For such a pure, noble ideal, serving Konoha, how could sordid coin ever taint it? Compensation? Foolishness. You belong to me body and soul. Be grateful I haven't consigned you to Orochimaru's experiments. What? Failure truly means being sent to Orochimaru for experimentation. Oh, then never mind. Naturally, none of this could ever be uttered to Akari. Danzo smoothed his expression and tried once more. "Akari, why do you fixate so intently on compensation? We are Root, the unseen root of Konoha's great tree. Only because we labor silently in shadow can its people dwell in peace and prosperity. Thus our cause is immaculate, exalted. Beyond material pursuits, I urge you to seek spiritual fulfillment. Picture returning home after a day's toil, gazing upon Konoha's countless warm lanterns, its harmonious, flourishing households. Is there any sight more sublime in this world?" Danzo expounded further upon Root's noble mission. Yet let it be said, his powers of persuasion were woefully inadequate, far eclipsed by Akari's pre-transmigration employer. "At least offer a few enticing promises." Akari remained utterly unmoved. "I understand. But without coin, how does one guard Konoha? You?" A surge of volatile emotion erupted within Danzo. Danzo's gaze upon Akari shifted, subtly, profoundly. He held her stare unflinchingly. She met his with equal fearless resolve. They stood locked in silent confrontation for a full minute. Then Danzo smiled. Not the practiced benevolence of before, but his true visage cold, cruel, and venomously sharp. In that instant he grasped a vital truth. Akali was no naive, gullible child to be easily manipulated. Of course, not a single genius of Konoha was ever foolish. Truly foolish minds could never attain such mastery, or even invent original jutsu. But if Akali possessed keen intellect, then matters grew simpler. Standard root compensation 20,000 Ryo monthly stipend, 2 crank jutsu acquisition slots per month. Accumulable at will full reimbursement for standard equipment wear and tear, custom gear available upon request, 1 monthly allocation of cultivation resources, and 1 sanctioned visit to the archives. How does that sound? Danzo named his terms. Insufficient. Akali lifted her chin defiantly. Very well. Danzo nodded. He feared not her audacity, but her indifference. Greed was manageable, greedy souls were eminently controllable, just as Orochimaru once was. Then tell me, what do you demand? Akali paused considering. She differed from ordinary shinobi. Common civilianine prioritized jutsu access above all, followed by equipment, yet neither mattered to her. Her system supplied both entirely. As for the archives, they likely house cultivation insights, perhaps useful for broadening perspective though hardly indispensable. Cultivation resources. Preposterous. Akali did not cultivate at all. She merely trained to master her acquired abilities. Still, she was not without needs. I want wealth, vast staggering wealth, and one opportunity to study the Forbidden Scroll. Among its treasures, the Flying Thunder God technique, the mutual summoning explosive tag, and the 8 gates release, each exceedingly valuable. Though her monetary lottery could yield jutsu outcomes remained wildly unpredictable. Direct study offered certainty and clarity. Could she master them? She harbored no doubt. With skill points, mere entry-level proficiency sufficed, then direct investment with perfect execution. She had already proven this with the 8 gates release. Currently, however, she possessed only the first gate's activation method. Her system registered the technique solely as 8 gates release first gate entry level. Thus, she withheld investment, awaiting the chance to acquire all 8 gates before committing skill points en masse. Direct access to the Forbidden Scroll. Unacceptable. At most, I'll permit transcription of a single jutsu, and mastery remains your sole responsibility. Danzo flatly refused her request. Akali, unsurprised, replied readily, fine, 1 jutsu it is. She'd never sought more. Her calm demeanor piqued Danzo's curiosity. You seem to have a specific objective in mind. Indeed. I seek the Fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Her E-ability Hawk Strike bore the same name in game, but in reality it merely granted rapid targeted movement upon marking a foe. In truth, Hawk Strike functioned solely as a homing pull, dramatically accelerating her approach toward marked targets. The Flying Thunder God. Danzo inclined his head, neither startled nor surprised. A civilianine like Akali would scarcely know more than its name. Yet aspiring to master it revealed ambition far exceeding the ordinary. The Flying Thunder God was no technique for common men. Very well, grant it to her. If she demanded, the Forbidden Scroll itself, compliance would prove difficult. But the Flying Thunder God. Danzo possessed his own transcription, and even Minato Namikaze's personal annotations. Danzo rendered his decision, agreed. As for funds, I'll offer triple the standard root stipend. One condition remains. His icy solitary eye fixed upon Akali with unblinking intensity. When precisely will you begin your service en route? Joining the job. Akali's charming little face revealed a peculiar smile. No hurry. Danzo's brows furrowed deeply, a cold gleam flickering in his single eye. Even the bandaged right eye seemed to convey a sense of scrutiny. What do you mean? Danzo's tone was impatient. After all, the price had already been negotiated, and if she dared to play tricks on him now, he would show her what cruelty truly meant. Oh dear uncle, don't be so impatient. As Danzo's demeanor hardened, Akali began to show her softer side. Well, your claims about the root are just your side of the story. I, a little girl, am still in the dark about everything, unsure of what is true or false. And as a lonely girl without parents, I have no one to consult when things arise, so I must be cautious. So, uncle, please show me your strength. If you really can bring forth the Flying Thunder God technique, what if you are lying? Akali revealed a stunning smile. Her words directly unfurled the tightly knitted brows of Danzo. It was as if he was seeing Akali anew, gazing at her. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Ishimura Danzo, and the darkness of Konoha, the leader of the root, and a brother-in-arms of the third Hokage, a direct disciple of the second Hokage, assisting the Hokage. Akali, do you know that with just your last words I could have you thrown directly into Konoha's prison? A massive sense of oppression emanated from Danzo. Yet facing Danzo's imposing aura, Akali remained unfazed, her smile as perfect as ever. She calmly replied, so uncle, can you do it? No. Danzo withdrew his oppressive aura. He felt he had completely understood what kind of person Akali was. She was a pure ninja of the ancient sort, motivated solely by self-interest, a complete egoist. In her eyes, there was no village, no companions, as she would do anything for money. If the price was right, she would even sell herself. In this era, it was hard for Danzo to imagine such a person still existed, but for him, wasn't this a good thing? Thus, with someone like Akali, there was no point in saying too much. Danzo turned and said, "The scroll for the Flying Thunder God, and your payment for this month will be delivered to you shortly by the Root Ninjas." "Akali, I hope you truly are as you say." With that, Danzo left without looking back. He did not specify when she was to report to the Root, as it was unnecessary. In Danzo's view, once someone like Akali tasted the sweetness of success, she would not be able to resist trying again. As for Akali taking his offers, and then turning her back on him, impossible, absolutely impossible. With the joy of successfully acquiring a genius, Danzo's figure disappeared around the corner of the street. Watching Danzo leave completely, Akali, who had been tense, finally returned to her room. She gently closed the door and checked the small map to ensure there were no prying eyes. Akali's shoulders relaxed. She wearily kicked off her cloth shoes, her delicate bare feet touching the cool floor. Hiss! The icy floor made Akali's pearl-like toes curl, but compared to the earlier confrontation, this coolness was actually soothing to her heated mind. Then she untied the sash at her waist, throwing her red and white kimono casually onto a nearby hanger. Now Akali was left in only a thin white undergarment, her slender legs openly exposed to the air. Feeling the coolness enveloping her, Akali sat on the sofa casually, placing her alluring legs on the coffee table, grabbing a cup, and gulping down water. Just like that. After all, acting with someone like Danzo was no easy task. Throughout, Akali appeared calm, but internally, she had been on high alert. Fortunately, this outfit was a skin given by the system, concealing all of Akali's reactions. Otherwise, Danzo would have spotted the flaw long ago. After all, people are always willing to believe in the things they have thought up. During the conversation, Akali continuously changed her persona, subtly, leading him, successfully drawing Danzo into her trap under conditions of complete transparency. So next, Akali just needed to enjoy the fruits of her victory and wait for Danzo's Root Ninjas to bring the ninja techniques and payment. As for joining the Root, Akali had never considered such a path. She only wanted to leech off the benefits and leave. If Danzo asked, she would just stall. Anyway, the Chunin exams were just around the corner. Danzo wouldn't have time to find her. As for the months, or even half a year later, at that time, who would be avenging whom was still uncertain. Alright, time for a shower. This whole outfit is sticking to me. After pondering for a while, and confirming she hadn't overlooked anything, Akali took her change of clothes to the bathroom. A rustling sound echoed as a blue and white cloth was flung out from the door, landing in the dirty laundry basket by the entrance. Then the bathroom door slowly closed. The sound of water splashing filled the air, and a faint mist replaced the holy light, obscuring her exquisite and enticing figure. Akali entered into a joyous bathing time. However, what she did not know was that while she was happy here, Danzo was not happy at all. After leaving her, Danzo did not get far. An unexpected visitor blocked his path back to the Root. Looking ahead, he saw a familiar figure wearing the Hokage hat, smoking pipe in mouth, quietly gazing at the sky, and Danzo's mouth suddenly twisted several degrees. He was certain that no one was surveilling him, and all his Root members had been marked with the cursed seal of silence, making it impossible to leak his whereabouts. Yet the third Hokage could block his path, so precisely this was the effect only the Byakugan could achieve. The Byakugan's ability was too exceptional. Even with only a few branch family ninjas in his Root, they would only be deployed for important tasks. And the third Hokage could casually find him just to confirm his whereabouts. This was the Hokage. Realizing this fact again, Danzo's mood certainly did not improve. However, at this moment he had not noticed beforehand, and even if he wanted to avoid him, it was impossible. Reluctantly, Danzo stepped forward. "What's up, monkey? Is being Hokage so easy now that you can come out for a stroll?" "Ha, certainly not. Being Hokage is not such an easy profession." The third laughed heartily, then turned to face him. Looking at Danzo, the third Hokage's gaze was profound. "The only reason I could step out of the Hokage building is still because of work." "Danzo, you just met that child Akali. How do you feel about her?" As he spoke, the third Hokage exchanged glances with Danzo. He clearly saw the inquiry in the third's eyes, and Danzo's expression hardened. "You are monitoring me." Though he had anticipated the third's appearance here, the confirmation was still quite displeasing. "Hey." The third waved his hand as if to dismiss the smoke before him. "Monitoring? Such harsh words. I merely heard that you had finally emerged from the Root base, so I came to check on an old friend. As for Akali, that was merely a coincidence. You know, Danzo, my greatest concern is the next generation of the village." The third spoke with deep emotion. "Every time I see them, I am reminded of our days when we plotted to skip class only to be reprimanded by the second Hokage. Those memories feel as if they were just yesterday, and in the blink of an eye we have reached this age. Time. The glimmer of reminiscence shone in the third's eyes. Seeing him in this state, Danzo couldn't help but recall the past, his cold expression softening. Of course it softened, but only slightly. For discussing the past was merely the third's way of avoiding escalating the situation too harshly. I watch over these young ones, so do not think to make any moves against them. At our age, you are old now too, so do not be so greedy. The unspoken words of the third, how could Danzo not understand? Danzo scoffed inwardly. The third was aging, but with his wood release, he had not aged. Thinking of this, an aggressive expression emerged on Danzo's face. Stop with the roundabout talk, Hiruzen. We have known each other for so long, let's be straightforward. I have my eyes on Akali, what do you say? Danzo, you. The third was taken aback, never expecting Danzo to be so direct. After all, at their level of power, what they sought was a sense of dignity. However, if it were Danzo, then the third had no choice. Waving his hand to dismiss the surrounding umbu, the third took a deep breath of smoke and organized his thoughts. Akali is an indispensable genius of the village. Do I have plans for her? So you plan to hand a talent who primarily uses ninjutsu to a genjutsu master? Danzo mocked. Is this your arrangement? This? The third was momentarily at a loss for words. Such a thing indeed was unspeakable, as if deliberately stifling a talent. However, he did have plans for Akali. It was not stifling her potential, but rather a choice that benefited his interests. These thoughts, however, could not be voiced. Fortunately, after many years of political maneuvering, deflecting responsibility, and changing the narrative was far too simple for the third. How could this not be an arrangement? The third feigned innocence. I am assigning Akali to Hong based on a comprehensive consideration of team dynamics and compatibility. Moreover, the subordinates under Hong will learn for some time and can help cover Akali's genjutsu shortcomings. As for her future strength improvement, as Hokage guiding the village's future blossoms is perfectly acceptable, is it not? You? This time it was Danzo who was left speechless. After all, the third was Hokage, and as Hokage his personal interests overlapped with those of the village. Thus, even if he asserted confidently that this was his arrangement to win over Akali, no one could dispute it. Loyalty to the Hokage is also loyalty to the village, is it not? However, Danzo was not without means to counter. With a hint of a sinister smile, Danzo said darkly, of course guidance is no issue. It is a blessing for Akali to have the renowned ninjutsu professor come down from his high status to instruct her. But unfortunately, Hiruzen, Akali likely does not need your guidance. Because just moments ago she had already agreed to my terms and sold herself for a good price. Facing the third, Danzo unleashed his trump card. Akali's agreement was the greatest justification for his audacity. After all, what could be more direct than the will of the person themselves? What? Upon hearing Danzo's words, the third was indeed shocked. He never expected Danzo to act so quickly. From the moment he began to build Akali's reputation until now, Danzo had been very quiet, and he thought everything was fine, but it seemed he had still been negligent. The third's face darkened as he asked, what conditions did you offer? Nothing much, just 3 times the umbu salary and a flying thunder god technique. Is that all? The third's expression changed again. In Akali's eyes, such conditions might seem acceptable, but to those in their upper echelons it was mediocre at best. After all, the flying thunder god technique was quite common. During the Fourth Hokage's era, he had attempted to teach it to many, but none had succeeded. Thus, this time Danzo had truly caught a lucky break. It was like some young women just entering society who have never seen much and can be easily deceived by something trivial. This was his oversight, his mistake. The third's expression turned extremely grim. Meanwhile, Danzo enjoyed the sight of the third's distress, feeling quite pleased. This feeling was 1,000 times more satisfying than any high. He was just short of drilling his finger into his temple. Thus Danzo continued to provoke. What is there a problem? 3 times the umbu salary and the flying thunder god technique, isn't that better than some people's arrangements? Good birds choose good trees to rest on. This is only natural, isn't it? The third snorted coldly, his sharp gaze fixed firmly on Danzo's single eye. Yet Danzo stared back unflinchingly. When they were young, they would even look at each other while urinating. Who feared whom? Seeing that he could not intimidate Danzo, the third spoke with anger. Danzo, I have already said I have plans for Akali. You do have plans, but if the Hokage's plans are incorrect, then as the Hokage's advisor, I have the right to intervene and correct them. That is my authority. Danzo smiled slightly. What is there a problem? Of course not. Externally, Danzo's position as the Hokage's advisor had been revoked, but internally his power and status had never been affected. However, this Hokage advisor, is he not still Hokage? So, Danzo, I am the Hokage. In an instant, the cane Danzo leaned on with his left hand was crushed with brute force. After all, the Hokage was the reverse scale in Danzo's heart, and at this moment the third had specifically brought it up. Danzo's expression was more unpleasant than ever. Staring at the third Hokage's irritating monkey-like face, Danzo couldn't help but retort, "Damn it. Do you have nothing to say except that you're the Hokage?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed the third's face, swiftly masked. Of course he had other words, but this one was simply the most effective. Ignoring Danzo's complaint, the third cleared his throat twice and continued, "In any case, leave Akali alone from now on. I'll handle her arrangements myself. Though you've reminded me, I have been somewhat negligent regarding Akali. Very well then. The terms you negotiated with her remain unchanged. She'll receive the agreed-upon provisions as planned, and I'll personally cover all associated expenses. Is that acceptable, Danzo?" The third turned toward his longtime comrade, but Danzo, already seething, let out a bitter laugh. "Sarutobi, you actually dare ask such a question? Reimbursement? Do you truly think I, Danzo, am short 600,000 Ryo? To presume my root network, its channels, its reach, can be bought for a mere 600,000. You have astonishing nerve, Sarutobi." Danzo's gaze sharpened like a blade. "Don't force me to summon Koharu and Hamura to settle this." "Ahem, no need, no need." At the mention of his two fellow Sannin, the third hastily waved his hands in protest. 600,000 Ryo was trivial to them, but Root's clandestine infrastructure was priceless, incalculable by coin. To exploit that network for his own talent cultivation was more than enough to ignite Danzo's fury. Moreover, Danzo had seized the initiative first. This maneuver was an overt assertion of Hokage authority, violating their long-standing unspoken rules of political contest. Fortunately, the third had anticipated precisely this. "I know you've already reached terms with Akali, Danzo. I'm no autocrat who insists on controlling every thread. I propose competition." "Competition?" Danzo's expression softened slightly. "How so?" The third swiftly laid out his proposal. "Akali may undergo Root's training regimen, but you must not initiate contact with her directly. Simultaneously, Akali will remain formally embedded within Team 8. She won't be fully absorbed into Root. With exposure to both paths, she may ultimately choose where her loyalty lies." The third reasoned clearly. Root was no place for ordinary souls. According to Red's final report, Akali would never choose to dwell in perpetual shadow. This arrangement still disadvantaged Danzo, but at least after wielding his authority so bluntly, the third offered him a chance to compete fairly, a concession others could reasonably accept. Ultimately, whether Danzo accepted or refused, the third's objective was achieved. Originally, Akali had been entirely drawn into Danzo's orbit, but now Danzo hadn't merely failed to secure her, he'd been thrust back from the finish line to the starting line itself. By any measure, the third emerged victorious. Having proposed such terms, he braced himself for Danzo's fierce resistance. It hardly mattered. He could always reassert, "I am the Hokage." Yet to his astonishment, after absorbing the proposal, Danzo's expression shifted, then settled into an eerie, acquiescent nod. "So be it. Let it proceed as you've outlined. See that you uphold your word, Sarutobi." A strange smile played upon Danzo's lips, "because this time, you will regret it, Hiruzen." The third believed Akali would choose Team 8 over Root. But did Danzo not believe just as firmly that she would choose Root? After all, he had met Akali face-to-face. He knew her temperament better than anyone, or so he believed. A critical information asymmetry had led them to diametrically opposed conclusions, and humans ever inclined to believe what they wished to believe clung to their certainties. "Is that so? Then I shall await it with anticipation, Danzo." With those quiet words, the third turned and walked away. His calm tone and decisive departure radiated unwavering confidence, for in decades of intricate political duels with Danzo, he had rarely lost. At that, Danzo's fleeting amusement vanished, his features darkening once more. He stood motionless, watching the third depart, only then exhaling a cold, contemptuous snort, discarding his shattered cane before resuming his journey. Outwardly, he appeared unchanged. Yet beneath the surface, something fundamental had already shifted. Danzo had grown reckless, and when reckless, he doubled down, determined to overwhelm Akali with sheer staggering wealth until her senses reeled. Thus, the next morning at dawn, Akali opened her door to find a striking young man standing before her, pale-skinned, expressionless, wearing a faint hollow smile and a sleeveless shinobi outfit. His distinguishing traits were unmistakable. Akali recognized him instantly, but feigned uncertainty. "Who are you?" "Greetings, Akali," he replied, his voice devoid of inflection. "I am Sai, under Lord Danzo's command, and I've been sent to deliver these items to you." Sai handed her a scroll and a large black sack. The scroll held little surprise. It likely contained the Flying Thunder God Techniques training manual. But the sack? Akali accepted it, finding it unexpectedly heavy. Upon opening it, a faint metallic tang of blood mingled with the acrid scent of inked banknotes. Akali's brow furrowed. Blood-scented money, and that absurdly conspicuous black sack. Had Danzo's root agents just raided a Yakuza deal site? Closer inspection revealed the bills were all worn, bundled haphazardly, denominations wildly mixed. Akali could only sigh inwardly. Yet it scarcely mattered. The funds were destined for her system, which cared nothing for provenance. Still, the money wasn't without complications, the gravest being its sheer volume. Akali estimated roughly 400,000 Rio, yet that was merely a fraction of the sack's contents. She glanced up at Sai, puzzled. Did you bring the wrong sack? There shouldn't be this much money. Sai's artificial smile remained fixed, no error. Lord Danzo instructed me solely to deliver this sack and scroll into your hands. Whether the amount is excessive or insufficient falls outside my purview. Should you have questions, consult Lord Danzo himself. Fine then. Since Sai offered no further explanation, Akali saw no reason to press on. She cared not whether Danzo had miscounted. What landed in her possession would never be relinquished. After bidding Sai farewell, Akali returned indoors, deposited the sack into her storage space, and summoned her system to tally the sum. The total appeared before her almost instantly. 1.2 million Rio. Boss, you're legendary. Looking at the balance displayed in the system, Akali beamed with a smile of triumph. She never expected that while the agreed amount was 600,000, Danzo had actually given her 120,000. Seeing so much money, Akali began to understand Orochimaru's perspective a bit. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a generous benefactor? Akali also realized that despite Danzo's eyesight issues, his intellect being lacking, his appearance being unattractive and old, and his physical disabilities, he still had his merits. If it weren't for her emotional value system being unsuitable for functioning in such a place as the Root, due to her inability to collect emotional values, Akali might have truly joined. Anyway, the tongue curse was undoubtedly a negative effect, just a matter of purification. As for now, Akali checked the time. It was only a little past 8 o'clock, and since Hinata had left in a hurry yesterday, without explaining how the 8th squad would be arranged next, Akali planned to settle the photo issue at the magazine office before searching for Naruto. However, with 120,000 in hand, she simply had to take a shot. Akali opened the system ready to enjoy. Just when she casually drew 30 times and obtained 15 skill points along with some miscellaneous items, the system popped up a notification. Ding detected that the host has conducted money draws exceeding 100 times. Advanced money draw unlocked. Please check. Hey, an advanced money draw, what's this about? Akali clicked to check. Moments later, she understood. The so-called advanced money draw was simply a higher-level money draw. The advanced referred to the quality of the items obtained from the draw. Originally, Akali would spend 100,000 to draw 10 times, with only half of the items being truly useful, the rest just miscellaneous. But if it were an advanced money draw, it wouldn't be the same. The chance of obtaining miscellaneous items would decrease, making it easier to acquire skins, advanced equipment, high-level jutsu, and even rare items. Moreover, there would also be some special items appearing. You mentioned special items, now I'm interested. Akali prepared to do a 10 draw. Earlier, she had drawn 30 times for 30,000, but since the advanced money draw cost 100,000 per draw, the money Danzo gave her was insufficient for a 10 draw. But it was fine. Previously, Akali had specifically saved 20,000. After spending 10,000 before facing Danzo, she had exactly 10,000 left, just enough to cover the gap. Without hesitation, Akali addressed the system. System, consume 1 million and give me a 10 draw for the advanced money draw. Ding detected host's command. Drawing begins. With the system's voice, a brand new draw interface appeared before Akali. In a background resembling a starry sky, a shield somewhat like a round table was placed in the center, and above the shield was a composite 3-layer summoning array. Against the starry background, the summoning array, made of blue and white beams, was very eye-catching. Seeing this, Akali's mouth twitched as some extremely unpleasant memories surged in her mind. Oh no, it's the FGO Spirit Summoning Array. System, don't mess with me. You could say that while Ms. Games often had scammy draw mechanics, at least they had a guarantee. But this FGO, the 3 stone draws were no joke. It's important to note that in FGO you draw with 3 stones at a time, and 300 draws could yield no SSR, highlighting just how outrageous it was. At this moment, the summoning array had already unfolded, and even if Akali wanted to stop it, she couldn't. Soon a strong light coalesced at the center of the spirit summoning array, and the first item appeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 explosive tags. Hiss. Akali felt a bit of a headache. The items drawn from the system couldn't be sold, so what good was it to get 10,000 explosive tags? I might as well use them in my next life. Moreover, Akali already had a considerable number of explosive tags in her storage space. Looking at this draw, painful memories surged even more, prompting Akali to wave her hand to dismiss the visual and let the system directly give her the results. Thus, Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining through the advanced money draw 10,000 explosive tags. Rare item Dark Reaper, Scythe. Rare item Dark Reaper, Greatsword. Random skill upgrade voucher, designated skill upgrade voucher. Skin, true damage. Basic equipment, forging tool, equipment. Staff of time, earth style, mountain earth technique, 20 cubic meters of storage space. Hey, Looking at the newly obtained items, Akali was momentarily stunned. Was it her imagination, or did the items drawn from the system turn out surprisingly well? The Dark Reaper Scythe and Dark Reaper Greatsword need not be mentioned. They should be the unfortunate Darken Rost and Aatrox. Although Akali wouldn't dare to touch them now, there was no doubt they were valuable items. Akali had never used the skill upgrade vouchers, but since they were for upgrades, their effects should not be lacking. As for the true damage skin, Akali checked it out, unlike the previous Ghostblade technique that taught her the scythe's battle style, allowing her to obtain a scythe as an exotic weapon along with the medical jutsu of the intern nurse. This time the true damage offered her real damage. It would grant Akali's attacks a strange penetration, enabling her to inflict damage akin to hitting a bull from the mountains on enemies with extremely strong defenses. Moreover, the appearance of the true damage skin was also quite stylish, directly styling her hair like ribbon, making her look formidable. White-haired Akali. As for the basic equipment forging tool, it was somewhat lacking. Being able to self-select equipment was great, but selecting basic equipment was not. And what about the Staff of Time? This was an equipment that could greatly enhance mental power, physical abilities, and chakra, and it could also grow with time. Akali took out the Staff of Time and integrated it into her body. Powerful vitality, mental strength, and chakra simultaneously infused into Akali's being. In an instant, Akali, originally possessing the physique of a special Jonin, surged to the level of an elite Jonin. Her already elite mental strength and chakra even skyrocketed to the level of a pseudo-shadow. She didn't immediately reach the level of a shadow, but rather the Staff of Time required some time to grow. In this wave, mental strength determined the power of techniques, while chakra level determined the scale of techniques. With both crucial attributes reaching the pseudo-shadow level, Akali's strength took another leap. Compared to the Staff of Time, the subsequent Earth-style Mountain Earth technique was just acceptable. It was a specialized jutsu targeting gigantic creatures, and in the storyline, it even had a moment of astonishing performance where it briefly restrained the Ten Tails. However, Akali currently had no need to face gigantic beings, so it could only serve as a means of reserve. Perhaps it would come in handy during the Chunin exams. After roughly sorting through her draw rewards, Akali's gaze fell on two items that stood out among the haul: the random skill upgrade voucher and the designated skill upgrade voucher. Akali was somewhat puzzled by these two upgrade vouchers. She often used skill points to upgrade her skills, but clearly the upgrades provided by these two vouchers were not the same as using skill points. Thus, Akali was very curious. System, I want to use the random skill upgrade voucher. Ding host command detected random skill upgrade voucher has been used. With the words of the system, a brand new spinning wheel appeared. However, this time, all the options on the wheel were skills that Akali currently possessed and had already maxed out. Then the wheel began to spin. After a while, the pointer landed on a somewhat unexpected skill: Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth Shirt. Akali only had time to be surprised before the effect of the random skill upgrade voucher was activated. A wave of heat descended from the void, suddenly coursing through her limbs and bones. Akali's muscles and bones tightened, while her skin appeared unchanged. It became as tough as leather. Compared to her other attributes, which were quite lacking, her previously low-level strength finally rose to that of a regular Jonin at this moment. As she quietly closed her eyes and felt the changes in her body, Akali began to understand what skill upgrades truly meant. Originally, the Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth Shirt, a skill derived from the monks of Shuoji Temple, merely consumed chakra to generate a protective energy shield. Even with profound cultivation, the skill, after leveling up, simply allowed her to condense talismans to provide shields for others. The Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth Shirt offered no actual defensive enhancement to the user's body. This was completely different from the version in martial arts novels that could enhance physical defense. But now Akali's Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth Shirt had evolved to incorporate both the Golden Bell Shield and the Iron Cloth Shirt, enhancing her bonus defense and strength. After experiencing such a transformation in her body, Akali took out a kunai. She then made a slightly forceful slash against her palm. Sizzle. A barely noticeable sound of friction arose, as if she had struck a hard plastic object. Akali glanced at her palm, where a faint scratch appeared on her delicate pale skin, hardly noticeable. She had just wielded a kunai produced by the system, and system products are always of high quality. Even wielding such a kunai and applying some force only resulted in this effect. Although it was partly due to Akali's own armor, this upgrade was still quite evident. Not bad. Akali nodded. Previously, she might have felt helpless about this, but now that she was progressing further along the path of a tanky Akali, she no longer cared about these minor issues. After feeling the effects of the random skill upgrade voucher, Akali turned her attention to the designated skill upgrade voucher. She already had a plan for which skill she needed to upgrade next. System, I want to upgrade my ultimate move, Duskblade of Drakthar. Ding host command detected. Upgrade begins. Swish. The familiar mysterious power arrived, and like boiling water, a rich shadow power began to surge across Akali's body. The Dustblade of Drakthar, which could only mindlessly dash forward before, gained a brand new effect at this moment. Shadow Step. Akali could now slip into the shadows. This is great. She felt very emotional experiencing the new effect of her ultimate. She did not expect to receive the skill upgrade voucher instead of the Phantom Sakura Duskblade. With the ability to enter shadows, Akali finally possessed a semblance of an assassin. Not easy. Akali shook her head as she occasionally still wanted to be a traditional assassin, which was a certain obsession of hers. However, speaking of assassins, Akali looked at her storage space, which had now increased by 20 cubic meters and transformed into a small room. In the secluded corner of the small room there lay a giant scythe and a colossal sword. Although she had decided not to touch these two immensely powerful weapons upon seeing them, they would still seize their owner's essence. Yet Akali was still curious. The two weapons forged from dark energy were no different from those in the game. Layastar was a pitch-black scythe with an eye at the connection between the blade and the handle. Aatrox was a sword that was black on the outside and red on the inside, ancient and heavy with a hilt resembling a heart. Just looking at Layastar and Aatrox, Akali could feel a tremendous power rushing toward her. At the same time, a certain allure lingered in her heart. This was a desire for the power of the two dark weapons as well as a craving for the darkness itself. Grabbing one of them would allow her to become Layastar or Aatrox, making it arguably the greatest gain Akali had achieved since obtaining the system. However, sadly, the cost of using these two weapons was far too high. Even though Akali currently had the ability to resurrect, she could only treat them as cards she would never play. Of course, compared to Aatrox, Layastar was somewhat better, but only slightly. Meanwhile, sensing a strange gaze, the eye on the Layastar's scythe trembled and suddenly locked eyes with Akali. A surge of mental force was transmitted forward, but it was cut off due to the barrier of space. This was to be expected. This storage space was granted to Akali by the system, and Layastar was merely a prize from a lottery. Thinking it could act up was a gross overestimation. At the same time, this situation reminded Akali that these two ghastly things were not something a mere human could control. After all, they were not weapons, but dark entities. The power of living dark entities is self-evident. Let's just leave them be. Layastar can be tamed, and perhaps I can attempt it when I grow stronger, but for now it's best to let it rest. Akali rummaged through her room's wardrobe, threw in some old blankets to cover Aatrox and Layastar, and cleared the surrounding area to avoid accidentally grabbing the wrong item. After completing the tight defensive measures, Akali drew back her spirit. Meanwhile, knock knock knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed at her door. Hey, who could it be now? Akali curiously opened the mini-map. In the next second, she sprang to her feet, taking 3 steps in 2 strides, and pulled open the door. A girl with pure white eyes, looking gentle and serene, appeared before Akali, sweetly smiling at her. Akali was very surprised. Hinata, what brings you here? I came to inform you. Hinata smiled slightly. Teacher Hong forgot to mention the gathering today yesterday, so she sent me to find you while she went to Zeno's place. So shall we go? Hinata asked with a questioning look. Let's go. Akali nodded, ready to head out with Hinata. But just as they were about to leave, Akali suddenly remembered something and whispered to Hinata to wait. Without waiting for Hinata to react, Akali swiftly returned to her bedroom and closed the door. When she opened the door again, the familiar sight of Akali clad in a sleek ninja outfit appeared before Hinata once more. Alright, let's go. With her original outfit back on, Akali felt refreshed. Although both outfits were produced by the system, the Oni dance mistress's attire was not particularly comfortable, but nothing could compare to Akali's original skin, which had openings under the armpits and thighs. Akali knew that newly graduated ninjas had to undergo a drank mission, and she did not want to be out there weeding or catching cats in an exquisite kimono while exposing her thighs. However, this was something Hinata clearly could not understand. Seeing Akali back in her ninja outfit, her beautiful face obscured by a mask, Hinata pouted slightly, her cute face puffed up like a bun face wanting to poke. After all, while the ninja outfit was neat and dashing, it also revealed Akali's rounded shoulders and smooth armpits, as well as a portion of her fair thighs. Moreover, due to its snug fit around her ample chest, a little bit even spilled out, forming an alluring side boob. Yet compared to Akali's eye-catching red and white kimono with its bare legs and leg rings, the visual impact was somewhat lacking. At least from Hinata's perspective, after Akali switched back to this ninja outfit, her cuteness had dropped by several levels. Change back. Hinata suddenly spoke up. Oh. Akali was taken aback, somewhat confused. Hinata, what did you say? I said, change back to what you were wearing before. Hinata repeated her words. Oh. Why? A reluctant expression appeared on Akali's cute face, but unfortunately, it was concealed by the mask, so Hinata couldn't see it. Thus, Hinata's attitude remained unchanged because this version of you, Akali, is not cute at all. Huh, is that really the reason? Akali was dumbfounded. She thought something was wrong with her, but it turned out Hinata simply found her current outfit unattractive. Akali found it hard to comprehend Hinata's thoughts. Similarly, Hinata couldn't understand Akali either. Isn't that reason enough? Looking at Akali, Hinata expressed with a hint of seriousness. Akali, it's one thing that I haven't seen your true face before. But we met yesterday, your looks are no less than Sakura or Ino, and perhaps even far better. So why hide such a face? Not caring about your appearance is something those boys would do. Hinata said somewhat disdainfully. Akali, don't mingle with boys like Sasuke and Naruto all the time and start thinking of yourself as one of them. You should have some awareness as a girl. Listening to Hinata's relentless lecture, Akali was truly stunned. For some reason, Hinata now gave her a motherly vibe. However, Hinata's words also made Akali reflect, was she really that masculine? Akali reviewed her past and realized yes, she indeed was quite masculine. After all, she had transmigrated and transformed, and the differences between boys and girls when they were young, aside from how they used the bathroom, were negligible. Akali's masculine core had not changed over the years, and she didn't feel the need to change it. Anyway, she would never marry or have children like a normal girl in this lifetime, as long as she paid attention when wearing skirts or light clothing and didn't offer too much eye candy. That would suffice. And when it came to dressing up, it was even more so. For her, looking pretty was fine, but to be pretty all the time was unnecessary. Why show off beauty to so many people? It was better to go home and admire herself in the mirror. Moreover, in her own home, she didn't have to be so strict with her clothing. Black stockings, white stockings, band-aids, three-piece outfits. She could wear whatever she wanted. However, she couldn't say any of this to Hinata. Facing Hinata, who had switched to her motherly mode, Akali showed a sheepish smile and explained, aren't we about to embark on a proper ninja mission soon? I think the outfit from yesterday was beautiful, but it was too hot. That is true. Hearing Akali's words, Hinata nodded, coming to a realization. Hinata wasn't an overly aggressive person. Since Akali had reacted this way, she certainly wouldn't force her to put it back on. However, looking at Akali in her ninja attire, Hinata certainly held some disdain. Akali had been sporting this look for years, and while it didn't bother Akali, it was grating on Hinata. Thus, Hinata abruptly grabbed Akali's hand. Let me see your wardrobe. Without a second thought, she led Akali towards the bedroom. And facing such an assertive Hinata with just a few steps to cover, by the time Akali realized what was happening, it was already too late. Whoosh. Hinata opened the wardrobe that contained only 3 outfits in total, one of which was sleepwear. Upon seeing the wardrobe that housed a couple of old clothes that could be worn out, Hinata's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen something ghastly. It was as if she had been hit by a paralysis technique, staring at Akali's empty wardrobe, which even a dog would shake its head at. Hinata stood frozen in place. Ding. Hinata's emotional value, 9,999. The 4-digit emotional value indicated the immense shock Hinata had experienced. After all, girls like Sakura and Ino who knew how to dress up would feel their clothes weren't enough, even with 3 or 4 wardrobes. If there was space left in their wardrobe, it felt like ants were crawling all over their bodies. But what about Akali? She had only 3 outfits in her wardrobe. Of course, Akali had plenty of clothes, but it could only be said that there weren't many. Most of her outfits had been stored away due to expanded storage space. But Hinata didn't know that. After a while, when Hinata regained her composure, she looked at Akali with a peculiar expression, as if containing 1,000 words. Hinata earnestly suggested, Akali, how about we ask Teacher Hong for a day off today and go shopping? As she spoke, she glanced at Akali's wardrobe again, quickly turning her head away, as if she had seen something difficult to face. After all, your wardrobe is just 2. Hinata thought of a word that wouldn't be too hurtful for Akali. Shabby. Hinata said somewhat helplessly, just by looking at this wardrobe, I thought a boy lived here. So I think it's urgent to supplement your clothing. With that, without waiting for Akali's response, Hinata once again grabbed Akali's hand, intending to drag her out directly. Fortunately, Akali, having just been ambushed by the proactive Hinata, snapped back to awareness in time, no longer passively at Hinata's mercy. She vehemently objected, her tone sharp and unyielding. After all, if Hinata had asked her to storm the Third Hokage's office today, she'd have followed without hesitation. Hinata was her adoptive mother, while the old man was merely a scheming patriarch who'd once betrayed her. Slaying him would be justice, not transgression. But shopping, that was an entirely different matter. Slaying people, fine. Shopping, no, absolutely not. Kill me instead. Even being handed over to Hinata for whatever mischief she pleased would still be preferable to wandering through boutiques. No, absolutely not. Not happening. Like a petulant child, Akali dropped to the floor, squatting low to physically resist Hinata's gentle tugs. A silent, stubborn refusal. Yet this only deepened Hinata's bewilderment. Why not? It's just shopping, Akali. It's far more than just. Akali muttered under her breath, barely audible. She had lived in this world for 6 years now. Many memories from her former life had faded. But the visceral memory of her mother dragging her through endless shopping sprees, legs trembling to the point of collapse, remained painfully vivid. That sensation was uniquely harrowing, not merely physical torment. Before her transmigration, Akali had been at the peak of her physical prime, a high school senior entering university capable of sprinting a full kilometer without breaking a sweat. Yet even then, after merely 15 or 30 minutes of walking beside her mother, her legs would go numb. And soon after, her soles would burn with a searing, exquisite agony, as though torn open from within. So no, absolutely not. Shopping was utterly forbidden. This time, even masked Hinata could feel the palpable wave of resistance radiating from Akali's very presence. Yet she remained genuinely baffled. Seriously, why? What is it, Akali? There is no why. Let's discuss shopping another time. Akali refused to elaborate, and instead offered Hinata a metaphorical perpetual wool sandwich cookie, effectively silencing her with playful irreverence. All I need is a change into something that shows my face right. With her mouth gently stuffed by the cookie, Hinata could only nod vigorously. Excellent. Akali withdrew her fingers from Hinata's soft lips and briskly ushered her out the door. Wait for me. With a soft click, the bedroom door closed behind Hinata. Alone at last, Akali opened her storage space and stared momentarily stymied at the meager selection of garments within. Clearly none of these worn, dated clothes met Hinata's expectations. It seems I'll have to switch skins after all. A quiet sigh escaped her, unheard but deeply felt. She tried on the true damaged skin only once, the night she acquired it. It wasn't bad, far from it, but its aesthetic was too fierce, too mature, too unapologetically bold for her current persona. Its sharp, edgy energy clashed with her natural grace, and the stark white hair especially jarred. Akali's true hair color was black, and such a sudden dramatic shift looked unnatural, even jarring. Still, if Hinata insisted, she would oblige. She opened her personal interface and executed a one-click outfit change. Instantly, delicate chimes rang as silver earrings collided. Her new form emerged clad in sleek tactical attire adorned with subtle charcoal-toned tattoos along her arms and shoulders, a stylish headset draped around her neck. Effortlessly cool, defiant, and punk-infused. She smoothed her hair, then pulled open the door, just as Hinata finished forming the hand seal to activate her Byakugan. Akali's gaze locked onto Hinata, sharp and knowing, her silent scrutiny heavy with implication. Hinata's gaze of revelation. Oh. Caught red-handed, Hinata hastily hid her hands behind her back, flustered and defensive. I wasn't trying to spy. I was just afraid. She meant she feared Akali might slip away. Her earlier resistance had been unmistakably genuine. Yet beneath the piercing, commanding presence of the true damaged skin, Hinata found herself utterly speechless, her explanation dying mid-breath. Her head bowed instinctively, cheeks blooming with a soft, rosy flush, exactly as the timid Hinata of old would have done, retreating into familiar shyness. For this version of Akali bore none of her usual elegant, refined charisma. Instead, she exuded raw, magnetic authority, a commanding, almost predatory aura. The triangular earrings chimed softly, glinting with quiet brilliance. To Hinata, who'd never seen such a style before, it was utterly overwhelming. Just as the skin's name declared, true damage. Ding. Hinata's emotional resonance, 3,333. A low, amused chuckle escaped Akali's lips. With a practiced flick, she swept aside the snowy fringe veiling her eyes, then placed both hands firmly on Hinata's shoulders and gently pressed her back against the wall beside the bedroom door. A faint, teasing smile played upon her lips as she leaned in, her breath grazing the delicate, translucent shell of Hinata's ear. Warm, intimate, deliberately provocative. Afraid of what? That I'll run away. A shiver ran through Hinata as the warm, moist air traced the sensitive curve of her ear canal, vibrating softly against her eardrum. Her entire body tingling, her blush deepening to crimson. The fact that she hadn't fainted outright was testament only to the resilience forged through years of disciplined training, though truthfully fainting might have been kinder. For as soon as her breath lingered, Akali tilted her head, then pursued Hinata's evasive gaze with quiet, unwavering intensity. Under that relentless scrutiny, Hinata shrank inward, shoulders hunching, spine curling, until she nearly buried her face in her own chest. Another light laugh, this time mercifully brief, as Akali finally relented. All right. It's just a new outfit. Is this really necessary? You're the one who asked for it, Hinata. Her tone carried the easy, affectionate irony of saying you chose this idol. Hinata, unfamiliar with the reference, sensed only warmth, not wit. Minutes later, she slowly regained her composure. Her cheeks still flushed, she shot Akali a mock scolding glance. You're terrible, Akali. Teasing me like that. Ha. Well, how can I help it? Our dear Hinata is simply too adorable. And you did ask me to change, didn't you? TCH. Hinata fell silent, offering only a soft, indignant hum, then let the matter drop. Still, curiosity flickered anew. She truly wondered about this new look. How did you do your hair? In such a short time? Why? To that, Akali had no plausible answer. Let's just call it a secret technique. All right. If it was a secret art, Hinata wouldn't press further. She gazed at Akali, eyes sparkling, and nodded, thoroughly satisfied. After all, if even this striking, eye-catching transformation failed to impress, nothing ever would. Clad in her new attire, Akali and Hinata stepped out, heading toward their rendezvous with Kurenai. Both were Taijutsu-focused shinobi. Before long, they encountered Yuhi Kurenai and Aburame Shino, who had already been waiting for a while. "Hey, new outfit, huh?" Kurenai's beautiful eyes shimmered with fascination as she gazed upon the newly attired Akari. Her admiration held no ulterior meaning, merely genuine captivation by the bold novelty of Akari's attire. Yet after a moment's appraisal, Kurenai shook her head. "It's striking and perfectly suits your personality, but regrettably, it doesn't suit you." After all, Akari had never embodied cold, detached charisma. Hinata might overlook such informality, but how dare Kurenai presume to critique her? Akari bristled immediately. "Kurenai Sensei, do you even understand?" Etch. Kurenai blinked, poised to defend herself. Before she could utter a word, Hinata stepped forward and lightly slapped Akari's shoulder. "Akari, you mustn't address Kurenai Sensei so disrespectfully." Kurenai instinctively raised her hand in an exaggerated gesture of dismay. Having already glimpsed Akari's temperament, Kurenai knew this was mere playful banter, though to Hinata it likely seemed like unseemly familiarity. She welcomed Hinata's loyalty, but conflict between the two would be undesirable. Yet once again, before Kurenai could speak, Akari bowed her head. "I'm sorry, Kurenai Sensei." Staring at the contrite figure before her, Kurenai froze in stunned silence. Was this truly the same defiant, irreverent Akari, the one who teased even her without hesitation? A fiercely charismatic white-haired woman whose private gentleness proved endearing. Yet such stark contrast felt oddly incongruous when applied to Akari. Kurenai glanced first at Hinata, then at Akari, and something clicked. Their bond, it seemed, ran unusually deep. Kurenai fell into quiet contemplation. Still, she did not lose sight of the present moment. Since Akari had sincerely apologized, refusing reconciliation would be ungracious. Kurenai smiled warmly at the group. "It's quite all right. Akari was only joking. I hold no ill will. In fact, that's precisely what I wish to convey to you both. Shino, Hinata, my philosophy as your Jonin instructor is to minimize rigid hierarchy. Think of me simply as an older sister." "I see," Shino murmured, mildly surprised. In the strictly stratified world of shinobi, such an approach struck him as profoundly unconventional. Yet he could not fathom Kurenai's predicament. She had no desire to play confidant, but with Akari present, any attempt to assert authority was doomed to fail. So why bother? When a superior is openly challenged yet cannot retaliate, authority crumbles. But when an older sister is teased and chooses kindness instead, it only deepens her warmth and compassion. True to form, Hinata's eyes lit up with quiet admiration. "Kurenai Sensei, you're truly kind." It's nothing extraordinary. I simply believe excessive solemnity stifles growth." Kurenai's smile masked the quiet ache beneath. Yet after this brief interlude, the four had grown comfortably familiar with one another. Under Kurenai's guidance, they followed tradition, introducing themselves formally, and thus Team 8 was officially formed. Now that they were a team, missions naturally followed. As Akari had anticipated before leaving home, Kurenai led them to the mission office, where amid Shino's and Hinata's subdued anticipation, she successfully secured a Drank task weeding. And so Team 8 set to work across Konoha's sun-dappled fields. Drank assignments, however humble, remained an inescapable rite of passage for every shinobi. Whether due to Hinata's quiet influence, or Kurenai's prudent reluctance to overburden Akari lest she abandon the assignment entirely, remained uncertain. Though tedious, Team 8's Drank missions were consistently ordinary in their tedium, occasionally interspersed with simple retrieval tasks perfectly aligned with their collective aptitudes. Thus, though grumbling persisted, Akari remained silent, knowing full well her shadow clones would shoulder the labor. During mission execution, Akari crossed paths with Naruto and Sasuke, and learned of their own recent evaluation. The first half of Team 7's assessment passed uneventfully, but in its latter stage, immediately after Kakashi declared them officially qualified, a sudden ambush struck. Amid the assault, bonds were tested, loyalties weighed. Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki was revealed to Sasuke, and ultimately united by Sakura's spirited encouragement, the two overcame their assailants. Akari listened only briefly, then sensed the unmistakable scent of preordained narrative, and withdrew her interest. She needed only confirm one thing: the pivotal scene she'd inadvertently derailed by granting Naruto the multiple shadow clone technique had since been restored by the Third Hokage. With that crucial turning point reinstated, Naruto and Sasuke had finally embarked upon their true shinobi paths. Team 8, blessed with fortune, stood in stark contrast to Team 7's misfortune. From capturing repeat fugitives, even those with feline bloodlines like the notorious Meow Meow Tora, to riverbank trash collection and babysitting duties, their roster of assignments bordered on the absurd. Each task in turn escalated into exquisite torment. Where previously Team 7 had occasionally drawn lighter duties now, since Team 8 bore no burden of menial labor, all such tasks had been doubled and reassigned solely to them. Within just 1 week, even Sasuke, who viewed hardship as discipline, could endure no more. He and Naruto arrived together at Akari's door. These drank missions served no purpose whatsoever, except to grind down the spirit. Akari responded without surprise. Entirely expected. Suffering need not be glorified. Suffering in itself holds no inherent meaning. So, you're asking me to devise a way out of these trivial assignments. Inside Akari's residence, she regarded Naruto and Sasuke seated side by side before her. Exactly. Exactly, they chorused, nodding vigorously. I can't take it anymore. Naruto added emphatically. If you can't bear it, then yes, it truly is absurd. At their urging, Akari stroked her smooth chin in thought. The solution was deceptively simple, and yet maddeningly complex. The most straightforward path. Pay their way, purchase missions outright, trading coin for autonomy. Yet therein lay the difficulty. The photographs she'd taken earlier had been delivered to the magazine on her first afternoon with Team 8, but over a week had passed and payment remained pending. They possessed modest funds, but scarcely enough. How then shall we proceed? Akari pondered deeply. Then, knock 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 knock. A crisp rhythmic rapping echoed at the door. Well, my humble abode has become rather lively of late. Akari rose with amused curiosity. Through her True Sight's miniature map, she clearly perceived the visitor approaching. It was someone utterly unexpected, Yamanaka Yakumo. Before Akari could seek her out, Yakumo had come to her, of her own volition. To be honest, Akali was somewhat caught off guard by the arrival of Onma Bayun. She indeed had plans for Onma Bayun, wanting to leverage the latter's artistic abilities to develop a secondary industry. The burning gem left in her body was also intended for this purpose. After all, what Onma Bayun cared about the most was her frail body. As long as she could firmly grasp this point, she could compel her to act far better than needing to coax and deceive Mingzhua. However, Akali did not expect that before she could seek out Onma Bayun would come knocking on her door herself. And it was rather strange. Through the vision provided by the true eye, Akali could clearly see the anxiety and shame displayed on Onma Bayun's face. One hand was tightly gripping her clothing around her abdomen, her lips slightly parted, breathing lightly, as if from excessive exertion, and her delicate fair face was flushed, looking more like she was enduring something. Previously unnoticed, but now seeing Onma Bayun like this, Akali's expression became somewhat peculiar. Could it be that Bayunkin was playing some strange role? This was too bold. The artist girl who was merely brushed over in the original work of Hokage turned out to be such a forward-thinking existence. With a certain curiosity, Akali opened the door, but Onma Bayun was evidently even more impatient. As soon as Akali opened the door, just a crack, Onma Bayun forcefully pushed her way in. Facing Akali, Bayun shouted the question she had been holding back for nearly a week. Akali, what exactly have you done to my body? Akali was somewhat stunned by Bayun's sudden question, and soon she realized something bad had happened. Because shortly after, two louder exclamations rang out behind Akali. Ding from Naruto's emotional value, 999. Ding from Sasuke's emotional value, 999. Naruto and Sasuke stood up in surprise. Having been filmed twice alongside Akali, they were no longer the pure fledglings they once were. Thanks to the intelligence-gathering abilities of ninjas, many strange bits of knowledge had already been acquired by the two. At this moment, Onma Bayun's textbook-like expression and her words clearly evoked something in their minds. It was also at this moment that Onma Bayun finally discovered that she was not the only one in Akali's house. Connecting this with her earlier words, which could lead to wild imaginations, Onma Bayun's pale face visibly flushed with color. Ding from Onma Bayun's emotional value, 999. But compared to her own question, her slight shame was no longer significant. Come with me. Onma Bayun's frail body erupted with immense strength, directly pulling Akali out of the house. Then with a bang, she slammed the door shut. I need an explanation, Akali. Onma Bayun's stubborn eyes fixed intently on Akali, as if to say that if Akali dared to utter a negative response, she would confront her. Akali helplessly raised her hands and performed a French salute. All right, I can explain. But not right now. As she spoke, Akali looked behind her door, a shadow extending from her feet, slipping through the narrow gap of the door, instantly entering the room. In the next second, Akali pulled Onma Bayun aside to avoid it, as the door opened simultaneously. Bang bang. Sasuke and Naruto, who were eavesdropping against the door, were unceremoniously thrown out by the shadow clone. Sasuke executed a perfect 360 flip and landed smoothly, while Naruto landed heavily on the ground, falling in a rather ungraceful manner. So painful, Akali. Lying on the ground holding his, but Naruto loudly complained to Akali. Akali showed no mercy towards him, rolling her eyes and giving a dismissive look. Serves you right, who told you to eavesdrop? And besides, I threw you both out, so why could Sasuke land smoothly, but you couldn't? Shouldn't you reflect on that? Indeed, being at the bottom means being at the bottom. Sasuke cooperatively mocked him. Ding from Naruto's emotional value, 555. Damn it, Sasuke, you laughed at me too. The disturbed Naruto lunged at Sasuke. This pair of adversaries resumed their game of chase. Seeing this, Akali nodded in satisfaction, pulling Anma Bayun back inside and ignoring the two. All right, now let's discuss our matters. Akali poured a cup of tea and handed it to Anma Bayun. Ah, thank you. The well-bred Anma Bayun, still in a daze, gracefully accepted the teacup and softly expressed her gratitude. At this moment, Anma Bayun finally realized something. Wait a minute, wasn't she here to demand an explanation? How did it turn into a tea party with a good friend? Anma Bayun prepared to reassert her stance. She slammed the teacup down, her eyes blazing with anger, accumulating 100 rage. Next, she just needed to unleash a skill, and it would be an absolute disaster then. But then there was no then, because Anma Bayun met Akali's teasing eyes. The mocking intent emanating from those golden eyes was like a bucket of ice water being poured over her, causing Anma Bayun to freeze in place. Bayunkin, please behave yourself. Let me remind you, there are only you and me here, Akali said with a smile. In that instant, Anma Bayun recalled the day of her crushing defeat. Yes, Red Bean paced Private Masai. Bayunkin lowered her proud head. Very well. Akali finally sat down across from Anma Bayun. Bayunkin, there is an old saying in Konoha, those who are diligent will surely become outstanding. You are so diligent you will definitely become an outstanding person in the future. All right, now tell me about your situation. Akali was somewhat puzzled. Have you discovered that thing already? Of course. Speaking of this, even after being chastised by Akali earlier, Anma Bayun still felt a wave of shame and indignation. That presence burning like a torch, who doesn't know about it? Akali, didn't you say that my physical enhancement comes from your secret medicine? Anma Bayun questioned. But what about that bead of mine? Listening to Anma Bayun's words, Akali fell silent for a moment. Since you've already discovered it, I won't pretend anymore. All right, I admit that the secret medicine does have some effect, but that effect is temporary, not lasting. What truly improved your body was the treasure I gave you. But how could that be possible? Anma Bayun instinctively denied the judgment of her illusion. After all, she was a master at manipulating the five senses. Didn't she know that herself? The feeling in her lower abdomen was undeniably real. Anma Bayun successfully convinced herself. In that instant, the foreign sensation and burning feeling in her lower abdomen suddenly intensified several notches, as if a true flame was burning within her. Suddenly, Anma Bayun clutched her abdomen and weakly collapsed forward, her entire body resting on Akali's coffee table. Hey, what's wrong with you? Anma Bayun's state startled Akali, who quickly reached out to help her up and retrieve the burning gem from Anma Bayun's body. Now that I've taken it out, how do you feel? Looking at the burning gem in Akali's hand, Anma Bayun was momentarily stunned. Then she was shocked to discover that the previous sensation had vanished. I'm all better, Anma Bayun exclaimed joyfully. See, I told you it was this thing that was the problem. Is that so? Akali was somewhat confused, but that shouldn't be the case. Because Akali had only removed the burning gem from Anma Bayun's body, but the enhancement it provided had not been cancelled. If it were truly the burning gem's fault, it wouldn't make sense for it to be like this. As for whether the method of the burning gem merging into Anma Bayun's body caused the issue, that was even less likely. The way the system's equipment merges into the body resembles the method in Xianxia, where spiritual treasures are stored within a procedure that is incredibly mature. There should be no issues arising with Anma Bayun. Akali did not believe that Anma Bayun could be so special. However, whether she believed it or not, if there was a problem, there was nothing Akali could do. Akali asked Bayun, so I'll just take this thing away. I should clarify, all the enhancements to your body right now are based on this thing, and once I take it away, you'll revert to how you were before. Although taking it away would mean Anma Bayun could no longer help her, Akali was indifferent to that. Even if Anma Bayun couldn't do it, Akali had other ways to compensate, but without Akali, Anma Bayun wouldn't find anyone else to help her with her bodily issues. As expected, when Akali mentioned this, Anma Bayun immediately hesitated. Is there really no other way? Maybe there is, but it's difficult to find, Akali said helplessly. This thing is just a black box, so I can only use it. Alright, let's do this. Akali thought of a solution. Try holding it with your hand. Equipment activation requires close contact. If holding it in hand works, then Anma Bayun could continue to use it. Okay, I'll try holding it. Anma Bayun nervously extended her hand to grab the burning gem from Akali. However, the moment her delicate fingers touched the burning gem, Anma Bayun recoiled, as if she had touched a hot iron, and abruptly released her grip. Oh, that's so hot. Hot. This time Akali genuinely couldn't understand. How could it be hot? She felt no issue touching the burning gem. Akali quickly felt it again, and indeed sensed no temperature. To prove her point, she even fetched a thermometer and placed it against the burning gem. See, I might deceive you, but the thermometer surely won't lie. Oh, it's at room temperature. Really, room temperature? Bayun was quite puzzled. She reached out again, touching the burning gem in Akali's hand, and was stunned to discover that it truly wasn't hot. Ding, emotion value from Bayun, 999. Why? Bayun was utterly confused. Clearly the last time she touched it, the feeling of having touched a hot iron still lingered on her fingertips. However, seeing Bayun's situation, Akali had some thoughts. The thermometer measuring the burning gem at room temperature indicated it was indeed at room temperature, but Bayun felt it was hot. This meant her body's sensory perception was not the cause. If it wasn't her body, then it must be her mind. Akali asked again, earlier, why did you think it was hot? Why? Bayun was somewhat confused. It felt like fire in my lower abdomen. Before it, isn't it normal to feel hot? Oh, wait, are you saying? That's right. Akali snapped her fingers. The reason you thought it was hot might just be that you believed it was hot in your mind. And while this thing is indeed a foreign object, it actually has no temperature. Akali reinserted the burning gem back into Bayun's body. Indeed, after realizing that the burning gem didn't burn, Bayun felt only the sensation of a foreign object and no longer experienced the burning feeling. After such a stark comparison, Bayun completely understood. So it was me thinking it was hot that made it hot, and I believed it wasn't a foreign object in my body. Bayun closed her eyes and tried to hypnotize herself. Then she truly discovered that the sensation of the foreign object had also vanished. Why is this happening? Feeling the new change, Bayun was incredibly shocked. So did that mean she had been torturing herself all those days? Bayun felt both amused and exasperated. However, Akali had other thoughts, though she chose not to voice them. With a solemn expression, Akali quietly waited for Bayun to calm down. As the person Bayun had interacted with the most, and who left the deepest impression on her, when Akali adopted a serious attitude, Bayun also quickly quieted down. What's wrong, Akali? Did I do something wrong? Yes. Akali nodded heavily. Bayun, I'm sorry to tell you that your current situation is likely a reincarnation of Idu. What? What did you say? Bayun's voice suddenly became extremely hoarse. Idu was her nightmare, and also the source of Bayun's fear of losing control. If Idu were to be resurrected. Imagining the appearance of Yida's resurrection, Bayun fell silent. At the same time, a cold chakra continuously emanated from her body. That was Yida's chakra. Seeing Bayun like this, Akali quickly interrupted. Alright, wake up, I was just kidding, Idu hasn't resurrected. Huh. The fear interrupted her self-reflection. Looking at Akali, Bayun furrowed her brows and revealed a distinctly angry expression. Akali, just because you're stronger than me, does that mean you can toy with me like this? Don't you know that scaring someone can kill them? Bayun had already accumulated 1,000 curses in her heart. But at this point, Akali finally understood the situation. Stop. I did that on purpose. That was to test you. Bayun, think back to your situation just now, and you'll know what your problem is. What problem do I have? Listening to Akali's words, Bayun began to self-reflect. The memory she had just overlooked returned to her, and Bayun suddenly realized that when she believed Akali's words and thought Idu resurrected or resurrected Idu was actually going to be recreated by her own illusion. Thus, Bayun finally understood what her problem was. Got it. Seeing Bayun's expression, Akali guessed she probably understood. That's right. Bayun's expression turned serious. My abilities are out of control, or rather they are activating unconsciously, which is why whatever I think appears. Damn it, why is this happening? Bayun clenched her fists. Logically, Yida's death should have lifted her uncontrolled state. Akali pondered, maybe it's not a loss of control. What do you mean? What I mean is a loss of control means you're completely unable to manage it, but your abilities are still activating based on your thoughts. That isn't loss of control, it's just insufficient control. Following this line of thought, Akali held Bayun's hand and began to input chakra into her body for examination. After some time, Akali withdrew her hand. As expected. What do you mean by as expected? Bayun didn't follow Akali's train of thought. By now, Akali had realized. You've probably just been immersed in the joy of physical recovery and haven't paid attention to your mental growth, right? Haven't you noticed? With your powerful physical support, your mind has become stronger and more active than before. That's why you could sense something within you. And your so-called loss of control stems from not having adapted to that part of your enhanced mental state, which means your control isn't keeping pace. Bayun, you need to practice. Speaking of this, Akali felt somewhat emotional. She hadn't expected Bayun to become stronger. Now she was even looking forward to how far Bayun could grow without the constraints of her body. How is it that simple? Bayun found it hard to believe. What else could it be? Akali shot Bayun an exasperated look. Honestly, you scared me. I thought the things I gave you were causing issues. Anma Bayun felt a bit awkward. It was a bit hard to take that the issue ultimately lay within herself. After clarifying the situation, Anma Bayun bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Akali, I misunderstood you. No problem. Akali shook her head. Actually, it wasn't much of a misunderstanding. I did have my own motives for giving you that thing. Since you've regained your qualifications as a ninja thanks to my treasure, you naturally must help me with something. You have no problem with that, right? No. Anma Bayun shook her head. Her issues were ones her parents had sought many people to resolve, but none had succeeded. Now that Akali had solved it for her, it was only right for her to help Akali. Great. Akali was very satisfied with Anma Bayun's attitude. She took out a comic book and placed it in front of Anma Bayun. Can you draw this? Comic. Anma Bayun recognized it, but she didn't respond immediately. She first asked, what's the purpose of me drawing this? Of course it's to sell it. I need money, I want to make money. I see. Anma Bayun understood and shook her head. I'm afraid that won't work. I can draw without any problem, but the important part of a comic isn't the drawing, it's the content. You can let me draw, but asking me to create the content. Anma Bayun's expression became somewhat nuanced. In their small circle, Anma Bayun was known for her exquisite drawing skills. As for the content, while the drawing skills were exquisite, it could be said that while there were exquisite drawings, the content was lacking. Of course, Akali didn't need Anma Bayun to handle the content. Don't worry, he'll handle the content, and you just need to focus on the drawing. Oh, is that so? Anma Bayun's interest was piqued. She actually quite liked comics and had drawn some herself, but unfortunately she simply lacked the talent. If Akali could help, she would welcome it. The only issue was, Anma Bayun cautiously looked up at Akali. Is the content reliable? Reliable, of course. As a person who had traveled through time, Akali was still confident. Naturally, she knew that Anma Bayun wouldn't believe her just by her word, so she directly tossed out 2 magazines. One featured Naruto soloing and then encountering a fox girl maid. The other was a delightful compilation of benefits brought by Naruto and Sasuke. Upon seeing these 2 magazines, Anma Bayun pounced on them as if she had seen a deity descending. This is the fox girl after work, and there's a second part. Heavens, the second part was so popular that I only borrowed a copy and couldn't buy it. You actually have one. Anma Bayun was extremely excited. Akali raised her eyebrows. Is it possible that my copy isn't one that's been bought? What do you mean? Anma Bayun looked at Akali in confusion. It means this is the master copy from Shueisha. Shueisha was the name of the magazine company that Akali had always mentioned. It's unclear whether it was Kishimoto's Twisted Humor or what, but the magazine store in Naruto was indeed called that. Akali was also very surprised when she first went there, but she eventually got used to it. Anma Bayun was even more surprised. Looking at the master copy in Akali's hand, her hands trembled with excitement. Wasn't this a magazine targeted at males? Why was Bayun so excited? What's with you? Akali questioned Anma Bayun with her own doubt. However, Anma Bayun surprisingly shot Akali a glare. What do you know? In the eyes of ordinary people, such magazines only feature beautiful girls and erotic content. But in my eyes, I see the author's grasp and exploration of humanity and XP. Taking off clothes is something anyone can do, but how to be more alluring without taking them off is a skill. And this is the greatest aspect that I admire in the creator of this book, or rather the author. To be honest, although Anma Bayun claimed not to understand the author, the feeling of being praised in front of others was quite exhilarating. After a while, Anma Bayun's excited mind gradually calmed down. Master copy, master copy. Anma Bayun finally realized. Wait, how do you have a master copy, Masaka? That's right. I am the one who took these photos and also the author of this magazine. Anma Bayun's expression changed slightly, like a shadow looking at a divine child who wants to become a general. The thought of a swordsman could not be hidden. Sorry. Anma Bayun lowered her head awkwardly. Forget it. Akali, not wanting to engage in clever banter with Anma Bayun, said, in any case, you just need to know that I am the author of this book. There's no need to worry about the content. Okay. Anma Bayun stopped discussing this and instead focused on something new. Akali, since you are the author of this book, then who exactly are Naruto and Sakura? Can I meet them? Are you sure? Akali's expression became a bit strange. Of course I'm sure. What's wrong? Anma Bayun looked at Akali with curiosity. She was an artist and naturally loved beautiful people and things, and Naruto and Sakura were undoubtedly beautiful. All right, since you are so sure, then I'll tell you. Akali said with a somewhat mischievous tone. Actually, you've already met them. What? Met them? Anma Bayun was very shocked. Just now. Akali pointed her chin at the door outside. Wasn't the previous Naruto and Sasuke them? Huh. Anma Bayun found it hard to understand. But Akali, Naruto, and Sakura are both girls. Akali chuckled. Bayun, you are also a ninja. Who told you that one could judge a ninja's gender by their appearance? Anma Bayun was truly stunned. In the past, when reading magazines, she had entertained many delightful thoughts about Naruto and Sakura. But now it all got shattered by Akali. You told her that those enchanting girls in the photos were actually boys. Everything is fake, all fake. This world is fake. Like suffering from a state of forgetfulness, Onma Bayun's Dao heart collapsed. Ding emotion value 5555 from Onma Bayun. After a while, Onma Bayun finally forced herself to come to terms with it. It's like how Princess Fongyun in reality might not really be a princess. It's very reasonable for Naruto and Sakura to actually be boys. Onma Bayun nodded. But even so, she still found it hard to accept. So Onma Bayun decided to change the topic. I can help you draw manga, you just need to provide the content. Let's talk about my situation, Akali. Although we both know now my condition is due to having too much spiritual energy which I can't control, and it needs time to train my control. However, training this control requires time, and since my abilities often activate unconsciously, it significantly affects my daily life. Akali, you wouldn't want my uncontrolled abilities to interfere with your manga creation, right? Hearing Onma Bayun's words, Akali was taken aback. Oh no, Onma Bayun had figured it out, as she was actually threatening her. Yet this matter really needed to be addressed, otherwise Akali was genuinely afraid that Onma Bayun's abilities would lead to her own demise. So Akali opened the system and selected the previously and used basic equipment forge. Resolving Onma Bayun's issue was actually very simple. Since she was unable to control her overwhelming spiritual power, then let's enhance her physique a bit more. Matter determines consciousness. By strengthening the body, it balances spiritual and material forces, allowing Onma Bayun to better control her spirit. Using the basic equipment forge, Akali created a red crystal and handed it to Onma Bayun. Onma Bayun received it, feeling the familiar enhancement to her physique. Her overly exuberant spiritual issues were temporarily resolved. Thank you. Onma Bayun revealed a sincere smile. Akali gave her a glance and said, don't be too happy just yet. I gave you something, so you also need to solve a problem for me. You say? Bayun replied without hesitation. Before we talk, Bayun, you should be quite wealthy, right? I suppose so. Even if I don't have money, my clan is wealthy, and the money of my clan is my money. Very good. Akali said with great satisfaction. Since that's the case, go and issue a mission specifying classes 7 and 8. Just in time, don't you need to train your abilities? Just issue a task for classes 7 and 8 to help you train. This way, with Onma Bayun as the face, she wouldn't need to spend money or deal with those annoying drank tasks, while also fulfilling Naruto and Sakura's requirements, solving Onma Bayun's issue as a bonus. Simply perfect. And regarding Akali's request, Onma Bayun had no objections. What she said about her clan's money being her money was no lie. The Onma clan, being a small ninja clan, purely relies on producing a genius every few generations to maintain the dignity of their clan. Currently, the genius of the Onma clan is Bayun, and just as Bayun has restored her physique, who else should they support if not her? Not every family is like the Uchiha, able to afford to disregard the decisions of Uchiha Madara. Thus, under yet another use of financial prowess, Akali's Class 8 and Class 7 took a substantial break. However, perhaps because they looked too idle, if this continued, the Chunin exam would soon arrive, and the newly graduated Jinin should see some blood. After Onma Bayun's training mission concluded, Class 7 received a crank mission led by an old man with a liquor-sodden nose heading towards the country of waves. Class 8's situation was even more exaggerated. Perhaps due to Akali's presence, they received in a rank escort mission. The mission was quite simple: escort the famous actress Fuji Fuyuki to the land of snow for a shooting assignment. Of course, while this was said in reality, escort restore kingdom. Upon hearing this mission, Akali automatically replaced the mission content. Receiving a mission from the land of snow, Akali was quite surprised. How could she, not being Naruto, end up taking on a movie project meant for him? But since the organization had arranged it this way, she had no choice. Akali interrupted her thoughts, looking towards the cinema ahead. Are we here? Yes. Taking out the movie ticket and comparing it with the cinema, Yuvi Kurenai nodded. Currently, the crew of Princess Fongyun is conducting their final roadshow here. After this roadshow, they will set off for the land of snow to shoot the next film. Our task is to escort them and ensure their filming goes smoothly. Speaking of which, this crew is quite wealthy. Hinata remarked. Just for filming, they issued an a rank mission. Well, given that it's the hottest movie right now, it's normal for them to have money. He sighed in agreement with Hinata. Listening to their discussion, Akali shook her head. The fact that they could say such things only indicated their ignorance about how movie crews operate. A movie that performs well doesn't necessarily mean the crew is wealthy. After all, the money spent on filming doesn't belong to them, but to the investors. Naturally, the profits won't go to the crew either, but to the investors. Hinata and Shino might not know this, but Konoha surely does. Yet Konoha still issued this mission. Tisk. Akali clicked her tongue, somewhat enjoying the irony. It was too blunt and not in line with Konoha's main theme to directly send ninjas to eliminate political enemies and restore a regime. However, if our ninjas encountered an attack from malicious opposing forces while on a protection mission, unexpectedly discovering that their protection target was the exiled princess of the Land of Snow, and with the young and beautiful Fenghua Xiaoxue who exuded a certain melancholic, yet charismatic aura contrasting sharply with the gloomy and brutal ambition of Fenghua Nuteo, who seized power through a coup, it was clear who was just and who was evil. So if our ninjas fought for justice, defeating evil, and ultimately earned the friendship of the princess, was there anything wrong with that? No. The ninjas executing the mission wouldn't think they were in the wrong, and Konoha that issued the mission certainly wouldn't either. Moreover, Santai Fu had his own words to say. He released a protection mission with the mission scroll as evidence. So who has a problem? Hehe, the art of language, huh? Akari cast a meaningful glance at Yuhi Kurenai. Teacher Kurenai, we are executing an rank mission this time, right? Yes, that's correct. What's wrong? Nothing, just asking. Don't let your guard down. Even though the filming crew is unlikely to encounter major issues, this is still an rank mission. And don't forget, the Ninja World's version is a high-stakes business war. False business war. Other movies are about to launch, bribing the press, digging up dirt, and online bashing to ruin the leading actor's reputation. Real business war, pointing a gun at the head of your lead actor and taking the entire crew hostage to make your own movie. High-stakes business war. Hinata tilted her head in confusion. Nothing, just don't relax too much. Akari did not explain further. Got it. Hinata readily agreed, and so did Shino beside her. Then Yuhi Kurenai entered the crew's base to discuss matters with the client, while Akari, Hinata, and Shino went to watch a movie that had a simple plot, but was produced with great quality. After finishing the movie, the three returned to the crew's base to wait. Just then a loud neigh from a horse echoed. In the next moment, a woman riding a tall white horse managed to leap over the crew's base wall, which was a full person, high, directly jumping out from within. Shortly after, the crew's gate opened, and a group of cavalry dressed as the villain soldiers from Princess Finjian's movie pursued after her. It felt as if a scene from the movie was being reenacted. Akari, the sudden turn of events drew Hinata's and Shino's attention. You block those soldiers, will chase to see what's going on. In a split second, Akari made a decisive call. All right. The three completed their tasks. Hinata and Shino went to intercept while Akari chased after Fenghua Xiaoxue. Of course, a horse's speed couldn't match that of a ninja. Even though Fenghua Xiaoxue had a head start, Akari quickly caught up with her. Silently, a figure appeared behind Fenghua Xiaoxue with a pair of soft hands resting on her slender waist. Your riding skills are quite impressive. You jumped over such a high wall effortlessly. Can you teach me? What? Fenghua Xiaoxue turned around sharply, her voice cold. Facing this unexpected guest, she elbowed back, trying to throw Akari off. If it were Akai, Akari would have truly struggled against that. But against the fine arm of Fenghua Xiaoxue, who had acted for years. Slap. With just a casual effort, Akari twisted Fenghua Xiaoxue's arm behind her. With a gentle push, Fenghua Xiaoxue, with her arm restrained, felt a sharp pain and leaned forward, ultimately being pressed against the horse's back. See, I told you your riding skills are excellent. Even in this situation, you're still controlling the horse well. This is definitely not something an actor can achieve with just a bit of training. So is it a family tradition? Akari pretended to guess. Fenghua Xiaoxue was startled. She never expected that the past she had deeply buried would be revealed in such a way. But this also ignited a strong sense of resistance within her. Bastard, what does it matter to you whether my riding skills are good or not? What do you want to do? Fenghua Xiaoxue struggled even more fiercely. Seeing that she was about to get hurt, Akari released her. Then Akari extended her hand in front of Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes. Look. Look at what? Akari smiled. Look at the mark on the back of my hand. Ooh, I am a ninja from Konoha. Indeed, after weighing the pros and cons, Akari still followed Kakashi's example and marked the back of her glove with the Konoha forehead protector, proving her identity as a ninja. A ninja from Konoha. Fenghua Xiaoxue reacted. Are you the one Santai Fu hired? That's right, I am here to protect you, Princess Fengyun. I am not Princess Fengyun. Fenghua Xiaoxue instinctively retorted. It doesn't matter. Akari replied calmly. Definition is given by the strong to the weak. If I consider you to be, then you are. Tisk. Fenghua Xiaoxue gritted her teeth in frustration, angrily punching the horse beneath her. Nay. Suddenly the startled horse reared up, throwing Akari and Fenghua Xiaoxue high into the air. An overwhelming sense of weightlessness enveloped them. But before Fenghua Xiaoxue could scream, Akari caught her waist and with a light jump took her away from the out-of-control horse. Fenghua Xiaoxue's somewhat unsteady feet landed back on solid ground. She instinctively looked at Akari, who shrugged, her expression seemingly saying, I told you I was here to protect you. How should I put it? Fenghua Xiaoxue's first impression of Akari was quite unfavorable. However, for Fenghua Xiaoxue's opinion, Akali is indifferent. It doesn't matter whether Fenghua Xiaoxue dislikes her. In the end, she will come to like her. Moreover, for a hedgehog like Fenghua Xiaoxue who is immersed in a state of giving up appropriate stimulation is more likely to leave an impression on her. Coincidentally, having taken on a mission from the kingdom of Snow, Akali is quite eager to build a good relationship with this princess of the storm, as it may come in handy in the future. After a small conflict in their interactions, Fenghua Xiaoxue naturally could not escape and had no choice but to be reluctantly brought back to the set by Akali. After getting acquainted with the crew members, the ship heading to the kingdom of Snow set sail. Next, a somewhat lengthy journey awaited, and the members of Class 8 prepared to return to their respective cabins to adapt to the feeling of being on a ship. However, seeing that it was still early, Akali found Hinata and asked for her help. "Hey, help. What do you want to do, Akali?" Hinata was quite puzzled. "That's right, since we're out at sea, I want to practice a technique." Technique. Hinata was even more confused. What technique can be practiced at sea? "Just follow me, and you'll find out." Akali pulled Hinata outside. Seeing this, the others curiously followed along. Taking Hinata to the stern of the ship, Akali handed her a kunai engraved with incantations with a long rope tied to its hilt. "This is..." Hinata looked at the incantations on the kunai, and her family teachings along with her attentive listening at school allowed her to recognize part of them. They were incantations for summoning techniques. But why were the summoning incantations engraved on a kunai? Hinata didn't quite understand. However, if she had attended more classes at Hyuga, she might have figured it out. Because what was engraved on the kunai was not the summoning incantations, but the reverse summoning incantations. And this was the tool Akali used to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the so-called Flying Thunder God, while sounding mystical, is actually just a profound application based on reverse summoning. However, the Flying Thunder God cannot be simply summarized by just the term reverse summoning. According to the Flying Thunder God scroll sent by Danzo, it is divided into 2 phases. The first phase requires a long preparation before one can use the reverse summoning technique on the kunai to initiate the first transfer of the Flying Thunder God. In this phase, a single Flying Thunder God transfer requires sensing the kunai, activating the technique from the other side, having the technique react to oneself, and moving through 4 steps. The second phase, however, is like how Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju operated, mastering that glimmer of spiritual light through countless reverse summoning practices, allowing one to teleport without the need to activate the reverse summoning technique on the kunai, relying solely on the kunai's positioning. In such a case, a single Flying Thunder God transfer only requires sensing the kunai and moving oneself, making it incredibly fast. However, Akali has yet to reach the second phase. She hasn't even entered the threshold. The standard for entering the threshold is quite simple. During the process of the kunai's movement for the Flying Thunder God, one must execute a Flying Thunder God technique, then accurately control their landing point near the kunai, and then grasp the kunai. So what Akali wanted Hinata's help with was very straightforward. "Hinata, listen to me, first do this, and then do that, got it?" "I'm okay." After listening to Akali, Hinata nodded and prepared to cooperate. Then in front of Akali, Hongshino, and some members of the Fengyun Princess crew, Hinata stood at the stern of the ship, tying part of the rope to the railing, while holding Akali's specially made Flying Thunder God kunai in her right hand. Akali stood beside Hinata, forming hand seals with both hands, closing her eyes and fully releasing her perception. Ensuring that the Flying Thunder God kunai was as clear in her perception as a torch in the dark night, Akali nodded at Hinata. "Then I will begin." Hinata nodded, using her right hand to forcefully throw the kunai. At an upward angle, the kunai flew toward the sky behind the ship, the trailing rope being rapidly extended. At the same time, Akali activated the technique, feeling the reverse summoning pull, and following that sensation, Akali suddenly vanished from her original spot. The next second, above the ship at the back, Akali appeared, head down and feet up. Having just appeared, Akali instinctively reached out to grab the kunai, which felt very close in her perception, but was surprised to find the kunai beside her feet. Clearly, at such a distance, it could not be considered a success. Thus, Akali abandoned this attempt, twisting her waist midair to adjust her posture, and finally landed lightly on the water's surface. The runes for walking on water activated automatically, and the surging sea seemed to possess strength supporting Akali. After a few jumps, she used tree climbing techniques to return to the ship. Wow, such agile skills! Cheers erupted from the crowd of ordinary people nearby who thought Akali was performing some kind of acrobatics. However, witnessing Akali's sudden disappearance and reappearance, Hong, who had experienced that era, clearly recalled something. Taking advantage of Hinata's retrieval of the Flying Thunder God kunai through the rope, Hong approached Akali somewhat astonished and asked Akali, "Are you practicing the Flying Thunder God technique?" "Yes, teacher." Hong, "You actually noticed?" "Of course, how could I not notice?" Hong smiled faintly. Being from that era, she had applied to join the Shadow Guard team under Minato Namikaze back then. Although she had never tried the Flying Thunder God technique, she had heard others speak of it. Thus, Hong found it somewhat strange. "That kind of error you just had. Didn't you try the water testing method first?" "I tried. My talent isn't very ideal." Akali replied. The so-called water testing method is a way to test if someone has the talent for the Flying Thunder God. After all, while the principle of the Flying Thunder God sounds simple, realizing it is actually quite difficult, and the difficulty here is not just the transition from the first phase to the second phase. Finding that glimmer of spiritual light is secondary. Because the vast majority of people get stuck at the first step, which is how to maintain their posture after a single Flying Thunder God teleportation. For the first phase of the Flying Thunder God, traversing space relies on the technique itself. But after traversing out of this space, whether you are standing, sitting, or lying down, and whether you appear above, below, or to the sides of the Flying Thunder God Kanai, all of these are under your control. However, most people lack the talent for spatial perception, and at the moment they arrive at their destination, they do not know which side is up or down, so they can only be random. But such randomness is clearly not acceptable. If one were on flat ground, a careless mistake could cause the user of the Flying Thunder God to teleport directly into the ground, causing great harm. Thus, the water testing method was born. Since flat ground could cause harm, why not use a water pool? Find a pond, place a Flying Thunder God Kanai at the center of the pond, then activate the Flying Thunder God. In those 10 or so attempts, if one can successfully control themselves to appear in the pool head up and feet down, it would indicate that they have the talent for the Flying Thunder God. Unfortunately, Akali tried 10 times and ended up falling into the water 7 times. Then why did you still? Hong did not understand. The Flying Thunder God, such a high difficulty technique, cannot be achieved with effort alone. It only relies on talent. Since you lack talent, you should withdraw immediately. With Akali's intelligence, why waste time here? Of course, Hong could never imagine that there exists someone like Akali in the world who only needs to enter the threshold, and the rest is simply system, show me your limits, add points. So Akali could not explain, I'm just trying it out, ooh, I don't necessarily want to master it. The Flying Thunder God has inspired me with ideas for other techniques. Is that so? Hong said non-committally. Whatever inspiration to her, it all seemed like an excuse from Akali. Having always been a genius, encountering such a setback for the first time was naturally unsettling for Akali. Thinking of this, Hong felt much more relaxed. Indeed, Akali is just a 12-year-old kid after all. It seems my role as a teacher is not without value. Hong thought about it. Since there was nothing to do during this mission, she would let Akali practice on her own first. When she hits a wall and is on the verge of collapse, she would come out to comfort her. At that time, Akali, this no-tall, adorable kid, would no longer be able to call her Hong so casually. Imagining a genius like Akali crying in her arms, seeking comfort, Hong couldn't help but feel a little excited. The ambitions of the Crimson Sunset are destined to remain unfulfilled. In her mind, Akali needs to achieve the same as the 4th generation, but the insufficient talent of Akali clearly hinders her from doing so. In reality, Akali only wishes to master the basics. By not controlling her posture, but rather the distance, she aims to teleport to the position where she can reach the shuriken, something that can be accomplished through diligent practice. Thus, during the following days, Akali trained in Flying Thunder God with Hinata's help during the day, and when tired, she would either watch the filming of the crew or go back to her room to sleep. Although on a ship, her days felt fulfilling. However, such days did not last long. One morning, accompanied by the shocked shouts of the crew, an iceberg floating island appeared before everyone. Is it here? Looking at the iceberg floating island, Akali, who had been somewhat disheartened by the tedious training, perked up. What is here? Hinata, just getting out of bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Of course it's the enemy. Akali's words left both Hinata and Shino momentarily stunned. What enemy? Hinata hurriedly asked. What enemy? You should ask Teacher Hong about that. Akali glanced at the serious-looking Shiyu Hong and reminded, also Hinata, you are our eyes. As the eyes of the team, any enemy should be observed by her rather than asking her the fighter. Akali thought, I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, I just know that I want to unleash a massacre. Ding, emotional value from Hinata, 333. Yes, I'm sorry. Hinata apologized as she realized she had acted foolishly this time. In compensation, she quickly activated her Byakugan, her black and white vision spreading forward and instantly covering the entire iceberg. Despite the iceberg's concealment, the 3 hidden snow ninjas were still observed by Hinata. There really are enemies. Hinata was first surprised, then began to describe the enemy intelligence very professionally. There are 3 enemies, 2 men and 1 woman. From their forehead protectors, they should be snow ninjas. One man is thin and the other is fat. The fat one is large and strong with a medium chakra level, likely a strength-type ninja, focusing on physical techniques. The thin one has a superior chakra level, likely the leader among the 3, possibly a well-rounded upper ninja. As for the female ninja, her chakra level is medium, and she has a slender figure, likely a ninja who focuses on agility with ninjutsu as a supplement. Moreover, all 3 are wearing strange chakra devices similar to the puppets of the Sand Ninja Village, concealing mechanisms. The female snow ninja has a pair of wings on her back, seemingly able to fly, while the fat snow ninja has a skateboard and a mechanical flying claw in his left hand with a hole in the claw that can release a rope. As for the last snow ninja leader, his chakra device has no special mechanisms, but judging by the particularly strong chakra response, perhaps the armor he wears enhances his personal abilities. Furthermore, Hinata looked at the three lurking snow ninjas and said after some thought, I also noticed a layer of chakra membrane on their bodies. Although it doesn't obstruct my vision, it should be a type of chakra shield. If we engage in combat, we need to be cautious of this as well. Good, that's more like it. Listening to Hinata's report, Akali nodded in satisfaction. The Byakugan is indeed a cheat. As a time traveler, she inherently has an intelligence advantage, but the Byakugan can also reveal much about the opponent with just one glance. In ninja battles, the importance of intelligence goes without saying. Whether in team-level skirmishes or large-scale warfare, it is a guaranteed kill. Thus, another question arises: how did the third generation make the decision that led the Hyuga to appease the Cloud Ninjas, effectively alienating them from each other? Forget it. Akali shook her head, realizing that understanding it would make her the third generation, and it's best not to strive for that understanding. Akali focused on the present and directed the pressure towards Shiyu Hong. Teacher Hong, it's your turn. It's time to share the hidden intelligence about this mission with us. What hidden intelligence? Hearing Akali's words, Hinata and Shino were both startled, and their expressions towards Shiyu Hong showed a slight change. In the ninja world, concealing intelligence during missions is a serious taboo. Generally, when your superior hides information from you, it means they want you dead. The most famous example is Kakadu. Therefore, such matters must be clarified. Ding emotional value from Shiyu Hong 999. Seeing Shino and Hinata's reactions, Shiyu Hong hurriedly explained, All right, it's not really a concealment, just some predictions from Lord Hokage regarding the situation. The target we are escorting this time, Fujikaze Yuki, is not her real name, but rather Kazuhana Koiki, the princess of the Land of Snow, where we are headed. However, more than a decade ago, her uncle Kazuhana Nudo staged a coup, overthrowing her father's rule, and since then Koiki has been known as Fujikaze Yuki. This is also why our mission is classified as an A-rank mission. However, if we are lucky, our mission may not involve much risk, since it has been many years and Kazuhana Nudo may not specifically target a small film crew. This is also why I didn't tell you. There's no need to worry about something that may not happen. I know these things and can remain vigilant. Shiyu Hong's explanation was very clear. Her concealment of information was not for any ulterior motive, but purely out of kindness, which made Hinata and Shino feel much better. Shino buried her face in her collar. So does this mean we might have to engage in battle with snow ninjas on this iceberg? This is terrible. Controlling the insect to crawl out from her neckline under the gaze of the 8th squad, Shino's parasitic insect just began to flap its wings, preparing to fly, when the cold wind of the Land of Snow blew, instantly freezing it, causing it to fall from Shino's collar. Seeing this, everyone understood that the parasitic insect was not resistant to cold and might not be able to exert its power on this iceberg. Shiyu Hong asked with some concern, Shino, do your insects have no combat ability at all? After all, despite Yamanaka Shino usually having little presence, she was the only one among the 12 ninja guardians without a defeat. Shino's combat ability was also a crucial part of Team 8. Not really, Yamanaka Shino shook her head. In order to traverse through the fiery ant swarm, my queen ant wraps around it to block the flames, and my parasitic insects can do the same. If I control them to huddle together, the outer ones can help shield the inner ones from the cold wind, and the group will create friction to raise the temperature. Thus, I do have some combat ability. However, while this method is effective, it consumes too much energy, and I cannot sustain it for long. I see. Hearing Shino's words, Shiyu Hong's expression eased somewhat. As long as Shino could still fight, that was fine. However, the reduction in combat power remained a concern, and Shiyu Hong could only reassure, let's head to the island first. The director and the others have already gone up. After all, we have merely discovered the existence of the snow ninjas and cannot confirm their intentions, yet can we? In other words, it does not necessarily mean there will be a fight. Yes. Both Hinata and Shino nodded, their tense expressions easing. However, their hearts were still not entirely at ease. Facing the life-and-death battle among ninjas without having seen blood was understandably nerve-wracking. Observing this, Akali shook her head and stepped forward. All right, there's no need to be so tense. It's just 3 mere snow ninjas. Akali placed her hands on her hips, standing tall and exuding a strong sense of confidence. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Ding emotional value from Hinata 2222. Ding emotional value from Shino 999. Ding emotional value from Shiyu Hong 3333. The three were touched. Inspired by Akali's confidence, everyone's tension dissipated significantly. Shiyu Hong sighed. Oh dear, as an adult and a jonin, I can't believe I'm being outshined by a child. Don't worry, I'm a jonin who has passed the examination from Lord Hokage. 3 little ninja village ninjas are nothing. Let's go on to the island. Under Shiyu Hong's leadership, the 3 members of Team 8 proceeded towards the iceberg. At this moment, while the 8th squad was discussing under the direction of the Princess of Wind and Cloud's film crew, the team had already begun to unfold in an orderly manner. Akali held a certain admiration for this director. Devoted to the god of cinema, he harbored no ulterior motives, only the desire to present the best film to the audience. Thus, upon witnessing the majestic ice island sculpted by ninjutsu, he promptly decided to alter the script, choosing this ice island as the filming location, even at the risk of his life, filming on the very edge of the ninja battles. If those from Akali's past life had this awareness, would they have produced so many terrible films? Wait, they too had faced life-threatening situations while filming, but in Hong Kong. Well, that's nothing. Lost in thought, Akali stood firmly on the ice wall above the filming crew. On one side, Hinata was positioned on the left of the crew, while Shino stood on the right with Kurenai in the center, supporting them, forming a protective formation around the crew. This arrangement effectively blocked the possibility of a hidden snow ninja suddenly appearing and launching a surprise attack, serving as a warning as well. Seeing Akali not far from him, who could reach him in an instant, Wolf Fong Avalanche sensed this warning. Have the Konoha ninjas discovered us? But why? Wolf Fong Avalanche gazed around. Then, not far in front of Winterbear Frozen Rain, he spotted Hinata with pure white eyes. Wolf Fong Avalanche realized, I see, there is indeed a Byakugan user. With 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, given this configuration, it should be a Jonin leading 3 Genin. Having a precious Jonin lead these kids Konoha is as extravagant as ever. It seems the mission to bring back the little snow princess can be accomplished successfully. In Wolf Fong Avalanche's eyes, a Konoha Jonin accompanied by 3 Konoha Genin couldn't possibly stop him. However, while observing Konoha's team, Wolf Fong Avalanche suddenly noticed something. That girl, the Hyuga girl's forehead. Although he had served as a henchman in the Land of Snow for over a decade, he was originally from a great ninja village before he had his chakra armor. He was certainly aware of the Hyuga clan's main and branch family system. Moreover, the ice release in the Land of Snow is a unique and incomplete form of water release, relying solely on the extremely cold natural environment to freeze. In other words, to become an ice release ninja in the Land of Snow, one must first be a water release ninja. So where are the most water release ninjas found? That's right, it is the Hidden Mist Village. Wolf Fong Avalanche was once a special Jonin from the Mist Village over a decade ago. He grew tired of the conflicts among the Mist ninjas and chose to become a king in this remote Land of Snow. But that doesn't mean he forgot the events of his past in the Mist Village. The Byakugan's blue eyes and the bloodshed caused by the lost main family Byakugan during the Third Great Ninja War, he remembers them all too well. During the Great Ninja War, the appearance of a main family Hyuga would inevitably be accompanied by layers of branch family ninjas like an iron barrel. Yet now a childlike Hyuga branch family member appears in such a remote area, and she is only accompanied by a single Jonin teacher and 2 Genin. This. Wolf Fong Avalanche's heart wavered. More than a decade ago, he had reached his limit as special Jonin and had grown weary of the struggles in the Blood Mist. So after completing a mission, he chose to stay in the Land of Snow, in this barren land that even the Mist Village's Umbu would not come to. Little did he expect that Kazuhana Nato developed the chakra armor, transforming him from a special Jonin into a genuine Jonin capable of making young Kakashi flee in embarrassment. More than 10 years later, the chakra armor has evolved into its 2nd generation with protection capable of negating a lightning cutter, and the enhancement of chakra has greatly increased, allowing him to reach the level of an elite Jonin in this specific region of the Land of Snow. Now, if he could obtain 2 Byakugan, one for personal use, and the other to be given along with the chakra armor to the Cloud Village, which has been longing for Byakugan and has increasingly pursued the development of scientific ninja tools, could it be that Wolf Fong Avalanche would have the chance to touch that supreme threshold in this lifetime? With these thoughts, Wolf Fong Avalanche's heart suddenly ignited with fervor. He immediately communicated through the built-in radio of the chakra armor, sending a message to Suki Yuki and Winterbear Frozen Rain. Focus, Yuki Frozen Rain, this time, we have to show our true skills in this mission. Ha, true skills. Listening to Wolf Fong Avalanche's words, the female ninja Suki Yuki immediately questioned Avalanche. Didn't you say not to expend too much effort against Konoha? After all, in this icy world, just conserving strength grants them status, and Konoha was originally a colossal entity they could not provoke. In the original story, it was just that the Snow Ninja Trio ran into Team 7, and because of Naruto's presence, Kakashi had to take it seriously, or else they wouldn't have been defeated. That was indeed the case, but look at that girl's eyes. Sister, it is time for us to choose our fate once again. Wolf Fong Avalanche's words carried a sense of nostalgia and wonder. Under his reminder, Suki Yuki also noticed, Sister Avalanche, you haven't called me that for over a decade, I see now indeed. Indeed, Suki Yuki and Wolf Fong Avalanche are siblings, as can be discerned from their similar eye colors. The names Suki-Yuki Wolf Fong Avalanche and Winter Bear Frozen Rain are clearly pseudonyms. Suki-Yuki and Wolf Fong Avalanche are siblings, and Winter Bear Frozen Rain is immensely strong, naturally resembling the character Fei Yang. More than a decade ago, they completed a mission to eliminate a ninja from the Snow Clan, and weary of this internal strife, they made their first fateful choice, eliminating a reluctant teammate and obtaining the secret scroll of the Snow Clan to settle in the Land of Snow. Not long after, they made their second fateful choice by aiding Kazuhana Nato in a coup regarding the Chakra Armor Project, enjoying wealth and prosperity until now. Now it is time for their third fateful choice: to enjoy mediocrity and live a stable life, or to fight for one last chance in their lives. After a moment of silence, Suki-Yuki made her decision. Let's fight, reach for the heights, and strive without regrets. Isn't it because we are not content with the status quo that we have come this far? And Frozen Rain. I agree too. On the other side, Winter Bear Frozen Rain also chose to concur after a moment of silence. He did not wish to fight like this. His current life was already something the past him could only dream of, but what could he do since Suki-Yuki agreed? Seemingly sensing Winter Bear Frozen Rain's reluctance, Suki-Yuki softened her tone. Frozen Rain. What is it? Winter Bear Frozen Rain looked towards Suki-Yuki. Although Suki-Yuki was hidden among the ice piles, he could not see her face, but that was alright. He could fill in the blanks in his mind. Then Winter Bear Frozen Rain heard Suki-Yuki say, "I'm sorry, over the years I have been too willful, Frozen Rain. Clearly your left hand was injured to shield me from blades, yet I have always held it against you. I thought about it. If we truly manage to obtain the Byakugan this time, having only 2 Byakugan is not enough for the 3 of us, and with our talents, even if we obtain them, we wouldn't be able to make further progress. After all these years, it was the eldest brother who deciphered the secret scroll of the Snow Clan and created the ninjutsu, and it was also the eldest brother who made the decisions. Then just leave it to the eldest brother. He can take 1 Byakugan for himself, just like Ao, and the remaining 1 we can sell for money. And then, we will use the money we get to get married. Byakugan can be priced, but is hard to find in the black market. Coupled with our savings over the years, we could afford to buy a large mansion in the most prosperous areas of the 5 great nations to live comfortably for a lifetime. By then, we will have 3 children in accordance with policy, selecting the one with the best talent for the eldest brother to teach, leaving the middle one to manage the wealth and the youngest to accompany us. What do you think, Frozen Rain? With a gentle and soothing voice, Suki-Yuki described an unprecedented and beautiful future that even she became immersed in. Alright. After a long silence, Winter Bear Frozen Rain nodded vigorously. In his small dark eyes, a fierce fighting spirit ignited like flames. Excellent. Sensing the fighting spirit ignited in Winter Bear Frozen Rain by Yuki Wolf Fong Avalanche was overjoyed. No wonder they were such a perfect match even after so many years. Winter Bear Frozen Rain's fighting spirit was ignited with timing and circumstances in their favor. The timing did not matter as they created the situation themselves, and the people were already present. With the 2 of them holding 2 of the 3 elements, heaven, earth, and man, against 1 Jonin, and 2 Chunin battling against 1 Jonin and a Genin team, it could be considered a flying dragon riding the face. Wolf Fong Avalanche didn't even know how he might lose. Then let's prepare. Wolf Fong Avalanche swallowed a military food pill. Very good, very good. Scene 36, segment 23, A action. Akali felt something was strange. It was a strange feeling towards the Snow Ninja. In the original story, after the villain actor in the Princess of Wind and Cloud crew finished a line, the Snow Ninja trio appeared in response. But now, having already filmed segment 23 of scene 36, since arriving on the island, why hasn't the Snow Ninja trio shown up yet? Could it be that just as Tsunade hoped, the Snow Ninja trio set up an ambush on an ice island, but their target isn't them? However, in this icy world, where could there possibly be a second target? Or perhaps because of her, the Snow Ninja trio didn't confirm the identity of Fenghua Xiaoxue during their earlier investigation, so they need to verify it first. No, that's not right. Akali dismissed such speculation. The chakra of a ninja is very precious. There's only so much in a day, and if they weren't going to attack, why would they create an ice island? Offering a filming location for friendship. So, something's off. Akali looked at Hinata and made a gesture. Seeing this, Hinata didn't care about startling the enemy and directly activated her Byakugan. Then she saw a terrifying amount of chakra being accumulated as the Wolf Fong Avalanche was forming at high speed. She had no idea how long it had been preparing. Not good. Hinata's expression turned horrified. All students at the Ninja Academy knew that hand seals were a prerequisite for ninjas to perform ninjutsu, existing to build and control ninjutsu. What kind of shape a ninjutsu needs to take and what kind of effect it should have are all requirements contained within the hand seals. If one does not perform hand seals or performs fewer hand seals, the original construction of the ninjutsu completed through the seals relies solely on the caster's proficiency and control. However, a person's control has its limits. Fine control is very mentally taxing, and one cannot precisely control a stream of chakra to shift 5 centimeters to the left. However, performing more hand seals is possible. So theoretically, using more hand seals can prevent chakra wastage and also increase the power of the ninjutsu. The stronger the technique, the more intricate the seals should be. But unfortunately, in reality, during ninja battles, language is merely a remnant of the strong. All developments in ninjutsu are trending towards eliminating hand seals, aiming for swift casting. Thus, in most cases, the power of ninjutsu is actually diminished, but since people are so fragile, it doesn't matter. But at this moment, an upper ninja who was unaware of the situation had no idea how many seals had been formed and how much chakra had been accumulated. What a terrifying story. The moment Hinata realized this, her heart felt as if it was grasped by the 9 tails. 12 years ago, Hinata didn't know what thoughts the villagers of Konoha had when they saw the 9 tails accumulating tailed beast balls. But now she could somewhat understand. Ding. Hinata's emotional value 9,999. With a voice that could almost shatter her throat, Hinata issued a near-screaming warning, be careful. Ninjutsu incoming. Damn that annoying Byakugan brat. The build-up was interrupted by Hinata's shout, and the Wolf Fang avalanche was very displeased. It had planned to bury everyone in one go. However, at this current level, it'll have to do. The Wolf Fang avalanche rose up from its hiding place, slamming its hands down fiercely onto the icy surface beneath it, injecting immense chakra into the ice island. The next second, boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous rumbling erupted, accompanied by slight tremors in the ground. Before everyone's astonished gaze, thick ice and snow appeared out of nowhere on the cliffs of the ice island, developing into a vast snow cover spanning hundreds of meters. Then, under the force of gravity, the snow cover slid down, forming an avalanche. The vast ice and snow surged down like a flood breaching a dam. At the same time, a portion of the avalanche separated, forming dozens of ice wolves the size of motorcycles rushing down the slope. This was the Wolf Fang avalanche's most proud technique, and even his name stemmed from it. Ice Release Super Wolf Fang Avalanche. Looking at the overwhelming expanse before him, both the members of Team 8 and the filming crew were completely awestruck. In contrast to the might of this world, the existence of an individual feels so insignificant. Yet after the initial awe, a strong sense of panic took over their hearts. Run! Run! Crying voice. Some panicked crew members dropped their belongings and ran recklessly towards the back, trying to return to the safety of the ship. However, humans cannot outrun an avalanche. Those still conscious were acutely aware of this. The crew's script supervisor looked anxiously at the director. Sir, what should we do? Keep filming. The already gray-haired director trembled all over, but his words were still clear. We can't run. We can only pin our hopes on those ninjas. So even if we are to die, please let us record this spectacular scene before we do. This is the final persistence of us filmmakers. Everyone, let us create history in cinema. Yes. The director's words ignited the fighting spirit of others. Under his personal charisma, a significant number of people gathered around him and began filming the avalanche. However, what the director didn't know was that the person he had high hopes for, Tsunade, was already in a state of shock. If Kakashi were here today, he could block the avalanche with a wall of earth carved with a dog's head, but as for her being an illusion ninja, just saving Team 8 would be a great feat. So it all depends on me, Akali murmured. The ninjutsu was already taking shape, and even if she charged towards the Wolf Fang avalanche, she couldn't stop it. The urgent matter now was to save everyone, so she decisively returned. Fortunately, having a variety of skills also had its advantages, and she indeed had something to use right now. Thus, quickly directing her skill points towards a technique she previously deemed useless, feeling the knowledge being transmitted from the void into her brain, Akali raised her hand towards the front, pouring forth elite Jonin-level chakra without reserve. Ice Phoenix, spread your wings. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ground shook violently. A wall of frost extending for hundreds of meters rose before everyone like a towering great wall in dire straits. The avalanche, accompanied by the pack of wolves, surged down, its fury swallowing the world. But upon crashing into the wall of ice, which could only be sighed at, it shattered into countless snowflakes like waves crashing against the rocks. Thus, an avalanche that just a moment ago would have engulfed everyone abruptly came to a halt. Watching such a result, everyone present was left in shock. Ding from Hinata. Ding from Shino. Ding from Tsunade. A flurry of emotional value notifications rang out again. Finally, ding from the Wolf Fang avalanches, emotional value 9,999. This is impossible. Seeing his technique, which he had painstakingly cultivated after consuming a military ration pill, being blocked so easily, the Wolf Fang avalanche could not believe it. How could this be? Staring at the colossal wall of ice before him, Rogasetsubo fell into profound bewilderment. He had anticipated his technique being blocked, yet he had never imagined it would be halted by a wall of ice such as this. That they could employ ice release in the snow country, a terrain uniquely hostile to most shinobi, was already an extraordinary feat of adaptation. Could it be that some survivors of the Yuki clan had somehow endured the Blood Mist's purge and even joined Konoha? What uncanny coincidence was this? TCH. Rogasetsubo clenched his teeth hard. At that very moment, his sister Kakawashi Fubuki's voice crackled through the radio embedded in his armor. Brother, your technique was blocked. Shall we proceed? Under the original plan, once Setsubo arrived and overwhelmed Konoha's forces, they would descend with the avalanche itself, directly capturing the Hyuga girl. Now, however, the first step of the plan had already been thwarted. Such a massive ice wall implied the presence of a Jonin-level shinobi hidden among Konoha's ranks, an outcome no one had foreseen. Instinctively, Kakawashi Fubuki hesitated. But Rogasetsubo knew his sister all too well. The arrow had already left the bow. Retraction was impossible. He replied instantly, what is there to fear? A barrier of this scale, especially one deployed so suddenly, must have consumed an astronomical amount of chakra. She is depleted. The advantage is mine. Moreover, who said my technique was truly blocked? Proceed as planned, now. Rogasetsubo leapt from the icy precipice. A whoa. As Rogasetsubo moved, a chorus of wolf howls erupted. Ice release Rogasetsubo. Its name evoked both fangs and avalanche. Though the avalanche had been halted, the wolf pack remained intact, under Rogasetsubo's command. Dozens of ice wolves swiftly circled around both flanks of the towering ice wall. Simultaneously, Kakawashi Fubuki soared skyward on crystalline wings, while Fuma Shiryuki descended on a gliding board, attacking from above and below in perfect coordination. Watching the assault unfold, Yuhi Kurenai's expression hardened. Take defensive positions. Protect Lady Yuki. Lady Yuki, for your safety, please return to the ship immediately. Yes, of course. Yuki Hanakoyuki nodded and retreated under Sambue's guidance. She had long sought to flee all memories of the snow country, yet fortunately the Yuki-nin had not declared their intent to capture her, and thus far she remained composed. But then, an astonishing development unfolded. Amidst the Konoha team's vigilant defense, the attacking Yuki-nin did not spare so much as a glance toward Yuki Hanakoyuki, instead launching straight for Hinata. No. Kurenai's face paled. She surged forward to intercept. Before she took more than a few steps, a dozen ice wolves barred her path. Their bodies sculpted from frost and snow, their eyes, crimson crystals devoid of reason, blazed with the unmistakable mark of elemental superiority. Kurenai was now ensnared by the ice wolf horde. Meanwhile, Hinata and Shino had already engaged Kakawashi Fubuki and Fuma Shiryuki in fierce combat. Yet neither relied on raw destructive power. Hinata fought with the gentle fist, Shino with his insects, both ill-suited to counter the dual assault of Kakawashi and Fuma. Akali attempted to intervene, but Rogasetsubo stood directly in her way. Gazing at her, Rogasetsubo smiled faintly. Konoha's Hyuga clan shinobi, do not think of aiding your comrades. You can barely save yourself. That technique you just used, it must have drained you terribly. So tell me, how after a massacre of that magnitude did the Yuki clan manage to infiltrate Konoha? Perhaps I'll let you linger a little longer before you die. At Rogasetsubo's side, the remaining half of the ice wolves advanced. Hearing his words, Akali could only stare in utter confusion. Hyuga clan. A genuine Hyuga did exist, but in the land of waves. And chronologically speaking, that timeline was nearing its culmination. Akali harbored no misplaced compassion. She had no intention of rescuing Zabuza or Haku. Respecting others' destinies suited her just fine. Yet observing the lingering ice barrier, Akali grasped Rogasetsubo's misapprehension. Clearly, he had mistaken her identity. In that case, spending 2 skill points on a single jutsu, Akali drew a deep breath. Chakra surged around her, stirring the frigid wind, and her hands flew through rapid hand seals. Ice released demonic mirroring ice crystals. It's the demonic mirroring ice crystals. Rogasetsubo instinctively scanned left and right. The technique was infamous. Once trapped inside, escape was near impossible. But Akali wielded no such technique. Instead, fire released great fire annihilation. A slender thread of flame shot from her lips, extended 5 or 6 meters, and then exploded outward, erupting into a roaring sea of fire that surged toward Rogasetsubo. The Uchiha's fire release. Rogasetsubo had witnessed it firsthand during the Third Shinobi World War, on the battlefield between Kirigakure and Konoha. Even upon this bitterly frozen island, he felt the searing wave of heat crashing against his skin. Ding! Emotional resonance from Rogasetsubo 999. He realized he had been deceived. And yet a deeper mystery confounded him. How could a Hyuga possibly master the Uchiha's fire release? But now was no time for reflection. Roga Setsubo leapt backward in haste. The ice wolves meant to encircle Akali were now forced to serve as shields absorbing the inferno. The waste stung him deeply. So he retaliated without delay. Ice release, shattering dragon, ferocious tiger. From the nearby cliffside, an ice tiger coalesced in an instant, leaping over the flames and lunging straight at Akali. To this technique, Akali's response was elegantly simple. Flash. A golden light flashed. She vaulted across her own blazing inferno and reappeared mere meters from Roga Setsubo. Who are you? The question burst unbidden from Roga Setsubo's lips. Hyoga ice release. Uchiha fire release. That golden flash, so reminiscent of the yellow flash. What was she? True Roga Setsubo could not fathom Akali's nature, but Akali had no habit of answering her enemy's questions. With practiced ease, she tossed a smoke bomb, its arc tracing a blur as it landed directly beneath Roga Setsubo. Blind yourself. Boom. The smoke bomb detonated, pitch-black vapor engulfing Roga Setsubo's vision entirely. Simultaneously, Akali drew her tech pistol and fired a lightning round. Sir, the era has changed. Yet even as the lightning round left the barrel, she unsheathed her Kusarigama, thick shadows coiling around her lithe frame as she became pure motion, surging forward like a living shadow. The era has changed back. I am the era. Almost simultaneous with the lightning strike, Akali's Kusarigama slashed across Roga Setsubo's chest. Bang! In the midst of the smoke, Langia avalanche felt a flash of lightning in front of him, followed by a heavy sensation in his chest as a tremendous force sent him flying. His uncontrollable body scraped back and forth on the icy surface like a stone skipping on water. The good news is that the chakra armor weakens the chakra conflicts, but it requires a slightly higher threshold for physical strikes from weapons. Thus, after taking the lightning projectile and Akali's chaotic slashes, his chakra armor shield surprisingly remained intact. But the bad news is that Langia avalanche was completely bewildered. The ice release of Mizuki, the fire release of Uchiha, the seemingly golden flash of the flying thunder god, the unknown lightning release, and that mysterious rapid slash earlier. Despite Langia avalanche's rich experience, he could not see through Akali's true capabilities. He couldn't even discern what kind of ninja Akali was or her combat style, whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu. Fortunately, based on the current confrontation, Langia avalanche's instincts helped him lock onto a direction. Ice release, ice prison technique. With that, ice pillars rose from the ground, reaching out to capture Akali. Of course, whether he could capture Akali was not the main concern. The important thing was that the rising ice pillars would create terrain obstructing Akali's advance, which was a significant advantage for him as a ninjutsu-oriented ninja. Moreover, the chakra shield that was on the verge of collapsing needed time to recover. Unfortunately, Akali had too many displacement skills. Facing the ice prison that was coming for her, Akali simply ignored it. Just as the ice prison was about to touch her, a shadow split off from beneath her feet. Shadow technique, shadow clone. Before Langia avalanche could even show a glimmer of hope in his residual vision, the Akali trapped by the ice prison transformed into a mass of shadows. And Akali was still moving forward. After exchanging places with her shadow clone, she initiated the deadly chaotic slashes. Second phase. Langia avalanche's instincts screamed at him, warning him of the danger. But in a flash, he could only cross his hands to shield himself. Bang! The overload of the chakra shield exploded in a brilliant burst. The core on Langia avalanche's left shoulder shattered. The scythe of the ninja slashed through his arm, digging deep into the mechanical apparatus on Langia avalanche's right arm, leaving a wound so deep that bone was visible. Yet in the end, he did not perish. Akali's two-stage R plus the lightning projectile barely managed to break through the shield of this chakra armor. Although the final sliver of the shield still managed to block all the damage due to its shield nature, it was still quite substantial. Unbelievable. This was Akali's first words since the battle began. Little did she know the one feeling more incredulous was Langia avalanche. Ding. Emotion value from Langia avalanche 99.99. Langia avalanche's defenses were shattered. No, sister, you treated me like a baseball, batting me around without any chance to retaliate, and you managed to break my shield. Moreover, despite the previous large-scale ice release and fire release, you showed no signs of chakra exhaustion. Who's truly more outrageous here? Just like the Ninetales facing Senju Hashirama, Langia avalanche felt Akali had some serious issues. Grabbing the Ninetales like a chicken, you are far too dangerous. Damn it, little brat, I'm going all out. Unable to bear the humiliation, Langia avalanche ignored the injury to his arm, squeezing the chakra within him and formed seals once again. Without the enhancement of the chakra armor, this technique placed a tremendous burden on him. But it didn't matter. Ice shield, one-horned white whale. Whooshed. With a loud whale cry, a gigantic ice whale with a long horn leaped from outside the island into the inner area, its massive body resembling a mountain pressing down. Wow. Seeing the one-horned white whale that enveloped herself and the surroundings in shadow, Akali couldn't help but exclaim in awe. In terms of power, the one-horned white whale was indeed formidable. Thus, Akali quickly retrieved a small vial from her storage space, opened it, and smeared a bit of liquid onto her palm. This was blood specifically extracted by Akali for summoning techniques. Following that, the hand signs of Haisuin Shinwei passed in a second. Akali slapped her palm down on the solid ice of the floating island. Come forth, Tiberius. Allll. With an ear-splitting roar, a stuffed bear engulfed in raging flames appeared, then it swatted at the one-horned white whale in the sky. For a moment, the scene of giant versus giant, flame versus ice, created a stunning spectacle. The camera crew from the Princess of Wind and Cloud captured this breathtaking sight. Watching this scene, the director of the crew trembled with excitement. Since just now the emotional values from the ordinary crew members have been continuously flooding in around Akali. Unfortunately, the maximum emotional value reached was only 9. Even if 1,000 people reacted, it was just a mere astonishment compared to Mingzhua. Thus, Akali merely glanced twice before shifting her focus back to the present. Bang! Tiberius' massive paw slammed down with mountain-splitting force onto the belly of the one-horned white whale. A silver shockwave exploded, echoing like thunder from the heavens, the deafening sound, causing some ordinary people to cover their ears. But compared to what happened next, the ear pain was minor, because the one-horned white whale literally split apart. At the same time, it is well known that the force exerted is mutual. The strength with which Tiberius shattered the one-horned white whale also bore down on the ice beneath him. The ice island constructed by the snow ninja trembled violently. Additionally, pieces of the one-horned white whale were continuously falling from above. Thus, rumble. Starting from the spot where Tiberius stood, the ice island cracked. Centered around Tiberius, the ice island split into numerous pieces of varying sizes. At the edges, the ice chunks were still the size of a basketball or soccer field, but at the core, the ice chunks were barely enough to stand on. And this was exactly the case for Akali. Splash, splash. Akali and Langya Avalanche floated on the sea atop the shattered ice chunks. Seeing this, Langya Avalanche was ecstatic. Once a mist ninja and now a snow ninja, this sea, filled with floating ice chunks, was indeed his home turf. No matter how strong Akali was, what could she do in close combat? If she had the ability, let her dive into the water and try to slash him. Thus, Langya Avalanche excitedly jumped into the water. Little brat, I admit you are strong, but you are still too inexperienced. Now that the ice island is destroyed, if you have the ability, come kill me in the water. Oh. Akali looked at Langya Avalanche in surprise. I don't know what gave you the illusion that you won't be killed by me in the water. But since you believe that, then fine. Akali glanced behind her. There, a basketball court-sized ice chunk was present and Tiberius was standing on it looking somewhat cautious. Akali transmitted a command. Soon Langya Avalanche watched as Tiberius transformed from being cautious and somewhat clumsy to exuding a murderous aura. Facing him, Tiberius bent his legs, seemingly gathering strength. Ding. Emotion value from Langya Avalanche 999. Langya Avalanche had an ominous premonition, and soon his premonition was realized. Before his eyes, the Tiberius, engulfed in flames, leaped high at Akali's command, directly smashing down towards him. Splash. A massive splash erupted. The Wolf Fong Avalanche has vanished. In the literal sense, it has disappeared. Tiberius sat down with a thud, plunging it deep into the seabed, mixing it with mud, corals, and sunken ships. Even Hinata's Byakugan couldn't locate it, and she wasn't particularly eager to search. Yes, Hinata is fine now. After all, Yuhi Kurenai is a jonin, and the evaluation for a jonin is that there are no weaknesses, at least not when compared to those below the jonin rank. Thus, even Yuhi Kurenai had only practiced a few tricks in physical and ninjutsu. While Akali was engaged with the Wolf Fong Avalanche, Yuhi Kurenai dealt with the Ice Wolf pack that was besieging her, heading to assist Hinata and Shino. What would the result be with a Jinjutsu Jonin and 2 henchmen? There's no need to elaborate. So you came for Fujike's Fubuki? No, it should be Kazahana Koi. With the captured Kitsuya Fubuki and the Winter Bear Doyuki under custody, Team 8 began their interrogation aboard the ship. Yes. Kitsuya Fubuki nodded tremulously. The angry waves. Kazahana Fubuki wants to unlock the treasure of the Land of Snow, but the key, the hexagonal snow crystal, is with Princess Koyuki. So Kazahana Fubuki ordered us to capture Princess Koyuki and bring back the hexagonal snow crystal on her. Really? Yuhi Kurenai crossed her arms, somewhat skeptical of Kitsuya Fubuki's words. After all, everyone saw the Snow Ninja Trio rush in. They had no intention of targeting Kazahana Koyuki. Their goal was directly Hinata. It's true, absolutely true. Kitsuya Fubuki hurriedly nodded. But judging by her flustered demeanor, it was clear something was amiss. However, it was pointless to discuss this now. No matter what the Snow Ninja intended, they had failed. Moreover, Yui Kurenai could guess that they had initially accepted Kazuhana Fubuki's orders to capture Kazuhana Koike, but when they saw Hinata during their mission, they were tempted by the immense value of her Byakugan. Such behavior is very normal among ninjas. And Yui Kurenai looked helplessly at the side. I don't want to go to the land of snow. I don't want to go to the land of snow. Sandame Directorson, turn around. After hearing that the snow ninja's target was her, and that they were sent by Kazuhana Fubuki to capture her, Kazuhana Koike began to scream as if suffering from PTSD. Because of Kazuhana Koyuki's condition, Hinata and Shino couldn't come to assist with the interrogation. They could only hold onto Kazuhana Koike to prevent her from jumping off the boat. Seeing Kazuhana Koyuki's struggles intensify, Hinata could only ask for help. Kurenai Sensei, let me handle this. Yui Kurenai sighed and approached Kazuhana Koyuki, forming a hand sign with one hand. Pardon me, Princess Koyuki. With a simple hypnotic jinjutsu, Kazuhana Koyuki immediately rolled her eyes and calmed down. Hinata and Akali came over and supported Kazuhana Koyuki. Yui Kurenai instructed, take Princess Koyuki to rest. Sure. Supporting Kazuhana Koyuki, Akali and Hinata escorted her back to her room. On the other side, Yui Kurenai was discussing with Sandame and the crew of Princess Kazuhana about whether to continue to the land of snow. The conclusion, of course, was not hard to say. Who would want to stay in the bitter cold land of the land of snow except those who couldn't leave? Thus, the Snow Ninja Trio was the best combat force the land of snow could muster. With the Wolf Fong Avalanche gone and the other two captured, no one could stop Team 8's advance. And so the voyage continued. However, in the deep of night, after everyone had fallen asleep, a shadow quietly slipped into Kazuhana Koyuki's room. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Kazuhana Koyuki seemed to be having a nightmare. Her brow furrowed, her beautiful face covered in cold sweat, her hands tightly gripping the blankets, her body twisting restlessly. Evidently, in Kazuhana Koyuki's dreams, she might have returned to the day she fled the land of snow. Blood and fire burned, shackling her soul. However, having been forcibly knocked unconscious by Jinjutsu in the afternoon, even in her nightmare, the time was about up. Father, where have you gone? Murmured Kazuhana Koyuki, her voice growing louder, and then she suddenly awoke. Who? Sitting up, Kazuhana Koyuki threw off her blanket, gasping for breath, still shaken. After a while, Kazuhana Koyuki finally calmed down. Looking around the familiar decor, she murmured, so it was just a dream. Recalling the day of the coup d'etat by Kazuhana Fubuki, Kazuhana Koyuki's heart was filled with mixed emotions, various feelings intertwined like blue-silver. She did not lack the courage to resist, she just needed a bit more time to remember. However, Akali was too impatient to wait for Kazuhana Koyuki to gather her thoughts. Put on some clothes, or you'll catch a cold. Who? Startled by the sudden voice, Kazuhana Koyuki jumped. Who else could it be? It's me. Akali emerged from the shadows. Sister seems to be tired. You even forgot my voice. It truly saddens your little sister. It's you. Kazuhana Koyuki ignored Akali's words. What are you doing here? Me. Of course I'm here for the hexagonal snow crystal. The price Kazuhana Fubuki offered on the black market has me quite intrigued. With an evil smile, Akali approached Kazuhana Koyuki, pretending to reach for the hexagonal snow crystal necklace hanging around her neck. To her surprise, Kazuhana Koyuki showed no signs of panic. Instead, she roughly pulled the hexagonal snow crystal necklace out from her collar and threw it to Akali. Edge. Looking at the hexagonal crystal still warm from Kazuhana Koyuki's body, which also emitted a unique fragrance, Akali slowly formed a question mark. Then Kazuhana Koyuki waved her hand impatiently, like swatting away a fly. Take it if you want it, and then get lost. I want to see if you really intend to give this thing to Kazuhana Fubuki. All this. Now it was Akali's turn to feel embarrassed. How did Kazuhana Koyuki become so difficult to tease? Boring. Returning the hexagonal snow crystal to Kazuhana Koyuki, Akali revealed a look of disinterest. You're already this age. If you don't improve your personality, you might not get married. Ding. 9.99 emotional value from Kazuhana Koyuki. Touching on a sensitive topic, Kazuhana Koyuki finally broke down. You brat, who are you calling a fish? Who are you calling old? Who says who is who, huh? You're just a fish. Kazuhana Koyuki hardened, her fists clenched. Looking at Akali, the little brat Kazuhana Koyuki felt like giving her a good pounding. But since the Wolf Fong Avalanche had already been taken out by Akali, her slender arms and legs would only end up being a gift. Forget it. Since she couldn't fight back, she might as well give in. After some time, Akali emerged from the room, having struck a deal with Fenghua Xiaoxua. Although the land of snow is remote, it holds value. While Konoha is splendid, its internal complexities are too tangled. How should I put it? If it's about home, everyone wishes for a quieter environment, right? This time the purpose of my discussion with Fenghua Xiaoxua was precisely this. Akali has too many secrets that she cannot reveal due to the existence of the system, so she needs a place that is absolutely safe and discreet. By chance, the land of snow is so isolated and distant that no one would typically visit. Furthermore, with Akali's ability to teleport distance holds little significance for her. Thus, the deal was established. Akali would assist Fenghua Xiaoxue in eliminating Fenghua Nuteo, allowing her to reclaim her position of power. In return, Fenghua Xiaoxue would provide Akali with a new home and absolute safe haven. However, for Akali, tonight may be a bit grueling, but it is unavoidable. She must act today, as only today is the least suspicious time. After all, who could have imagined that just hours after a confrontation with a Jonin, with her chakra still not replenished, she would dash several hundred miles at night and engage in another battle. Even the legendary Third Hokage, who embodied the most formidable spear and shield, would not dare claim he could achieve such feats as a Jonin. After bidding farewell to Fenghua Xiaoxue, Akali leaped off the ferry. She gulped down a steel elixir, a witch's potion, and an anger elixir. With a burst of speed, her spiritual cloak activated and her swiftness kicked in. She surged forward with the speed of low-altitude flight, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke as she raced towards the land of snow. Fenghua Nuteo, it seems, did not have the habit of wearing chakra armor while asleep. With a swift motion, he took off ahead, then teleported to the location where he had previously planted a Sharingan, at sea, searching briefly before returning to the ship. After a night of fierce battle, no one noticed that Akali had quietly stepped out for a private affair. It was a flawless infiltration assassination. 2 weeks later, Konoha Hokage building. This is essentially the situation. Lord Hokage, half kneeling behind the third Hokage, Yugao, spoke with her head bowed. I see, is that so? The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke as he gazed out the window. Upon your landing, you received news that Fenghua Nuteo was assassinated, prompting Princess Xiaoxue to urgently ascend to the throne, and all factions in the land of snow nearly surrendered at her feet. After waiting for a while and finding no other anomalies, Princess Xiaoxue declared the mission accomplished to you. Did you find any clues regarding who killed Fenghua Nuteo, Yugao? Well, a shadow of a person flashed through Yugao's mind. She had her suspicions about the potential culprit, but they were merely intuitive doubts. Moreover, Yugao truly did not believe that Akali could execute such a powerful jutsu, have enough chakra left for a 100-mile dash, and then eliminate Fenghua Nuteo. How could she know that there exists a rune called water walking that allows Akali to run on water without consuming chakra? At the same time, Akali's energy reservoir nature allows her chakra to recover remarkably quickly. Thus, Yugao ultimately shook her head. I'm sorry, Lord Third, I am powerless. Is that so? Then forget it. The third Hokage did not pursue further. It's just the land of snow, not particularly important, and our relations are minimal. Let's not discuss this any longer. The third Hokage turned around and handed Yugao several sheets of paper from the side table. It's fortunate that you are back now, although a bit late. Some matters have not been missed. This is... As Yugao looked at the papers in the third Hokage's hand, she noted a voluntary application form for the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams are about to begin. Yes, Yugao? Please run another errand and deliver these to your students. Sure. Yugao took the application form and vanished from the Hokage's office in an instant. At this moment, Akali had just exited Shueisha. This mission to the land of snow had taken quite some time, enough for the previous filming's payment to have come through, necessitating a division. Let me see, where are Naruto and Sasuke? Akali opened her minimap. Nowadays, she had planted her Sharingan at important nodes on Konoha's streets. If not illuminating all, at least 60 were lit, making it incredibly easy to find people. However, after opening the minimap and merely glancing for a moment, Akali suddenly froze. Hey, could it be this coincidental? Akali's expression became somewhat strange as she not only saw Naruto and Sasuke, but also others. She saw Naruto being chased by Sakura, and in the end Naruto crashed directly into a grim man covered in a black robe, his face painted with purple paint, carrying a puppet on his back. Such distinct features could only belong to the Suna puppet master Kankuro, right? So Gaara and the others have already arrived. This is getting interesting. Let's go say hello. Akali identified the direction and quickly set off. Meanwhile, the conflict on the other side had not yet concluded. Watching Kankuro hold onto Naruto's collar, an enraged Naruto charged forward. He was still somewhat short, but under Akali's influence his frame was robust like a racehorse. Oh, not bad speed. Seeing Naruto rush towards him, Kankuro was momentarily surprised. But what about this? Kankuro held Naruto's collar with one hand, while the other hand subtly moved, and an invisible line of chakra wrapped around Naruto's ankle. Then with a fierce tug, a strong force pulled Naruto's ankle forward. If it had been an ordinary genin facing such a sudden attack, even if the force wasn't particularly strong, they would definitely lose their balance and fall hard, just like in the original story with Naruto. But the current Naruto was not the same as the one in the original story. He had undergone the hellish training under Might Guy. Facing Kankuro's trick, Naruto's body sank. He planted his feet firmly and executed a 1,000-pound drop. Kankuro, who had been controlling the puppet with chakra threads, suddenly felt the thread snap, as if he had grabbed a bull, and his fingers were marked with a clear imprint from the suddenly tightened chakra threads. Hiss! Kankuro inhaled sharply in pain. Seeing this, Naruto grinned with delight. Hee, gloomy-faced bastard, although I don't know what method you use, do you think you can plot against me, Naruto? You should go home and train for another 20,000 years. You brat. Angered, Kankuro released Naruto and reached to untie the puppet's bindings on his back. A flurry of bandages scattered through the air as Kankuro set down his masterpiece, a crow puppet, on the ground, a relic of his former genius as a puppeteer. Kankuro, halt. And then don't you realize you're already surrounded, and nanny? Hearing Gaara's voice, Kankuro and Temari instinctively turned to look behind them. Only then did he notice a strikingly handsome youth had appeared silently behind them, his expression cold and unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon them. Gaara stood directly behind that youth. And clearly, had Gaara not restrained him, Kankuro would have faced a Tunon assault just moments ago. This seamless coordination between Naruto and Sasuke had blossomed recently under Akari's influence. And in seeing him, Sakura cried out in delighted surprise. Sasuke, what a stunning young man. And Temari, still starstruck, murmured softly. And Kankuro, however, possessed no such leisurely composure. Gaara, facing his mercurial younger brother, Kankuro's painted face broke into a sheen of cold sweat. His fierce demeanor melted instantly into an awkward, strained smile. The same Kankuro who had stood moments earlier with arrogant confidence now cowered before Gaara's sudden appearance. An abrupt reversal so extreme it beggared belief that this was the same person. And if even Kankuro, a shinobi of formidable presence, could be reduced to such timidity, then surely the one who had just emerged behind him was even stronger. Sasuke turned slowly, locking eyes with Gaara. At close range, he felt the weight of Gaara's chakra, and especially the thick coppery stench of blood emanating from the gourd slung across his back, causing his body to tense instinctively. Yet in the next breath his gaze froze, not on Gaara but beyond him, shifting sharply towards something, or someone, behind. As if reassured by a familiar presence, Sasuke's rigid posture softened entirely. And in Akari, you're back. Now it was Naruto's turn to cry out in astonished delight. And in Akari, when did she appear? And in frowning, Gaara pivoted sharply to face her. There, perched casually atop a nearby wall, sat Akari, her index and ring fingers each spinning a kunai in opposite directions, their blades whirling in perfect collision-free harmony. At the sight of Gaara, she smoothly retracted both kunai and offered a cheerful greeting. Yo, Sand Shinobi, nice to meet you. I've just returned from an overseas mission. So, would anyone care to explain why Sand Shinobi are freely roaming Konoha? Her expression hardened. Instantly, a palpable pressure surged from her slender frame, settling heavily upon the three sand ninja. Clearly, their response would determine Akari's stance toward them. The three sand ninjas' faces darkened instantly under that overwhelming aura. What overwhelming pressure! And Gaara was inwardly startled, but remained silent, turning instead to Temari. And yes, I'll explain this. Temari stepped forward at once, producing a credential bearing her portrait. Here's our official pass. The Chunin selection exams hosted by Konoha are about to begin. We've arrived as Genin representatives of Sunigakure. Akari, you've just returned, so you may not know, but your team's Jonin instructor will soon gather you all for a full briefing. Ah, I see. Akari nodded, dissipating her oppressive aura as though accepting Temari's explanation. She leapt down from the wall and strode calmly to Sasuke's side. Just as the three sand ninja exhaled in relief, Akari suddenly raised a kunai, its point aimed squarely at Gaara. And we'll certainly compete in the Chunin exams too, and with your strength you'll undoubtedly become our fiercest rivals. So, Gaara's eyes narrowed in quiet confusion. And shall we spar now? A little preview of our opponent's capabilities, perhaps? Akari said with a playful grin, the very reason she'd rushed here. And though the past month had been spent paying for private training, she'd developed genuine rapport with Team 2. Lee in particular was someone she could truly rely on. That was precisely why she refused to let Lee suffer the fate scripted for him. And how could she prevent it? Akari didn't yet know. It wasn't within her control. It depended entirely on how the tournament matchups unfolded. But exposing Gaara's capabilities early, that posed no problem at all. Yet while Akari craved combat, Gaara did not. And in combat, he had no desire to fight. One destined to become Kazekage, Gaara was far from foolish. He was merely tormented day after day by Shikaka's agony, which fueled his cruelty. But now freshly arrived in Konoha, he remained composed and lucid. Not only would fighting in the heart of Konoha invite severe disciplinary consequences, but they had barely set foot in the village, knew nothing of its layout or customs, and certainly shouldn't recklessly reveal tactical intelligence. I decline, Gaara stated coolly. prompting visible relief from both Temari and Kankuro, who had genuinely feared he might agree. Is that so? Akali tilted her head adorably, her gaze gliding past the sand siblings to meet Naruto's vivid blue eyes. Naruto, intimately familiar with her ways, understood her intent instantly. And in hey Akali, this is a public street, not the training ground. He spoke urgently, though he himself had charged forward without hesitation moments earlier. Yet, that was different. And in his own attacks were limited to fists and feet. Akali, once roused, cared little for rules or restraint. But Naruto wasn't Naruto. Had Naruto stood before Akali now, wide-eyed, de-eyed, pure as a fawn, tugging gently at her sleeve with pleading innocence, perhaps Akali's resolve would have softened. But Naruto, and in ignoring his urgency, Akali withdrew her gaze. And in a sharp chime echoed inward 999 emotional resonance from Naruto. Helpless Naruto turned to Sasuke. And in tch. Sasuke caught the signal. But even he felt his scalp prickle, baffled by Akali's sudden, inexplicable impulse. Still, he had no choice but to try. And in hey, Akali, you. And in enough, Sasuke. Isn't facing a worthy adversary exactly what thrills you most? So, have you grown timid? And in that doesn't sound like you at all, Sasuke. And in Akali cut off his retort before it could form. A chime rang, clear, 999 emotional resonance from Sasuke. And in with resigned exasperation, Sasuke, his refined features twisted faintly, offered a wry, pained smile. He relished testing himself against powerful foes. Yes, but he was no battle-mad fanatic compelled to charge headlong into every confrontation. Sasuke, you might be taking this a bit too far. On the streets of Konoha, the atmosphere had grown exceedingly tense. Even the children like Konohamaru, who were previously oblivious, understood that a fight was imminent after Naruto and Sasuke had spoken and then fell silent. Watching this scene, the one who seemed most confused wasn't the Sand Ninja trio facing Akali, but rather Sakura. During the Jonin exam and the mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto and Sasuke's teamwork alongside Naruto's strength that had surpassed his time at the Ninja Academy had already shocked her once. But now how could such strong Naruto and Sasuke display such a disadvantaged attitude against Akali, who had previously kept a low profile at the Ninja Academy? Wasn't Akali always the third strongest? Sakura bit her lip, feeling as if she had missed some critical plot twist. However, her contemplations were never significant. Ahead of them, the Sand Ninja trio blocked by Akali were no pushovers. Holding a crow, Kankuro stepped forward with a fierce expression, his impatience evident. Hey you, vile woman, are you tired of living? If you provoke me and end up getting taken down accidentally, even your leading Jonin won't have much to say. As he spoke, Kankuro's fierce expression even hinted at a touch of delight. He was absolutely confident in Gaara's strength, and he had long been displeased with those Konoha brats. But at that moment, Gaara's voice rang out again. I said, step back, Kankuro. Gaara. Kankuro turned around in confusion. Having been pushed to this point, were they really going to retreat? But considering Gaara's temperament, Kankuro suddenly met Gaara's indifferent, lifeless gaze. Kankuro knew his brother too well. Thus, from those eyes, he could clearly see the madness and brutality lurking within. Gaara indeed had a bad temper, and at this moment he could no longer hold back. Yes, Kankuro trembled, stepping aside with Temari. In his trembling, half was fear and half was excitement. The fear was directed towards Gaara. The excitement naturally was for Akali, who was about to face misfortune. At the same time, Akali glanced at Sasuke, who also stepped aside to join Naruto and Sakura. In the narrow street, only Akali and Gaara remained. Snap! The cork from Gaara's large gourd suddenly fell off. Simultaneously, Akali made her move. Ida no Jutsu, Frozen Shadow. 5 chakra-infused black kunai swiftly shot towards Gaara's vital points, throat, heart, liver, spleen, and lungs. It's that technique. Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan at some point, widened his eyes. He still vividly remembered Akali's ninjutsu. Seeing Akali unleash her Frozen Shadow, Sasuke immediately looked at Gaara, eager to know how the Sand Ninja would respond. Gaara didn't need to respond. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions echoed around Gaara's body as the shattered sand flew in all directions. He stood motionless, the sand emerging from the back of his gourd had blocked Akali's kunai. Seeing this, Akali murmured softly, is this what they call a mother's love? Just automatic defense, sand, even my Frozen Shadow can be blocked. No wonder Lee found it so difficult. But little did Akali know Gaara was even more astonished, because at that moment the upper half of his gourd made of sand had already vanished. This meant that the defense just now had shattered a small part of Gaara's regular sand reserve, highlighting the power of Akali's seemingly mundane kunai. In an instant, Gaara understood that Akali wasn't a mere rookie who could be attacked standing still. Gaara took the initiative, Sand Shuriken. The previously scattered yellow sand gathered, transforming into a flurry of shuriken to retaliate. At the same time, Akali launched her Frozen Shadow and charged forward. The black kunai clashed with the yellow shuriken, and with the advantage in numbers the sand shuriken gradually wore down the frozen shadow. But just as the sand shuriken was about to reach Akali, a shadow split off from her feet, and unnoticed by anyone directly approached Gaara from behind. Then Shadow Ninjutsu Demon Slash. As Akali's main body swung her ninja sickle to shatter the sand shuriken, the shadow cloned behind Gaara mirrored Akali's actions. Thud. The automatically defending yellow sand splattered against the wall with the demon slash. At that moment, Gaara and the others finally noticed the attack from behind. Ding from Gaara, emotion value 999. Gaara was incredibly surprised from behind when did that happen. But at this moment Akali's actions were not yet finished. After the demon slash came the multi-edge. Two shadow shuriken formed from shadows shot out from Akali and the shadow clone's hands, creating a sandwich-like attack. A piercing murderous intent surged. The fast-paced assault made both Temari and Kankuro, who were filled with confidence, break into a cold sweat. Gaara. Shut up. Gaara snorted coldly. Akali's rapid attack was indeed impressively tight, but the flight of the shuriken took time. And the timing difference between the two was his opportunity. So first the shattered gourd provided a large amount of sand to block the attack from behind, and then Gaara manipulated the sand to form a hand reaching forward. The massive sand hand collided with the multi-edge, although it lost half a palm, its momentum did not stop. Gaara instantly turned defense into offense. Beautiful. Watching this scene, Temari and Kankuro's worries turned into joy. Meanwhile, with a hint of battle excitement, Gaara looked at Akali, wanting to know how she would respond. Then Gaara saw Akali's lips curve upward slightly. Today, donned in the skin of the demon dancer, Akali was stunningly beautiful, yet Gaara felt an unprecedented sense of crisis explode behind him. Sure enough, just as Gaara was momentarily distracted, Akali, who had been standing still, transformed into a cold, dark shadow clone. Taking advantage of Gaara's moment to launch an attack and shift a large amount of sand, Akali switched places with the shadow clone. Not good. Gaara turned around in shock. Still maintaining a perfect smile, Akali had 8 kunai each attached with an explosive tag trapped between her fingers. At this moment, the explosive tags had already burned for nearly half. Akali threw the kunai. Arta's explosion. Huh. Boom. A violent fireball erupted into the sky. Gaara, handing her gaze toward the billowing smoke ahead, Temari and Kankuro cried out in anxious concern. Simultaneously, Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, instinctively called out Akari's name. This was not born purely of worry, though strictly speaking worry was not entirely inaccurate. Sasuke and Naruto watched Akari with deepening unease. Testing his strength was one thing, but why strike with such brutal force? What if she killed him? Yet Akari had already anticipated their thoughts. Eyes locked unwaveringly on the smoke, she said calmly. Don't fret, he won't die. It's merely 8 explosive tags. Merely 8 explosive tags. Hearing her words, the others could only sigh, inwardly speechless. In the world of shinobi, explosive tags were far from cheap commodities. Akari's earlier mention of 2,000 ryo per tag reflected only the peacetime baseline, the absolute minimum price. The more volatile the political climate, the steeper their costs soared. At peak tension, prices surged from 2,000 to 12,000 ryo per tag. Such exorbitant pricing naturally corresponded to terrifying destructive power. A single explosive tag detonated with near equivalence to a great fireball technique, and Akari had deployed 8, who then possessed such extraordinary resilience to survive 8 consecutive great fireball techniques unscathed. Did they truly believe fireballs were acts of benevolence? Yet Gaara was that extraordinary. You bastard, I'll kill you. Mother. His voice, thick with distortion, roared forth from within the smoke. Violent chakra turbulence whipped through the air, scattering the smoke like a gale. There stood Gaara, blood dripping from his left hand, his entire body crisscrossed with fissures like shattered porcelain. He kept his head bowed, staring at the blood on his left hand, his face contorted in anguish, as if wrestling some inner tempest into submission. Oh, look, the sand armor is cracking. Sakura, seeing this phenomenon for the first time along with Konohamaru and his 2 companions, cried out in instinctive fear. Gaara's sand armor. It's actually been broken. Kankuro exclaimed in stunned disbelief. And he's bleeding. Temari added gravely. Their eyes met, each seeing mirrored dread in the other. They knew all too well what Gaara's injury could unleash. Thus, under no circumstances could Gaara be allowed to lose control here, on the streets of Konoha. That would almost certainly expose their covert mission. We must intervene. Temari and Kankuro resolved instantly. One unslung her 3-bladed fan, the other released his crow puppet. But before either could take a step forward, Naruto and Sasuke stepped squarely into their path. What do you think you're doing? Temari's face darkened instantly. Now I see. Konoha shinobi truly wield power without restraint. Do you intend to slaughter all 3 of us siblings before you'll stand down? Well, hearing Temari invoke their sibling bond so pointedly, Naruto hesitated, unsurprisingly. But while Naruto wavered, Sasuke did not. His Sharingan had just glimpsed something deeply unsettling, fleeting yet unmistakable. Beyond that, Gaara's displayed abilities alone marked him as a formidable adversary, even among Chunin exam contenders. Akali was sacrificing herself to gather vital intelligence for them. As fellow shinobi of Konoha, loyalty dictated action. Sasuke had to support her. No further discussion. We won't let you pass today. Sasuke's tone was ice-cold, commanding. Naruto, set aside your misplaced compassion. This isn't about right or wrong. Yes. Naruto clenched his teeth, his gaze hardening as he met Temari's eyes. Seeing this, Temari, the eldest sister of the Sand siblings, could contain her fury no longer. Konoha shinobi, you overstep all bounds. Brandishing her three-bladed fan, she slammed it hard into the ground. The heavy weapon cracked the pavement, and as its three blades snapped open, a violent gust erupted. In perfect synchrony, Kankuro's crow puppet unfurled its wings fully. The threshold between standoff and full-scale battle narrowed to a single breath. Yet at that very moment, new developments erupted between Akali and Gaara. A massive purple-veined claw, Shikaka's paw, burst violently from the earth directly before Akali and crashed down upon her. Akali cartwheeled backward, and midroll flung a kunai that embedded itself squarely in the claw's empty strike. Instantly, the hawk dance seal activated. Defying all natural inertia, the moment her backward roll concluded, Akali shot forward as though pulled by an unseen force. Her razor-sharp ninjato slashed a deep gash across Shikaka's claw, and in the same motion, she slapped an explosive tag onto its surface. Boom! The pursuing claw detonated, splitting cleanly down the center as torrents of yellow sand cascaded downward. Akali didn't break stride. Behind her, Gaara commanded a typhoon of sand, a suffocating, sky-filling maelstrom surging forward to engulf her. Clumps of sand struck street surfaces and walls alike, blasting gaping craters, transforming the once pristine avenue into a war-torn wasteland. Gaara's assault appeared chaotic, yet fueled by immense chakra expenditure, even laced with traces of Shikaka's own. The sand tide momentarily closed the distance and caught up to Akali. Yet before Temari and Kankuro could rejoice, or Naruto and Sasuke deepened their alarm, a blinding arc of lightning tore through Gaara's sand wave. Akali burst forth, wreathed in ultra-dense lightning, Kenin's ultimate technique, Raikai. Propelled and electrified by the technique, she streaked past Gaara's left side in a blur. Lightning overcomes earth, and though sand is not earth, its loose, granular nature renders it even more vulnerable. Crackling arcs shredded Gaara's already fractured sand armor. Seizing the opening, Akali dispelled Raikai and drew her hextech pistol, firing a boltron straight into Gaara's back. She was certain this shot would be the final straw, the one that forced Gaara to manifest Shikaka's form, however briefly. But at that instant, a sharp wind blade intercepted the lightning bolt mid-flight. Wind overcomes lightning, and the rank wind release wind blade technique cleanly severed the bolt. The sudden intervention startled Akali. Yet a second glance revealed a man with a headband, stern features, and bold red war paint standing resolutely before Gaara. This was Baki, the Sand Village's Kakashi, and arguably even more esteemed within Sunagakure than Kakashi was in Konoha. His arrival meant the fight was over. The final straw ultimately never fell. TCH. Akali holstered her hextech pistol, a flicker of irritation crossing her face. Temari and Kankuro, however, erupted in elation. Baka Sensei. You're here. You failed to report in, so I came looking for you. His gaze swept the scene, first lingering on Gaara, who was visibly suppressing Shikaka's influence, then shifting to Akali, clearly engaged in combat with him. His eyes then passed over Temari and Kankuro, and settled coldly on Naruto and Sasuke standing before them. With rough intuition, Baki grasped the situation, and his expression hardened. Finally, his gaze fell upon the ruined street, cratered and buried beneath heaps of sand. His voice low and ominous, he demanded, "Someone, explain. What precisely is happening here?" "That's a good question. I would like to know as well." A languid voice sounded. Mingren and Zhuozhu fell back, with the three who accompanied Maiwan and Xiaoying standing at a distance. Brightened teacher Kakashi. "And me?" "Me too." Behind Kakashi, Zirahong and Isama approached together. Watching Akali, Zirahong's beautiful crimson eyes held a faint helplessness. She could not fathom how in the brief span it took to report to Sandai, aka Lee, had already come to blows with the Sharin team that had come to Mai to compete. Ding. Zirahong's mood meter 999. "So what happened, aka Lee?" Zirahong asked again. Before Akali could answer, Kinjulong grew agitated. "It's her. It's all this woman's fault. We were about to leave, but she said we'd all be rivals from now on and proposed to spar. We refused flatly, yet she forced it on us. So it's all this woman's doing." Kinjulong jabbed a finger at aka Lee. "Aka Lee." The Jonin from Mai turned toward her. aka Li said nothing as she cast Conjulong a single glance and offered a strange smile. A chill touched Conjulong's heart. He did not know what aka Li might do next. Seeing that even Wailuo could not handle her, he found himself genuinely uneasy. Yet convinced they were in the right, Conjulong straightened and stiffened. He glared at aka Li with venom. What are you staring at? Oh, quite arrogant, aren't we? Fine. Aka Li smiled. One had to be thankful she hadn't been from the old Northeast in a previous life. Otherwise that remark alone would have been enough to provoke a fight with Conjulong. But Conjulong was nothing daunting. Even without trading blows she could handle him. Aka Li turned to the other Jonin present. I admit it. I'm the one who escalated the situation. See. Hearing her, Conjulong swelled with pride again. His smug, self-satisfied look made Shoju shoot him a glare. She wondered why her brother had suddenly become so loose-lipped. Aka Li had clearly not finished speaking. As expected, after taking part of the blame, aka Li promptly cast the remainder elsewhere. But the one who really set this off was him. Aka Li pointed at Conjulong. It was this Sha Run. He grabbed Sandea's grandson and even wanted to strike him. Mingren could not tolerate that and clashed with him, which led to everything that followed. If you don't believe me. Aka Li glanced a short distance away. Maiwan, come here. Me. Maiwan pointed at himself. Yes, you. Come over, little one. Akali's eyes curved and her smile was flawless. With charm overflowing, she had even a first-time acquaintance like Maiwan captivated. Aka Li continued, tell us, Maiwan. Was it that man who grabbed you? Yes. Maiwan glanced at Conjulong and nodded immediately. It was that scoundrel. Maiwan spoke with a practiced tone. I admit I was running wild in the street and not watching where I was going, so it was my fault to bump into someone, but that is no reason for him to hit me. Look at what he did to me. Maiwan removed the towel from his neck and pointed to his smooth throat. There were no obvious wounds, yet the marks on Maiwan's neck plainly showed where someone had grabbed his collar and twisted him upward. Seeing this, Ma Jis face darkened. Conjulong. Conjulong went numb. On Maiwan's side, the blame was hard to deny. Bratty children could be infuriating, but Maiwan was not that monstrous. Moreover, Conjulong had never expected that a random collision on the street would involve the grandson of the Sandai Huaying. Such coincidence made him suspect the Mai parties of staging a provocation. Once Maiwan's identity surfaced, Akali's behavior suddenly seemed plausible. Even if cause and effect did not perfectly align, the difference was clear. He was the son of the Sandai Huaying. How could that be equated with Maiwan being the grandson of the Sandai Huaying? They were not the same. A son could not be placed on equal footing with a grandson, and the Sandai Huaying held Mai tightly in his sway. And the Sandai Huaying, a one-man steward of a village and a ruthless mining machine, hardly someone of consequence. Yet Conjulong could not so easily admit defeat. His eyes darted, and he blurted out words echoing, aka, Li, I admit I was a little rough, but that still isn't a reason for her to force a fight on us. Conjulong did not expect Ma Ji to sigh deeply at his words. I understand now if this matter stemmed from my lax command. My apologies, Asama. Ma Ji bowed to Asama. Haha, it's all right. Asama scratched his head. Akali's actions were a bit over the top. Everyone shares some blame. So let's let it go. Thank you all for your magnanimity. They'll be sure to educate Conjulong properly when I return. As for this street. Ma Ji looked at the sand-choked street, then at Wailuo. Wailuo, gather your sand. Wailuo. Understood. Wailuo forced himself, gathering the yellow sand and reforming it into his gourd. As for the pits gouged by the sand and the shattered walls, there was nothing to be done. Ma Ji continued to accept responsibility. This is Mui Street, so please have my arrange the repairs. The bill may be submitted to me. Our Sha Rin will cover it. Well then, everyone, I shall take my leave for now. Ma Ji departed with the 3 Sha Rin ninja. Watching the Sha Rin leave, everyone finally relaxed, and none of them had expected the matter to unfold so far. Ma Ji had gone, but some issues remained unresolved. For now, Conjulong had taken all the blame. But who was truly at fault today? Did the Jonin still not see it clearly? Zirahong fixed aka Li with a stern glare. Aka Li, do you know what crime it is to initiate combat inside the village and damage the streets? Fortunately, no ordinary civilians were harmed today, or you would be in serious trouble. Of course I know that, Teacher Zirahong. There is no need to say more. Akali's manner was utterly indifferent. Zirahong felt her anger rise at the sight. Her anger soon ebbed, however, because aka Li went on. That person just now, the one called Wailuo, is a Sha Rin Renzali. I struck first only to test and confirm, she said. Unfortunately, my probe succeeded. He truly is a Renzali. Right, Zhuozhu? Listening to aka Li, Zhuozhu's face cleared. So he's a Renzali. Now it all makes sense. Indeed. Zhuozhu nodded to the Jonin. I saw it. The strange chakra within that fellow. Really, is that so? Zirahong and the others' faces grew grave. Judging by that Renzali's strength, just now, he was clearly not a Xiao Ren. In that light, the situation grew more intriguing. Zirahong and the others exchanged a look. They could no longer concern themselves with aka Li. The three of them strode quickly toward the Huang building. Thus the Sand Shinobi departed, and the Jonin followed suit, leaving Akali to enjoy a moment of tranquility after the chaos. Huh, what else would it be? Akali shot a glare at Sasuke. Clearly he was a bit perplexed, mainly because Akali had caused such a commotion, yet in the end nothing came of it, which felt strange. Akali patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said earnestly, "So this is the benefit of being strong, understand? Moreover, compared to the intel I gathered, the destruction on the street can easily be handled by a simple earth release ninja." After the Jonin left, others began to gather around. "Sister Akali, you're amazing." Konohamaru looked at Akali with sparkling eyes. "I declare that starting today, Sister Akali is the one and only leader of my Konohamaru Corps." "Hey, what about me?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly shocked that Konohamaru with his thick eyebrows and big eyes had betrayed the revolution so casually. Konohamaru said a bit shyly, "Of course Big Brother Naruto is still our leader, but compared to Sister Akali, he's clearly not as good. After all, it was the leader who defeated the enemy, not the big brother." Naruto and Konohamaru began to argue. Seeing their childish behavior, Akali could only shake her head in resignation. All right, Konohamaru, I need to talk with Big Brother Naruto and Sasuke. Teacher Sakura and the others will definitely mention you to the third Hokage, so you should head back." "Yes, big sister." Konohamaru nodded and then hurriedly left. Next, Sakura also took her leave, saying to Akali, "Then I will leave too." "Wait." Akali stopped Sakura. Facing Sakura's puzzled gaze, Akali said, "You guys have been on missions for a while now, so you should have some spare change. I mean, you will participate in the Chunin exams, right? If all goes well, not only your Team 7, but our Team 8 and Ino's Team 10 will also participate." Sakura was somewhat confused about Akali's meaning. "What I mean is that since I just got some money, I'd like to treat everyone to a meal. And also to collect your mission rewards. I mean to pass on some intel about that guy so no one accidentally gets taken advantage of." Ding, 999 emotional value from Sakura. Sakura looked at Akali helplessly. What she claimed was about sharing intel. Just now Akali clearly meant to say that since you guys have earned money from missions, I want to collect your rewards. Don't act like I didn't hear that. Annoyed. Yet despite Akali's blatant intentions, Sakura didn't feel anything bad about it. Her money was her own. It wasn't like Akali could set up a feast to rob them of their earnings, right? Coincidentally, after over a month of consecutive missions, Sakura was also quite eager to see her other classmates, and she was curious about how Sasuke, Naruto, and Akali were connected. "If you can invite others, then it's a deal." Sakura agreed. "Of course I can invite others, isn't Sasuke here?" Sakura was once again rendered speechless by Akali's words. Because of Ino's infatuation, if Sasuke were to participate, he would surely drag his teammates along. Sakura sighed and fell silent. At that moment, Hinata and Shino approached with the Chunin exam application form that Yuhi Kurenai had given her. Armed with the Byakugan and Shino's bugs, along with the intel Akali had gathered from all over Konoha, they were set to share intel on formidable enemies while also fostering camaraderie. Inuzuka Kiba's Team 1 along with Teams 7, 8, 10 and the previous year's Team 2 all gathered at a barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Looking at Uchiha, Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Inuzuka Kiba, Naruto, and Hinata, the talents, rebels, and heiresses, who had all been brought together by Akali alone, Shikamaru was greatly astonished. "So the one and leader of our generation is actually the inconspicuous Akali." "What do you mean by no one and leader?" Beside him, Choji didn't quite understand his friend's words. "It's nothing. Is the barbecue good?" "Delicious." Choji lifted a large skewer he was holding high. "Akali is the best." "See, that's what I mean." "What is this?" Staring at the array of bottles and jars laid before Akali, the group looked thoroughly perplexed. "You'll find out in just a moment." Akali first picked up a Poro cookie and gently placed it before Akamaru. "Woof!" Akamaru sniffed curiously at the Poro cookie, then suddenly widened his usually half-lidded eyes, revealing vivid crimson irises. Before Kiba could even react, Akamaru snapped the cookie down in one swift gulp. The next instant, Akamaru stiffened, limbs taut as if bracing against an unseen surge. "Hey, Akamaru, what's wrong?" Kiba's voice tightened with alarm. He whirled toward Akali, fury flashing in his gaze. "What the hell did you just feed him?" To the Inuzuka clan, a ninja hound raised from puppyhood was far more than a pet. It was a sworn comrade bound by life and death. If Akamaru truly suffered harm from something Akali had given him today, they might not declare outright war, but estrangement would be absolute, and any future encounter would surely invite cold indifference, or worse, deliberate sabotage. Even Hinata couldn't suppress a flicker of reproach. "Akali, how could you give Akamaru something so untested without warning?" Pet owners are naturally wary of others feeding their animals. After all, the outsider enjoys a fleeting thrill, the satisfaction of offering food, then walks away unburdened. Yet should the animal fall ill or suffer from that very act, the weight of consequence falls solely upon its keeper. Akali, however, stood utterly unperturbed. Relax. Everything's perfectly fine. Don't worry, it'll all work out. In-game Poro cookies were sustenance for Poros. Feeding them caused gradual enlargement, and after 10 feedings a single Poro would burst into 10 smaller ones. In reality, though, the effect was far simpler, a straightforward dramatic increase in the consumer's size. And now, having swallowed the Poro cookie and adjusted momentarily, Akamaru's form surged upward. Until then he'd been no larger than a chihuahua. But now, he stood as tall and sturdy as a Shiba Inu, a transformation so startling it left everyone speechless. Ding. Emotional resonance from Kiba Inuzuka, 1111. Akamaru. Akamaru. Are you alright? How do you feel? Kiba rushed to his side, running his hands over Akamaru's flanks, ears, and muzzle. Akamaru barked back eagerly. 3 sharp, joyful yips. After a long stretch of rapid, incomprehensible canine chatter, Kiba finally exhaled, reassured. His gaze shifted to Akali, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Akamaru's entire physical constitution has leapt an entire tier, and yet, he's still in his juvenile stage, not yet matured. That means he still has room to grow. What is this substance you fed him? How is such a feat even possible? It's simply unbelievable. For B's size had always been a fundamental limit on combat potential. Take the tiger, the apex predator lauded across the world. Yet few realize scale a mantis up to tiger's eyes proportionally, and pitted against one the tiger would fall without question. A tiger's power stems from sheer mass, but structurally insects remain infinitely superior in design and efficiency. Yet here Akali had just shattered Akamaru's innate biological ceiling, expanding his frame beyond species-bound constraints. Such transcendence rivaled the legendary Ultra Evolution of Digimon. Just a secret elixir. When pressed, Akali merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Oh, and Shino. You should try one too. She handed Shino a Poro cookie. Whereas Kiba had hesitated before letting Akamaru eat anything unfamiliar, Shino acted without pause, releasing a swarm of parasitic insects to devour it whole. Moments later, the cookie vanished. Then, once again, the impossible unfolded. The parasitic insects, formerly no bigger than fruit flies, had ballooned overnight from minuscule specks into cockroach-sized monstrosities. Dozens of insectoid wings beat in unison. A deafening, shuddering hum filled the air. Several girls recoiled, sharply startled by the sudden swarm. Ding. Emotional resonance from Ino Yamanaka Sakura Haruno Tintin 999. Not only Ino Sakura and Tintin reacted. Hinata too instinctively gripped Akali's sleeve, her cheeks pale. Still having trained alongside Shino, she bore it better than the others. After all, most girls harbor an innate aversion to crawling things. But where girls felt fear, the boys felt deep visceral unease. Parasitic insects were already troublesome, harmless, individually formidable only in mass. But this many, 30, 40. Imagine being swarmed by dozens of hornets, relentless, venomous, and utterly coordinated. This enhanced swarm had just become Shino's ultimate trump card. Shino himself stared awestruck. Excellent, absolutely excellent, he repeated, breathless. For a member of the reclusive, mystically inclined Aburame clan to express such raw, unfiltered enthusiasm spoke volumes. Akali offered another Poro cookie. These shouldn't be consumed repeatedly by the same subject, but your insects are legion. Would you like another? Shino paused thoughtfully, then unexpectedly shook his head. No thank you. Why not? Naruto frowned, baffled. If Poro cookies amplified insects so drastically, wouldn't more be better? You see, Shino explained calmly as he guided the enlarged insects back into his body. We Aburame bind ourselves as living hives. Too many such creatures, and I simply cannot contain them. At the thought of dozens of cockroach-sized parasites retreating into Shino's flesh, the entire group shuddered anew. Akali smoothly redirected attention. Don't fixate on Shino alone. I've other marvels to show. As before, she presented Choji with an Everlast will sandwich cookie. Yet unlike the Poro cookie's dramatic effect on beasts, the Everlast will sandwich cookie delivered subtler benefits. Its potency lay not in transformation, but endurance. Essentially a magnified version of the soldier pill, it replenished chakra and stamina alike. Effects Choji praised effusively. Next, Akali demonstrated vials of elixirs and potions. Yet after this dazzling display, a quiet question settled over the group. Akali, why bring forth these secret elixirs? Shikamaru ventured cautiously. Just so we're clear, we have no money to buy them. Oh, money, please. Akali waved dismissively, radiant with generosity. These are gifts, for all of you. That is to say, completely free. Free. And in hearing Akari's words, everyone was stunned. and the enhancement effect of poro cookies applied solely to animals. Fine, that could be overlooked. The everlasting wool sandwich cookies were essentially oversized battle rations, truly exceptional. But the red healing elixirs immediate wound recovery and the 3 synergistic elixirs instant combat enhancement. Those yielded results without delay. She was handing these items out, just like that. Ending. Emotional Resonance 999 from Ino Choji, Shikamaru Kiba, Shino Niji Lee. Is this for real, eh? The group stared at Akari in disbelief. And absolutely genuine. Akari smiled faintly, then added, "These items aren't just for your use during the Chunin exams. They're also meant to be taken home for your elders to try." Huh. Her words only deepened their confusion. "And giving them to us, we're friends, sure. But giving them to family members too. And wait, surely no one is actually running a charity." And the young shinobi exchanged bewildered glances. And seeing their hesitation, Akari said nothing. She was charitable, but only sparingly. And for orphans like Naruto and Sasuke, gifting such items was indeed an act of charity. Yet for clans like Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame, it was not. And the red healing elixir and synergistic elixirs could save your life in a heartbeat. The everlasting wool sandwich cookies served as superb restoratives for Akimichi clan members, even for Hyuga. Nanporo cookies. They'd make the Inuzuka and Aburame kneel before Akari. Both clans relied heavily on their bonded companions. Their demand for these items was immense, truly colossal. And so what she offered the young shinobi now? Merely bait. Her intent was never the wine itself. The true aim lay elsewhere. Once the youths brought these items home and showed them to their elders, Akari's objective would be fulfilled. Then operating within a pure seller's market, Akari would secure the allegiance of these powerful shinobi clans. But what if a clan attempted coercion or outright seizure? That possibility did exist. Yet, Akari glanced inward at her skill interface in Flying Thunder God technique mastery. Nice. She had successfully mastered the technique on her return journey from the land of snow. Ninjutsu proficiency levels were ranked as Novice, Proficient, Masterful, Grandmaster, and Peerless. Most techniques advanced 1 rank per skill point, just like Akari's other skills. The Flying Thunder God technique required more investment, self-guided mastery for the first tier, followed by 4 progressive stages, requiring 1, 6, 0, 11, 0, and 16 points respectively. Akari had retained 17 skill points after allocating 4 to Ice Wall and 2 to Great Fire Annihilation. With the remaining 11, she spent 7 to elevate the Flying Thunder God technique to mastery. Though mastery level Flying Thunder God fell short of Tobarama Senju's Grandmaster level, or Minato Namikaze's Peerless Mastery. Her preliminary trials revealed it already matched Tobarama's initial battlefield application, the very moment he decapitated Izuna Uchiha with his first strike. At mastery, the technique enabled seamless short-range evasion and combat, though it remained too taxing for casual repeated use. Combined with her teleportation ability, Akari could confidently declare no one in this world could ever capture her. And with self-preservation assured, she could now safely reveal her wealth. Should any shinobi clan dare move against her and fail, she would eradicate them entirely. But why seek the clan's allegiance in the first place? Truthfully, Akari hadn't decided. And since her transmigration and system awakening, she'd never settled on a grand purpose, world peace, revolution, or anything else. The system issued no quests. And for now, her sole focus remained self-strengthening and transcendence. Yet, as the saying goes, I may never need it, but I must have it. Leveraging the Chunin exams as a pretext to draw the clans closer was precisely this philosophy in action. After all, the system forbade monetizing its items directly. This was the only viable path. Of course, as these items spread, Akari would reap tremendous emotional resonance, just as she was now doing. Ding. Emotional Resonance 999 from Shikamaru. And staring at Akari, Shikamaru appeared lost in quiet contemplation. Thus, among the hesitant group, Shikamaru stepped forward first, accepting Akari's offering. Understood. I'll present these to my father. The Ino Shikacho trio operated as one unit. Once Shikamaru accepted, so did Ino and Choji, each declaring they'd bring the items home for their families. And soon afterward, Hinata, Shino, and others followed suit. Only Naruto's and Sasuke's emotional resonance fluctuated slightly. Ending. Emotional Resonance 9999 from Naruto. Ending. Emotional Resonance 9999 from Sasuke. After all, everyone else could take these home for their families. And what about them? Speaking of taking things home for family, that was rubbing salt directly into open wounds. Noticing this, Akari gently patted both boys' shoulders and smiled warmly. There, take them. Didn't I say they're for you too? Akari. Naruto was deeply moved, and Sasuke remained silent, but the subtle tremor in his gaze spoke volumes. Akari paid no mind to Sasuke's emotional state. Cultivating favor with the Uchiha was perilous, If she ever stumbled, Sasuke might awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan, and then she'd have far graver concerns than mere chastity. This gathering had never been about prolonged camaraderie. It existed solely as a pretext to distribute her wares. Now that distribution was complete, the meeting concluded, and everyone returned home, to mothers, fathers, and clans. Only Akari detained Ino and Sakura, whispering she wished to discuss something private between girls. NAS for the subject. And mysterious rookie debut. Limited edition photo book for fans only. Interested? She produced the photo book she'd shot earlier, featuring Sasuke himself captured on camera during the photo shoot. Nino and Sakura might lack funds, but even a mosquito's leg was meat. Having thoroughly drained their wallets and harvested their pained emotional resonance, Akari finally headed home. Across the void, the sight of Akari's offerings triggered surging emotional resonance from major shinobi clans. And meanwhile, Konoha's leadership convened an emergency midnight session upon confirming Gaara's true identity. And the shinobi clans, equally shaken by Akari's gifts, held their own urgent nocturnal councils. And Konoha had quite unexpectedly plunged into a sleepless night. Yet none of this concerned Akari. In glancing again at her emotional resonance balance, she noted, since that afternoon, another 230 had accumulated. Add to that her share from the photo book sales, and her reward from the Land of Snow mission, and her personal funds now totaled 700 Rio. It had been quite some time since she last opened the lottery system. Initiate 10 emotional resonance lotteries, ending. Command confirmed. Emotional resonance lottery commencing. Ending. Congratulations. Through emotional resonance lottery, you have obtained in Shadow Secret Art Instant Prison Shadow Kill Formation Flame Tempest Rune Conqueror Passive Death Blow Chi Darken Blade Hellfire Chain Secret Art Chidori Rune Calm Mind Rune Nullification Sphere Skill Fusion Opportunity 2. Off. She really liked one of her own sayings, ah. Every time she drew lots, she enjoyed comparing the results. For instance, how the gains from this draw measured against the last one. She was willing to call this particular draw the strongest. However, in comparison to this draw, Akali felt that even the strength of the strongest wasn't sufficient. Against the ultimate move of her senior brother Jia from the Equilibrium sect, as well as the ultimate skills of the Fireman, the Keystone Rune Conqueror, the passive QW of the Sword Demon, and Kenan's Q, along with two unclear skills whose exact effects were uncertain, but certainly held immense potential. This particular draw, Akali was willing to call it a significant lead. However, the Shadow Prison Flamestorm, and even the Conqueror, didn't seem impressive at all. Aatrox and his brother Rost were left untouched by Akali since they were drawn, not daring to move an inch. The recently drawn passive and QW from the Sword Demon, could this be the opportunity to use Aatrox? Akali carefully read the information that entered her mind. Then she widened her golden eyes in shock. It really was true. Because the darkened weapon, or rather the weapon twisted into being by the darkness, constantly expressed its yearning for a physical form. Once possessed by someone, the darkened form would surely choose to erode its master and fuse into one. But now Akali had drawn 3 skills: Aatrox, Deathbringer Sword, Aura the Dark Blade, and the Malevolent Chains. Thus the qualifications to wield and swing, the qualifications to manipulate power, and the qualifications to refine the darkened power at a deeper level were unlocked. Because at this moment Akali would be regarded as Aatrox himself using his power, what would she need to erode for? Despite not reaching mastery and not being able to fully unleash Aatrox's capabilities and needing to cool down after using the skills, simply having these was already astonishing. After all, the true Aatrox was a celestial being, an ascendant warrior battling against the void. One could even liken his combat body to that of Ultraman. Let's put it this way, from today onward Akali also has her Sword Saint ability. This just fought with the Sword Saint, and now I've been granted the Sword Saint ability. Impressive. Akali could only marvel at her own luck. Later, after the emotional value draw was completed, Akali performed 3 tenfold draws of currency, gaining a pile of miscellaneous items and 16 skill points. She didn't invest in Flying Thunder God, being proficient was enough. Akali's attitude towards Flying Thunder God was similar to that of the second generation. While the ability was impressive, it wasn't a core ability within her skill set, merely a supplementary means. Akali spent 12 skill points to max out the recently acquired Dark Blade, Malevolent Chains, Shadow Prison, and Flamestorm. Then she pondered for a moment and spent 4 more skill points to max out the ultimate technique, Thousand Birds. The Thousand Birds from Kenan differed from Sasuke and Kakashi's. This was merely a shuriken formed by releasing a burst of lightning chakra. Having grown to this point, Akali could noticeably feel that her skills as a Fist of the Outcast were falling behind in power aside from Smoke Bomb and displaying Killing Chaos. My Flow Ultimate Cold Shadow, even if it was a kunai condensed from shadow power, wasn't it still a kunai? Thus maxing out the Rapid Thousand Bird Shuriken would be an excellent regular means of supplementation. After finishing the points Akali then opened the skill fusion opportunity to see what it was all about. If the skills that could be fused weren't limited, Akali wanted to fuse the Shadow Prison with her killing chaos. Each shadow clone would deliver a thrust, wouldn't that be exhilarating? However, regrettably, the skill fusion opportunity couldn't combine ultimate moves, because skill fusion was more about combining several similar skills and innovating from there. This was a way to solve the problem of Akali having too many minor skills with many of them going unused. What to fuse? Akali looked around at her current skill set and found that there were quite a few options to fuse, such as combining Fireman's W Pillar of Flame with Annie's W Scorch, directly unleashing a pillar of fire from her palm. Another example was fusing her own My Flow Ultimate Smoke Bomb, the Smoke Bomb of Shadow Fist's Kage Shuriken, and the Smoke Bomb of Graves to create a Super Smoke Bomb. But after giving it some thought, Akali decided to forego that fusion method. Pillar of Flame fused with Scorch to unleash a Pillar of Fire. Why not go for the Great Fire Extinguishing technique? Super Smoke Bomb. Currently, Akali's My Flow Ultimate Smoke Bomb would spread, while the Kage Shuriken wooden Grave Smoke Bomb was thrown directly at the face to blind, so using the 3 smoke bombs as needed was sufficient. So let's go with this. Akali chose a new fusion method. My Flow Ultimate Cold Shadow, My Flow Ultimate Falcon Dance Shadow, Ultimate All Blades, Ultimate Thousand Birds Wind Release, Shuriken, Flying Thunder God. The commonality between Cold Shadow Falcon Dance and All Blades was that they were both weapons formed from shadow. Then adding Thousand Birds and Wind Release Shuriken was akin to adding Wind Attribute Chakra to a Rasengan, granting attributes to the Shadow Ninja tools. As for Flying Thunder God, it merely required a mark. Akali's technique carried the Hidden Dragon mark, while Thousand Birds required the Thunder Binding mark, which Akali temporarily lacked, so adding a mark was straightforward. Thus, she spent 4 more skill points to max out Wind Release Shuriken, then used Cold Shadow and Falcon Dance as the main components to consume 2 skill fusion opportunities. New knowledge flowed into Akali's mind from the void. After clarifying her new Cold Shadow modified and Falcon Dance modified, Akali opened her eyes with satisfaction. Next, she could freely shape the shadows into the ninja tools she wanted to shoot out, then add lightning and wind variations, while also marking the targets with Flying Thunder God. Not bad. Akali nodded in satisfaction. Her shadow power inherently carried the effect of eroding, weakening the strength of the hit objects. Now fused with other abilities, the shape variation added wind and lightning attributes along with shadow power, forming a pseudo-bloodline elimination. Not truly a bloodline elimination, as it was composite. Wind remained wind, lightning remained lightning, shadow remained shadow, not a complete fusion like dust release. But even as a pseudo-bloodline elimination, not to mention the equivalent of wind release spiral shuriken, at least one could achieve an attack power comparable to that of 1,000 birds plus a Rasengan. If it were to switch to all blades for that larger shuriken and higher output, it could at least achieve 70% of the power of a spiral shuriken. Because the most powerful aspect of the modified Cold Shadow was not the damage but the speed and functionality. Wind and lightning were already attributes renowned for their speed, now adding them together along with the Flying Thunder God mark. Akali could already envision the scene where those enemies who couldn't keep up with her speed were suddenly eliminated. She just didn't know who the first lucky person would be. Orochimaru. Gaara. With that thought, Akali washed up and prepared for bed, continuing her healthy routine. The original outcast Akali seemed to be only 163 centimeters tall, too short. She didn't want such a future. But just then an annoying knocking sound suddenly rang out. Outside the door, the previously visited Zai carried a perfect fake smile. Miss Akali, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Tanzo. Hearing that name again, Akali felt momentarily disoriented. The last time she had seen Tanzo, had it truly been another lifetime? But what did Tanzo want with her? Let the so-called Pot King quietly deliver his money. Surely he didn't seriously imagine himself rising from scapegoat to master. What is it? Akali asked Sai. How could a subordinate like me presume to fathom Lord Tanzo's intentions? Sai bowed respectfully outside the door. Miss Akali, you'll understand once you go in. TCH. Akali clicked her tongue sharply. She wasn't particularly eager to go, but Tanzo's money still smelled sweet. So perhaps she'd make the trip after all. Even a goddess keeping suitors on standby must offer occasional acknowledgement to maintain the allure. Wait, did that make her a heartbreaker? Akali fell abruptly silent, stunned by her own realization. All the way to the root headquarters, she remained trapped in that unsettling epiphany. The heartbreaker is me. How could Akali, sweet radiant Akali, possibly be labeled a heartbreaker? Which of her traits, which of her skins, even remotely suggested such a label? Wait, there was one. In the KDA girl group, wasn't she the one handling the rap verses? So, she was a rapper too. Fine. Rapper then. As long as she wasn't cosplaying a Christmas reindeer. Akali lifted her gaze. At that moment, standing at the center of the root's skylit bridge overlooking the abyssal shaft, Tanzo had already observed her for some time. To ordinary shinobi, this unfathomable root shaft was a place they'd rather never visit. Even a single visit would leave them trembling with dread. Yet Akali showed no fear, not even the faintest flicker of curiosity toward this enigmatic hallowed domain. All the way there with Sai, she had drifted into thought, her expression shifting like storm clouds, distracted, unsettled, and even now standing before him she remained lost in reverie. Now that Akali had finally snapped out of her daze, Tanzo couldn't help but ask, intrigued. "Akali, what were you thinking? Does my Grand Root headquarters truly merit not even a passing glance from you?" "Of course not. A den of corruption and shadows. She found it offensive just to look upon it." So she retorted bluntly, "I was wondering. This root is so frigid. Oh Lord Tanzo, at your age, aren't you afraid of developing rheumatic leg pain?" A sharp chime echoed in her mind. "Tanzo, first, I haven't provoked any of you. Why was Akali launching such aggressive barbs right from the start?" Tanzo bristled with irritation, yet he drew a slow, deep breath and restrained himself. Because Akali was no longer the same girl she'd once been. She had solo cleared the Snow Country dungeon, reducing the elite Jonin Yuhi Kurenai to mere background presence, and upon returning effortlessly overwhelmed Gaara, exposing his identity as a Jinchuriki. The turmoil among the clans remained strictly classified, unknown to Tanzo, but even these feats hinted that Akali's wings were rapidly unfolding. Not even Tanzo had imagined her growth would accelerate so dramatically in barely over a month. So he adopted an air of magnanimity. "Ha ha ha, not at all. I may be advanced in years, but my fervor for Konoha burns as fiercely as ever. Cold legs pose no threat." "Is that so?" Akali feigned wide-eyed innocence. "Then perhaps you should be wary. Passion warms the heart, not the limbs. And given that you're already blind in one eye and missing a hand, what if your feet fail you next? What then?" Creak, crack. The wooden cane in Tanzo's grip groaned under unbearable pressure. His newly purchased, unseasoned hardwood cane was already splintering. Murderous light blazed from his solitary hawkish eye. This grievance would not be forgotten. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Tanzo spoke in a low, dangerous tone. "Akali, is there something about me that displeases you?" "Oh no, not at all. How dare I harbor ill will toward Lord Tanzo?" Akali flashed a dazzling, insincere smile. "Lord Tanzo is so imposing, summoning me in the dead of night, without a second thought for how sleep deprivation is every woman's natural nemesis. Pity poor me. If I someday grow to match Lord Tanzo's distinguished level of physical impairment, whatever shall I do?" Akali continued, dripping with irony. Another chime rang out. Staring at Akali, Tanzo widened his lone, bewildered eye. Was that truly all it was? Was she truly enraged simply because she'd been roused from sleep? Tanzo couldn't comprehend it. Past kunoichi had always obeyed missions, instantly deploying any means necessary to fulfill their duties without hesitation. So why was Akali suddenly so delicate? "You." Tanzo nearly erupted, yet regrettably dared not. Akali now held the upper hand. The market favored her, and there was a task only she could perform. She had to be placated. "Very well, my mistake." Tanzo admitted fault, his face darkening. "Next time I'll summon you during daylight hours. But this matter is urgent. It required immediate notification." Tanzo had no intention of prolonging the exchange. "Oh, what matter is it?" Hearing this, Akali's curiosity was instantly piqued. "The Suna shinobi you fought today has been confirmed by the village. He is Suna's current Jinchuriki." Tanzo continued gravely. "Sending a Jinchuriki to the Chunin exams is a perilous signal. Therefore the village assigns you a mission." Akali tilted her head. "What mission?" "Monitor Gaara throughout the Chunin exams." "Just monitor him. Monitoring is sufficient." Tanzo emphasized sternly. "Remember, under no circumstances are you to act on your own initiative. Jinchuriki are far too sensitive for both us and Suna. Do you understand?" That was precisely why Tanzo had summoned Akali without delay. "After all, today you nearly forced Gaara into Shikaka's form. If your hands grew heavier during the second exam, how could the Konoha crush plan possibly proceed?" But telling Akali outright, "Dear madam, please refrain from provoking that gourd-wielding boy," would sound absurd. Framing it as an official village surveillance mission, however, rendered it perfectly legitimate. Recognizing Tanzo's transparent intent, Akali offered a sly, fox-like smile. "And if he attacks me first?" Tanzo reacted instinctively. "He won't attack you. But what if he insists, eh? Then run. And if I can't outrun him?" "You." Tanzo frowned, deeply baffled by her relentless provocations. Yet as he studied her expression more closely, comprehension dawned. She wasn't seeking purpose. She was simply demanding compensation. So this woman harbored no loyalty whatsoever to Konoha's protection. Another chime resounded. Snap. Under the mounting pressure of suppressed emotion, Danzo's newly purchased cane finally shattered. The cane. As the new cane bought by Danzo announced the end of the season, the night drew to a close. In order to ensure the smooth collapse of Konoha, even when faced with Akali's blatant provocation, Danzo had to endure and spend money to avert disaster. However, as Akali was leaving, she noticed Danzo's intent gaze aimed at someone he wanted to eliminate. It's impossible to conceal the desire to take someone down. Clearly, when everyone met for the third time, it would be a clash of blades. But that was inconsequential. With the small amount of money squeezed out of Danzo, Akali happily returned to the land of waves. 2 days later, at the venue for the Chunin exams, the 3 members of Team 8 pushed open the door to the first exam room. Due to Akali's influence, Lee and Sasuke had already witnessed each other's abilities, and the battle that shattered Sasuke's Dao heart naturally did not occur. As Akali and the others stepped into the exam room, the 3 members of Team 7 surprisingly arrived first. Upon noticing the trio, Naruto greeted them enthusiastically. "Hey Akali, you're finally here. I thought you might have backed out at the last minute." Sasuke immediately rebutted, "You should know better than that. Akali would never skip out. If you have nothing to say, then don't say anything, Naruto. Then you must be trembling with fear since just now." Naruto replied grumpily, I'm not trembling, I'm excited." Sasuke looked at his best buddy. "Then Naruto, aren't you excited?" Naruto fell silent. He was indeed excited. Since their encounter with Akali, he had cast aside his shame and filmed various things, finally having a true mentor-like guy to guide him and facing strong peers as training partners, followed by the mission in the land of waves, where he tasted blood. At this moment, Naruto felt his strength had reached a peak he had never even dared to imagine. And the Chunin exams were the stage he had long awaited. "Absolutely, I'm excited too. This time we must succeed." Naruto confidently waved his fists at the air, his azure eyes shining brightly. However, Naruto didn't hold back for long. "Of course, it would be great if I don't have to face Akali." "Ha ha ha. Naruto, you're so lame." Naruto's moment of weakness drew laughter from Kiba. TCH. Naruto shot a sideways glance at Kiba, showcasing the sarcasm he learned from Akali. "Then I wish you an early encounter with Akali." Kiba's expression turned awkward. He hadn't witnessed Akali's strength, but Akamaru could sense that she was not someone he could provoke. However, in terms of strength, it wasn't too concerning. Kiba wasn't cowardly and wouldn't say he was afraid. If he had to face Akali, Kiba's greatest pressure came from home. Let's put it this way, after bringing home the pack and biscuits, if it weren't for the upcoming Chunin exams, fearing it would affect Akali, his mother would have already shown up with significant gifts. After all, eating one piece of pack and biscuits could double the size and attributes of a ninja dog. If every Inuzuka ninja fed their partner a piece, it would roughly mean an extra Inuzuka clan member. If only Akali were male, otherwise Kiba might have already been researching what kind of rice bowl Akali liked. With that thought, Kiba snorted twice and fell silent. Seeing him like this, the other ninja clan members exchanged glances and did not mock him, as they were all in similar situations, just to different extents. Seeing this, Hinata's eyes curved with a smile, clearly very happy. She was among the first to discover Akali's abilities and interact with her. At this moment, seeing Akali grow into this figure gave her a sense of fulfillment in nurturing her success. Unable to resist, Akali poked her. "What are you laughing at? So happy." "It's nothing, nothing." Hinata waved her hand, trying to suppress her smile. However, the joy radiating from her eyes was impossible to conceal. This only made Akali more curious. If it were before her reincarnation, once Hinata expressed a desire not to discuss something, Akali would have likely persisted, but now it was all fine since they were both beautiful girls. Without hesitation, Akali pounced on Hinata, tickling her. "Speak quickly. Confess, and you'll be treated leniently, or resist, and you'll face severe consequences." "Ha ha, Akali, let go, stop it." Dodging Akali's attacks, Hinata's laughter rang out like silver bells. For a moment, the scene of the beautiful girls close together was incredibly delightful. Unfortunately, not everyone in this world could appreciate such a scene. "All right, newcomers, it's better for you to be a bit quieter." The official designated instructor, Yakushi Kabuto, walked over. "You 10 are all newcomers, right? Looking so cute, yet being so noisy, really. This isn't a picnic." This criticism immediately sparked a rebellious reaction from Ino. "Who are you to talk acting like you're so important?" Yakushi Kabuto was waiting for this question. "I'm Yakushi Kabuto." But before that, take a look around. The crowd turned to look around. At this moment, due to the noise from the crowd, especially the commotion between Akali and Hinata, nearly all the participating genin were casting unfriendly glances this way. Among them, a few rain ninjas were the most prominent. Growing up in a place like the Land of Rain, which had been at war for years, the more beautiful Akali and Hinata were, the more it would sting. "That guy over there is a rain ninja, very impatient. Everyone is anxious before the exam, so I specifically warned you before you stirred up trouble. It's unavoidable. Newcomers who can't tell left from right remind me of my past." Yakushi Kabuto continued to play the good guy. With a Ray ninja who indeed looked quite fierce backing him up, his words held some credibility. But Akali was not in the mood to play along with Yakushi Kabuto. Enough, I don't want to hear the words of a loser. Akali stepped forward, locking eyes with Yakushi Kabuto. Looking at you, you must be at least in your 20s, and these trash too. Just a bunch of 20-somethings who failed to become chunin don't think will be like you. Ding emotion value from Yakushi Kabuto 666. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the reflective lenses obscuring his gaze. Gathering information on Akali was part of his mission. He just didn't expect that Akali had such a personality. Now this was interesting. Yakushi Kabuto revealed a mischievous smile. Oh really, is that how you think? Of course, what else would you call a young person if not arrogant? However, Junior, how will you face the wrath of so many people in this classroom? Yakushi Kabuto stepped aside. Bastard. Bitched. What did you say? A torrent of insults surged towards Akali. To this, Akali's response was very simple. Ha ha ha. A series of deep, raspy laughs suddenly echoed in the classroom. In the next moment, the brightly lit classroom suddenly darkened. Filled with shadows of silent and cold clones, the entire classroom was instantly filled, silently meeting the gaze of every loudmouth who dared to insult Akali. To be honest, after acquiring the Shuinyu shadow-killing array, Akali pondered what kind of situation would lead her to use this technique against a formidable foe. However, she never expected it to be in such a scenario. It was merely to show off. At this moment, the numerous lower ninjas in the classroom were all stunned, gazing at the chilling shadow clone before them. Because even they could clearly sense that the shadow clone before them was a tangible entity. Even if all of Akali's clones possessed the strength of lower ninjas, she had still created over 100 clones with lower ninja capabilities. Such power was undeniably astonishing. Moreover, just from the aura emanating from those shadow clones, it was evident that they were not to be trifled with. So they were all dumbfounded. Why not just use such strength to directly become a special Jonin? Jonin require formal evaluations after all, as they have voting rights, but a special Jonin can be promoted directly. With such strength, what was the point of participating in a lower ninja exam? Meanwhile, witnessing Akali's ostentatious display as she scrutinized her shadow clone, Gaara, who had been quietly sitting among the crowd, wore a solemn expression. That woman has grown stronger compared to when she fought me. Is that so? Hearing Gaara's words, Shikamaru was utterly astonished. What if we accidentally face her during the exam? Then let's avoid her. Gaara calmly replied. As Maki mentioned earlier, let's quickly complete the second exam after this one. Alright. Okay. The Sand Ninja trio made their decision. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yakushi Kabuto was also visibly moved. He was just trying to fish. How did he end up with a great white shark? Just from Akali's display of her army, he would not come out unscathed. What Yakushi Kabuto did not know was that Akali's Shuinyu shadow-killing array with its clones was just the tip of the iceberg. The real killing move was that the attacks from the clones could accumulate to a certain extent and then detonate. Such damage would be unbearable even for Yakushi Kabuto's resilience. But that was irrelevant. Yakushi Kabuto had never cared about the strength of others. In his view, if one lacked intelligence, even great strength was useless. Just like Akali at this moment, she used such a trump card technique at a mere provocation, and once he could completely ascertain its capabilities, it would be easy to handle. So what he needed to do now was very simple. What an impressive junior, what kind of ninjutsu is this, eh? Yakushi Kabuto continued to probe for information. But Akali would not let him have his way. Even my dog knows that a ninja's techniques cannot be casually inquired about. Kabuto, you snap back to your senses rather quickly, and you don't look like a mere background character. You wouldn't be an information dealer who specializes in participating in Chunin exams to gather intel, would you? Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly concealed his surprise. Ha, how could I be an information dealer? I truly lack strength. Akali's expression changed. Oh, you lack strength, yet you're still flaunting yourself in front of me. Scram. I have no interest in talking to a mere fish. Akali waved her hand as if swatting away a fly. Being called a mere fish did irk Yakushi Kabuto a bit, but the problem was that expressing his displeasure would negate his own words, contradicting the persona he had built. He never expected that just when he thought Akali was foolish, she would dismiss him like this. Now it seemed that Akali was not foolish, she simply did not care. She was so strong that she could act brazenly. What a miscalculation. With a sullen expression, Yakushi Kabuto silently returned to the crowd. After Yakushi Kabuto's departure, the previously noisy classroom fell completely silent, as if it were a library. Hinata tugged at Akali's sleeve. Akali, that's enough, you're being too ostentatious. It's one thing to demonstrate strength to competitors in the Chunin exam, but Akali's display was almost a show of dominance. Such grandeur might offend the examiners. Alright. Akali readily complied, her shadow clones flowing back to her feet, like 100 rivers converging. Then noticing Shikamaru, who was pondering while staring at the shadows at her feet, Akali smiled slightly. Previously, during the ice barrier in the Land of Snow, she had misled Yui Kurenai using the unique environment of the Land of Snow as ice release was actually water release. During past battles, she had never used her skills in front of the Nara clan members. But using them in front of Shikamaru, given his intellect, he should be able to notice the striking similarity between her technique and the Nara clan's shadow secret arts. And in Konoha, the importance of the Nara clan was needless to say. If she could pull some strings with the shadow secret arts, that would be great. Just then, as if sensing Akali's gaze, Shikamaru looked up and locked eyes with her. After waiting quietly for a while, or rather having been observing the classroom all along, the Konoha examiner finally regained his senses, and a smoke bomb exploded at the front of the classroom. Marino Ibiki, along with numerous Chunin examiners, appeared. Years of interrogation experience allowed him to perfectly control his emotions, yet thinking of what he had just seen, he could not help but glance at the supermodel that was Akali. After a couple of glances, Marino Ibiki turned to the crowd. "You all are very quiet. Good, a ninja should possess such composure. Let me introduce myself. I am Marino Ibiki, and I will be the examiner for your Chunin exam. Next, please submit your application forms and collect your number tags to take your seats. We will be distributing the written test papers." Following that, ignoring Naruto's lamentations, everyone took their seats again under Marino Ibiki's arrangements. Looking at the blank sheet of paper in front of her, Akali felt quite curious. Such a formal exam. The last time she experienced something like this seemed to be in her previous life. As for the ninja school exams, those did not count. During this exam, I will not answer any questions, so there are a few very important rules that you must remember from the start. The first rule is that all of you start with 10 points. The written test consists of 10 questions with each question worth 1 point. Then the exam will deduct points. 1 point will be deducted for every incorrect answer, and if 3 questions are wrong, you will have only 7 points left. Rule 2, whether you pass or fail, is calculated based on the combined scores of the 3 members. Please note, in this exam, any behavior resembling cheating or suspected cheating will result in a 2-point deduction for any instance discovered. This means that there may be cases where someone is asked to leave before the written test is even finished. And if anyone in your team scores 0, then all members will be deemed unqualified. The last question will be announced 45 minutes after the exam starts, and the total exam time is 1 hour. Please conduct this exam like an excellent ninja. Marino Ibiki quickly concluded the rules of this exam. Akali listened very relaxedly. For someone like her, a transmigrator, the first written test was merely a formality. After all, by the last question, if she persisted, she would be counted. After all, for most ninjas, knowledge was not important. What mattered were the means. Therefore, this exam truly relied on how to obtain information using ninja methods. However, while listening to Marino Ibiki's rule introduction, Akali abruptly discovered a flaw. Since we start with 10 points, lose a point for each incorrect answer, and 2 points for discovered cheating, then wouldn't it be fine if I just choose not to answer and not cheat, thus avoiding any chance of losing points? I would rather do nothing than make a mistake. Akali's answer opened a new door to a new world for everyone. Is that possible? Really? Everyone immediately turned to Marino Ibiki. Standing on the podium, Marino Ibiki shot a fierce glare at Akali. He never expected that even after the previous incident, Akali would come up with something like this. At first glance, Akali's words seemed somewhat reasonable, as if the rules could indeed be interpreted that way, but that was absolutely not permitted. If that were the case, the original intent of this exam would change. They were here to assess who had superior information gathering skills, not who could bluff better. Marino Ibiki loudly retorted, "The so-called incorrect answer does not only apply to those who answered wrongly. Not answering counts as wrong too. So anyone who dreams of passing the exam by submitting a blank paper should not harbor such delusions." Is that so? Listening to Marino Ibiki's words, many sighed, especially Naruto, who thought he could actually get away with not answering. Most people's heads drooped. Marino Ibiki breathed a sigh of relief. But if he thought he had settled the situation with just that, he was underestimating Akali. "Examiner, we start with 10 points, right?" Akali raised her hand to ask. "No." Marino Ibiki instinctively wanted to answer, but then he recalled his earlier rules and chose to remain silent halfway through. However, Akali was unconcerned whether Marino Ibiki would respond. Then, knowing that I have 10 points and that the exam operates on a point deduction basis, with deductions being based on evidence, losing a point for incorrect answers and 2 points for cheating. However, for you to deduct points, you must find a specific individual to do so. If I do not write my name on this exam paper, how would you determine who made the mistake? How can you prove that this blank sheet is my exam paper? Akali proposed a new perspective. Yeah. Naruto suddenly perked up. According to Akali's theory, could he submit a blank paper? Hooray! Naruto was extremely happy. However, the extent of his joy was matched by Marino Ibiki's anxiety. Looking helplessly at Akali, who seemed like a devil's advocate, Marino Ibiki scolded. You fool, everyone else wrote their names, you didn't. Can I not know who didn't write? Right, that is the crux of the issue. Akali snapped her fingers. At this point Akali's smile gradually transformed into something sinister. If, and I repeat, if neither I nor Naruto write our names, how would you determine which paper belongs to Naruto and which belongs to me? Of course all would be eliminated. Marino Ibiki could no longer concern himself with his earlier statement of not answering any questions. His face was stern, and if Akali truly dared to do this, he would dare to eliminate her. But what Marino Ibiki did not realize was that Akali's antics were not so easily settled. What she had just said was merely a prelude to what she was about to reveal. Alright then, what if now all of us in attendance choose not to write? Akali smiled brightly. This is ultimately a Chunin exam. The organizers can't possibly eliminate all candidates in the first exam, right? Of course not. After all, it was not easy to hold a Chunin exam, and Konoha was looking forward to earning some ticket money from it. And this pressure on the organizers directly left Marino Ibiki feeling overwhelmed. You damn. Ibiki tried to curse. Was Akari truly the quintessence of argumentative obstinacy? So relentlessly contrarian. Worse still, under Akari's logical persuasion, murmurs had already begun rippling through the crowd. Yet Akari's argument contained a critical flaw, akin to the prisoner's dilemma, claiming that if everyone submitted blank exams, all would win. But how could anyone be certain no one would secretly defect? What if everyone else submitted blanks while he did not? He alone would advance, and thus become the sole Chunin. But there was one overriding condition. Akari's recent shadow clone assassination technique had delivered a stark, visceral threat to a substantial number of examinees. In this world, the will of the strong invariably prevails. With Akari speaking thus, others struggled to perceive her words as mere suggestion, rather they heard command. What if they defied her and faced retribution after the exam? That was precisely Ibiki's anguish. Though not every candidate would fall under Akari's sway, even an 80% compliance rate would render the remainder of the examination untenable. He had to intervene, immediately, decisively, and with absolute authority. Enough. One more word from you, and I will disqualify you on the spot. As chief examiner, I hold that authority. Ibiki preemptively silenced Akari. Then he turned his gaze upon the others. All of you, focus solely on your exams. Dismiss idle speculation, and above all, resist coercion by others. Just because she tells you to submit blanks, must you obey? But what if she herself refuses to submit one? Would you then become nothing but duped fools? Let me remind you, in this Chunin examination, even teammates will ultimately become adversaries. There is no path to mutual victory. Ibiki dismantled the very foundation of Akari's rhetoric. Those who had believed in shared triumph suddenly snapped back to reality. As for those who submitted blanks out of fear, there was little Ibiki could do. Only after Akari fell silent did the first examination finally commence, though 10 minutes past its scheduled start time. Ibiki, a master interrogator renowned for psychological mastery, had failed to subdue a cohort of genin. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Still drawing upon professional discipline, he later rallied his composure and imposed psychological pressure upon the candidates, as foretold in the original narrative. Yet having failed to establish authority early, his subsequent intimidation lost much of its potency. Thus, amid Naruto's booming laughter, the first examination concluded in ignominy, with only 90 candidates remaining. Then, bang! A spherical black cloth crashed violently through the classroom window. Ibiki stepped back, clearing space for the next unfortunate soul. The black sphere unfurled, revealing its occupant, who flicked 2 kunai upward, pinning the cloth to the ceiling. With that, the second examination's chief examiner introduced herself, alongside her name. There stood Mitarashi Anko, her figure clad only in a trench coat, a short skirt, and form-fitting black mesh stockings, every graceful contour unmistakably visible. Don't celebrate just yet. Let's go. Next round. Raising a delicate pale fist high in an Ultraman-style pose, Anko radiated youthful exuberance. Such electrifying entrance left the successful candidates utterly stunned. Only Akari curved her lips into a faint smile. Impressive. That vitality and sheer audacity. I grant you my recognition, second examiner. Huh. Ding. Emotional resonance 666 from Mitarashi Anko. Anko had anticipated reactions to her explosive entrance, but never this. Recognition. What nonsense is that? Lowering her arms, she planted her hands on her hips, her lovely face creased with mild indignation. Brat, you think I need your approval? Counting this brat, 90 remain, 30 teams total. Were you even taking this exam seriously, Ibiki? Did you go easy on them? It wasn't leniency. It's simply that this year's candidates are exceptionally gifted. Don't underestimate them, or you'll regret it. Regret? Anko scoffed, unconvinced. What kind of brat dares such arrogance? Fine. My second exam will reduce your numbers to 1/3. Follow me. Anko strode forward, head held high and shoulders squared. She led the freshly tested candidates to a dense forest, encircled by barbed wire, guarded by shinobi, and sealed with potent talismanic wards. Towering trees loomed within, as sunlight vanished beneath the canopy, replaced by a chilling, oppressive aura. This is Training Ground 44 of Konoha, better known as the Forest of Death. And you'll soon experience it firsthand, Anko announced, introducing the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, Akali scanned the surroundings, searching for a certain Andy. Thanks to Akari's guidance, Naruto had long shed his former naivety and wisely refrained from provoking Anko. Without his provocations, Akali would have to seek another opening. Fortunately, the Snake Lady made no effort to conceal herself. Akali quickly spotted her, still wearing that unassuming middle-aged guise. She paused, contemplating how best to approach for an introduction. Fortuitously, Anko stepped in as unwitting ally. Naruto may have stayed silent, but Akari's earlier remarks had already been interpreted as defiance. And now Akali glanced left and right, utterly disregarding Anko, the chief examiner. In response, Anko's wrist flicked, a kunai slid silently from her sleeve and shot toward Akari's temple. Akali tilted her head just slightly, the tip of her ponytail brushing the kunai's edge, strands of hair drifting softly downward. Simultaneously, Anko blurred behind her, gripping her shoulders firmly. Disregard my instructions, and you'll perish in the forest of death, mischievous little sister. Anko exuded killing intent, smiling sweetly as she leaned down, her right hand gently caressing Akari's cheek. Such a flawless face. What a pity it would be if it vanished forever in these woods. Is that so? Maintaining her ethereal, serene smile, Akali rotated her head at an angle no ordinary human neck could endure, her jawline and throat forming a precise 45-degree arc. Rest assured, Examiner Anko, no one here can kill me in this exam. And behind you. Anko whirled around, just as a serpentine figure surged into view. A kunai swiftly slid from her sleeve as Kamaru pivoted backward, blade drawn. Though not ranked among the elite jonin, her prowess was more than sufficient to handle mere genin candidates in the chunin exams. Yet today, Orochimaru had resolved to deliver a most unexpected surprise to her beloved disciple. So unexpectedly, in fact, that before Kamaru had even half-turned, Orochimaru had already pressed herself flush against her back. A long-forked crimson tongue coiled around the kunai Kamaru had just thrown, and gently returned it to her outstretched palm. Here, your kunai. A strange, lilting voice began, then fell abruptly silent. At the same moment, Kamaru recoiled in astonishment, her gaze snapping past Orochimaru's shoulder. A shadow clone had extended silently from Akari's feet, gliding unseen across the earth to emerge directly behind Orochimaru, just as she clung to her cherished student. A razor-edged shadow kunai now rested coldly against Orochimaru's vital spot, the nape of her neck. Akari's voice carried a note of disdain. Ugly as you are, why press so close? You've interrupted my tender moment with Examiner Kamaru. Truly, I'll kill you for this. Orochimaru paused, startled by Akari's words. Then, a surge of raw emotion flooded the air. Orochimaru's once clear, dual-toned eyes darkened, swelling with unmistakable seething malice as she fixed her gaze upon Akali. So she'd called her ugly. Excellent. Orochimaru silently vowed after securing Sasuke, she would revisit this impudent little sister and teach her the cost of insolence. Yet for now, determined to see the exam through, she forcibly suppressed her fury. My apologies. I merely wished to return the examiner's kunai. Her voice curled with eerie cadence. That kunai severed one of my precious strands of hair, arousing me deeply. Akali ignored her entirely. Then be gone now? She scoffed. Ugliness breeds absurdity. You'd resemble a wraith no matter how long your hair grows. Indeed, Orochimaru's current appearance bore an unsettling, almost postmodern edge. With that final sullen exhale, she withdrew, defeated not by force, but by barbed wit. Even Kamaru, watching the purple Shimenawa sway behind her retreating figure, could feel the tempestuous turbulence roiling within Orochimaru's spirit, like a gathering tsunami. Yet if Kamaru were asked to speak plainly, watching Orochimaru retreat scolded so bluntly and unceremoniously, she found it deeply, deliciously satisfying. After all, that serpentine tongue, repulsive and perverse to any woman's sensibility. Kamaru teased lightly. Are you truly unafraid she'll seek you out inside the forest? Let her come. I'll end her. Akali stood unflinching. Well then, Kamaru murmured, I find I'm rather taken with you. Kamaru released Akali with evident satisfaction, finding her boldness refreshingly aligned with her own tastes. Akali in turn felt two soft, supple cushions part from her shoulders, a fleeting, regretful absence. Kamaru then outlined the rules for the second exam. Details Akali heard with glazed, disengaged eyes, already well acquainted with them. Just then a familiar presence drew near. Gentle arms encircled Akari's slender waist, a fragrant body pressing close. Hinata rose slightly onto her toes, resting her chin lightly upon Akari's left shoulder. Hinata, Startled from her reverie, Akari turned, puzzled, uncertain why Hinata had approached so intimately. Hinata's eyes crinkled into a perfect, unnerving smile, her cherry lips parted, uttering words laced with lethal sweetness. Akari, so this is the sensation you prefer. A sharp spike of emotion flared. Hinata's jealousy was unmistakable. In that instant, Akari's mind ignited like a neural stimulant, racing at blinding speed. Within the chambers of her thought, miniature Akaris surged to their feet. Proposal after proposal volleyed forth, debated, rejected, or refined. To validate their strategies for surviving this perilous question, the tiny Akaris even engaged in fierce full-contact debate, fists flying, logic clashing. But just as the cerebral assembly threatened to descend into bloodshed, a prodigious junior Akari stepped forward, her solution so flawless it instantly silenced the chamber. Akari's gaze sharpened, locking onto Hinata with solemn intensity. Let's break up. Hinata blinked. Huh? A fresh wave of emotional resonance surged, sharp, stunned, disbelieving. Her first instinct was outrage, but her second flickered with quiet bewilderment. What relationship precisely required formal dissolution? Then she saw it, the irrepressible grin breaking across Akari's face. Understanding dawned. She'd been teased again. Umph. Hinata shot Akari a sharp, exasperated glance, and gave her a light, playful shove. Yet that brief emotional rupture had defused the crisis entirely. The second exam resumed. Participants signed life-or-death contracts and received Heaven and Earth scrolls. Team 8 dispatched Akari to collect theirs. A single Earth scroll landed in Akari's palm. Earth. Was Team 7 assigned Heaven or Earth? Should we seize theirs? Raise the stakes early. She tucked the scroll away, musing mischievously, then reconsidered. Team 7's trial was already formidable enough, she'd let fate unfold without interference. Soon after, the gates of the Forest of Death swung wide. The second phase of the Chunin exams commenced. 30 surviving squads charged headlong into the Emerald Labyrinth. Many teams had already marked adversaries through covert means, and Team 8 was no exception. Akari had retrieved the scroll precisely because Hinata and Shino each held distinct roles. One observed scroll assignments, the other executed precise markings under Hinata's command. Now came the harvest. Shino. Akari turned to the insect user. At her command, Shino closed his eyes, sensing a tuning, then pointed decisively eastward. East, that direction. Akari then looked to Hinata, who activated her Byakugan, the world dissolving into stark black and white clarity. I see them, a team from the Grass Village. Grass. Could it be coincidence? Describe them. Akari's brows furrowed faintly. She recalled Orochimaru's infiltration, his use of the Henge no Jutsu to impersonate Grass Shinobi. But encountering him immediately upon entry, her luck hadn't soured that drastically. In truth, her fortune was extraordinary, for Hinata replied swiftly: 2 males, 1 female. Average build, standard shinobi gear. Nothing anomalous. But the girl. Hinata's expression softened with sorrow. Has she been abused? Why do her arms bear so many bite marks? Bite marks. Akari paused, then comprehension bloomed. In Konoha lore, only one bore such marks: Karen, whose very flesh restored those who bit her. Karen, the sole designated blood reserve for Sasuke in later years, had indeed appeared during the Chunin exams. Akari hadn't expected her casual reconnaissance to yield such a prize. Let's move. Target confirmed. Under Hinata's guidance, Team 8 surged forward toward Karen's squad. Meanwhile, at Gate 17 of the Forest of Death, Karen's Grass Village team raced onward. These opening moments were critical. In terrain like this, securing a prime ambush site guaranteed tactical advantage. Their strategy was simple: expend chakra, freely sprint inward, claim the inner ring, and lie in wait. Might they, exhausted and overextended, collide with another team pursuing the same ruthless pace, only to falter in mutual fatigue, to fall defeated by equal exhaustion. The Grass Shinobi dismissed such fears outright, for they possessed one irreplaceable asset: Karen. One bite, drawn from her vitality, restored stamina, chakra, even grievous wounds. With such a peerless replenishment source, exhaustion was a myth they refused to acknowledge. Yet their plan unraveled from its inception, because, Karen, what is this sluggish pace? Do you grasp the gravity of your delay? Team leader Inazaka Hayato's tone turned venomous. If you wish to avoid punishment, exert every ounce of strength you possess. Yes, sir. Trembling under the onslaught of reprimand, Karen redoubled her speed, though her limbs already trembled with strain. Human limits are absolute, and Karen had long since surpassed hers. Within minutes, leaping from a branch, her thighs buckled midair. Her slight frame traced a steep, decaying parabola, until her abdomen struck a thick bough with brutal force. Thud! The crimson-haired girl crashed into a thicket like a fallen bird, leaves and splintered twigs scattering wildly. Useless. Inazaka spat disgust, twisting his features. He considered abandoning her, yet knew Karen was indispensable. As captain, he bore responsibility for assessing each member's condition. Karen's earlier signs of fatigue had been overlooked, and now her collapse exposed his negligence. Yet accountability remained a distant foreign concept to Inazaka. He whirled instead on his teammate, voice laced with accusation. Nobuto, I warned you, Karen is a critical consumable resource. Don't waste her recklessly. You took a bite just this morning, fatigued, half asleep. Look at her now, broken by your indulgence. He shifted blame with practiced ease. Should Karen fail, the village will hold you solely accountable. What? Nobuto's eyes widened in theatrical disbelief. Inazaka, what filth are you spewing? Isn't her state your doing? You've spent these weeks in Konoha guzzling tea. Then whenever you flag, you bite Karen like some stamina elixir. Compared to your debauchery, my single bite is negligible. I don't whore myself out. Nobuto declared, utterly unapologetic. Heh, Inazaka sneered. You don't whore, but you sell. His voice dropped to a venomous whisper. I know you smuggle Karen beyond the village for others to bite. And you profit handsomely from it. Nobuto's expression hardened, then shifted, as if recalling something far more consequential. In the grass village, Karen's restorative ability was invaluable, yet perilous. Her mother Juju had perished from excessive draining, a grim precedent that tempered all usage. After Juju's death, Karen was carefully nurtured, kept isolated until age 12, before being permitted to aid others. Even then, her healing was restricted to life-threatening emergencies and Jana-level shinobi only. For grass shinobi accustomed to Juju's boundless generosity, enforced restraint was intolerable. We tolerated raising her. Why deny us access now that she's matured? Thus emerged Nobuto's illicit trade, his position as Karen's teammate granting him authority to escort her beyond village walls. This was unquestionably a capital offense, yet Nobuto's expression shifted again, hardening into defiant resolve. Go ahead, denounce me. My patron is none other than Jimenjizinsi himself. How else do you think I secured permission to take Karen out? Damn you. Inazaka's face contorted, not with fear of authority, but with bitter realization Jimenjizinsi was their own jonin instructor. Nobuto's protection was undeniable, but Inazaka's ire wasn't directed at Jumanji's patronage. It was directed at exclusion from the prophets. Fury boiling over, he demanded, when did you two conspire? Conspire? Nobuto scoffed. Perhaps Jimenjizinsi is my brother-in-law. What? Inazaka ground his teeth, betrayal sharp as shattered glass. Marrying off one's sister to secure influence. Unforgivably cunning. Yet with Jumanji's name invoked, Inazaka swallowed his rage, gritting his teeth, forcing it down like broken glass. But if he couldn't punish Nobuto, he could certainly punish Karen. With a sharp leap, he descended into the thicket and hauled her upright, rough, unyielding. Worthless girl, I recall you can restore yourself by biting your own flesh. Do it now? No, please, Captain. Karen pleaded, wildeed and resisting. She could indeed heal herself, but at terrible cost. Others' bites drew passive energy, her own were acts of violent self-exploitation, consuming her life essence for fleeting vigor. Both methods inflicted harm, but self-inflicted wounds ravaged her far more deeply. She'd already bitten herself several times, each leaving blurred vision in its wake, though temporary. Yet another bite now risked permanent loss. Her eyes welled with desperate, pleading tears. But Inazaka saw only impatience, not terror, not sacrifice. Enough. His hand shot out, seizing her wrist. Refuse to bite. Then I'll assist you. Inazaki Hayato seized Karen's slender wrist. Just as his fingers brushed a fresh wound, Karen let out a pained whimper. Yet he paid it no mind. Indeed, he recoiled with visible disdain and gripped her wrist elsewhere instead. Then pressing down hard on her wrist, he forced it toward her own mouth. Hurry up, don't make me say it twice. Yes. Tears welling in her eyes, Karen had no choice but to part her lips and reluctantly bite into her own wrist. But the moment her fragile skin met the sharp edge of her teeth, she found herself utterly unable to press down. Seeing this, Inazaki's gaze hardened with menace. He reached forward, ready to wrench Karen's jaw shut by force. At that instant, a soft sigh drifted through the air. Though I am one who seeks amusement, my intent is only to stir mirth, not to witness true birth pangs. Who's there? Startled by the sudden melodious female voice, Inazaki Hayato and Koishima Fuyuto instantly drew their kunai and scanned the surroundings with wary vigilance. The Chunin exams were in name and assessment, but in truth a stage upon which villages displayed their strength to neighboring nations. The Grass Ninja Village had deliberately dispatched its generation's prodigy, assigning Karen as his support, lest disaster befall him. Naturally, they were no mere novices. With Akari making no effort to conceal her presence, they swiftly pinpointed her location. There atop a high branch stood Akari. Attired in resplendent Kunoa coast dancer robes, her garments blazing like living flame, her visage exquisite as a masterwork scroll. Her legs, smooth pale as fresh cream, stood poised in the wind, a mercury-hued leg band coiled around her left thigh, lending her an ineffable, intoxicating allure. At the sight of such breathtaking beauty, Inazaki, who was by nature a lecherous wolf, was instantly entranced, his eyes glazing over with raw, salacious hunger. Yet even as desire surged, recognition flickered across his face. He knew her. That opening move in the first exam, the Shunshin shadow kill formation, had been so devastating, so unforgettable, it seared itself into memory. Fortunately, though Akali was formidable, such a technique could not be cast at will. Her chakra reserves were undoubtedly depleted, slightly easing Inazaki's dread. Still, he knew full well, even with diminished chakra, a master like Akali could effortlessly crush them both. Thus, the wisest course was clear: to drive her away. He flung Karen aside, stiffened his spine, and barked with false bravado, "Leave, shinobi. We're disciplining our own. Stay out of it. Be wise and leave now, or else." Koishima Fuyudo stepped forward 2 paces, aligning himself beside Inazaki. Together, they loomed before Akali, radiating menace. Though rivals in every other regard, they stood united now, against a common threat. Meanwhile, Akali had arrived alone, having heard Hinata's urgent report, an act of solitary resolve. Thus, from sheer presence alone, the grass ninja appeared formidable. Yet none of it mattered, for before Inazaki could utter another word, shink, a sickening blade penetration echoed beside his ear. What? Inazaki whirled around in shock. Ding! A surge of emotional resonance 99 from Inazaki Hayato. Ding! A surge of emotional resonance 99 from Koishima Fuyudo. There behind Koishima stood a shadowy clone. Silent sudden materialized without warning. In her hand gleamed a massive shuriken driven deep into his back, its tip erupting bloodily from his chest. Steam rose from the dark chakra-forged blade as crimson dripped steadily down its length. Staring at the enormous shuriken jutting from his chest, Koishima twisted his head backward in disbelief. But before his eyes could meet the clone's face, she wrenched the weapon free with brutal force. Shink! From the gaping wound, wide enough to admit a fist, torrents of blood gushed forth, drenching half the shadow clone's body. Crimson and obsidian entwined, a vision ripped from the deepest hells. And Koishima Fuyudo, his peer in strength, had been felled in an instant by a single clone. Inazaki's knees trembled violently. Terror flooded his bladder. He opened his mouth to plead to surrender. But before a syllable escaped, the clone hurled the blood-licked shuriken straight at him. The moment the colossal shuriken left her grasp, wind and lightning coiled around it, crackling alive. Kerkum! A deafening thunderclap split the air, and Inazaki's skull detonated. Shrapnel of bone and gore sprayed outward like shrapnel, scattering splintered branches and shredded leaves across the forest floor. A larger fragment, a piece of parietal bone, embedded itself between Karen's fishnet-stockinged thighs, grazing her outer thigh. Ding! A surge of emotional resonance 999 from Karen. Before her stood Akali, the demon goddess who had just slaughtered both her comrades, and warmth spread across Karen's fishnet stockings, trickling downward until it reached the bone lodged between her legs. Even more terrifying, after slaying Inazaki and Koishima, that godlike shadow clone continued walking toward her. "No, please don't kill me." Trembling, Karen covered her head with both hands and turned her face aside. Then, she saw them, a pair of slender, elegant feet, black, still streaked with fresh blood, stopping directly before her. Yet no blow fell. In the next breath, the darkness dissolved. The feet lightened from ink black to porcelain white, revealing flawless, delicately sculpted calves. Then a gentle hand, soft as silk, rested upon her crown, carrying a faint, soothing fragrance. "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry. The two of them enraged me beyond measure, so my response was rather severe." "Did I frighten you?" Akali asked, her voice tender as moonlight on still water. Her demeanor, so calm, so compassionate, stood in stark, luminous contrast to everyone Karen had ever known. Those who used her, commanded her, took her for granted. Utterly unprepared, Karen froze, her thoughts suspended for a heartbeat. Slowly she lifted her gaze and beheld Akali's expression, serene, merciful, angelic. Though the forest of death was thick with ancient trees, its floor perpetually shrouded in gloom. In that moment, Karen swore she saw a halo of golden light shimmering around Akali. The angelic Akali, radiant, sacred, was etched forever into Karen's soul. One glance, eternity. Ding! A surge of emotional resonance 9999 from Karen. Then, without warning, a tide of sorrow rose within her, long-buried, deep-rooted, overwhelming. Karen threw herself into Akali's arms without hesitation. Wah, wah, wah. A newborn's wail, raw, piercing, unfiltered, rang out across the forest, great tears soaking through Akali's crimson and white kimono. When Hinata and Shino finally arrived, they found Karen asleep in Akali's embrace, exhausted by the storm of emotion, while Akali held her with quiet, weary tenderness. I apologize. This child seems utterly exhausted as she fell asleep, crying right in my arms. And if I were to let her go? Akali gestured loosely as if releasing her grip. Then Hinata's serene expression instantly twisted into alarm. Her eyes trembled beneath their lids. She was on the verge of waking. Akali hastily tightened her embrace around Hinata. Seeing this, Hinata, who had just begun to frown, could say nothing further. The girl truly looked pitiful and broken. Yet Hinata merely glanced at Akari's damp clothing and Hinata's disheveled state, then subtly inhaled, the faint peculiar odor lingering in the air, even clinging faintly to Akari herself. Hinata shot Akari a look of distaste while Akari responded with an awkward apologetic smile. With no choice, Hinata activated her Byakugan and scanned the surroundings. Almost immediately her target appeared within the Byakugan's field of vision. There's a small stream just a short distance that way. Let's head there to clean up. Carrying Hinata and having successfully retrieved the scroll from the Grass Ninja team, 8 made their way toward the stream. At the stream, Akari administered a vial of red medicinal potion to Hinata, then gently removed her tattered garments. With reverent care, she ran her palms over the girl's scarred, battered body to cleanse her wounds. Noticing Hinata's lingering unease, Akari offered a warm smile and spoke first. Let's discuss something important, Hinata. I need the Hyuga clan's assistance. What kind of assistance? Hinata's tone sharpened, fully attentive now. Forge a death certificate for her, and place her under Hyuga care for recovery. Of course, I know you'll ask why I'm so devoted to this girl I've never met before. Akari dipped her hand into the water and lifted Hinata's silken crimson hair. Look at this red hair, Hinata. Doesn't it stir something in your memory? In this shinobi world, who possesses such crimson hair? This? Hinata paused, thoughtful, as Akari's words stirred her recollection. And unlike many students, Hinata had never skipped class. She'd always listened attentively. It wasn't long before the answer surfaced. Gazing at Hinata and sensing the vibrant life force pulsing within her, Hinata's expression shifted to sudden clarity. She is a Uzumaki. Exactly. She is the last surviving heir of the Uzumaki clan. So Hinata, you understand her value now. I see. Hinata's features softened, her earlier tension dissolving. She stepped forward, willingly joining Akari in tending to Hinata. Having secured both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, Team 8 had already completed nearly half of the Chunin exams. Yet Team 8 remained unaware. Just beyond the forest's edge, mere moments away, Team 7 stood face-to-face with the greatest adversary they would ever confront. Within the pitch-black, suffocating gloom of the forest's serpentine waves, black as ink, surged toward them. TCH. TCH. Sakura, paralyzed by terror, paled and trembled uncontrollably. Sasuke grimaced, then turned sharply to Naruto. Naruto. I understand. Naruto nodded solemnly. Instantly the two moved as one, hands flying through identical hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke expelled a blazing fireball. Wind release, gale palm. Naruto darted behind the fireball and slammed his palms together. Fusion technique, great fireball annihilation. A violent gale erupted from Naruto's hands, like an invisible racket, striking the fireball with crushing force. Boom! The sluggish fireball accelerated violently, and as it tore forward, devouring oxygen from the air, it swelled rapidly, its diameter ballooning from mere meters to several. Finally, a colossal fireball, over 5 meters wide, plummeted into the serpent tide. From its point of impact, flames surged outward like a tidal wave. SSSSS. Crackle. Pop. One venomous snake after another desiccated instantly in the inferno, bursting apart like dry kindling. The serpents directly confronting Team 7 vanished in an instant. Effective. Sasuke and Naruto surged with renewed vigor. Their eyes locked again. Once more, fireballs followed by gale palms filled the air. The scent of roasted snake meat drifted on the breeze. Naruto, the insatiable glutton, swallowed hard more than once. Yet neither Naruto, nor Sakura, who had just shaken off her terror, nor Sasuke, the battle's linchpin, showed the slightest trace of relief. For the serpent tide they'd just incinerated, costing them precious chakra, had been summoned casually with a mere thought from deep within the forest of death. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst slow, deliberate applause, Orochimaru emerged, the very architect of the serpent tide. His gaze flickered between Sasuke and Naruto, curious and probing. I assumed you were merely a vessel for vengeance, Sasuke-kun. But now I see. You carry bonds strong enough to bear your very soul. Bonds, a beautiful word indeed. Yet too often such bonds are not wings, but chains anchoring you to the earth. Sasuke-kun, your vengeance lacks purity. Purity. Sasuke's brow furrowed, his gaze turning strangely distant. That word, purity, echoed faintly in his mind as if someone else had spoken it before. A strange itch prickled his scalp, as though his thoughts were finally beginning to take root. But Orochimaru gave him no time to dwell. Enough! Such talk means little to you now. Then allow me to show you precisely how deeply those bonds entangle you. Orochimaru slammed a single palm onto the earth, summoning technique, giant serpent. Rumble. The ground beneath Naruto and Sasuke heaved violently. In the next heartbeat, a colossal python erupted from the soil, snapping Naruto up whole before bolting toward the nearby woods. Naruto. Sasuke's eyes widened in fury, the crimson of his Sharingan blazing to life as he lunged forward, only to halt mid-stride at a cry of panic. He whirled. Orochimaru had materialized behind Sakura, gripping her pink hair in one hand, a kunai pressed to the delicate skin of her throat with the other. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as the cold steel rested against her throat, her breath trembling, her composure shattered. Choose Sasuke-kun. Both your comrades now hang in peril. Will you save the golden-haired boy, or this fragile, heart-wrenching girl in my grasp? Orochimaru rasped the question, voice like dry leaves scraping stone. Yet he had misjudged his audience entirely. Sasuke's gaze swept once over Sakura, then toward the vanishing serpent carrying Naruto. Without hesitation, he sprinted after Naruto, each second of delay feeling like a betrayal of loyalty itself. Yes, loyalty. Certainly not, because Naruto still owed him hundreds of thousands of ryo. That, however, remained unknown to Orochimaru and to Sakura, watching Sasuke vanish into the distance without a backward glance. Sakura. Orochimaru. Orochimaru rubbed her temple. This body was exceedingly young. Headaches should not have been possible. Yet she felt one now. Orochimaru had never imagined that Sasuke, as he was now, would be like this. When she first witnessed Sasuke and Naruto seamlessly combining their ninjutsu, she assumed their bond mirrored her own with Jiraiya. Instinctively, she mapped the dynamic of the legendary Sannin onto them. But to her surprise, Sasuke's closeness with Naruto was simply that, genuine camaraderie, nothing more. And Sakura. Orochimaru glanced at her. Sakura stood motionless, gazing at the fading silhouette of Sasuke's departure. Her pale green eyes trembled, her pupils unfocused, lost in thought. Yet the tears already welling at the corners of her eyes revealed that even this outcome had caught Sakura unawares. Within Team 7, Sakura was undeniably vital. Without her, the mission could not begin. But now the mission had already commenced. A grave miscalculation. Orochimaru released Sakura and swiftly pursued Sasuke's retreating figure. Watching those who had ignored her from beginning to end, a single tear finally traced a path down Sakura's cheek. Yet those cold, resolute men ahead had never cared for her tears. Not then, not ever. Meanwhile, beside a quiet stream, not far from Team 7, Akali and Hinata had just finished tending to Karen. From her personal storage space, Akali retrieved an old set of clothes and handed them to Karen to change into. As thunderous rumbles drew nearer from the forest to their right, and one ancient tree after another crashed to the ground, Akali frowned. Hinata, investigate what's happening over there. Understood. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the direction of the sound. Her eyes widened in shock. It's Sasuke and Naruto. What? And Naruto. He's been swallowed whole by a colossal serpent. Sasuke is chasing it. Akali. Hinata turned to her, voice tight with urgency. Though her feelings for Naruto had long since faded, years of shared training and trust remained, and she refused to let him die. Let's go. We'll provide support. Akali understood instantly. Shino. I'm here. From the shadow of a towering oak, Shino emerged without warning. Akali placed Karen gently into his arms. Please look after this girl. Naruto and the others are in danger. I'll go assist them with Hinata. Understood. Shino nodded gravely. I'll conceal her safely and await your return. Then we leave her in your capable hands. Entrusting Karen to Shino brought Akali genuine peace of mind, especially knowing he intended to vanish with her into deep cover. If ignorance is bliss, then Shino truly reigned as the shadow sovereign of the shinobi world. Leaning back tactically, Akali surged forward with Hinata into the forest. By then, through sheer relentless pursuit, Sasuke had finally forced the great serpent, Naruto still trapped within, to halt. Sasuke lunged, driving his kunai toward the serpent's belly. But a long sword, its hilt studded with an emerald, intercepted the blade mid-strike. Clang! The impact shattered the high-grade kunai forged by the Ninja Cat clan, severed cleanly at the blade. What in the world? Sasuke leapt backward, stunned, staring at the smooth, clean break where his kunai had once been. Only the hilt remained in his grasp. The Kusanagi blade, Orochimaru murmured, a beguiling smile playing on his lips. The apex of all swords in existence. Tell me, Sasuke, having spent your life in Konoha, have you ever laid eyes upon it? Sasuke discarded the broken kunai. So I've never seen it. It's merely a sharper weapon, nothing more. He had faced the executioner's blade in the land of waves, and beheld Akari's scythe, unremarkable in edge, yet forged with impossible durability, nigh unbreakable. In matters of exposure and experience, Sasuke had never lacked. Oh, Orochimaru's gaze narrowed, eyes glinting with intrigue. Based on his deep knowledge of Konoha and of the Third Hokage, Sasuke, as the sole survivor of the Uchiha massacre, would have received no special resources. Before Kakashi became his sensei, his training had been limited to standard academy instruction. Only such constraints could foster the bonds essential to his development. Yet, given Sasuke's prodigious talent, how much could mere academy training possibly accomplish? Thus Orochimaru had expected to find him brimming with untapped potential, partially realized but far from fully awakened. Moreover, insulated by years of comfort and acclaim, Sasuke ought to have carried an inflated sense of self-worth. All Orochimaru needed was to shatter that illusion, to make Sasuke confront his own fragility and ignite an insatiable hunger for power. As a vengeful heir, Sasuke sought strength, but whether it bloomed from light or darkness mattered little to him. Yet now he proved far more formidable than Orochimaru had ever anticipated. So, someone trained you before I arrived. Orochimaru reached her conclusion, then immediately posed another question: then why was I kept in the dark? Oh, I see. A chill gleamed in her golden serpentine eyes. Danzo had severed Orochimaru's intelligence stream on Sasuke. Or rather, most of what Orochimaru knew about Sasuke had originally come from Danzo himself. To Danzo, recruiting Sasuke outright had seemed impossible, yet Akari's close bond with Sasuke, coupled with Danzo's belief that he could manipulate her, made the prospect tantalizing. Perhaps the notion was naive, but then again, who else but Danzo, the dreamer of Konoha, could dare imagine such control? Having pierced the truth, Orochimaru's mood darkened sharply. She raised a hand to her face. Then, before Sasuke's astonished gaze peeled away the mask of the elderly woman's visage, beneath emerged a man, golden slitted eyes, violet eyeshadow, accentuating sharp, austere features, radiating an aura both chilling and uncanny. His name had once echoed across Konoha, a legend known to every soul. Sasuke did not recognize him, but the face alone told him this was no ordinary Chunin exam participant. Sasuke demanded, voice edged with steel, "Who are you? What is your purpose infiltrating the Forest of Death? Do you fear the Yanbu patrols?" His decision to abandon Sakura and rush to Naruto's aid had not been driven solely by debt. Rather, Sasuke had calculated that only together could they overcome this foe. Yet now, Sasuke clenched his fists, sweat slicking his palms. Before the weight of dread could settle further, a familiar silhouette materialized behind Orochimaru, and a black blade descended silently toward his throat. As if sensing the strike from behind, Orochimaru twisted his serpentine body, sliding effortlessly along the blade's edge to evade. Yet even as he evaded, Akari's scythe slashed across the serpent's distended abdomen, and in the next heartbeat Naruto erupted forth, wreathed in crimson chakra. Naruto surged forward like a crimson comet, his entire body wreathed in blazing red chakra flames. Sensing the overwhelming chakra radiating from him, Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. The Nine Tails. He was of course intrigued by the Nine Tails, but his primary objective remained Sasuke. Such an unpredictable variable demanded swift neutralization. With that thought, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and his dark purple tongue shot forth like a cannonball, catching Naruto completely off guard and binding him tight. "Let me go, you bastard!" Naruto roared, thrashing violently. Yet even Tsunade would have struggled against the sheer strength of Orochimaru's elongated tongue. How much less could Naruto, who hadn't even awakened the One Tail's power, hope to resist? The violet tongue dragged Naruto swiftly before Orochimaru. Its tip extended further, still lifting the hem of Naruto's shirt and revealing the stark black seal emblazoned across his abdomen. Yet just as Orochimaru prepared to impose a sealing technique upon Naruto, "Don't overlook me," a kunai whistled through the air, crackling with wind and thunder, striking with lethal precision toward the tongue, bridging Orochimaru and Naruto. Orochimaru was forced to retract his tongue and release Naruto. Naruto landed lightly, leapt backward twice to distance himself from Orochimaru, and landed beside Akari. Only then did Naruto notice Akari, and his face lit up with unrestrained delight. "Akari, you're here too?" Akari retorted dryly, "Yes. How terribly sorry I am that you only just now noticed me." "Ha. Sorry about that. I honestly didn't see you earlier. I was busy hunting down that serpent demon." Naruto scratched the back of his head, sheepishly flashing his trademark goofy grin. Yet even as he spoke, Akari keenly observed that the fierce, surging Nine Tails chakra enveloping Naruto was steadily receding as his emotions calmed. Snap! Without hesitation, Akari slapped Naruto across the face. Chimed Naruto's emotional resonance, 555. Clutching his stinging reddened cheek, Naruto blinked, his eyes already beginning to shimmer with azure light. As confusion and wounded bewilderment washed over his expression, "Akari, why'd you hit me? I didn't see you right away, that's all. Didn't I already apologize?" "It's not about apology." Akari sighed, exasperated. Naruto's access to the Nine Tails chakra required heightened emotion. Yet whether it was the profound sense of safety Akali emanated or simply her presence alone, his agitation had dissolved into placidity the moment she appeared. So she chose shock, her sharp slap. Yet whether Naruto had undergone some subtle softening or whether he instinctively adopted his endearing kittenish persona before her, he remained utterly unangered. A sudden idea struck Akali. Naruto, readers criticized your last photo album for lacking flair, failing to ignite passion, and being utterly dull. They've sworn not to buy the next one. What? Chimed Naruto's emotional resonance 999. Fury blazed in his eyes. Who said that? I went all out, and still it wasn't enough. Should I strip bare for them next time? Honestly, impotence is a medical condition. If you've got problems, seek treatment. If treatment fails, amputation is an option. But don't drag me, or anyone else, into your personal affairs. As he spoke, Naruto's irises flared from blue to searing crimson, whisker-like markings darkened across his cheeks, his canines lengthened into fangs, razor-sharp claws erupted from his fingertips, and behind him at the base of his spine a faint nascent tail began to coalesce. This time it was Akali who stood stunned. How ferociously aggressive. How deeply rooted the resentment. Noticing her expression, Naruto suddenly realized he may have overreacted. At heart, he remained kind. As a professional performer, Naruto would never lash out at fans who criticized his work, demanding they try harder instead of reflecting on his own craft. True, he felt anger first when criticized. But almost instantly he would question himself, was my effort truly insufficient? Why wouldn't they purchase it? Akali, about that review. Naruto hesitated, hoping to learn whether his work truly fell short. But Akali had no time for such concerns now. Good. Hold on to that rage. Oh, and perhaps smash something while you're at it. She rummaged through her storage space and tossed several substitution logs at Naruto's feet. Naruto stared, utterly lost in the labyrinth of her logic. Though his throat itched with the urge to roar like the Hulk, the Nine-Tails chakra he'd just summoned continued to ebb. Fortunately, there remained one grounded voice on the battlefield. Dead last. Akali means for you to sustain that fury. Can't you feel how much stronger you've become? Just like when you faced Haku of the Yuki clan. If you can't even manage this withdrawal from the Chunin exams, don't make me despise you. Sasuke strode forward. Ugh, what's with the arrogant attitude? Who cares what you think of me? Naruto snapped back, bristling. Yet his body betrayed him, steadfastly maintaining the Nine-Tails chakra's intensity. Akali. Indeed, she still did not grasp the true nature of bonds. And perhaps it was better she never did. Terms like gay or Naruto's lore, let those two navigate them freely. Akali turned her gaze toward Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed the trio, watching Sasuke move naturally into position beside them and observing Naruto, the perennial scapegoat, yet whose words clashed fiercely with his actions. Orochimaru understood. It wasn't that Sasuke shared exceptional camaraderie only with Naruto, lacking the deep triadic bond Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade once shared. Rather, they had simply been assigned to different Genin teams. And Orochimaru glanced at the devastation behind him. Akali's kunai technique had cleaved 10 towering trees before embedding itself cleanly in the 11th. Such destructive force needed no explanation. It was clearly Akali who had broadened Sasuke's horizons. Just as years ago Tsunade had granted him access to countless Senju clan resources. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Orochimaru's golden eyes, swiftly severed. A cold-blooded serpent, he had long since excised sentiment. He had come here with purpose, not for childish games. So your name is Akali. Since you are the one who expanded Sasuke's perception, crushing you alongside him should suffice. Coincidentally, Orochimaru recalled Akali's earlier defiance, and irritation flared. Children, your playtime ends now. With a tinge of personal grievance, Orochimaru spoke in a chilling serpentine whisper. He formed several hand seals rapidly, then drew in a deep breath, the air compressing into spiraling white filaments drawn into his mouth. Simultaneously, his chest swelled like a bellows, until at peak compression, he exhaled with devastating force. Instantly, a gale of hurricane magnitude erupted from his mouth, engulfing hundreds of meters of forest in a single cataclysmic sweep. Beneath that tempest, ancient giants of the forest of death toppled like dominoes. Branches and leaves were torn free, transformed by the wind into arrows and daggers. Any tree daring to stand in its path was instantly reduced to shreds. Flying splinters became bullets, massive fragments turned into artillery shells, and torn limbs and shredded foliage multiplied into countless blades. A hallmark of cage-level mastery lies precisely in the ruthless efficiency of clearing rank-and-file foes, and this was it. Under Orochimaru's wind release, the entire forest of death became his legion, his weapons. Watching this apocalyptic onslaught unfold, Akali finally grasped why Orochimaru bore the epithet Calamity Wind. Such a wind release truly was calamitous, for ordinary shinobi certainly. Even Akali standing before it now lacked the means to withstand it. Her ice barrier remained weak outside frigid environments. Naruto and Sasuke stood frozen in awe, their first glimpse of Kagedeer power defying all prior imagination. Yet concern for his comrades burned brighter than fear. Naruto stepped forward preparing to deploy the multi-shadow clone technique to form a living wall. But then, two slender pale hands gently gripped Naruto's and Sasuke's wrists, one on each side. In the next instant, their vision blurred, and the three of them vanished from before Orochimaru, reappearing instantly behind him. The cataclysmic gale raged across the spot where they'd stood moments before, leaving ruin in its wake, while its intended targets had vanished without trace. Chime Naruto's emotional resonance 999. Chime Sasuke's emotional resonance 999. Chime Orochimaru's emotional resonance 999. Orochimaru whirled around in astonishment, his golden serpent eyes adjusting focus, recalling the precise fracture pattern on the 11th tree struck by Akari's kunai. There, carved into the bark's clean-cut surface, gleamed the elegant English initials AKL, interwoven with the Flying Thunder God's sacred script. Orochimaru knew that technique all too well. Flying Thunder God? He asked, fixing Akari with a searching gaze. Correct, the Flying Thunder God. Akari nodded. Once deployed, the technique could no longer be concealed, and there was no reason to hide it now. Chime Orochimaru's emotional resonance 1111. Hearing her confirmation, Orochimaru's inner shock intensified, even though suspicion had already taken root. To hear it confirmed sent reverberations through his mind. Akari was merely 12 or 13, a fresh graduate of this year's academy, yet she had already mastered the Flying Thunder God, the very technique that had defined the Fourth Hokage's legend. A genius. Orochimaru murmured, a fierce hunger rising within him. Suddenly he realized beyond Sasuke, Akari herself presented an equally compelling vessel. His lifelong ambition was to master every jutsu under heaven, and the Flying Thunder God remained the most coveted elusive crown upon that throne. Yet how does one capture one who commands such speed? The answer, however, proved deceptively simple. Orochimaru's gaze shifted back to Naruto and to Sasuke. Against a Flying Thunder God user, all one needed was a distraction, and it had to be immediate. Before Naruto and Sasuke's very eyes, Orochimaru's body twisted and swelled grotesquely. In the next heartbeat, an indescribable horror manifested, a creature so viscerally terrifying it induced primal dread, silently roaring at them both. Naruto recoiled in shock, his nine-tails chakra surging erratically. Then the apparition vanished. Sasuke reacted similarly. Though his Sharingan lacked the full 3-tomo, his dual-tomo eyes easily discerned the illusion. He swiftly formed the release seal, dispelling Orochimaru's Naraka Vision Jinjutsu. But that fleeting moment was precisely what Orochimaru needed, because Akari too had been ensnared by Orochimaru's golden binding technique for that same split second. In the scroll of the dead, Orochimaru's Jinjutsu proficiency was rated a perfect 10. Over 3 years of training Sasuke, he had transformed a boy with a Sharingan, but zero Jinjutsu aptitude, into a master capable of dueling Itachi. Orochimaru's mastery in illusion was self-evident. Even if Itachi employed the sea illusion, would that negate their battle of Jinjutsu? No. Orochimaru's defeat by Itachi stemmed solely from flaws in his reincarnation technique, not from inferior skill. At that exact instant, when all three were suspended mid-illusion, Orochimaru's head rocketed skyward, tearing free from his body. His impossibly elongated neck coiled upward, his head soaring high above, so surreal it made one doubt whether they'd ever truly woken from the Jinjutsu. Naruto and Sasuke indeed succumbed to that illusion, immediately beginning hand seals to dispel it. Yet high above, Orochimaru's head showed no sign of slowing, plummeting downward in a furious dive, trading altitude for velocity, and stretching his neck further still via the soft physique technique. His grotesque, distorted face loomed before the trio in an instant. Before they could react, a blade erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, the legendary Kusanagi sword, extending relentlessly. Even Akari, famed for her speed, barely registered the strike. But Akari possessed too many trump cards to falter. First, she activated Sprint. Then her Cloak of Radiance ignited, followed by swift reflexes, granting her agility an extraordinary surge. Simultaneously, her barrier rose, her golden bell armor engaged, her angelic embrace, shield activated, shield bash triggered, and revival flared, layering a thick luminous barrier over her entire form. To Orochimaru's utter disbelief, Akari reached out, not to dodge but to seize the descending Kusanagi blade with her bare hand. And with her newly amplified speed, her slender fingers closed with flawless precision upon the slashing edge. Yet the scene Orochimaru anticipated, her fingers severed cleanly at the knuckles, never unfolded. In the next instant, clang, sharp steel met supple flesh, and rang like clashing metal. Such unnatural hardness in human flesh was unmistakably aberrant. Realizing the danger, Orochimaru attempted to wrench the blade back, only for Akari's fingers to clamp down tighter. Screech, screech, screech. Her pale fingers ground against the Kuzunagi's edge, like whetstone on steel, yet Orochimaru's desperate pull yielded no movement. Orochimaru felt his legendary blade locked in Akari's grip, as if seized in an iron vice. Worse still, her strength was dragging him forward. She was losing the contest of strength, yet how could that be possible? She was an adult enhanced by serpentine physiology, while Akari, merely 12, a child, 12 years old, yet wielding the flying thunder god, possessing prodigious strength and launching a kunai technique of such staggering force. Was this truly a 12-year-old? Chime Orochimaru's emotional resonance 999. Faced with Akali's strength, Orochimaru felt a rare shock. However, for Akali, it was all manageable. After all, her current power was entirely due to her own efforts. Thus, after locking Orochimaru with the strength boost provided by her shield's fierce strike, Akali continued her movements without pause. With a flick of her fair wrist, several kunai had already taken position in her palm. Seeing the kunai emanating a dangerous aura, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, evidently recalling something. She immediately released her grip, abandoning the grass-cutting sword as her long neck twisted through the air, tracing an S, and then a Z, dodging several shadowy strikes from Akali before returning to her body. Then Orochimaru's upper body twisted backward a full 180 degrees, and from the sleeve of his outstretched right hand, several vividly colored venomous snakes surged forth. At the same time, Akali's figure wielding a ninja sickle appeared, using the flying thunder god technique. Upon seeing the hidden snake hand suddenly appear at her face, Akali had no choice but to change her strategy, performing a backflip to evade the strike. Simultaneously from Akali's backflip, a shuriken imbued with wind and thunder erupted, instantly shredding the incoming snakes. Finally, the shuriken, maintaining its momentum, grazed past Orochimaru's long hair, taking with it several strands imbued with a strange fishy scent. Crack! Orochimaru adjusted his skewed head, a flicker of contemplation crossing his mind. Just moments ago, Akali had used a shadow strike to divert his attention, but the real killing move was a shuriken aimed directly at her true body. Due to the lack of any additional enhancements, the shuriken's speed was merely normal. However, in a battle of this caliber, normal meant lagging behind. In response to Akali's feigned moves, Orochimaru had long been aware she was merely playing along with his plan. Therefore, a predicted hidden snake hand almost ambushed Akali, the user of the flying thunder god. However, Akali was not to be underestimated either. With a swift movement, she adjusted her position, creating distance from Orochimaru while countering with her own attack. In this exchange, Orochimaru had the edge in experience, while Akali relied on her fierce execution, leading to a stalemate in their exchange of minor skills. Furthermore, due to Akali's mastery of the flying thunder god technique, Orochimaru's extensive ninjutsu could not cover her. This meant that this little one had in fact attained the capability to step onto the battlefield of shadows. Moreover, with the power of the flying thunder god, she could indeed be classified as a shadow. A look of surprise flickered in Orochimaru's golden eyes. In the ninja world, the classification of shadows was rather ambiguous. The term shadow not only denotes power, but also status. However, strictly speaking, about the power of shadows possessing the ability to cast large-scale ninjutsu means that any ordinary ninja is inconsequential, as a ninja capable of clearing an entire battlefield alone is deemed a shadow. A force of shadow-level ninjas, when faced with a non-shadow force, can obliterate them effortlessly. Therefore, one shadow must be countered by another shadow or multiple elite jonin to engage and detract the opponent from unleashing large-scale destruction upon one's own side. Within such confrontations, a new concept is born. This refers to individual powerhouses capable of countering or even defeating groups of shadow-level ninjas, though they lack the ability to inflict large-scale damage. Those who can contend with shadows are, of course, also shadows. The most typical example is White Fang. I don't need to annihilate your entire army, I just need to kill you. Without a doubt, Akali fits this assessment. Oh, Moses Roy. Gazing at Akali, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, excitedly licking his lips. After discerning Akali's strength, his desire for her body grew stronger. However, not everyone could tolerate the perversion of Ant Snake. Tisk. Orochimaru's aggressive gaze made Akali feel quite uncomfortable. If you had replaced Ant Snake's face, it would have been alright, but this old man appearance is disgusting. Akali glanced towards Naruto and Sasuke in the distance. She wasn't maintaining Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra just to let him watch. Akali shouted, "What are you staring at? When dealing with this evil, there's no need for chivalry. Let's fight together." Yoshi. Naruto raised his fist, the first to respond to the call. In his near-tailed beast state, he charged at Orochimaru, accompanied by Sasuke's intricate Uchiha shuriken technique. With the clanking sounds of shurikens, a dense barrage formed a net around them. Troublesome. Orochimaru was in a foul mood. A shadow can completely suppress anyone who does not measure up to them. However, there are exceptions such as the Nine-Tails Chakra and the overly refined Uchiha Shuriken technique. Even if the strength of these two isn't enough, isn't there still Akali? Two fists cannot contend with four hands. Even shadows occasionally face such dilemmas. Naturally, there will be corresponding countermeasures. Completely ignoring Naruto and Sasuke, Orochimaru bit his finger, spreading the blood across his palm, then slammed both hands onto the ground. Summoning 10,000 snakes. Boom! A massive cloud of smoke erupted. Naruto halted before the unknown smoke while Sasuke's shuriken flew into the fog, only to be met with the crisp sound of clashing metal. In the next moment, with a bone-chilling hiss of a giant snake, the smoke was blown away by a fierce wind. A colossal snake over 30 meters tall and nearly 100 meters long appeared. Witnessing the giant snake that exceeded their understanding of the world, Naruto and Sasuke were once again shocked. The voice of the 10,000 snakes echoed. Orochimaru, you've fallen. You summoned me just to deal with these little brats. Hehe, they're not just any little brats, 10,000 snakes. If you don't take this seriously, you will suffer the consequences. Orochimaru replied hoarsely. I don't mind if I make a move this time. I want to eat 100 people afterwards. The 10,000 snakes made an unabashed request. No problem. Very well. A cruel glint flickered in the cold eyes of the 10,000 snakes as it gazed down at Akali and the others. One must admit Orochimaru's dark transformation had its benefits. At least this job was easy, and he was consuming more and more people. Just 3 little kids. The 10,000 snakes raised its body, its triangular horned head held high. If one understood the nature of snakes, they would know this was a sign of impending attack. Thus Akali also formed hand seals, slamming her hands onto the ground. Boom! Smoke filled the air. A wide-eyed plush bear appeared in her hands. Looking at the plush bear in Akali's hands, both the 10,000 snakes and Orochimaru found it somewhat strange. The ninja world isn't the fairy world. Oh, what's the point of having a doll? Can it even be used for voodoo? But soon enough, Orochimaru and the 10,000 snakes could no longer sit still. They saw the airflow around Akali swirling as if tangible chakra was being infused into the plush bear. Then with all her strength, Akali hurled the bear into the sky. It's you who will decide. Come forth, Tibbers. Roar, accompanied by a deafening roar and a violent tremor of the earth. Standing 30 meters tall, Tibbers, engulfed in blazing flames, towered over the ground. In the shadow of these two colossal figures, the trees of the Death Forest seemed so insignificant. Then, raising its massive paw ablaze with fierce flames, Tibbers slammed down on both the 10,000 snakes and Orochimaru. The enormous paw compressed the air, the scorching heat distorted the vision, and in a daze it seemed like a volcano was crashing down. Ding, 999 emotional value from Orochimaru. Ding, 99.99 emotional value from 10,000 snakes. The scales atop 10,000 snakes' head bristled. There are 3 summoning beast sanctuaries in the world: the Dragon's Cave, Mayaboka Mountain, and Surebone Forest. Usually everyone sees each other but doesn't interact. Although they wish for the other's demise, they maintain the structure of the 3 great sanctuaries and try to support each other from the same faction to avoid deadly conflicts. But where did this bear come from? Under Tibbers' intimidation, the 10,000 snakes unhesitatingly dropped Orochimaru and ran to the side. What a joke to eat 100 people just to fight. Why risk my life? Thus the 10,000 snakes fled while Tibbers pursued the 2 summoned beasts, running off into the distance, never to be seen again. Standing on the ground just passed by Tibbers, which had been scorched by flames and was still hot beneath her feet, Orochimaru was speechless. She really wanted to shake Akali to see just how many tricks she had up her sleeves. How could she have a summoning beast that could rival the 10,000 snakes? 12 years old with the flying thunder god technique and a summoning beast. Such excellent resources. Could it be? You can't possibly be the illegitimate daughter of my teacher, right? Looking at Akali, Orochimaru asked uncertainly. Huh? Orochimaru's sudden remark startled Akali. With her natural beauty, how could that lecherous old monkey from the Third Hokage possibly be her father? That was too vile. Akali didn't want to engage with the wildly imaginative ant snake and threw Naruto at her. Ha ha ha, snake demon, you have no more tricks left, prepare to die. Naruto excitedly charged in. Then rolling and crawling, he came running back. Because at that moment Orochimaru had already collapsed on the ground, and from that mouth large enough to fit a normal person's thigh the snakes reappeared. Ninjutsu 10,000 snakes net. Thousands of dark snakes slithered, resembling giant waves on the sea. A tide of black destruction surged toward Akali and the others. From their mouths, replicas of the grass-cutting sword emerged. Upon seeing this, Sasuke and Naruto turned pale. The previous wind technique and the current summoning snakes ninjutsu, Orochimaru's mere flick of the wrist, was already beyond their reach. Orochimaru was on an entirely different level than them. Akali, let's retreat. That snake and your bear from earlier have definitely caught the attention of the proctors. This person is not an enemy we should engage with right now. The more rational Sasuke spoke up to persuade her. Yes, Akali. I think so too. Naruto chimed in. He not only spoke, but also acted by retracting the Nine-Tails chakra, his crimson eyes returning to their azure hue. Alright. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke revealing their intention to retreat, Akali shook her head in disappointment, abandoning the thought of asking them for help. Originally, Akali thought that being a protagonist meant that regardless of strength one could play a role, even a low-ranking ninja could participate in battles of the Six Paths level. But now it seemed that her envisioned version was too ahead of its time. The Wind God was still not dead, and the Wind God Chronicles hadn't even begun, let alone the Boruto series. You two should withdraw, Akali said. If we retreat, what about you? Naruto and Sasuke asked nervously. I have a trump card. Akali rubbed her small hands together, a flickering flame appearing in her palms. Seeing the fireball in Akali's hand, Sasuke, familiar with fire techniques, felt quite puzzled. For some reason, he felt like the flame in Akali's hands was alive. But fire is just fire. How could it be said to be alive? As Sasuke pondered, Akali threw the flame seed toward the 10,000 snakes net. At the moment the fire seed was released, the originally normal-sized fireball expanded suddenly to the size of a small car, and then crashed into Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes net. Then something magical happened. Within Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes net, the flame Akali threw began to leap, as if the snakes were scalded. In the leaping of the fireball, group after group of snakes were consumed by the blazing flames, turning into bodies, emitting a charred scent. In an instant, a quarter of the 1,000-meter 10,000 snakes net was charred black. At the same time, a certain unsettling energy began to accumulate. Fall back. Sasuke pulled Naruto. Hawaii. Naruto didn't quite understand Sasuke's meaning. Hadn't Akali's flames already started burning amidst the snakes? At this rate, even if the snakes in Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes net were fearless, as long as they were carbon-based life forms, they would be vulnerable to fire. No. Sasuke pursed his lips, shaking his head, saying nothing more, but forcibly pulling Naruto to retreat. At this moment, gazing at the raging flame storm tearing through the snake horde, and feeling the increasingly volatile heat in her perception, Akali murmured softly, "It's about time." Akali slammed her hands on the ground, the chakra she had just regained transforming once more into searing flames. Suddenly, within the 10,000 snakes net, the charred snake corpses began to rise, and the surviving snakes looked up in confusion, just as a violent tremor similar to a volcanic eruption occurred. Snake corpses and living snakes continuously fell downward under such shaking. In the dark tide, a fiery red crack resembling shattered porcelain appeared, revealing flames that could no longer be concealed, shooting toward the sky. Finally, as the flame pattern spread, a fire pillar the size of a rocket shot into the sky. Sasuke's premonition came true. This fire pillar was a signal filled with searing flames. Boom. The surging flames at that moment spread throughout the entire black tide. A sharp chime echoed. Naruto's emotional resonance surged by 999. Another chime rang. Sasuke's emotional resonance surged by 999. Before their stunned gazes, blinding flames erupted, obliterating the serpentine horde's chilling dread and icy malevolence. The visual grandeur of fire eclipsed that of serpents entirely. For a fleeting moment, they seemed to have stepped into a world woven from pure flame. Naruto and Sasuke stood frozen, not only by the technique's overwhelming power, but by the sheer magnitude of Akali's displayed strength. All are brothers. Yet why must you flaunt your prowess so brazenly? Scorching heat warped the air, unleashing a violent shockwave. Waves of searing wind battered them, leaving the two utterly disheveled. Of course, their disarray lasted only an instant. For moments later, charred, shattered serpent corpses rained from the sky like hailstones. Ouch! Ouch! Naruto and Sasuke cried out in unison. Fortunately, thanks to Sasuke's swift decision, they had already retreated, granting them just enough time to seek cover. Yet even so, both were drenched in foul, acrid blood and blackened ash, rendering them pitifully bedraggled. Akali, however, paid them no heed. Her gaze remained fixed unwaveringly upon Orochimaru. She frowned faintly. First the myriad snake formation, then her own inferno tempest. Yet Orochimaru had remained eerily still. Had she merely struck a hollow shell, or was this a masterful feint? As the inferno's fury waned and the heat-distorted vision gradually cleared, Orochimaru's prone figure emerged with stark clarity. Mouth agape, sprawled upon the scorched earth. Instinctively, Akali took 2 steps forward to scrutinize him more closely, and at that very instant, boom, the ground behind her exploded. Orochimaru erupted forth, her human legs long gone, her lower body now a sinuous coiling serpent's form. Then raising both hands toward Akali, she intoned, shadow-cloned serpent hands. Dozens of serpents shot forth from her sleeves, transforming midair into thick writhing coils that instantly ensnared Akali's wrists, ankles, slender waist, and swan-like neck. Simultaneously, her copper-hued chakra absorption ability activated, siphoning away the fusion of spiritual and physical energy. Akali felt her strength ebb, swift, visceral, undeniable. Orochimaru smiled triumphantly. "I've got you." "Is that so?" Akali narrowed her brows, testing her restraints. She found Orochimaru's signature opening move, Shadow Clone Serpent Hands, truly formidable. With her current strength, escape was impossible. She was irrevocably captured. Akali, witnessing her utter immobility, Naruto and Sasuke cried out in alarm. Their eyes met, an unspoken memory flashing between them, the Wave Country mission when Kakashi had been ensnared by Zabuza. Back then, their coordinated assault had shattered Zabuza's hold and freed their sensei. Perhaps history demanded a repeat performance. But Akali needed no rescue. For her capture was not misfortune, it was deliberate, calculated surrender. First the giant snake Tibers, then the myriad snake formation and inferno tempest. The spectacle had grown too vast, too loud. Orochimaru now wielded her true power, seeking a swift end. And Akali, she sought the same. Thus, ha ha, that same hoarse, gravelly laughter, identical to the one that had echoed during the first exam, resounded once more. Before Orochimaru's astonished eyes, Akali's body fragmented into 4 shadowy afterimages, shaking free of restraint, then coalesced into solid forms, taking positions at the 4 cardinal points around her. An invisible force field, reminiscent of the foundational seal array known as the one-thread lantern formation, locked her in place. Yet Akali's formation surpassed it in potency. The lantern formation could never have held her. Naturally, this was the Shunyu Shadow Slay array. To bear the name array demanded true structural integrity, unlike its game world counterpart, where clones merely aided positioning, marking foes for cumulative damage before detonation. Each of Akali's 4 avatars was her true self, her entire being transmuted into shadow, then cleaved into 4 distinct, yet intrinsically linked fragments. Orochimaru perceived this truth instantly. A sharp chime echoed. Orochimaru's emotional resonance surged by 1111. Staring at the 4 jet-black corporeal shadow clones encircling her, Orochimaru was profoundly shaken. You have dissolved your entire being into shadow. Each clone is you, and yet none is wholly you. How did you accomplish this? It is none of your concern. With cold, unblinking focus, each of Akali's 4 avatars spoke in turn. Then the Shunyu Shadow Slay array ignited in full. For Shadow Akalis raised their shinobi scythes in perfect unison, advancing as one. Omote Yura Satsuriku ran. For streaks of darkness flashed across Orochimaru's forehead, throat, heart, and abdomen. Corrosive shadows peeled away skin, severed muscle, then shredded nerves and bone. Orochimaru's body fell apart, cleaved cleanly into 5 pieces. The blow to her forehead pierced straight through the skull, exposing pale, glistening brain matter. A sharp chime echoed. Naruto's emotional resonance surged by 9999. A sharp chime echoed. Sasuke's emotional resonance surged by 9999. Staring at the exposed cerebrum, Naruto and Sasuke stood dumbfounded. She's dead, just like that. Naruto turned to Sasuke, bewildered. Sasuke's Sharingan flared wide, meticulously scanning Orochimaru's corpse. He shook his head. I'm uncertain, but these tissues appear genuine. So she truly is dead. Sasuke struggled to conceive of any being surviving such devastation, decapitation, cardiac severance, and more. His sole perplexity lay in the anatomical features revealed by the slain body. The assailant, this terrifying foe, was unmistakably female. Orochimaru's demeanor had betrayed nothing of femininity, leaving Sasuke baffled. Yet precisely because this revelation defied all logic, he concluded it must be Orochimaru's true corpse. Excellent. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto relaxed, plopping down onto the grass. Though he'd only skirmished at the battle's fringes, exhaustion clung to him like smoke. Indeed, Sasuke nodded, his tension softening under Naruto's infectious ease. Akali alone remained unmoved. Gazing upon Orochimaru's unblinking, lifeless eyes, a deep, unsettling unreality coiled within her chest. Could Orochimaru truly have fallen so easily to her blade? Akali doubted it, even as the steaming corpse and its spilled viscera mocked her skepticism with brutal verisimilitude. Her 4 shadow selves exchanged a glance. Then 3 silently merged into the 4th, restoring her singular tangible form. Feeling the residual shadow energy, akin to a sigil, clinging to the corpse's severed edges, Akali slowly clenched her delicate pale fingers. Explode. Boom. Thick, inky shadow engulfed Orochimaru's corpse, and in that instant, anomaly struck. The moment shadow consumed the body, the head dissolved into a mangled serpent husk, Only then did Akali realize, Snake's substitution. Yes, Orochimaru had not perished. At the critical instant before fatal impact, she had swapped her head for a serpent decoy. Every limb severed was real, except the head. This very authenticity multiplied the deception, obscuring the truth from Akali's immediate perception. And after such prolonged stillness, Sasuke, watch out. Akali whirled, launching herself toward him in a double-stage Omote Yura Satsuriku ran. Simultaneously, a grotesquely scarred human head erupted from the grass before Naruto. In his stunned gaze, its mouth yawned open, stretching impossibly far beyond human limits, nearing 180 degrees. From that cavernous maw, the full-bodied Orochimaru burst forth, her serpentine tail coiling low, gliding swiftly towards Sasuke. Only then did Sasuke instinctively tense, activating his Sharingan at Akali's warning. Crimson Twintamo eyes reflected Orochimaru's current visage. Yet upon truly seeing her, Sasuke plunged into deeper shock. For the Orochimaru he'd seen moments earlier had been terrifying, but the one before him now was surprise. Though the snake's substitution had deceived Akali, Orochimaru's facial disguise had failed to reconstitute in time, exposing her true face to all. Sasuke, you claim this is you. Orochimaru, I am this. Sasuke 9. Staring at her, Sasuke was utterly speechless. Like a serpent demon, Orochimaru's lower half, coiling from Sasuke's waist, wrapped him tightly while she positioned herself behind him. Her pale hands settled upon his shoulders, her forked tongue flicked out, brushing his cheek. Tasting the pheromones carried on that tongue, Orochimaru smiled, satisfied. Sasuke-kun, you are mine. Get off me. Sasuke recoiled, violently repulsed. Yet how could a fledgling shinobi break free from such a seasoned predator? Ignoring his struggles, Orochimaru bared her sharp fangs and lunged toward his throat. Fortune intervened. Akali arrived. You declare something yours simply because you say so. A black aurora slashed horizontally, aimed with lethal precision at Orochimaru's slender neck. Akali had reached a grim certainty. Orochimaru, being fundamentally inhuman, could not be slain by targeting vital organs. Yet her regenerative capacity relied entirely on chakra. So if Akali could repeatedly destroy vast portions of her body, forcing constant abandonment and chakra expenditure, Orochimaru would inevitably fall. Unbeknownst to Akali, Orochimaru had reached her own clarity. To claim Sasuke, she had to eliminate Akali. Yet biting Sasuke was mere misdirection. Shielded by Orochimaru and Sasuke's entwined bodies, a slender white-scaled serpent, no larger than a pet snake, slipped silently from Orochimaru's mouth, then vanished beneath the collar of her discarded husk. At the precise moment Akali severed the husk's head, the white-scaled serpent launched itself, sinking venomous fangs deep into Akali's pristine wrist. Razor-sharp teeth pierced armor and skin, its resilience hardened by advanced cultivation, injecting icy venom laced with alien chakra directly into her artery. Instantly, obsidian-black traceries, like storm-racked clouds, crawled up her arms, spreading across her body. A searing, agonizing burn followed. Having endured no injury in years of traversal, Akali froze, her movements arrested by this first shocking pain. Yet pain ignited fury. Her extraordinary constitution, bolstered by surging adrenaline, swiftly overcame the affliction. Gazing at the white-scaled serpent, its fangs still buried in her wrist, Akali tightened her forearm muscles like iron vices. So this is your true form? How audacious! With her left hand, Akali seized the serpent. It writhed desperately, but could not extract its fangs from her unyielding flesh. Seeing itself about to be captured, condemned to domestication, the serpent's eyes widened with primal panic for the first time. Life hung in the balance. Orochimaru dared hold nothing back. From the fangs embedded deep in Akali's vein, another surge of venom, charged with foreign chakra, flooded in. This chakra birthed elongated serpentine glyphs that raced across Akali's skin, colliding with the cloud-like patterns. The confluence sparked a cataclysmic reaction, like celestial bodies colliding. A torrent of raw power surged, alongside a flood of corrosive negativity. Yet counterbalancing this was a sudden suffocating rigidity, as though encased in thick armor or trapped like an insect in amber. As Akali's flesh darkened under the spreading curse mark, the serpent's voice issued from its maw. Submit willingly to the heaven's curse mark, and you may yet live. To inject both heaven's and earth's curse marks into a single vessel, even I in my madness would not dare such folly. Alas! With a final desperate wrench, the serpent abandoned its fangs, freeing itself from Akali's wrist. It slithered calmly back to the decapitated husk's neck, preparing to re-enter. A sharp chime echoed. Orochimaru's emotional resonance surged by 99.99. The serpent recoiled in terror, turning to see Akali. Somehow, impossibly, she had purged every trace of the curse mark from her body. Now holding the serpent by its vulnerable nape, Akali lifted it before her eyes. her expression dripping with sardonic amusement. Did I not warn you? To reveal your true form before me. That was truly bold of you. So tell me, how shall I dispose of you, little Orochimaru? Orochimaru. Heaven's curse mark plus Earth's curse mark, and still Akali broke free. Only one question burned in her mind. Was Akali the reincarnation of the first Hokage? Otherwise, this defied all reason. Akali, try purification. No matter how explosive the effects of the combination of the heavenly and earthly seals may be, they are futile in the face of the purification that dispels all negative effects. The negative effects brought by the heavenly and earthly seals could not interfere with Akali in the slightest. Thus, Orochimaru's true body was successfully grasped in Akali's hand. One thing Orochimaru had to admit was that she had lost defeated by her own greed and Akali's endless trump cards. If it weren't for her desire for Akali choosing to risk her true body for a final strike, she wouldn't have been so easily grasped. After all, in this ninja world without restraint and specialized attacks, very few could truly kill Orochimaru. Restraining the great heavenly and specialized attacks against the sun god are just such examples. But unfortunately, things aren't so simple. Ding 999 emotional value from Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly accepted the fact of her defeat. She was not someone who couldn't afford to lose. Moreover, losing doesn't mean dying. In this small piece of Konoha, her influence was so great that no one would genuinely want to kill her. At worst, she could buy her life. Orochimaru asked Akali, "What do you want to do with me?" What to do? Akali stroked her smooth hair, the raven-like strands playfully winding around her delicate fingers. How to deal with Orochimaru truly puzzled her. Of course, this decision wasn't that hard to make, because firstly, surrendering was out of the question. She wouldn't share the fruit she obtained with anyone else. Secondly, killing her was also not very feasible since Akali couldn't achieve a complete kill. Who knows how many resurrection points Orochimaru had left in this world. So let Orochimaru buy her life. After all, she didn't have much deep-seated hatred towards Orochimaru. However, just as Akali was about to deliver her verdict on Orochimaru, she looked at the small snake in her hand, and suddenly a brand new idea popped into her mind. Akali suddenly asked Orochimaru, "Do you think you are still human?" "Am I still human?" Orochimaru was somewhat astonished. Akali's question was completely unrelated to the current situation. She couldn't even think of why she asked that. But at this moment, the roles were reversed. Orochimaru thought seriously for a moment. "I think whether or not I am human is a matter of perception, so I believe I am." "I see." Akali was not surprised by Orochimaru's answer. She continued, "If you think you are, then in fact you are not." Orochimaru still did not understand the meaning behind Akali's questions. But she answered, "If speaking objectively, then yes. I have undergone genetic modifications too many times. I possess many snake-like traits." "I see." Listening to Orochimaru's response, Akali's idea became increasingly refined, her eyes sparkling like light bulbs. Being gazed at by Akali with such a peculiar look felt as if someone was plotting a super prank against her, causing Orochimaru to suddenly feel restless. "What do you want to do?" Orochimaru asked. "It's nothing much. I have no tools, can't do anything, and can't be a rogue hero." Akali mockingly shrugged her shoulders. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Orochimaru didn't understand. This was normal. How could a ninja comprehend a story from the mortal realm? Akali had no intention of explaining. She simply pulled out a scroll from her storage space. The well-informed Orochimaru immediately recognized this scroll. Immediately, her snake-like eyes began to tremble violently. Ding 9999 emotional value from Orochimaru. Orochimaru was extremely shocked, because what Akali had taken out was a scroll for signing a summoning contract. As long as the summoning beast and the ninja write their blood and true names in the designated spots, the contract would be completed. But why would Akali take this thing when there was nothing to summon? Who says there are no summoning beasts? Orochimaru transformed into a white phosphorus snake, was still here, wasn't she? At this moment, Orochimaru truly felt fear. Who knows if Akali's summoning contract would allow her to summon Orochimaru's true body in the future? If that were the case, even if Orochimaru could resurrect, wouldn't she still be easily controlled by Akali? Wait, Akali, don't mess with such things. Let's talk. What do you want? Money, power, status, secret techniques, or handsome guys and beautiful girls? I can give you all of that. Trust me, I am one of the legendary Three of the Sun, the current leader of the Sound Ninja Village with knowledge and research on 80 of Konoha's secret techniques. I could even recite the Book of Seals for you." Orochimaru kept piling on the weight of her words. However, Akali merely looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Foolish. Signing you these will also belong to me." Orochimaru's torrent of words suddenly ceased. Akali's such simple reasoning left her speechless. Falling silent, Orochimaru frantically thought about how to extricate herself from Akali's grasp. Meanwhile, Akali, seeing Orochimaru's silence, continued to prepare for the summoning contract undeterred. This wasn't a voluntary signing by Orochimaru, it was a forced one, so it was somewhat troublesome. Of course, the trouble wasn't much since Orochimaru's snake was already in Akali's hand. However, what Akali didn't know was that Orochimaru, the #1 science expert of the Hokage, was indeed as reputed. Just as Akali was ready for the summoning contract, and had even taken the blood of Orochimaru's true body to force the signing, Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. Akali, I just planted both the heavenly and earthly seals on you. How did you rid yourself of their effects? Heh. Listening to Orochimaru's words pressing her down against the scroll, Akali couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids. It's none of your business. Orochimaru didn't actually seek a response from Akali. Her words became increasingly rapid. Did you know? There is a powerful and magical force in the ninja world called natural energy. It can combine with one's chakra to create sage chakra, allowing a person to enter sage mode, which is an extremely powerful state. However, natural energy is also very difficult to control. If one is not careful, they can be turned into a stone statue, which is why so few can use sage mode. My heavenly and earthly seals are crude imitations of sage mode. One is a bit more about enhancement techniques, while the other is more about physical enhancement. But they both require the injection of natural energy into the body. So, how do you plan to resolve the issue of natural energy accumulation in your body leading to petrification? As Orochimaru spoke, Akali swiftly gathered chakra and struck the summoning scroll with a sharp palm slap. Pure chakra flooded into the scroll, forging an inexplicable bond between Akali and Orochimaru. Yet, as Orochimaru had warned, accumulated natural energy within the body would induce petrification. Before that bond could stabilize the chakra Akali had mobilized triggered a cascade reaction. Natural energy spiraled out of control, and petrification erupted instantly. Beginning at the fingertips pressed against the scroll, her fair skin hardened into dull ochre, as soft as spun sugar one moment, it turned unyielding as stone the next. The petrification surged upward, fingertips, backs of hands, wrists, forearms, upper arms. Akali had overlooked something critical. Purification could indeed dispel all adverse effects, but the cursed seal was not purely malevolent. Rather, its so-called negative aspects were deliberately designed to temper the overwhelming power of sage mode, a mode too volatile for ordinary mortals, thus enabling those branded with the seal to wield far greater combat prowess. Yet now, with the seal's inherent dampening effect neutralized by purification, only its beneficial function remained, absorbing natural energy to fortify the body. And Akali, having never before encountered natural chakra, possessed no means to master it instantly. She felt nothing at first, not because the energy was harmless, but because purification granted a brief grace period of diminished restriction. That grace period expired the moment she prepared the scroll. In this instant, Akali became acutely aware of the Earthhand Heaven cursed seal pulsing within her, and of the wild, untamed torrent of natural chakra surging through her veins. Damn! Understanding dawned in a flash, and with it a sharp, exasperated cry. Fortunately, she carried more than just purification, she also wore the Mercury Band. The moment purification activated, the Mercury Band responded in kind. Petrification wrought by runaway natural energy vanished instantly. Yet when Akali glanced down at the scroll, Orochimaru was gone. At the very instant her body began to harden, his keen instincts had already propelled him back toward his severed body. From the gash between severed head and neck, a jet-black serpent coiled forth like living wiring, seaming cranium to spine in a single seamless motion. Seizing the opening, Orochimaru lunged forward and sank his fangs deep into Sasuke's throat. The heaven-cursed seal surged violently into Sasuke's flesh. Ah! A scream of unbearable agony tore from Sasuke's lips. What's gay, eh? Naruto dashed forward, frantic with concern, only for Orochimaru to fling Sasuke straight into his arms. His objective, implanting the heaven-cursed seal upon Sasuke, had been achieved. Poof! Naruto caught Sasuke midair, calling out urgently, Sasuke. Sasuke, how are you? Seeing Sasuke's clenched jaw and beads of sweat rolling down his brow, Naruto whirled around, fury blazing in his eyes. You snake demon bastard! What did you do to Sasuke? What did I do? Asked Sasuke himself when he awakens. Orochimaru rested one hand on his hip, slipping effortlessly back into his customary air of languid composure. Bastard! Naruto glared, seething, but he knew full well he stood no chance alone against Orochimaru. His gaze shifted, searching toward Akali. Yet Naruto found Akali's expression equally strained. Akali, you're okay, right? He called out, voice thick with worry. TCH. Nothing serious. Just severely depleted chakra reserves, Akali muttered, spitting out a disgruntled scoff. Both her earth and heaven-cursed seals were fully active, each greedily drawing in natural energy. Thanks to purification's effect, the absorbed natural energy no longer imposed direct harm. No petrification, no corruption. Yet that energy still pooled within her, passively reinforcing her physical constitution and siphoning away her chakra reserves. Should she expend too much chakra, the stagnant natural energy would surge forth and petrify her once more. After quick assessment, Akali estimated her usable chakra capacity had dwindled to barely 100 units. 100 units meant little more than a single shadow clone followed by a single hawk dive, or perhaps a single body flicker illusion. Clearly insufficient for sustained combat. In the long term, however, possessing both purified earth and heaven curse seals offered a path to sage mode, the ultimate pinnacle of shinobi mastery. Once Akali mastered precise activation and deactivation, and purged the accumulated natural energy from her body, she could attempt true sage mode unmatched among mortal shinobi. Even better, she would need no arduous cultivation. Merely mastering the dual seals and attaining entry-level proficiency would allow her to directly manifest sage mode's power. For now, though, Akali was utterly spent, and Orochimaru likewise stood in no condition to continue fighting. His golden slit-pupiled gaze flickered across Akali's hands, and once again astonishment shimmered in his eyes. You can purge natural chakra so swiftly, Akali. You truly never cease to amaze me. Unaffiliated with any of the three great sage temples, yet wielding a technique capable of cleansing natural energy itself. Akali, do you realize how the elder sages would react if you ever stood before them? Imagining the white snake sage's stunned expression, Orochimaru licked his lips with palpable excitement. How regrettable. This battlefield offers too little room for proper study. Akali rolled her eyes. Oh please, wasn't someone just begging for mercy on my palm moments ago? She flashed an okay sign and offered a serene, regal smile, reminiscent of Lady Kaguya herself. By the way, your tiny self is rather adorable, isn't it? Ding! Emotional resonance value 999 from Orochimaru. A shadow crossed Orochimaru's face, his expression darkening instantly as a sensitive nerve had been struck. But then he touched his smooth, collagen-rich, youthful cheek, and his features softened once more. Absurd. None of it concerned him. Say what you will, Akali. One day you'll understand fleeting victories and losses hold little weight, and much of what occupies you now is ultimately meaningless. A faint sardonic smile played on his lips as memory stirred. This decaying village has no place for a genius like you. I eagerly await the day you and Sasuke come seeking me. As for now, Orochimaru cast a glance toward the distant forest. Kurenai's ANBU squad was closing in rapidly, and given the scale of the disturbance, they were joined by several Jonin team leaders. In his current state, confrontation with them was untenable. Farewell Foxbrat Sasuke and Akali. With a final glance toward Kurenai, Orochimaru uttered those words, and sank silently beneath the earth. Moments later, Kurenai and Red arrived with their ANBU contingent. Is it over? Naruto's face still bore a look of confusion. It's over. Akali nodded, relaxing her body. You were let go by your snake aunt. Akali sighed. Indeed, the old elite shinobi are still hard to deal with. And Orochimaru is not just one old elite shinobi. When viewed through the lens of history, if we consider Orochimaru's legacy 100 years from now, when Naruto and Sasuke have naturally passed away, Orochimaru, still vibrant, would not he be the ultimate victor? Thus, Orochimaru is the strongest of the Hokage. Not really. When fighting such a powerhouse in terms of direct confrontation, facing that kind of massive AoE, Akali could escape with her flying thunder god technique. Relying on her formidable single-target abilities and a plethora of trump cards, this time Akali managed to have a back-and-forth with Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru is no slouch. In terms of bizarre abilities, she would be second in the Hokage ranks, and no one would dare claim the first. The last heavenly curse seal directly restricted Akali, and if the battle continued, she might have had no choice but to unleash Aatrox. Then, as she summoned Aatrox, Orochimaru unleashed the eight-headed serpent, and they engaged in a grand showdown, giving the still inexperienced ninjas a taste of high-level combat. A shake can indeed shake the very foundations of the world. But it's unnecessary. All intelligence is laid bare, and the only ones who would enjoy it are others. Akali suppressed her competitive spirit, stretched her limbs, and prepared to wait for the Konoha examiner to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, Naruto was not concerned with such matters. Although the fatigue from using the Nine-Tails chakra and the relaxation after the battle made him want to sleep soundly. After adjusting on his own for a bit, Naruto surprisingly remembered the key points. Quick Akali check on Sasuke. Naruto dragged Sasuke in front of Akali. You little. Akali shook her head in resignation. Even in this situation, not forgetting Sasuke, now that's true love. Akali thought that this opportunity for transformation should not be given to her, but to Naruto. Didn't it say? If either Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama had been a girl, the ninja world would have achieved true balance. If either Danzo or the third Hokage had been a girl, Konoha would truly thrive. If either Ashura or Indra had been a girl, whether Indra called out Big Brother or Ashura called out Wunshin, the issues could have transformed into discussions of life, and the ninja lineage would be unified for eternity. It's a pity that none of them were. In the myriad of worlds there exists a spring known as Nurturing Spring, and Akali felt that the ninja world should consider introducing it. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the third Hokage, and Danzo Ashura, and Indra, these are all from the past. But aren't Naruto and Sasuke still around? In their teenage years, gender awareness was not yet strong. There's still time. For example, turning Naruto into a girl would definitely prevent Sasuke from escaping. But if that's the case, the Naruto-Sasuke faction seems to be a bit lacking. Even if one of them transformed into a girl, it doesn't seem to matter. Even the shonen anime might turn into toilet paper in another world. Akali found a flaw in the plan. Let's just forget about that. She shook her head, dismissing the thought of helping Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, the sleeping Sasuke relaxed his brow slightly, and together with Naruto, they sensed the profound chill beneath them slowly dissipating. However, Naruto did not care about these things. He simply urged, Akali, check on Sasuke, check on Sasuke. I remember, you can use medical ninjutsu, right? Alright, I only used it a couple of times, and you remembered it, you're something else. Unable to refuse Naruto, Akali began to examine Sasuke. The examination revealed no major issues. Sasuke was merely entangled by the curse seal, affecting his chakra. At the same time, the curse seal was corrosive, bringing power, while also squeezing the body. Sasuke's frailty in Boruto was likely due to the early curse seal. Currently, Sasuke's body was battling against the curse seal, which led to his unconsciousness and a state of high fever. At this moment, Akali did not need to alleviate his internal conflict. She just needed to relieve the pressure within him. Akali extended her small hand, a faint green light glowing, covering Sasuke's forehead. Although she was an intern nurse, her healing abilities were still quite impressive, and soon Sasuke's condition stabilized. Alright, you can rest easy now. He just needs to wait. You can call the examiner later, but the result will likely be the same as mine. Akali said helplessly. Alright, thank you. Naruto felt relieved. At this point, his attention finally returned to Akali's words. Naruto was very confused. Examiner. Where did the examiner come from? The examiner for the Chunin exam. You've seen her, Kurenai. She will be here soon. Soon. Naruto looked towards the distance as Akali indicated, seeing the devastated forest empty. There's no one here. Oh. Akali blinked. It's normal. You can't sense them, and Orochimaru's perception is too broad. They still have some time before they arrive. Speaking of which, Akali suddenly remembered something. Naruto with Sasuke in this condition for the next few days, it will likely be up to you and Sakura to take care of him. Just the two of you, it will be a bit challenging to snatch the scrolls. So how about you cooperate with me and put on a show? A show? Naruto, listening to Akali's words, did not quite understand her meaning. Yes, a show? Oh, I'll get a scroll from the examiner for you later. Can scrolls be obtained from the examiner? Listening to Akali's words, Naruto was shocked. Of course. Akali smiled mysteriously. Come listen to me, we will do this, and that. Akali and Naruto began to plot. Not long after, Kurenai and her team of Umbu arrived. Where's Orochimaru? Upon arrival, Kurenai immediately asked anxiously. He's gone. TCH, did we come too late? Bang! Kurenai punched a nearby tree, clearly very unwilling. But for a character like Orochimaru, if he had left, they would definitely not be able to catch up. After coming to terms with Orochimaru's situation, Kurenai looked at the ground covered in snake corpses and the half-burned by fire, half-blown by wind trees, and felt a delayed shock. Did you do all this? Not me, it was us. Akali pointed to herself, Naruto, and Sasuke. You three. Kurenai glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was already unconscious under the curse seal's effect, while Naruto was still conscious, but was in a messy state. Compared to these two coal miners, Akali looked much cleaner. Moreover, Kurenai came with red, and from her close friend Kurenai learned that the giant bear visible throughout the forest was Akali's summoning beast. So Kurenai did not quite believe, just based on the two of them. Akali was displeased. Hey Kurenai, I thought you were quite smart before, why are you acting foolish now? It's just us here, could it be fake? Saying this, Akali changed the topic. Enough of that, Naruto, quickly show Sasuke to Kurenai. Oh, okay. Naruto hurriedly placed Sasuke in front of Kurenai, pointing to the three black tomo on the back of Sasuke's neck. Kurenai, look at this. This is a curse seal. Kurenai's pupils constricted, instinctively covering her own neck as vague pain surged from her memories. Seeing the curse seal on Sasuke's neck, Kurenai's attention was indeed drawn. Is this left by Orochimaru? Exactly. Naruto nodded. Akali has one too. You have one too. Kurenai looked at Akali in shock. Yes. Akali turned around, raising her ponytail, revealing her long, fair neck. However, Akali's neck was not empty at this time. At the junction of her right shoulder and neck, there was a pattern identical to Sasuke's, but the color was a vibrant green curse seal. It was green instead of black, indicating that Akali had purified the curse seal. But Kurenai was not aware of this. A new curse seal. Looking at the curse seal on Akali's neck, Kurenai's expression became serious, generating a subtle misunderstanding. The curse seal represents Orochimaru's gaze, his leaving curse seals on Sasuke, and Akali clearly indicated that he had his eye on both of them. While Sasuke received the original curse seal, Akali received a brand new one. This meant that Orochimaru valued Akali even more than Uchiha Sasuke. Kurenai was very surprised, as she did not expect that in Orochimaru's hierarchy of judgment Akali would be among the favorites. However, upon seeing the curse seal on Akali's neck, Kurenai's doubts about Akali's strength dissipated. It seems that the current devastation of the forest was Orochimaru's attempt to showcase his power, hence he exerted himself a bit. Although Akali and the others were excellent, they still couldn't compare to Orochimaru, which is why they were marked with curse seals. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly be that Akali and Orochimaru were evenly matched, and the curse seal was a risky move by Orochimaru that almost cost him, resulting in the successful marking. But how could that be possible? Kurenai shook her head in her heart, changing her thoughts. And this was exactly the effect Akali wanted. She aimed to hide her true strength. According to Kurenai's understanding, even if she informed the Third Hokage later, even if the Third Hokage and Danzo came to investigate the scene, they would not be able to accurately assess her level of strength. After all, the site had been so thoroughly destroyed by large-scale ninjutsu that many details were indiscernible. In this way, in the minds of the Third Hokage and even Danzo, Akali's strength would still be seen as steadily increasing rather than jumping. By the time they truly recognized Akali's strength, she would no longer be someone they could control. Then Kurenai touched the curse seals on Sasuke and Akali's necks, feeling them carefully. He's alright, his body is adapting to the curse seal, but because the invasion of the curse seal was too violent, it triggered his Boda's self-protection, causing him to fall asleep. As for you, your curse seal seems to be a new one. Oh, I can't quite understand it, but no worries, when things settle down, let your team leader seal it for you. It's not a good thing. After giving her advice, Kurenai turned to her Umbu. Although Orochimaru has most likely left, we should not rule out the possibility that he is still lingering in the Forest of Death. So next we will split up and patrol to search. Kurenai began to arrange for the Umbu to conduct another search. But at this moment Akali interrupted her. Wait, Kurenai. Do you have any further matters? Kurenai turned around in confusion. Of course. Akali looked at Kurenai oddly. Don't you have anything else to say to us? What else is there to say? Kurenai did not understand. Orochimaru left, and it was his curse seal that needed to be sealed by the team leader. Next, Akali and the others just needed to continue the exam. What else was there to say? Red next to her thought the same way. But unlike Kurenai, she knew Akali too well. Although unsure of what Akali was planning, she was certain that she was going to stir things up. However, Kurenai was the chief examiner for the second part of the exam. Even if Orochimaru attacked the exam with his strength, Kurenai would be unable to stop him, but it was still her responsibility. Moreover, with her sensitive identity as Orochimaru's disciple, it further invited criticism. If things went poorly, Kurenai might be held accountable, but she simply couldn't afford any more trouble. Thus, Red proactively spoke up. Akali, do you have any other matters? Red wanted to use her influence to get Akali to tone it down a bit. But that was evidently impossible. Akali questioned, Kurenai, as participants in the Chunin exam are enemies, should only be other participants, but now such a powerful enemy has intruded, leading to a bloody battle and leaving us marked. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Kurenai was dumbfounded by Akali's words and explanation. Who is she? The chief examiner of the second part of the Chunin exam, a special jonin of some renown in Konoha. And who is Akali? A participant in the Chunin exam, a mere genin of Konoha. Now Akali is asking her for an explanation. Who dares to accuse this official in this court? Ding, emotional value from Kurenai 999. Kurenai found it both funny and sad. It's not that she didn't know that according to common sense this was indeed her issue, but where is this? It is the hierarchically strict ninja world. There's no such thing as an explanation here. Thinking of this, Kurenai smiled and glanced at her close friend Red. The look in her eyes said, Red, your disciple is really adorable. However, Kurenai did not know that just that one glance made Red start praying fervently. Because Red knew of Akali's strength, and this battle was undoubtedly carried by Akali alone. With the forest being so severely damaged, Akali's strength had surely grown. Therefore, Kurenai must not act high and mighty, or she might find herself in a sack. Shirihong's worries, it turned out, were needless. Hongdo's single glaring flaw was her fondness for good food, and even that flaw would not truly manifest until she was well into her 30s. As Hongdo's disciple, Akali would never be persecuted by Hongdo. Besides, the two had a small friendly exchange before the second exam, and Hongdo's impression of Akali was favorable. Hongdo, merely curious, asked, what kind of explanation do you want? Let me be clear, nothing excessive. It's not that I'm unwilling to compensate you, but this world is such that I cannot allow you to form bad habits. Hongdo was easygoing, but not with everyone. That's simple. Akali snapped her fingers, smiling with a charm both innocent and bewitching. How could I ever trouble Sister Hongdo? It's only that our Earth Scroll was ruined by that fellow Deshiwan. So, Akali's eyes sparkled as she looked at Hongdo, her request plain as daylight. Hongdo could only laugh and scold lightly. You little brat. A moment ago you were being judged by Hongdo the examiner, and now I'm Sister Hongdo am I. Oh well, what can I do? Hongdo is kind-hearted. Without further fuss, Hongdo reached into her bag and produced an Earth Scroll. As the chief examiner, Hongdo would not normally carry sacred scrolls about, yet some fools were forbidden time and again from opening them, and opened them anyway. After quickly sketching a few strokes to restore the scroll's simple formula, Hongdo handed the Earth Scroll to Akali. Then she hurried away, once more intent on searching the Siwang forest in case Shiwan had not truly left. Hong tossed Akali a look that said we'll talk later and followed. When Hongdo departed, Akali casually flung the Earth Scroll to Mingren. There, it's in hand. Told you I could do it. Mingren stared at the Earth Scroll in his hands. Ding from Mingren, emotion, 999. You actually got it. Mingren was astonished. Before he could relax after Shiwan's departure, Akali had already called him over to explain what to do next. It was nothing monumental, merely a way to conceal Akali's true prowess, to rewrite the scene, so that instead of Akali single-handedly carrying the fight, it would appear that Zhuizhu and Mingren exploded in power, and with Akali's help barely resisted. Even so, Shiwan would still have accomplished his aim, planting curse seals on several of them before departing. Mingren, of course, did not understand why Akali would cover this up. Akali told him it was the only way to get an Earth Scroll back for him. Thinking Zhuizhu's condition uncertain and in need of immediate care, Mingren nodded in agreement, though he had no idea how Akali intended to obtain the Earth Scroll from the examiners. Even now he remained puzzled. Akali only smiled at Mingren. In youth, one tends to believe that society rigidly enforces rules. Black is black, white is white. But society is made of people. Where then are the ironclad rules? They are merely human dealings and social nuance. Akali patted Mingren enough, thinking, let's go carry Zhuizhu. She finished with an okay gesture in midair. Some time later, hurried footsteps rang through the ravaged woodlands. Chu Tian arrived with Xiao Ying in tow. After entering the forest, Chu Tian's Byakugan had seen not only Mingren and Zhuizhu, but also Xiao Ying, whose Dao heart had cracked as she fled from beasts. So Chu Tian and Akali split up, one toward Mingren and Zhuizhu, the other toward Xiao Ying. Because the battle between Akali and Shiwan had been so fierce, Chu Tian had been reluctant to leave Xiao Ying's side, which is why she had not come sooner. Upon arriving, Chu Tian anxiously checked and prodded, paying particular attention to the curse seal on Akali. After calming Chu Tian with some effort, the group gathered Jinai and attached Xiang Lin, then headed toward the Zhongyang Tower. By doing so, Akali avoided another confrontation with the Sound Ninja Trio and even Yakushi Kabuto. When the Heaven and Earth Scrolls merged, Lu Ka's figure appeared at their center. Whether by shepherding one or two flocks, or because Deshiwan's attack had been so swift the third Hokage had not yet reacted, Lu Ka took charge of explaining the situation to both 7th and 8th classes and announced their passage in the exam. Thus, the second stage of the Chunin exams for both classes had reached its midpoint. Having finished the scroll contest on the first day, they were permitted to rest at the Zhongyang Tower. Akali found to her delight that although the Zhongyang Tower sat at the heart of the Siwang forest, its facilities were unexpectedly decent. Even hot showers were available, albeit in a communal bathhouse. Hey Chu Tian, let's go bathe together. Akali's eyes shone as she looked at Chu Tian with eager expectation. Together? Chu Tian's cheeks flushed as something crossed her mind. But after a day of running through the Siwang forest, the lure of a bath was irresistible. So half pushed and half willing, the two went to the bathhouse. Oh, Akali's exclamations echoed through the changing room. Before her stood Chu Tian, youth still in bloom, pale between the brows, a luminous complexion hinting at future promise. Of course, Akali was no slouch either. In fact, freshly fed, she seemed even more formidable in spirit than the tired Chu Tian. After shedding their initial shyness, Chu Tian and Akali entered the bathhouse. Then, ding from Qin Shui, emotion, 99. Ding from Shou Ju, emotion, 999. Ding from Tian Tian, emotion, 999. Ding from Xiaoing, emotion, 999. Surprisingly, the bathhouse was neither empty nor scantily populated. Many others had also cleared the Siwang forest on the first day. Those who had finished the dungeon early were strong, and the strong naturally cared for themselves, and nobody wished to stay filthy. Everywhere she looked there was a glitter of pale skin. Bathhouse. Heaven. Most present were still young, their bodies not yet fully filled out, but there was a certain sister of 16 who certainly stood out. Before Chu Tian could recover from the collective gaze, Akali, smiling sweetly, went straight up to Shoju. Sister, you're bathing too. Your skin is so smooth. Aren't you from the desert? How do you keep it so well? With astonishment still on her face, Akali reached out. Indeed, Shoju's skin was impeccable, the sort of smoothness one might compare to a peeled egg. In that moment, the advantages of womanhood were plain to see. Seeing Akali's ingenuous gaze, Shoju, thinking they were discussing skincare, happily obliged and began enthusiastically sharing her regimen. Skincare and beauty talk are hard to resist in a circle like this. Apart from Akali, who seemed born flawless and fresh, without makeup no one could refuse such a subject. Before long, Shoju and Akali became the center of attention. Even a sulky Xiao Ying and the once antagonistic Qin Shui drifted closer. That night, every girl left with what she desired. What exactly Shoju taught them, however? Akali, enamored of flesh and form, made delighted noises. Aboba. PR, slurp. In the Zhongyang Tower that night, she enjoyed herself thoroughly. Later, in the room assigned to two girls, she curled around the soft, fragrant Chu Tian and slept soundly. But while she slept well, Sandai could not. After hearing Hongdo's report late that night, Sandai himself came to the battleground in the Siwang forest where Akali had fought Da Shiwan. Surveying the wreckage, Sandai drew deeply on his pipe. In his mind, scenes of Akali clashing with Da Shiwan replayed again and again. Sandai did not trust Hongdo's account. Not because Hongdo was disloyal, but because she was too gentle and tended to act according to affection and principle. Given Hongdo's relationship with Shi Rihong, she might very well have glossed over or softened certain facts. After a moment, Sandai exhaled a long plume of smoke and murmured, "I knew it." His suspicion had been correct. A cold night wind twisted the smoke into grotesque shapes. The moan of the wind sounded like wailing. The snake corpses lay stiff and cold, their heads raised to the sky, fangs glinting in the moonlight, as if protesting their fate. It was a scene fit for a superb horror film, yet the eeriness of the surroundings paled beside the absurdity swelling within Sandai himself. Even in person, some details remained unclear. But from the scene on the ground, where was there any sign that Ming Rin and Zhuizhu had participated? From beginning to end, it had been Akali who dueled with Da Shiwan. From the myriad snake formation to the wind-style techniques and the countless serpents reported in the intelligence. His beloved disciple had truly fought with seriousness. The problem was to make Da Shiwan take matters seriously. When had Akali's strength reached such a level? Sandai could not comprehend and was deeply shaken. In that instant, he realized he had never truly seen Akali's true power, having never faced her directly. To put it plainly, to compel Da Shiwan to treat her with some gravity, she must at least be on par with a Kakashi. But among Konoha's many jounin, how many Kakashis are there? Possessing Kakashilevel strength would render Sandai's original plan for handling her obsolete. In that moment, he even wanted to seek out Da Shiwan and press him for answers, to ask his pupil directly what Akali's true capability was. Cautious, conservative, Sandai instinctively detested such an unstable, unknown variable as Akali. Yet he restrained himself from acting rashly. A flashed memory returned to him, his conversation with Tuanzong. "What terms did you offer?" "Ha, nothing much. Triple AMBU treatment and a flying thunder god." Sandai's features shifted. Flying thunder god, something he had never cared for. Could Akali truly have mastered it? Ding from Sandai, emotion 1111. To learn flying thunder god in just over a month. What kind of prodigious girl would that be? Sandai felt a flicker of astonishment at Akali's talent, as if she were cheating fate. "We must reconsider our arrangement for Akali," he sighed. Then he prepared to depart. At that moment, Sandai turned his head toward a direction, and a strange light appeared in his clouded eyes. A broken branch was pushed aside by a cane, and Tuanzong emerged bandaged and half alive, a living testament to how they were not of one household nor of one mind. Because Da Shiwan had also concealed the true reports of Akali's strength from him, Tuanzong had chosen to come and see for himself. Compared to Sandai, Tuanzong had arrived a little late. Seeing Sandai, Tuanzong blinked, then his expression hardened. "Monkey, are you spying on me?" "Hey, what do you mean spying? How crude." "I just couldn't sleep," Sandai said with a laugh, waving his hand without denying it. "But it seems, Tuanzong, we are not the only sleepless ones this long night." Tuanzong snorted. He had not expected to be cornered in the Siwang forest by Sandai at this hour. Grimfist, he prepared to accept Sandai's jibes and leave. Unexpectedly, Sandai did not launch into ridicule. After a bit of banter, he moved straight to the point. "Tuanzong, looking at this battlefield, what do you make of Akali?" Tuanzong was puzzled by Sandai's question. Was Sandai asking for Tuanzong's candid opinion? Sometimes an opinion implied interference, and Sandai had previously forbidden his meddling. They looked at one another, and in that instant Tuanzong read something different in Sandai's eyes. The tacit understanding forged by years of carrying others' burdens showed itself. Tuanzong grasped Sandai's intent immediately. Akali, she's a child with great talent and a strong personality. Tuanzong said the words Sandai hoped to hear. Indeed, Sandai nodded. Precisely because of Akali, we must find ways to understand her better to prevent her from straying down a dark path in the future. Tuanzong, what do you think? I think it's right, but first we lack sufficient intel about her, so. Tuanzong began to lay out his thoughts. For the first time in a while, Konoha's light and shadow joined forces. They both sought information on Akali. In the shinobi world, intelligence can decide life and death. Amid the cold of the Siwang Forest, Sandai and Tuanzang's private exchange lasted until the gray of dawn. The next morning at dawn, inside her assigned room in the central spire, Akali stirred. She opened her drowsy eyes and glanced toward the open window. Crystalline dewdrops glistened on emerald leaves. A faint frown crossed her brow. Has it grown colder? No, it doesn't seem so. Her gaze drifted downward. Two soft, supple mounds, pale as frost and radiant as snow, swayed before her eyes. Yet last night, she distinctly remembered covering them carefully. She wasn't preoccupied with size. Indeed, she'd even preferred them smaller. But she cared deeply about grace and beauty, as she would never deliberately chill herself for no reason. She turned her head, and sure enough, the quilt that should have draped her body lay entirely wrapped around a petite black-haired girl with neatly cropped hair. A translucent azure quilt covered her ears and half her face, accentuating Hinata's doll-like features, their delicate symmetry softened further by serene, dreamless slumber. Even such tranquil repose could not conceal the undeniable truth. Hinata was without question a blanket thief. So Hinata, you've stolen my quilt, have you? A mischievous glint flickered in Akari's golden eyes. When rousing an unresponsive friend, anime and drama alike often resort to tickling the nose with a foxtail grass. But such a cliché was far too pedestrian for her. Instead, Akali propped her chin on one hand, leaned forward, and prepared to deliver an exquisitely theatrical suffocation-style wake-up service, using nothing but her own face. Yet just as she felt Hinata's warm breath brush her skin, she froze. From this vantage, she saw not only her own smooth, luminous curves and Hinata's cherubic profile, but also a sliver of Hinata's bare, rounded shoulder left uncovered by the thin quilt. There were no traces of undergarments upon that alabaster skin. Akali recalled clearly last night she had insisted, under the pretense of habit, that they sleep naked together. Hinata, ever the gentle, proper girl, would never embrace such boldness. It was perfectly natural for her to feel cold or insecure and instinctively snatch the quilt. Fine. Akali shook her head, abandoning her prank. Still, though death might be pardoned, punishment remained inevitable. Chuckling like a villainess from a classic tale, Akali strode to the nearby wardrobe, where their freshly washed and wind-dried clothes rested neatly folded. You stole my quilt. I'll wear your clothes. Perfectly fair. Bypassing her own pile, she selected Hinata's garments and slipped them on with swift, practiced ease. The blouse fit snugly across her chest, but comfortably so. A subtle, sweet chrysanthemum fragrance rose to her senses. Though she'd sensed it before, only now did she truly confirm personal scent was undeniably real. Sugoi! An involuntary gasp escaped her lips. In that moment, she finally understood why so many fictional characters harbored such peculiar garment-stealing obsessions. After adjusting her outfit and fastening her forehead protector around her neck, she left a small note for Hinata and stepped out into the corridor bound for the Central Spire's dining hall. Coincidentally, Lee, Niji, Naruto, and others, also concluding their first day of combat training, were already there. Spotting Akali in her unexpected new ensemble, Naruto's booming voice rang out. Akali, why are you wearing Hinata's clothes? At Naruto's words, the others turned. A quiet chime resonated, not audible to mortal ears, but unmistakable in its intent. Another chime followed, then another, sharper, more intense. Their reactions varied widely, yet Niji stood apart, most extreme of all. His pupils contracted violently, his lips trembled, as if his mind raced through forbidden, feverish conjectures. But Akali paid him no heed. Instead, her gaze settled upon Sasuke beside him. Hey, so you're up already? I thought you wouldn't wake until afternoon. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Kakashi-sensei treated me. Kakashi-sensei is already here. Akali blinked, startled. Was Orochimaru launching an assault, or merely returning home for tea? Was Konoha truly so unconcerned? Kakashi, a pillar of the village, a jonin of elite standing, had time to check on students now. Yes, he arrived nearly an hour ago. Unaware of Akari's inner musings, Sasuke simply relayed Kakashi's instructions. He told me to eat first, and if I saw you, to bring you to him immediately. Now, Akali tilted her head. Now, Sasuke affirmed, his expression grave. It's about the cursed seal he left behind. Understood. Let's go after breakfast. She finished her meal swiftly. After bidding farewell to Naruto and the others, Akali and Sasuke found Kakashi in a chamber inscribed with intricate sealing arrays. Yo, you're here. Kakashi raised a lazy hand in greeting, his posture relaxed, yet perceptive. Here, we brought these for you, Sasuke said, handing over a wrapped bundle of dango. Thanks. Kakashi accepted it with one hand, devoured it in 3 bites, then fixed his full attention on Akali and Sasuke. Let's hear your condition. The cursed seal must be sealed. So who goes first? Sasuke said nothing, only took a silent step back, gently shifting Akali forward into the center of Kakashi's focus. Kakashi offered no further commentary. All right, then you first. Remove your clothes and sit inside the circle. He gestured toward the central array, a perfect ring of glowing sigils, then began walking toward it himself. His brisk, decisive motion caught Akali completely off guard. Wait. She blurted, halting him mid-step. He paused, genuinely puzzled. What is it? What is it? Akali's expression tightened, half exasperation, half disbelief. That's my question. What do you mean, remove your clothes? Setting aside the sheer improbability of Kakashi arriving at dawn to treat Sasuke's seal, then skipping breakfast to draw complex arrays, something about his urgency felt deeply unsettlingly off. And now this. Kakashi intended to seal her curse mark. That memory remained vivid, unclouded by time. She recalled clearly Kakashi had drawn the array on the floor, and then with meticulous precision inked supplementary seals directly onto Sasuke's bare skin. So this meant she too would soon sit utterly unclothed in the center of this chamber, while Kakashi wielded a fine brush to trace arcane glyphs across her flawless form. Impossible. Absolutely categorically impossible. Akali would never consent to such a thing. Kakashi, baka, pervert, lecher, pedophile. Under Akari's accusation, Kakashi widened his dull, lifeless fish eyes. He looked utterly innocent. How on earth have I become a Lilicon pervert? You're not a Lilicon pervert, Akali retorted. You just asked me to undress. Ah, that. Kakashi had little to say in reply. It's for treating your cursed seal. And at least with me, only one person sees you. Whereas if you went to the sealing team, there'd be many. Besides, you're still just a child. No bust, no hips, nothing developed yet. Kakashi trailed off, unable to continue. His core point was clear: treating Akari's cursed seal was no different from a physician tending to a patient. There was no ulterior motive. Moreover, what need was there for modesty around a 12-year-old girl? Yet after studying Akali closely for a moment, Kakashi realized this 12-year-old defied all conventional expectations. For most girls, physical maturation unfolds gradually. A 15-year-old and an 18-year-old may appear utterly unalike. Hence the saying, a girl transforms 18 times as she grows. But for Akali, such gradual blooming seemed non-existent. Though petite in stature, her entire figure resembled that of a breathtaking beauty, perfectly scaled down to miniature perfection. While others her age remained flat-chested and undeveloped, Akali possessed delicate curves, breasts, hips, a slender waist, graceful legs, and a face exquisitely refined. In any ordinary setting, this scene would indeed suggest ill intent on his part. And given Akali's extraordinary beauty, caution was not only warranted, it was prudent. He had been remiss. PAF. Kakashi slapped a hand over his face, thoroughly exasperated with himself. No wonder. He'd pulled an all-night patrol, then rushed straight into handling Sasuke's crisis without pause. Was he simply too exhausted? Normally, even his most unorthodox moments never descended to this level of ineptitude. My apologies. I take full responsibility. I should have asked Kurenai to assist instead. Kakashi offered a swift, sincere apology. Still, Akali, your cursed seal must be addressed. This step is inevitable sooner or later. Try trusting us adults just once. With that, Kakashi cleared his throat twice, and in an instant his expression, gaze, and posture shifted entirely. Gone was the usual slouched, lethargic, silver-haired shinobi with sleepy eyes. Now stood Kakashi, back straight, eyes sharp and quietly lethal, radiating the unmistakable aura of an elite ninja. Sasuke, watching nearby, wore stunned disbelief. So did Akali, who henceforth would dare claim men couldn't act. Well, isn't he excellent at it? Of course, Akali, who knew the plot, understood Kakashi's trustworthiness. Yet this was a matter of principle. Moreover, she truly didn't need sealing. Enough, Kakashi, you needn't say more. I know my own cursed seal well, I can handle it myself. Your goodwill is gratefully acknowledged. Akali's resolve was absolute. Very well, Kakashi conceded without further protest. After all, she would inevitably relent. The cursed seal's interference with chakra was simply too severe. What Kakashi hadn't anticipated was Sasuke's near immediate refusal, almost simultaneous with Akali's. Or rather, Sasuke had already resolved to refuse. He'd merely waited for Akali's verdict before speaking. Kakashi, I won't have my cursed seal sealed either. Kakashi frowned. If Akali refused, it was understandable. Her strength allowed her to test boundaries, to defy convention. Fine. No issue. Such freedom belonged to the strong. But Sasuke, he held no such privilege. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, piercing and intense. Your reasoning. Should Sasuke today reject sealing merely out of pride, or fear of appearing weaker than others, Kakashi would have no choice but to deliver a stern lesson to his disciple. Sasuke spoke with quiet conviction. Power. I desire power. That is why I refuse to seal this cursed mark. Though you suppressed its activation earlier, I've already felt it. The overwhelming strength it bestows. Just that, Kakashi's expression darkened. To seek power wasn't wrong, but to pursue it blindly, recklessly was. Fortunately, this Sasuke was not the one from canon. Not only that, Sasuke continued, I speak not with hatred clouding my vision. With Akari's help my mind has grown clearer, sharper. Thus this decision stems from deep reflection, not impulse. I have sensed that this power is within my capacity to master. As he spoke, Sasuke closed his eyes, then opened them again. Their vivid and unmistakable glowed the three tomo of his left Sharingan, directly confronting Kakashi's gaze. Indeed, after his battle with Orochimaru, Sasuke had advanced a new three tomo in his left eye, two in his right. Three tomo. Kakashi's breath caught, faintly startled. At last he began to comprehend Sasuke's choice. Orochimaru's chakra was profoundly malevolent, but Kakashi, who bore the Sharingan himself, understood its nature intimately. For such darkness, the Sharingan was not merely compatible, it was designed. And Kakashi trusted Sasuke's talent implicitly. Put simply, if this were a historical drama with Kakashi as emperor and Sasuke as crown prince, the emperor would likely declare, this boy resembles me. Hesitating, Kakashi nearly gave his consent. After all, letting Sasuke test his limits, even risk striking a wall, was hardly unreasonable. But then Akali suddenly seized Kakashi's arm and shoved him bodily out the door. I'll speak with Sasuke alone. With that, she dropped the words and slammed the door shut. The specially chosen sealing chamber boasted flawless soundproofing. Kakashi scratched his head, staring at the silent, impenetrable door. Wait, what exactly had he come here to do? Seal the cursed mark. Then where precisely were the people requesting that sealing? Ah, well, I'll wait. Honestly, what is this world coming to? Muttering, Kakashi settled outside to wait. After some time, the door opened. Sasuke emerged, brow furrowed in deep thought, while Akari exhaled, visibly relieved. Spotting Kakashi, Sasuke, unwilling to expose his inner turmoil, forced his brows to relax, resuming his customary impassive mask. Akari, however, waved cheerfully, all set. Sasuke's agreed to the sealing. Kakashi blinked, bewildered. What did you tell him? How could his stance shift so quickly? Well, Akari playfully stuck out her pink tongue, a tiny deliberate flourish of charm. Her gesture was slightly stiff, but her meaning was crystal clear. That remains confidential. Kakashi sighed, shaking his head. Fine. No need to explain. I won't press further. Guiding Sasuke into the chamber, Kakashi prepared for the sealing ritual. Seeing this, Akari released a long, deep breath of relief. Yet as she recalled their private conversation moments earlier, her ease dissolved, replaced instantly by renewed tension. Because Sasuke had begun to slip beyond her control. As for Sasuke's desire to break away, it stemmed from a simple yet profound dissatisfaction. After witnessing Orochimaru's and Akali's formidable prowess, he found his own rate of growth intolerably slow. He was well aware that his progress was steady and grounded. Under Akali's influence, he had grown far more rational than his canon counterpart. Having personally filmed content to earn money, he understood keenly that wealth was hard-won and hardship inescapable. Yet reason and emotion often dwelled in separate realms. Clarity of intellect did not preclude inner unrest. For Sasuke's core nature had never changed. He remained at heart a vengeful specter. Whenever a shortcut to power lay before him, he would inevitably seize it. Precisely why he now schemed so deliberately to refuse Kakashi. So why then had Akali succeeded in restraining him from pursuing power recklessly? Because she revealed a critical truth: his current cursed seal of heaven was incomplete. Its full activation hinged upon Orochimaru's hidden contingencies. To wield such an imperfect force carried prohibitive cost. A far wiser course was to seal it, then harness its power selectively, under strict constraint. Moreover, Orochimaru had made his covetous interest unmistakably clear. To maximize strategic advantage, Sasuke ought to hold himself aloof, like a rare commodity awaiting the right price, not grovel in haste. And indeed, Sasuke was rational, bolstered by the trust already forged between them. He accepted Akali's counsel after her incisive logical analysis. Yet Akali still sensed the simmering agitation beneath his calm exterior, the very sign that confirmed her suspicion he intended to leave her. From Sasuke's perspective, Akali had promised to guide him toward strength, yet now confronted with her true might, capable of clashing head-on with a peerless foe like Orochimaru, he realized how little she had actually taught him. Thus her earlier instruction felt hollow. Even if he acknowledged the sacredness of a shinobi's personal techniques, standing before a mountain of gold with no key to its vault evoked frustration, and such emotion was entirely natural. Akali understood this sentiment perfectly. After all, workers care foremost about compensation, not sentiment. And Akali was no exploitative master. Instead, she chose to raise her investment in Sasuke. Simultaneously, she prepared for the possibility that Sasuke might revert to his canonical path, making it essential to accelerate filming and stockpile several photo shoots in advance. Filming, however, could wait. Her immediate priority was determining how best to augment her support. Yet this very question troubled her. Within her current skill set, there was truly little she could teach him. Her core techniques, steeped in shadow magic, were beyond his grasp. Secondary ones held negligible value, and while equipping him was an option, her inventory of gear was hardly overflowing. The only genuine instruction left was live combat training and tactical refinement, but that demanded immense time and effort. And frankly, why expend such energy when one could simply embrace a lovely companion instead? Yet, after all, if it comes to forbidden arts, I'm not without resources. Akali's gaze drifted toward Rost, resting quietly within her storage space. Truth be told, Kane and Sasuke bore a striking resemblance, but after reflection, Akali dismissed the notion outright. First, Sasuke was still too raw. Granting him Rost outright might well kill him on the spot. Second, an aspect weapon held irreplaceable worth. Such a decision demanded far greater deliberation. For now, drawing lots remained the prudent path. Once newly acquired abilities neutralized the interference of the Heaven Sea Curse seal, she would revisit these choices. Akali reopened the lottery interface. Following 2 examinations, her emotional resonance value had climbed to 260, while her financial reserves, bolstered by extracting resources from Danzo, had reached 1.6 million. This time she resolved to go all out. System: initiate 10 emotional resonance draws and 10 premium monetary draws. A chime rang out. Confirmed command received. Lottery commencing. A dazzling cascade of visual effects flashed and vanished. In the next instant, the results appeared. Chime: congratulations, your emotional resonance draw yields balance, Soul Blade 1 technique, Duskfall technique, Soul Guard meditation, Dark Orb weakness, Repel energy, Surge Mindflame mantra, opportune, strike, unlucky W trick of the magician Jester Q. Chime: congratulations, your premium monetary draw yields 11 skill points. 4. Skin Netherflame skin, KDA prestige, equipment, slot 1, component upgrade, coupon 1, a masterwork upgrade, coupon 1. A Soul Blade, drawn from emotional resonance. This is unprecedented. Akali scrutinized the haul with meticulous attention. Then she understood, as she'd anticipated, this lottery had also delivered the means to counteract both the Heaven Sea Curse seal and invasive natural energy. The solution lay in her senior brother Shin's W ability, Soul Guard, and Master Yi's W, meditation, augmented by the Soul Blade itself, a relic uniquely attuned to soul and spirit. Activating Soul Guard with the Soul Blade as its foundation would halt the petrifying effect caused by natural energy. Then invoking meditation would render every facet of her being as lucid and discernible as lines laid bare upon her palm. With these 2 abilities as anchors, mastering the volatile Heaven Sea Curse seal and purging invasive natural energy became straightforward. And the system offered even more. Gazing upon Karma's ultimate mantra, Velka's ultimate energy surge, and further down, the skins, the equipment slot, and the 2 new upgrade coupons, Akali withdrew to a secluded spot to study them in solitude. After some time, she applied the component upgrade coupon, transforming her Silvermere band into the Silvermere saber, unchanged in appearance, enhanced in essence. Next, she activated the masterwork upgrade coupon. Her Rod of Ages was cast into Orn's Forge, emerging as a divinely reinforced artifact, Infinite Convergence. Beneath these upgraded artifacts, Akali's attributes shifted thus. Name: Akali. Physique: Elite Jonin. Agility: Elite Jonin. Strength: Special Jonin, Standard Jonin. Spirit: Pseudo Shadow Shadow. Chakra: Pseudo Shadow Shadow. Nice. Surveying her newly elevated stats, Akali exulted. Though absorbed in studying her acquisitions, she had evidently overlooked something vital. Her jubilation lasted but a moment. Suddenly, a slender hand clad in fingerless gloves darted from beside her neck, seizing her throat with unyielding force. Then overwhelming strength gripped her jaw, twisting her head sideways with enough torque to snap bone. Before her stood Hinata, wearing Akali's original form-fitting ensemble, shoulders bared back, exposed thighs elegantly revealed, her full supple figure undeniably captivating. This uninhibited version of Hinata radiated a charm utterly distinct from her usual self, yet the inherently reserved Hinata could not abide such bold attire. Worse still, Akali had even taken Hinata's undergarments. Though their cup sizes matched closely, Hinata favored snug-fitting bras, loathing any sense of bounce or sway. And now, put plainly, During her search for Akali, Hinata experienced for the first time both destabilized balance and mortifying crowd-wide humiliation. Staring at Akali now, all the shame and fury accumulated along that walk crystallized into a pitch-black, apocalyptic killing intent. Her delicate porcelain fingers glided over Akali's crown, tracing downward, past her temples, across her soft cheeks, along her carotid artery, her throat, her collarbone, finally coming to rest over her heart. Hinata spoke, voice serene, yet edged with ice. Well, Akali, how does my clothing fit? Akali, yikes. For the mischievous Akali, Hinata imposed an unprecedentedly severe punishment, directly telling her what it meant to tease, without restraint, leaving her in tears. However, they were ultimately still in the Chunin exam. 3 days later, the second round of the Chunin exam came to an end. Due to the high baseline from the first round, a total of 8 teams consisting of 24 participants passed the second round. In the original work, there were the 2nd, 7th, 8th, and 10th classes of Konoha, as well as the Sand Ninja siblings, and the 3 Sound Ninjas, and now the first team of Inuzuka Kiba was added. At this moment, the guiding Jonin examiners, the 3rd Hokage, and the candidates who passed the exam were all gathered in the martial arts arena inside the central tower. To be honest, seeing that Inuzuka Kiba's first team had actually passed surprised Akali. She originally thought that due to her butterfly effect there would definitely be more participants in the third round of the Chunin exam, so she expected to see some other faces. But after glancing at the guiding Jonin of Inuzuka Kiba's first team, Akali felt she could understand. The instructor was none other than his mother Inuzuka Tsum, a fierce woman sporting a spiky hairstyle. The bold Inuzuka Tsum directly assigned a ninja dog to each of the other 2 members of the first team, ensuring their combat capability. At this moment, noticing Akali's gaze, Inuzuka Tsum also nodded at her in a friendly manner. Akali responded with a smile. Hinata, who noticed the small interaction between the two, subtly frowned, looking somewhat suspiciously at Akali's back. However, the carefree moments came to an end here. After a brief period of silence, the 3rd Hokage began to speak about the Chunin exam as a microcosm of war, explaining how a good performance from a ninja village could catch the attention of the powerful and lead to receiving commissions. Akali listened quietly. When she was younger and watched this part of the story, it seemed somewhat reasonable at first. But now, upon reflection, Akali realized that it was merely nonsense. Whoever believed this would be a fool. How could a better performance by a ninja indicate that the ninja village was stronger? Take the Sand Ninja village, for instance, which disregards martial ethics. They could just send Gaara in, and one person could dominate the entire arena. But could that truly indicate the strength of the Sand Ninja village? And just look at those who came to participate in the Chunin exam. Sand Ninja, Waterfall Ninja, Grass Ninja, Sound Ninja, Konoha, and Rain Ninja. A total of 6 ninja villages, including 2 of the 5 great ninja villages. Did these small ninja villages really think they could compete with Konoha and the Sand Ninja? And even if they sent true geniuses, what would it matter? Just look at the preliminary rounds. Alright, I know you are a genius, but now go and fight Gaara. In this system, as long as Konoha wishes, small ninja villages will never have the chance to show themselves before the powerful. If they send geniuses, they will be arranged to be eliminated. If they send mediocre talents, they will naturally be weeded out. But the issue is that small ninja villages can't truly send mediocre talents, for what if a mediocre talent by luck reaches the 3rd round and embarrasses themselves in front of everyone? So even knowing that their people are unlikely to succeed, small ninja villages still grit their teeth and try, like the Grass Ninja, who even sent over Karui. In the end, the only ones fighting in the final arena were still the Sand Ninja and Konoha, along with a very small number of ninjas from small ninja villages. This also represents a peculiar division of wealth, with the commoners getting a paltry share, while the wealthy receive their due. However, the blood of the small ninja villages was gradually drained in such examinations. The decline of the Waterfall Ninja village was not without reason. From the 3rd Hokage's words about benevolence and morality, and how small-scale war rehearsals could prevent large-scale wars, Akali listened for half a day and could only decipher the phrase "eating people." Impressive, Akali murmured in admiration. She had originally thought that re-experiencing something she had already seen would be boring, but it actually turned out to be quite interesting. And after the 3rd Hokage finished recounting his theories, the protagonist of Naruto, Shippuden Yugakaze, appeared. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. With a series of coughs, Yugakaze began. Before the 3rd round of the exam, there are some things everyone needs to understand. This concerns whether or not one can participate in the 3rd round of the exam. Preliminary round. Listening to Yugakaze's words, everyone was very surprised. That's right, perhaps because the 1st and 2nd rounds of this Chunin exam were too easy, the remaining number of participants is a bit excessive. Therefore, according to the rules of the Chunin exam, it is necessary to reduce the number of participants in the 3rd round. The Hokage also mentioned that guests would be coming to watch the 3rd round, so the time cannot be prolonged too much. So for those who are unwell, cough, 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 cough. Yugakaze coughed again. Sorry for those who heard the previous explanation. Does anyone want to withdraw? because the preliminary exam is about to begin. Let me add that the next phase will be individual battles, so whether you personally withdraw will not affect your team. What? Hearing Yuga Kaze's words, everyone was in an uproar again. Having just passed the Chunin exam, now they were about to be filtered again by individual battles. This system could not be described as anything but cruel. Of course, for Akali, who had been conserving her energy for several days, this was completely inconsequential. Even though she had not yet fully mastered the heaven and earth seals and cleaned her natural chakra, due to the increase in chakra, the amount she could utilize had reached 1/4. In this fish pond scenario, 1/4 was already sufficient. Moreover, her failure to clean the natural energy was not due to inability, but rather a lack of willingness. If she wished to clean the natural energy, a single surge of energy would suffice. Akali kept this natural energy, which had been present in her body for many days and had absorbed her aura, merely to occupy space, preventing the heaven and earth seals from absorbing new natural energy, and she was also attempting to manipulate the seals in reverse, a task she was close to achieving. Thus, Akali still had the leisure to observe others. Soon she was drawn to Team 7, which had a completely different atmosphere from the original work. Moi. Akali looked curiously at Team 7. At this moment, Sasuke stood at the front, Naruto in the middle, and Sakura at the back. Looking at the back of Sasuke's head and sensing Sakura's silence behind, Naruto's expression was not just a constipation. He looked like he had been constipated for 10 years. The atmosphere among the three members of Team 7 was clearly divided by Naruto, with a sorrowful and profound rift seemingly already established between them. There's a story here. Akali made a judgment. Could it be that during that incident with Orochimaru something happened that she was unaware of? Akali's face was filled with 3 words: I am very curious. After waiting for Moonlight Wind to finish the story about Team 7, Akali intended to ask Hinata about it. Before Akali could react, he directly announced the dissolution. Coming to her senses, Akali glanced at Yakushi Kabuto, who was not far from her, and walking towards the stands with them, letting out a puzzled nasal sound. Wasn't Yakushi Kabuto supposed to have withdrawn early to avoid exposure? Why was he still here now? Meanwhile, it was unclear whether he had noticed or was already paying attention to Akali. Noticing Akali's gaze, Yakushi Kabuto turned his head, revealing a nauseating fake smile. Tisk. Akali frowned slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. It seemed she understood Yakushi Kabuto's presence was a test for her. She just didn't know who had tasked Yakushi Kabuto. Was it Danzo? Orochimaru? Or both? Honestly, Akali thought she was out of the preliminaries, as someone like her, a seed candidate, would surely be left for the official matches, yet here was this fly. In that case, she'd find an opportunity later to swat this fly dead. Akali casually decided Yakushi Kabuto's fate. Akali wasn't particularly fond of Yakushi Kabuto. He wasn't Yakushi no. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto, observing Akali, felt a sudden chill, as if something had locked onto him. Instinctively, he glanced towards Akali. At that moment, Hinata, who was quite familiar with Akali, sensed the coldness emanating from her and turned her head in confusion. What's wrong, Akali? It's nothing. The coldness on Akali's face quickly dissipated as if it had never been there. After all, would you care about how many flies you had swatted? She took Hinata's hand and walked towards the stand, saying, let's go with 24 of us, who knows whom we will encounter. Hey Hinata, do you think he'll run into you? We could settle it with rock, paper, scissors then. Huh, no way. Hearing Akali's frivolous suggestion, Hinata quickly shook her head. That's too childish. Lord Hokage and so many jonin are watching. So what? Let them watch. Throwing fake matches is part of the rules, can't be helped. Akali unabashedly stated. Besides, I'm a bit tired of this Chunin exam. Resting early wouldn't be bad. Akali, hi. Facing the serious Hinata, Akali raised her hands in surrender as the two of them playfully walked towards the stands. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto retracted his gaze, his heart slightly easing. No matter how he viewed it, Akali was just a lively 12-year-old girl with a somewhat bratty personality when facing outsiders. Although the information from Orochimaru and Danzo had told him that Akali was not an ordinary person, but both Orochimaru and Danzo had also informed him that Akali had been cursed with the heaven and earth curse seal, and in her arrogance had not sealed it, leaving her strength diminished to a mere fraction. Thus he had come to test her. Therefore the sense of crisis he felt earlier must have been an illusion, right? Reassured, Yakushi Kabuto began to think about the upcoming battle. Soon after, the names of the contestants for the first match were displayed on the electronic screen of the preliminaries. What a coincidence, it was Akali versus Yakushi Kabuto. Moonlight Wind looked at the crowd in the stands. Please, the selected candidates, come forward. Hearing Moonlight Wind's words, Akali executed a neat 360 flip and jumped down from the stands. Yakushi Kabuto, however, walked slowly, approaching Akali step by step. Yakushi Kabuto maintained his usual gentle expression. Hey Junior, we meet again. Bad luck, it seems this time I will be stopped here in the Chunin exam. But don't think you'll just admit defeat. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. Akali raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll weigh you then. Judge, can we start? Akali asked Moonlight Wind directly without any further ado. Anytime as long as both parties have no objections. Moonlight Wind replied, looking at both of them. So the contestants for the first match are Akali and Yakushi Kabuto. Do you have any questions? If there's no problem, then we'll start. Moonlight Wind intended to announce the beginning. Because generally speaking, there shouldn't be any issues. Once the contestants were selected, they couldn't be changed. If they wanted to withdraw, they should have done so earlier, so he was just asking. However, Moonlight Wind overlooked, or perhaps due to his frequent health issues, Akane and Ibiki hadn't managed to inform him. In front of him was Akali. Akali raised her small hand. I have a question. Moonlight Wind looked at Akali with curiosity. What is your question? I remember in the second exam we signed a life and death contract. Akali's smile was sweet, yet filled with malice. Does this count in the preliminaries? In other words, if I kill someone, it should be fine, right? Listening to Akali's words. Ding, emotion value 999 from Moonlight Wind. Kakashi III, Naruto Sasuke. Everyone was shocked. They never expected Akali to be so wild, asking right away if it was permissible to kill. Yakushi Kabuto's expression turned to one of horror at that moment. After all, Akali was standing right in front of him. Such a question. Did Akali want to kill him? But why? He was only looking for some information. Ding, emotion value 99.99 from Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto's mindset was somewhat unstable, even feeling a bit wronged. But Moonlight Wind didn't care about his grievances. Listening to Akali's question, Moonlight Wind replied seriously, in principle deaths are allowed in the preliminaries. But the Chunin exam is primarily a competition. If extreme situations arise as the examiner, I will intervene promptly to save the candidates. Moreover, to ensure the candidate's safety, Konoha is equipped with a complete medical team capable of saving anyone as long as they still have a breath left, so you don't need to worry too much about life and death. I see. So if I want to kill someone, I have to factor in your intervention, right? Akali muttered loudly and schemed without regard for others. Then she politely bowed to Moonlight Wind, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your explanation, examiner. Ding, emotion value 1111 from Moonlight Wind. Moonlight Wind was somewhat perplexed by Akali. You could say she was arrogant, and indeed, she was boldly stating her intent to kill in front of him. But if you were to say she was polite, she was indeed very polite. She even thanked him. So what about today's Genin? Moonlight Wind slowly raised a question mark. However, despite not understanding Akali very well, having been in Konoha for many years as someone with a teacher, a bloodline, and even a wife, Moonlight Wind was not a mere commoner. It was just that the loss of his body concealed the aura of a winner in life. So Moonlight Wind knew that it was normal for Konoha's geniuses to be arrogant. Akali's behavior didn't seem out of the ordinary. In fact, he didn't feel any provocation from Akali's words. Cough, cough, cough. After a symbolic cough, Moonlight Wind, with dark circles under his eyes, maintained his composure, neither humble nor arrogant. It's no problem. Answering the candidates is my duty. At the same time, I'll reiterate, as the chief examiner for the preliminaries and the third exam, I have the absolute ability to stop any of your fights, so please rest assured. After saying that, Moonlight Wind looked back at Yakushi Kabuto. His meaning was very clear. Akali looked tough. Are you going to withdraw? Tisk. Noticing Moonlight Wind's gaze, Yakushi Kabuto instantly understood his meaning. But the problem lay here. Under normal circumstances, given that Akali had displayed her strength in the first match, Yakushi Kabuto should have withdrawn by now. However, Yakushi Kabuto had come with a mission and found himself cornered. So even faced with Moonlight Wind's obvious gaze, he could only maintain a fake smile, as if he didn't understand. Seeing this, Moonlight Wind's gaze flickered slightly, his mind generating new thoughts. In the viewing platform, all the jonin who witnessed this scene also displayed thoughtful expressions. After waiting a few seconds, Moonlight Wind asked, "Are there any more questions for the first match between Akali and Yakushi Kabuto?" Akali: none. Yakushi Kabuto: none. Great. Moonlight Wind nodded, crossing his arms and waving. The first match begins. After saying that, Moonlight Wind leaped back, distancing himself from the two in the arena, but not too far away. Honestly, he was also curious about how Akali would manage to kill Yakushi Kabuto under his watch. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto quickly formed hand seals. A pale blue chakra surged over his hands, transforming into cellular level